You send a message in. Now where Keith is.
Okay, it's 11:51 p.m. PST, June 15th, 2025, 9 minutes. We'll be switching to a new day, Monday. This is a consensual recording of McQuinn pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant.
Briefly only.
For a year, and in fact, I was an informant all the way back in 2017. And who did I inform on? Well, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, an attorney I used to have sexual relations with, a commanding officer known as Jared Irving, and a detective known as Randall Mars, and a guy who worked for DCYF who has since made it apparent that he's not only a stalker, he's a child abuser and child endangerer. Now keep in mind, every single felony I reported in 2017 has been made actionable except for one, murdering me in a way that is deemed a suicide. Then keep in mind, I've been illegally detained for over 300 plus days by the Everett Police Department using the condo directly above my home of 13 years for 3 years straight to steal from me, stalk me, orchestrate kidnappings and frauds, plant evidence, tamper with evidence, and the list goes on and on. This is an SOS, the only felony reported in 2017 as well as in 2023 and 2024 that has not been made actionable is my murder to be deemed a suicide, which is contingent on the ability for there not to be video or audio footage, ergo the ongoing revolving door of attempts to do so.
But it sounds like a Trump thing. Now here's a really good idea.
If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, then be advised that I did not end it. The Everett Police Department did upstairs. They are using Cisco network kernel root access acquired from the last time that they kidnapped me, which they made actionable in March 2025. First reported in August 2024 and tort claim filed in case number 1050. 05934 on August 14th. I am going to read for you what's in the description on this video and post in the chat the missing information from the description because it's at the character maximum. Again, this is not a joke. It's not a performance art piece. Everything that I'm saying here is true and correct. And you do have an obligation, even if you're just an innocent civilian who happened to accidentally click on this, to report this SOS and to send on the information to the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Seattle Field Office, and/or the Department of Homeland Security. Either one or anyone or all of the above will suffice. Okay. I do have Art Bell on right now. So let me pause that.
If you're not,
it's getting ready to go to sleep. So I'm just going to read what's in the description, plus the paragraph that is missing from the description, again, because of the character limits. So here we go. I'll do it from right here. This is an urgent SOS. This is Mystic Gwen, illegally detained by a domestic terrorist cell / organization known as the Everett Police Department for over 300 plus days. During my illegal detainment, they and their named 8/14/24 and 2017 conspirators / fellow terrorists, the Owens, Garcia, Andy and Kelly, Anne Marie Bauer et al. Have made actionable every felony reported to FBI in 2017, lest my murder to be deemed a suicide, and every premeditated felony reported in tort claim during my 300 plus days of illegal detainment. They have full control over my devices, laptops, phones, network, even my ham radio. Squelch no longer functions since their last unlawful entry. Communications blocked, law enforcement compromised. During their 300 plus days of illegally detaining me at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201, and Unit 105, they have made actionable every felony reported in my August 14th tort claim filed in case number 1050055934 at Snohomish Superior Courthouse, served on their police department and conspirators in prosecutor's office as well as Jared Irving, etc. following over 11 months of cease and desist letters to their terrorists, stalkers, officers, child abusers, extortionists, etc. The only remaining felony to be made actionable is indeed my murder to be deemed a suicide, first reported in 2017 to the FBI. They have been attempting to starve my cat and I as well due to their rampant crime spree of the past 3 years. I have not been able to step outside my front door without running a YouTube live stream, youtube.com/mysticgwen. Calls to 911 intercepted by them upstairs as they have been using the condo above my home of 13 years. Unit 207 and various neighbors to stalk/aid in starving, etc. as their base of stalking operations, cyber attacks, obstruction, tampering, kidnappings, fraud, harassing, blocking communications, stealing, perping civil rights and ADA violations, intimidating and retaliating against an FBI informant. Jared Irving and the Everett Police Department have known since 2017 that I reported them. He was pissed. Now he's going to prison. Have a nice retirement behind bars, Jared. Since 2023, they are using man-in-the-middle Cisco, Verizon, chip-to-chip, kernel, root access, cookies, Java, and non-existent fraudulent Google credentials and certificates that cannot be removed without their criminal security key. Likewise with pins and fingerprints. They have been blocking all phone access, even from websites aside to neighbors, since they began illegally detaining me on August 6, 2024, to perpetrate every felony they have since made actionable. Kidnappings, unlawful entry, fraud, to name a few. They have been attempting to block video and audio recordings all year, as reported August 14th, 24, and made actionable by criminally and illegally shutting off internet in March 2025. To kidnap, then re-enter unlawfully with John Owens to shove their USBs and devices for root access/BIOS hack, to block video and audio when I return to my illegal detainment, to perp the one and only felony not made actionable, my fucking murder to be deemed a suicide. They have rejected dozens of legitimate police reports before, during, and after they're made actionable by them and their fellow terrorists/conspirators. Then they attempted to erase all of these and other things, but the FBI has/had them, including but not limited to Google reviews on their conspirators at the Snohomish Prosecutor's Office et al. All forensic details to verify this tech use of Verizon, Cisco, chip-to-chip, man-in-the-middle, root kernel, etc. Available on Gemini AI Google servers attached to emails unit blocking sign-in, unit blocking at gmail.com, and North Everett Precinct 207 guilty at gmail.com. I repeat, SOS, if you are seeing this, even as an unassuming civilian, you are legally required to pass this info on to the FBI, seattle.fbi@fbi.gov. The Snohomish County Sheriff's, sheriffs@snoco.org, and even the Department of Homeland Security. They have blocked all communications to be made to sheriffs and FBI, including using partitions, cookies to do so. Less whistleblowers. They have also instructed my northern neighbor, who has had my house key and debit card since last month, not to bring me any food this month and or cat food this week. Note that can be adjusted. Earlier in this, on the live stream that preceded this, I went to his house and I got some cat food, and he even gave me 3 top ramens and 1 package of this, like, something called Huel mushroom powder pasta. Basically top ramen with vitamins. It's basically what it was. So we'll edit that tomorrow, but right now I'm just reading this as is because I'm going to sleep shortly. I am waiting for them to cut this video, as they did as recently as yesterday, to shoot me before they're incarcerated for the remainder of their lives. Again, the one and only felony not made actionable, reported to the FBI in 2017, is my murder to be deemed a suicide and to not be filmed. They have nothing to lose because they're looking at 35 to life already. The exceptions are the whistleblowers, who are required to pass on each and every one of my SOS unless otherwise instructed by the feds/sheriffs. Garcia is my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. He was filing at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse as recently as 2019 about the Everett Police Department and his plans to perp all of the felonies they have since done against me, minus my fucking murder. Premeditated felonies made actionable have a total count of over 250 plus. Yes, 250 plus. These are not officers. There has never been a legit operation. There has always been an aggravated criminal conspiracy organization / enterprise that became a terrorist cell the moment they made actionable illegally detaining me to perp their remaining felonies. There has been years of Everett Police Department stalking me, perping felonies without immunity, and being paid by the state whom they have been defrauding, impeding federal investigations, retaliation against an FBI informant of them / on them since 2017. SOS, I repeat, pass this info to the Seattle FBI Field Office, Snohomish County Sheriff's, Department of Homeland Security. This is Mystic Gwen using eldest son's Gmail due to Everett Police Department blocking and locking me out of all of my accounts 2 days prior to their last kidnapping of March 2025. Reported August 2024. See youtube.com/Mystic Gwen. That email was / is therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. Google has my explicit and unmitigated permission to access my operating system, my accounts, my networks, my servers, any and all things tied to my ability to give permission that they can access remotely and to provide it to the correct authorities. They have permission to join my network and give all account server information to FBI / sheriffs. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Mystic Gwen, a.k.a. Lynette Renee Hansen. So the time is now 12:03 a.m. PST. Remember, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly giving you the end time, I didn't end it. The Everett Police Department did. Normally in the chat, I would fill out the whole SOS, but I need to make a couple of adjustments, like the fact that my cat got food last night, and I got 3 top ramens and something called Huel, which is like mushroom top ramen, but it actually had a good effect. Going back to playing Art Bell, and in the chat here, I'm just going to put basically the paragraph that's not already in the description as far as this SOS message goes.
If you're not allowed to fly because the government perceives you're a terrorist, then probably you shouldn't be able to buy a gun either. But, you know, we live in a politically correct world, right? Oh, you've got to go to my website, artbell.com. I obviously don't go there frequently enough myself because this is really cool story. I'm sorry, but I love it. It's called Bizarre Cases of People Who Spontaneously Cease to Exist. Would I kid you about something like this? No. And it's really got a visual that is so cool. It shows a guy walking down, there's a movie called The Road, right? For those of you who saw that, it looks like he's walking down the road, as in the movie. And as he's walking, he is pixelating away. Most of his upper leg and part of his torso are already gone. But this story is not a joke, actually. They're talking about people who spontaneously, sometimes in front of other people, simply cease to exist. They're never heard from again. They're never found. They never send postcards. Maybe they're gone. A glitch, perhaps, in the Matrix. I don't know. But this story is for real. And if you want to read it, be my guest. At least catch the visual. It's really amazing. A few seconds, I guess, and you're gone. Never to be heard from again. Where do you go? Does this really happen? How many people nationwide disappear, and I mean never to be seen again, in Walmart restrooms? I'll just leave that one on the table for you to think about. So, okay, open lines, as I said, and anything goes coming up in just a second. So you're welcome to get on the lines ahead of time. You already have done that. They're full. I will open a special line tonight. I wasn't going to do it, but I was tempted into it, by the way, by somebody in our wormhole. Now, just to prove to you that I do read the messages, get it up here and take a look. Let's see. It's a cool way to send messages to me. It is Clay who writes, Art, I'd love to hear some shows on prepping. Well, it's open lines tonight, Clay. We're not going to really do a prepping show, but yeah, I would like to open a prepper's line. And here's my idea. If you're a prepper, I'd like to call from you. And when you do call, I would like to know what you're prepping for. In other words, what are you stocking up for? What are you preparing for? What do you think is going to happen that causes you to go buy extra stuff at Walmart before you go to the restroom to disappear? So if you are a prepper who would like to discuss prepperism,
grilling season has arrived. Let our appliance experts help you find the perfect barbecue for your ultimate backyard setup. With Weber, you get quality, performance, and durability. From backyard barbecues to balcony grilling, there's a Weber grill designed for every space. Choose the one for your lifestyle. Great products, great prices, expert service.
you can call us at area code 575-208-7787. I'm trying to do these slowly. Ready? Prepper line. Area code 575-208-7787. The first time caller line. Yes, tonight we will operate at area code 775-285-5800. 775-285-5800. Hey, Obama has made a statement on UFOs. I didn't know that. This comes from anomalous.com. The president has made some remarks in interviews over the years that are a step beyond no comment. The president said that UFOs are not as top secret as you might think. Now, what do you think that means? Not as top secret as you might think. Now, that could mean that they are out there, they're in our skies, and we know it. Or it could mean there's no secrecy attached to these things because they're not real. What do you think? Hard to tell with our president, huh? I don't know. I wasn't very hopeful, really, that this particular president was going to tell us the story. You know, take office, demand immediate information, right? And tell the world what it's really all about. But remember, open lines night, anything goes. You don't have to talk about prepping. Although I hope some will, because I really want to know why you're doing it. And then, who do you wish would spontaneously disappear? I really shouldn't ask that, should I? You've got to read that story, artbell.com. Go up there and do it. Really good stuff. Spontaneously disappearing, pixeling out, as it were. Actually, it looks more like little pieces of them breaking off, you know, but you get the idea. Okay, I think we're about ready. Let me, I suppose, take a fast break and gather my senses before we open the gates of, well, we'll talk about what the gates let in, I guess, toward the end of the program tonight. One never knows. This is Midnight in the Desert on Art Bell. Well, okay, here we go. Casting our lot into the night. Just one quick comment. Well, actually, two, I'm sorry. One is, so now there's a big fight going on here in the U.S. about whether or not to let these people in, right? And, you know, the president's on one side saying, come on, it's women and children. And the governors and Congress on the other side saying, And I understand, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free, the refuse, you know, on and on. Well, yeah, but nothing in there about give me your AK-47 favoring, you know, extremists. So You know, the world's in a mess right now, and I guess we've got to be careful, but we've got to be careful about who we are, too. We are America. And we have generally allowed people to come in who really, really need a place to go to. The problem is they really are infiltrating in that way. So I fully understand the caution. All right, here comes the talk. And then I promise we're really away. Here's the way to get in if you want to talk to us. Public number, area code 952-225-5278. Or think of it as area code 952, call Art. Pretty cool number, huh? Took a little work to get that. Area code 952, call Art. And we've got a special line for you tonight. If you are a prepper, we would like to know how long you've been prepping, what you're prepping for, and in other words, what you think is coming, right? That number would be area code 575-208-7787. And then finally, first-time callers at area code 775-285-5800. And then finally, the Skype talk. We really love Skype because when it's right, when it sounds right, you sound really good. And I'm going to tell you how to sound really good. If you've got an iPhone or if you've got an Android or even a tablet, if you know where the little pinhole is for the mic, you can download Skype free of charge. Free of charge. Doesn't get any better than that, right?
At Sierra, Jack discovered great pickleball gear at incredible prices, which led to another discovery.
We're having fun. I got it. Oh, come on. That's yours.
His dad does care
I love you,
about
but
pickleball.
I need a lot more from you. Got it. Got it. Fine.
Well, maybe you should try golf.
Yeah.
There you go, champ.
Thanks, Dad.
No.
Sorry.
Discover top brands at unexpectedly low prices. Sierra, let's get moving.
President Trump, it's time to defund Planned Parenthood. You said it yourself. America needs more babies.
We want more babies to be born in America.
Right now, the largest abortion chain in the country is killing over 1,000 American babies every single day, while raking in nearly $700 million in taxpayer money every year. In just the last decade, Planned Parenthood has committed nearly 4 million abortions. That's 4 million little boys and girls who never had the chance to be born. Well, Planned Parenthood has siphoned off over $6.5 billion from taxpayers. And what has the abortion chain done with that money? Not real healthcare. Well, Planned Parenthood's government funding went up 30%. Their clientele dropped 30%, and their services plummeted by 16%. Planned Parenthood is doing less and less for women who they claim to care for, but they're doing more and more abortions. And taxpayers, you and me, are forced to foot the bill. And abortion isn't Planned Parenthood's only business. Planned Parenthood is also one of the largest suppliers of transgender drugs in the U.S., pushing dangerous, irreversible drugs on kids with virtually no oversight. Planned Parenthood kills babies in the womb, and they mutilate children outside of it. I've seen Planned Parenthood's darkness firsthand. As a teenager, I went undercover into Planned Parenthood clinics, and I exposed their cold, callous approach to young women and their babies. I reported staff willing to aid and abet child sex traffickers, cover up sexual abuse, and push abortion at any cost. Not once did I see Planned Parenthood actually empower women. They only pressured, exploited, and profited from their pain. For 16 years, undercover investigations have exposed Planned Parenthood's corruption. They take racist donations.
The less black kids out there, the better.
Understandable. They abort babies simply because they're girls.
Even if you find out that it's a girl, what you would prefer is to terminate the pregnancy, then that's just your decision.
They traffic in baby body parts. Enough is enough. President Trump and Congress, the time is now. Cut the cash, save the lives of children, and defund Planned Parenthood.
And it delivers really good audio. So when you get Skype, download it, then put us in. If you're in North America, or Canada, put in MITD 51, MITD 51. If you're outside the rest of the world, put in MITD 55. Little plus sign, add content, MITD 55 outside the country. And then there are additional rules for that. Do not use a Bluetooth because they sound bleh. And do not use a speakerphone because they too sound dead. If you talk right into the phone, you're going to have a very commanding voice, and what you have to say here on the show is going to grab people's attention, as Ross would with his voice, right? And that's what you want to do. You want to get the point across. Make a point. Dave, make a point. Hello. Dave.
Hi, Dave. How are you?
Yes, hello, Dave.
Yes, you caught me unexpected.
Well, when you get through and you hear the audio on Skype, it means you're coming up, so better get ready.
Very good. You've had all sorts of people on the show, but maybe you haven't had one of me.
Okay, I will consider that. Why should I have you? You mean as a guest,
Well, even just as someone that you're talking. I'm a Scientologist.
Really?
Yes.
Isn't there a new antibiotic for that?
Say again?
Nothing. Go ahead.
We have it all. The past lives, the body, out-of-body experiences, all that stuff, which is stuff you cover on your show. Not so much UFOs, but I have some comments on them if you want. I'm willing to talk a little bit of shop on all this stuff. So as they say, want to take a ride?
Well, not a Scientologist ride, really, but I mean, I wouldn't bar you from talking about it.
Sure. Specifically, there's an awful lot that you've talked about that is stuff that we cover as far as that goes, like the hypnotist that you talked about that you had on a couple weeks ago that talked about past lives and so on.
Yes.
The little tricks that he used sounds like it's straight out of Dianetics and other related books as far as that goes.
Yeah, but why would you want tricks used on you?
No, I'm saying that tricks and stuff that he used.
Oh, he used, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Well, similar, though, to Dianetics, you said.
Yeah, they're very similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a couple small critiques, though. For example, you had asked him, how do you know if the guy is faking it or not?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And the thing that he said that he used his own ability, a spiritual ability, to verify that
life's better when your stuff is protected under our roof.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane, a boat, and a car. It was wild. So today, How Ridiculous have 50 million followers. We're in the billions, tens of billions. That's pretty good. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years. But if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on with.
Someone was actually looking at something versus making it up.
Yeah, I prefer another mode. What you do is you tell the person you've got hypnotized that they can't feel anything in their leg. And then you start at them with a sewing needle. And pretty quickly you're going to know if they're really under or not.
Well, the thing is that even if you grant him the credibility that, yeah, he could do that,
yeah.
The thing is, the ability to have that kind of perception is pretty rare as far as that goes. And you would basically want a system that anyone could use as far as that goes. And it's a similar type of technique, but you're working with the idea of you want people to more consciously be aware of it as far as that goes, instead of going into a hypnotic trance as far as that goes. The other thing that
you say that a lot as far as that goes.
Well, Well, I could go into a lot of detail, but I don't want to get super technical.
No.
No.
Very broad brushes, please.
Yes. One thing that he did not use is a thing called, you could call it a canceller. That is a command that says, when you start off at the beginning of session, when I'm done with all the stuff we're talking about, any suggestions that I may have made to you accidentally during the course of our discussion are canceled. He doesn't use that, and that is kind of a critique, and that's a thing that is in Dianetics.
All right, well, listen, we're way short on time, and, callers can only get so much time, so rather than have the entire Dianetics thing unveiled in front of us tonight, I think we'll move on for now and say hello. You're on the air.
Let me turn off the headset real quick here.
Oh, good. Yes, do that.
Please, Harold, I'd like to comment about the Walmart thing. Turn it on, please.
The Walmart. You okay, sir?
Yes, I believe that there's such a shortage of prisons in our country, and if there ever is mass panic, the Walmart stores, I think there's 4,400 Walmart locations, plus their distribution centers, which are strategically located across the country, would make ideal prisons for mass incarceration if there is mass panic. In Greece, the banks were shut down for about 3 weeks, Art, and then they started looting the stores.
You mean to tell me that you think, oh my God, that Walmarts would be used as prison centers?
Well, they have the trucks. They have all the trucks. They have all the equipment. They have the cooling centers. They have all kinds of stuff. And one thing that's kind of interesting, before I'd like to really talk.
By the way, do you have any comment on people just spontaneously disappearing in their restaurants?
Well, kind of, sort of. If you Walmart spells backwards, it's tram law. There's a lot of mumbo jumbo stuff about tram law on the internet. But if somebody Googles for tram law and look that up, there's a lot of people that want to say about Walmart. I shopped at Walmart yesterday. I love the good prices. I used to think that they put mom and pops out of business, but if people could afford to buy food for their family at Walmart, so be it. But and also, I'd really like to touch on baseball because a lot of people say, I'm mostly white. It wasn't me that did slavery. It wasn't me that killed the Native Americans. It was my ancestors. Darn right it was our ancestors. We're a young country.
But you carry genetic shame because of it, sir.
Well, I don't think
genetic shame.
No, we're a young country, Art, and I believe that these people, they saw and they've heard what we did to the people in Nigeria, and also to the Native Americans in this country, what we've done to the land, in Australia, New Zealand, South America, on and on and on and on. And to me, it's a hop, skip, and jump. But some people said that chaos creates change.
Your genes are hanging their little chins on their chests.
Well, I think the chemtrails do a good job with that. But at any rate, I just like to add really quickly, 90 million buffalo later.
Yes.
We were it was called Manifest Destiny.
I miss the buffalo, sir. Now that you've mentioned it, I really miss them.
Yeah, well, I guess Ted Turner has that going on up there. I don't know what else he's doing at CNN. I think maybe Ted Turner should sell some free spots to President Obama to sell prom girls or something.
You don't own CNN anymore.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just like to touch on the tram law thing, Art, and just please keep up the good work. I don't think people have any idea what kind of mental capacity Art Bell has to do what he does. And I'd just like to thank you once again.
Well, thank you again, and have a good night. And concentrate on that disappearance that we're talking about. And for goodness sakes, check out this thing about people disappearing generally, just sort of blinking out, as it were. All right, where to go? Let's see. Let's go to...
I really did avoid mirrors, and now I see a mirror, and I'm like, hello, gorgeous.
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle.
Ryan, I think it's going to be Ryan calling in on Skype. Yo, Ryan.
Hey. Hey, long-time listener. Can you hear me fine?
I hear you, sure.
Wonderful. Ryan in Washington State, by the way. I'm getting your signal good up here. But before you went off the air on Sirius,
yes,
you had an interesting show with Dr. Roger Lear, and I wanted to see if you can comment about. Well, first of all,
I'll tell you what, sir. I'll tell you what. We're at a break. I'm going to ask you to hold over, and I'll bring you right back. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right, good.
Good.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. While at this hour, details are unconfirmed, at least 20 have been reported dead following a hostage situation involving 170 people at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Mali. Islamic extremists said to be armed with guns and grenades stormed the luxury hotel in Mali's capital Friday morning. Security forces swarmed in to free the guests floor by floor. As of this evening, officials have reported that no more hostages were being held. It is unknown exactly how many were wounded in the attacks, which have been claimed by an extremist group led by former al-Qaeda commander Mokhtar Belmokhtar. The siege on the former French colony is seen as an assault on the country's interests following the Paris attacks. Special forces were still said to be battling gunmen in the hotel Friday evening. At least one guest reported that the attackers instructed him to recite verses from the Quran before he was allowed to leave the hotel. The French military operation in Mali in 2013 against Islamic extremists who were holding the northern half of the country was the first of several foreign interventions that President Francois Hollande has launched. Those interventions have prompted increased threats against France and French interests from Islamic extremist groups like al-Qaeda's North African arm to the Islamic State group. France has 3,500 troops currently operating in Mali and in 4 other countries in the region. The UN Security Council has unanimously approved a French-sponsored resolution on Friday calling on all nations to redouble and coordinate actions to prevent further attacks by Islamic State terrorists and other extremist groups. The resolution says that the Islamic State group, quote, constitutes a global and unprecedented threat to international peace and security and expresses the Council's determination to combat by all means this unprecedented threat. The resolution was adopted 1 week after violent extremists launched a coordinated gun and bomb assault that killed 130 people in Paris, in which the Islamic State has claimed sole responsibility. It also comes 8 days after twin suicide bombings in Beirut killed 43 people, and 3 weeks after a Russian airliner crashed over Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, killing all 224 people on board. Both of these attacks were also claimed by IS. Have a strange story or a news tip? Email amy@artbell.com. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
Away we go. Back to Skype, in fact, and Ryan, who was on the air when the break came. Nothing I can do about it. Ryan, I'm sorry. You're back on the air.
That's radio art.
It is, yes.
Anyways, back when Roger Lear was on your show back with Sirius, it was kind of hectic at that time.
John Lear, you mean John Lear, right?
Roger Lear.
Roger Lear.
Roger,
oh,
yeah.
Dr. Roger Lear?
Right.
Yes, he's passed away, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But at the time, there wasn't. It was pretty hectic when you were over there, and didn't have much time for follow up. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about Roger Lear and some of the things that he discussed on that show. That were some of the things that he discussed on that show included a really incredible UFO sighting that he had shortly before he passed. And
well, rather than me trying to reconstruct that show, those were copied by the pirates. Every single one of them went up there, so you can find that and listen to it yourself.
Right. But I talked to him shortly before he passed, and there was quite a few UFOs seen when he was over there. But I just wanted to see if you could, it's sort of sad to see somebody like that gone because he's
very sad, and I don't know of anybody on the horizon to replace him. He removed things from people, and I don't know of any other doctor doing that right now. I'm not saying there isn't somebody, but if there's an implant and you want it out, I'm not, I don't know who to send you to now. So he's right about that. Dr. Lear is a tremendous loss. who else is out there removing implants and treating them the right way? In other words, if it's really an implant, let's think about this. The average doctor is going to throw it in,
No matter what kind of work your team does, Asana can help manage it. From project intake to campaign management to strategic planning and more, Asana works for you. Try it for free today at asana.com.
in the trash, bio trash, and nobody's ever going to look at it. Let's go to our prepper line. Dip our hand in, see what we get. Hello.
Hi. I guess you could say I've been kind of inadvertently a prepper since I was a little kid, but I've gotten it more focused recently. But really quickly, if I can make a quick comment before I go into that.
What is that? I don't wait a minute. I do want to go into that. I don't understand what an inadvertent prepper is. Is that like those people you see on TV that get buried by their possessions in their house?
No, more kind of the opposite. I was raised kind of off the land almost, raised like out of a tent or out of a camper most of my life, and pretty much lived off the land for little segments of my childhood, sometimes hardly eating anything from the store, but mostly just plants where I live.
Almost feral. What am I hearing in the background?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my doves. I can go in the background to quiet that. I mean,
those are doves. Really, I just wanted to know they're doves.
Yeah.
Now I know what it sounds like when doves cry.
They're just doing their usual singing. I don't know if this is any better. I have crickets in the background.
If they make that sound around me, it'd be more like what doves do when they die. Anyway, go ahead. I sidetracked you.
But yeah, in living off the land, I learned to learn what plants in the area were edible and what plants were used for what purposes.
Right.
And just basic things like how to get water, make water traps, and find shelter and stuff like that, and be able to take long hikes in the desert.
Your mom and dad really had you making water traps?
Not so much that, but they were making, they made some alternative water situations.
Mm-hmm. Well, water is the first thing anybody would need, no question about that. Okay, so anyway, you're a prepper.
As I got older, I studied the things like the water traps and making, finding various food, shelter, all that sort of thing.
Sure.
More recently, I one thing that going through the desert on a long hike teaches you really quickly is don't pack your bag too heavy.
Mm.
And that is one thing I've brought through the prepping, any official prepping I've done.
What I would like to know, if you don't mind, what is it that you think you're prepping for?
Mainly social collapse type situations where you won't be able to be at home. You will have to live off the land.
Okay, so you got a lot of guns, I'm sure, right?
No, actually, that's what I'm not doing is stockpiling a bunch of stuff, because if you have to run for the hills, if you have to make a quick escape, you don't want a bag that's going to be heavier than you are, that's going to weigh you down so fast that if something's chasing you, you don't have a chance.
But you've got some guns, right?
Actually, I have a kid, so I haven't kept guns in the house, but I do have a couple slingshots in there for hunting purposes.
Well, I hate to flash back to the show the other night, but I watched The Walking Dead, and people who are out just wandering around and don't have guns, well, except for the one lady with the sword, they die real quickly because.
But the key is don't be a fighter, be a hider. Be able to hide enough that you aren't going to be found by the people that have the gun. The thing is, I figure if you can survive the first 2 weeks, you have it made, because most people have such little survival knowledge that you're going to be pretty much alone after that first 2 weeks.
Gotcha. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you very much for the call, and that's probably sage advice. I'm probably one of those people, despite what I have, and I do have some, stuff, right, ready. I have stuff, but still in all, I'm not a survivor of Mad Max, if that's what's coming. Nor do I know if I wish to be. What about you? I guess stand there like nuclear war and just be the first to go. Don't go by the slow, torturous radiation way. Let's go to Glenn, I think it is. Hello.
Yes. Good morning, Art. Hi.
Good morning, sir.
I'm trying to figure out how I want to fulfill the 2 curse word minimum. I'm not quite sure how I'll do that, but something will pop to mind.
Okay, what are you calling me on?
To anyone that's considering going to WGU's School of Business, just do it. The education that WGU gave me is why I'm able to do the things I do and make the impact that I do in my work.
Learn more.
I'm on Skype on a HP laptop.
Okay. Does your laptop have a little hole in it where you would have to talk to sound close?
Am I not close? Am I not loud enough?
That's better. That's way better.
Oh, I'm leaning in a bit. Okay. What's funny is this is my larger home laptop that I use at home, but apparently the smaller one that I take to work with me actually works better.
Well, what they should do on laptops is they should put a little arrow to microphone. They don't show you where it is, and that's very thoughtless of them. And I mean all of them. There's nothing. Not one of them has a little arrow that says, "Okay, mic is here," and some people don't know where they are on a laptop.
PC mics used to be horrible. I got until they came out with some really good the USB ones. Oh my goodness, the mics were terrible.
Yes.
But anyway, on the prepping front, one of my oldest prepping items is your original C Crane crank radio that I still have in the original box. I'm sure you've heard this before.
No joke. Right. I've heard it. I've got them. And you're right. That's a big item.
Yeah, the one with the fold-out crank.
Oh, yeah.
And I even got the one with the light upgrade with a special socket drilled in it and a little red light, the red plastic, housing light with a cord on it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. That's been there for a long time.
You know what they had to make? They should have a couple little terminals on the side of the crank radio so that if you capture somebody and need to get information from them, you simply wire to those 2 terminals and then 2 spots on their body, crank for about half an hour, push the button, and they tell you anything you want to hear.
Right. I think I bought that radio when cell phones were still analog. You could cut the cord on the you could tap into the cord that goes to the light and kind of like clothespin the electrodes to their nostrils or something.
Okay. So anyway, you are a prepper, right?
To some degree. I would call myself I think I want to be able to stay home for 3 days, a week or 2, if absolutely necessary.
All right. What is the number one thing you think people need to prep for? How's Claudia?
Well, basically, I think societal disruption. Like, look at what's going on in Brussels, Belgium tonight. Some huge debilitating thing that scares the tar out of people, or that has government saying, "Stay home, don't go out and watch," that kind of thing. There's some, I have no illusions of staying alive, forever. If there's a nuclear bomb going to be dropped, I want to go down on one knee and signal for a fair catch.
Like that.
Yeah, exactly. I got it. It's fine.
Oh, you guys are all right. Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense.
I also, I am a believer in God, so I do believe at some point, the Messiah, Jesus, is going to come back. But there's a lot of bad stuff I think that has to happen before then. Don't figure I'll probably be living on this planet for another 15 years. You
might be.
I could be.
I frequently surprise myself. Every day I wake up and I go, "Really again?"
Well, no, I just sort of trust God with everything. And you know what? I'm a caregiver by trade, by profession. And so I figure, I'm going to end up, I'm just going to, I'm not going to just worry about covering my own posterior. I'm probably going to be with other people who are suffering or something. If
It's always good to cover your own posterior, and therefore you prep. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. That was a good one. That actually was a very, very good one. Nuclear, global thermonuclear warfare parlance, signaling for a fair catch has some pretty good fair amount of humor. Let's go to first time caller line. You're on the air. Hello.
Oh, this is Mr. Smith, I suppose I should say, in Portland, Oregon. You were mentioning earlier in the program about people just disappearing into thin air before your eyes.
Yeah, we've got an article about it on artbell.com.
Oh, really? I haven't read that. But I remember the MH370 thing.
Yes.
The Indonesian Airlines disappeared in the thin air, literally in the thin air.
It did.
Okay, now, I saw some stuff on the internet, and it looked very, very convincing to me. Two different angles. One looked to be taken from a satellite, and one was taken from, allegedly, a Predator drone, military Predator drone. And the plane was going along. It looked like it took some evasive action in order not to collide with something, because it took a sharp left turn, I think, and it kept flying on, and the satellite view showed that there was a bright flash of light. But before that, 3 different orb-like UFOs came and started circling. I'm talking circling the aircraft from left to right, not in front of it or behind it, but around the middle of the aircraft. And they all got into lockstep with each other, these 3.
Yes.
And they were circling around. I don't know if you've seen it or not, have you?
This is new to me, John. So.
Oh no, I actually got up. I posted a comment about it on one of your lines, I think, on the internet somehow. I can't remember. It was the mid. I think it was before the midnight in the desert program.
All time flies.
Hey, look at you. Floors by day, student by night, PT by dawn, Dean's List by dusk. Always powered by Penn State World Campus. With more than 175 in-demand programs, Penn State World Campus delivers on your time.
Energizer Max. Outlast Duracell Power Boost by 10%. No fluff, just facts. Now powered by enhanced energy.
It disappeared in the thin air. Just a flash of light, and then you could see that.
I don't suppose you have any photographs.
I can send it to you if you want me to.
Oh, heck yeah!
I made a copy of it.
Well then, heck yeah!
Tell me where to send it to, Art.
Okay. So I am Art Bell at knye.com. That's, don't get dyslexic. Everybody does. It's Kilowatt Nancy Yokohama Easy. Art Bell at knye.com. Right?
Okay, and that was very strange. Very strange. You will see when I send it to you. I mean, it was bizarre.
All right, well, if it's strange enough, I'll put it up for everybody.
Well, you're the doctor of the strange, so. Oh, you were mentioning about the buffalo. You missed the buffalo. I lived in Alaska some years ago, and they still have free-range buffalo in Alaska. Several large herds of them. They just let them roam free up there because there's so few fences. You know what I'm saying?
But no longer can you sit out in the wild in Wyoming, contemplating the universe, and sort of with maybe a blade of grass in your mouth. And in the distance, you begin to hear this, well, what can I call them? Giant thundering hooves attached to several thousand pound animals with a cloud of dust coming up on the horizon. And you don't even have time to signal for a fair catch. Going to the phone. Hello there. Hello. No. They gave up or chickened out. On my special line, Prepper's line, you're on the air.
Yes. I'm a recovering Y2K prepper.
Oh. How much stock did you have for Y2K?
Well, I've been a long time listener to you guys, and I love your program. I bought the year's supply that you were promoting at the time.
Excellent.
And, actually, I've kind of dipped into that lately, and that stuff is still good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good for a long time. Listen, we were not officially connecting your food supply with Y2K. And I want to add, before anybody calls up and says, wow, what a hooks, man. Y2K was such a hooks. No, the fact that everybody screamed and yelled about it is what got programmers to fix it so that the world didn't go to berserk. And so what do? They say, oh, it was a big hoax.
My brother was a programmer, and he advised me to prepare.
Of course.
And I just figured, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
But you're still prepping?
And, no. Matter of fact, I've still got so much left of that I purchased before. I don't need anything else. I figure I'm ready for anything right now. I mean, I've been into I opened up a number 10 can of that milk and put it in the blender with some good water.
Right.
And it's just like milk. It's great stuff. I just figure, you should be ready for anything. I mean, like EMP or
if you needed it, nothing else would do.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to have water. I mean, I live here in the desert. I live in Vegas. And, you got to have water. And even if you've got food, you still got to have water.
Water would be the first thing you need, actually.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think what do you think of the possibility of Las Vegas? I mean, it really freaks me out that they're digging this deeper straw over there at Lake Mead so you guys can keep drinking water. That's worrisome.
Well, actually, they say that we're, well within our allotment as far as the water goes, but, that's the official.
Yeah. Chamber of Commerce stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. I just think it's better to be prepared than not. And, I was so devastated when you left back in, whenever you went off the air. And I was just surfing on the AM dial and found you. And I'm so glad to have you back.
All right, my friend. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you found us on AM there in Las Vegas. And we are. I hear. There's a long story there. Aren't anywhere in the world. And listen, I guess we're busted because somebody's sending me Lone Voice is sending me a message.
Your choice was the greatest investment I've ever done in my life.
At Sierra, Jack discovered great pickleball gear at incredible prices, which led to another discovery.
We're having fun. I got it. Oh, come on. That's yours.
His dad does care.
I love you.
How about pickleball?
I need a lot more from you. Got it. Fine.
Well, maybe you should try golf.
Yeah.
There you go, champ.
Thanks, Dad.
No, sorry. Discover top brands at unexpectedly low prices. Sierra, let's get moving.
On the wormhole. And they've let the cat out of the bag. And it seems as though, Mark just heard the news about your Thanksgiving Day marathon. KABC in Los Angeles is going to play us from, I don't know what it is, like 6 in the morning till 6 at night. That's right. In Los Angeles, they're going to be playing us on Thanksgiving from 6 in the morning till 6 at night. Now, that's really going to probably irritate the hell out of a lot of people and also enjoy. I think you're going to enjoy it. We have picked, of course, some of the very best programs to air all day long in Los Angeles, but I totally cracked up when I heard about this plan. And I didn't think they were going to announce it to anybody. I thought they were just going to do it. But it's pretty cool. Can you imagine that? Midnight in the desert, all day long on Thanksgiving in Los Angeles. That, believe me, is going to get some people's attention. You know, people that have never heard the show, for example. My goodness. It's hard to imagine. I thought they were going to keep it secret, but the cat is plainly out of the bag. Therefore, I guess I feel free to. Yes, that really needs smaller print so I can get everything. It's Lone Voice. Lone Voice, thank you. Apparently, now certainly everybody that does know about it. They announced it, so I guess it's okay to talk about, right? On the day, on the air all day in Los Angeles on Thanksgiving Day. People so full of turkey that they can't move to even turn me off. What a world. Let's go to a Skype and see who's here. Hello.
Hi, this is Bodan. I'm calling from Canada.
Canada. Yes, my TFT friend. Go right ahead.
And just started listening to your show for the first time yesterday. Very intrigued, having trouble sleeping, so I thought I'd give you a quick shout.
May I ask a question before you do? You said you just began listening like yesterday. So how did you learn of the show? How did you learn about the program?
I was just going to brush my teeth yesterday and turned on the radio, and I started listening to your show, and it kind of hit me, your topic, and I don't remember what you spoke about yesterday, but the topic was really interesting. So I'm going to give you guys a try another night tonight if I'm having trouble falling asleep. So here I am again.
All right. Well, the way the show works is the first 4 days of the week, we're pretty serious. You know, we have guests on, and then Friday night, Saturday morning, we throw caution to the wind, and we just open the lines. We don't screen calls. We just do what we're doing now.
Well, the reason for my call is first of all, I'm not when you're, I think it's called a rapper, from what I understand.
You're breaking up a little bit now on Skype.
Okay, I'm calling from my BlackBerry. But the reason for my call is to talk to you guys about ayahuasca.
Oh, yes.
And implants. I don't know if I heard somebody was talking about implants earlier.
Yes.
And I went to Peru to have one of these ayahuasca experiences. And during this experience, I don't know how much you know about ayahuasca, but it's a shaman medicine from thousands of years ago.
Oh, I know enough. I know enough, sir, about it. Trust me.
Okay. Maybe for your other people that are listening to. But anyways, in this experience, one of the things that came out was a lot about aliens and how, I don't know if I was in another dimension or something, and how I was getting implants put into me. And during this ceremony, one of the things that happened was I was getting these implants pulled out of me. And I kind of physically have to do it myself in some cases. But just wondering, from your past experience, past guests, any of your guests have any similar experience to this one?
Oh, yes. I have had many guests talk about DMT and ayahuasca. Absolutely. So keep listening. We talk about that kind of thing here. Trust me. We've had a number of people on who talked 3 hours about it. The experience was like. DMT is even wilder and faster, I guess, right?
I guess when I first time doing it, I went down there just kind of from more of the experience, and plus, I actually heard your commercial. I guess was on back.
Oh well, you're again breaking up. You're again breaking up, sir. Now I don't know whether that means. Yeah, breaking up. All right. We're gonna have to. I'll tell you what. Here's the key. If you've got wireless internet, you're going to have to be pretty close to your router.
Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
Have you been feeling sad most of the time, losing interest in things you once cared about? You may be experiencing these and other symptoms that are difficult to understand. These symptoms are worth exploring with a doctor. Learn more about major depressive disorder and a potential treatment option at managingdepression.us.
And if that doesn't do it, then you're going to have a talk with your internet company. Because generally, as a general rule, carrying Skype is a pretty easy thing to do, frankly. It's not bad at all. So it doesn't take a lot of internet to carry Skype. It takes relatively jitterless internet to carry Skype well. And most people aren't going to even know what that means. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Art. And thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Long-time listener, first-time caller, and it's like meeting an old member of the family that has disappeared. Thank you for coming back.
Well, you're very welcome. And I'm glad that I did not spontaneously actually completely disappear. Like the story I
Well,
had.
that's why I'm calling you this evening.
Oh.
Yes. And now this is not an ayahuasca experience I'm about to share with you.
Okay.
And I don't want to frighten our Canadian listeners.
All right.
Let me tell you two very quick examples. These are called bilocation, and they may be related to spontaneous disappearance as well. That's what I believe. I'm trained in the hard sciences, so what I speak of tonight is by direct experience and by very clear observation when these things happened. In 1975, when I was living in Little Rock, Arkansas, I was separated from very close friends of mine in Wisconsin, some that your friend Mr. Straver knows very well. And I showed up at one of their parties one evening in the middle of a doorway, and I assure you that Madison, Wisconsin is a great deal of distance from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Oh, yes.
Stood in the doorway, people came up to me, talked to me, but I didn't respond back, and I disappeared in front of them. Now, I had no memory of doing this. I had no consciousness of doing this. It happened during the times of day when I would have been sleeping and so forth. But it was obviously a condition of bilocation where I physically showed up and many people saw me standing there at the same time. At the same time, I know it catches your breath for a moment, but I think part of this is quantum entanglement. We could get into that, but the bottom line is the second thing. There is a very steep road in Little Rock, Arkansas called Markham. It goes up and down and up and down. And you can't see the drivers who are coming on the other side of the hill very well.
Yeah.
On one particular day, the roads were particularly slippery. I came up over a hill, came down to where a stop sign was, could not stop because of the ice. Another car was coming at me. One of those station wagons used to have the fake wood on the side of them, if you'll remember them.
Sure.
And we passed through each other. Now, hold your breath for a moment. Let me explain this. I literally could experience his body, his car, the people in his car passing through me and what he was thinking and experiencing simultaneously.
Wow.
We both hit our brakes and stopped immediately when we could and slowed down. And I believe it freaked out this gentleman.
Okay, well, that really deserves a wow. And so let me ask you, when you were passing through, was there enough time for you to sort of understand what you were feeling from him?
Yes. I've had the near-death experience, so I can only tell you it's similar to that where your life flows suddenly in front of you and you have a simultaneous, multiple experience on all levels, like an all-knowing experience.
Right.
And it was literally, I was almost like him momentarily with his family, his feelings, his history, his background. He must have felt mine too, which probably scared him considering the things that I've been through. So he probably had nightmares for months. So all I can tell you is even though we teach in physics that two objects cannot be in the same space at the same time, I'm telling you, these things can occur where you can actually physically be in the same place at the same time and from the previous experience, absolutely disappear from that other position.
All right. Were you doing this consciously or subconsciously?
Neither experience was consciously done.
Too bad. You should give it a shot. See if you can meditate and jump.
You probably know this is print for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Mr. Bell, I'm far beyond that at this point.
Really?
I can do things that a certain major of yours would probably have a Pampers date if I told him what I could do from a distance.
Really?
Oh, yes. The whole thing with the remote viewer thing about, well, we can only observe, we can't affect what's at a distance.
Yeah. Remote.
That's baloney. That's baloney.
Really?
Oh, yes.
What can you do? Lay it out.
You can perform and affect the physical environment as well as a non-physical environment at any distance. At any distance. And people who are purveyors of these skills who know about these for centuries, probably eons in our cultures and temples and other places knew about it. But it is not a plaything. It is nothing to play with or mess with. And I assure you, we have people, so the Chinese, the Russians, and others who have used these kind of skills to affect the health of leaders for generations.
So you're saying remote influencing is not only real, but you're really good at it.
Oh, of course, yes.
Oh,
And you have to have. I believe there is a standard of ethics that you have to have.
Oh, darn.
I come from a school that says you harm none. Period.
Really?
And that means you have to be careful when you drop that pebble in the stream or in the lake. Remember the ripples that you let loose. And that takes a very strong sense of ethics. Just because you have a skill, as my teacher in fourth grade said, just because you have a pencil doesn't mean you should put it in your ear. Same thing with these skills. Just simply because you have the skill doesn't mean you should use it for purposes that I believe are immoral, unethical, and downright dangerous.
Too bad, because I was about to hire you.
No.
There was money on the table.
No, I will not do that. I will tell you a story.
Not be short.
Your other listeners' time. Yes. I had a very close girlfriend who I was with for some time who was a stockbroker. And she handed me the paper one day and said, well, if you're so good at this, tell me which stocks I should buy in the market and so forth. And I went, bingity, 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 and said, this and this and this, these will go up, this will go down, blah, blah, handed it over to her, gave her 12 stocks, and that was it. The next day, she came back and she said, if I had done what you said, I would have made $1 million today. I want you to help. I said, I won't do it. Let's just say that relationship didn't last long.
Not bad.
Yeah, it can be done, but you must have the ethics to go with it. If you don't have the ethics, you shouldn't even have that tool. But that's not what I called you about the disappearances, that there is a primordial characteristic of matter and energy in our universe that allows us to be in two places at the same time and possibly vaporize and be at this other place.
So you're well aware of the Walmart restroom thing, right?
You know, there are a lot of restrooms in this country that are along highways you can disappear into, and I'm only going to about 10,000 people disappear permanently every year.
Actually, it's the truth. They do. I know they do, and it just can't be explained. You're going to want to read the article that is at artbell.com about this. Seriously.
I have looked a little through it. I'll look some more. But I just want to thank you so much, Art, for your time and being a family member for all of us who are nighttime listeners in the world. And I think after the thing in Los Angeles, you're going to have probably a replay in daytime forever. You're going to grab them. You're going to grab them, Art. And it's coming.
Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you very much. We'll have to see how that works out. But I laughed and laughed and laughed. I mean, of all ideas, can you imagine doing Midnight in the Desert from 6 in the morning till 6 at night in Los Angeles? There are going to be, I don't want to make predictions. Anyway, I know we picked 4 pretty good shows. That's what it'll take, is 4 shows. It's going to be wild. I think Los Angeles is the nation's second radio market. The way it works is New York, WABC. New York is number 1, and Los Angeles is the second radio market, and Chicago is the 3rd radio market. Let's go to Cincinnati on the phone. Hello.
What I love most about Clear Choice, they made me feel so comfortable. I'm beautiful now.
Hello.
Hi.
not actually Cincinnati.
Well, all I can go by is what it says on my phone. It says Cincinnati on my phone. I'm sorry.
Is it? No, it's not your fault. This is Alicia Roswell, first of all. I am actually currently in Cottonwood, Arizona, but I live in Phoenix now. Just haven't changed the phone.
No, wait a minute. Then at what point were you in Cincinnati?
A very long time. That's why the phone still has the 513.
Wow. All right.
Now in Phoenix, home of the light. Much more exciting. So I want to say that, first of all, I have to say hi to Bite 9 and to my husband, who is sitting next to me, who is your biggest fan. He is he's a ham radio operator, just like you.
All right.
He's the reason I'm listening to your show.
Well, then you obviously have good taste, married an amateur radio operator.
So I want to say this. I am not a long-term listener. I am a new listener, all because of him. And this relates to my story. I want to talk about ghosts.
Okay.
I feel like listening to a show has kind of opened my mind. I was a skeptic for a very long time. And what's been happening is I'm having these dreams that are very vivid, where I can walk through a wall and I can feel every bit of it. It's just all the energy I have. And I know that I come across the wall and I think, I've got to get to the other side. And I feel myself going through this wall. It's like the most concentration you can possibly have. And so I'm wondering, just kind of throwing it out to the listeners, is it an experience from the past? Is it an experience in the future? Or is it out of body? It's the weirdest, most real thing that I've ever felt. And I know you talked about sleep issues before, and I had sleep paralysis and some of the other things, but it's just something I feel like other people might have some wisdom on, and I just wanted to kind of throw it out there.
Well, I appreciate you doing that. And you haven't heard about this Walmart restaurant thing, right?
Well, I've been hearing a little.
A little, yeah. Okay. Well, then there you are. It's getting around. All right. Thank you very, very much for the call, and please call again. I am now informed by the evil Roland that I said it wrong, that KBC will indeed be playing us all day long. But actually, this is better because, who the heck is it? 6 a.m. on Thanksgiving anyway. It'll be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Thanksgiving. And then, of course, we'll have a repeat beginning at then. So actually, it's longer than that, right? If it's 9 in the morning till 9 at night, well, there might be an hour in between. Then there'll be another show. Anyway, that's what it says, 9 in the morning till 9 at night. Michael, hello. On Skype, hello.
Art.
Michael.
Okay, I've got a bit of a delay. I'm on Skype on the iPhone.
No, you sound all right to me.
Perfect. So listen, I have a potential revenue stream for you that I haven't seen tapped in yet.
Okay.
Midnight in the desert dating.
Yeah, I'm going to double tap you and kick you off my line.
Have a nice night.
Yeah, you too. Double tap for sure. Now you can go in there. Hi, on the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
I was just calling to tell you about why some people prep.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, excellent. You're a first-time caller. You've never called the show before, right?
No.
No? Okay. All right, then. Lay it on me. Why do people prep?
Well, I think some people are interested in a kind of like old-timey lifestyle or camping, outdoorsy lifestyle, and it appeals to them to collect certain items like the certain tools of the trades, as it were, like camping gear, all these different items, and just build those skills as it relates to just a simpler life. And I think it comes out of a fear that we won't be able to protect our children, have them in a warm place. If the electricity goes out, if society breaks down, you want to have a lot of stuff.
Okay, well, let's go beyond that, even a step beyond it. Do you think that the people you're talking about sort of secretly hope something bad will happen?
No, I think that's like a really rare, maybe that's more of the fanatic people. They don't I think they're more violent. There's a violent obsession or something there, and that's where it connects for them to like the guns and the knives.
I'm telling you, sir, I think there's more of those people than you would imagine.
Oh, there probably is, but you know, I sure hope they don't rear their ugly heads and do that kind of stuff, because you know, a lot of the people that are sitting in the background too, that aren't like that, they are just as prepared. They're just as prepared to, you know, run out their front door and protect their neighbor.
I would like to imagine that if something really awful happened, you know, we would all take care of each other, share our rations and our water. But you know, that just doesn't match up with reality and human nature.
Hey, look at you. Floors by day, student by night. PT by dawn, Dean's List by dusk. Always powered by Penn State World Campus. With more than 175 in-demand programs, Penn State World Campus delivers on your time.
Energizer Max. Outlast Duracell Power Boost by 10%. No fluff, just facts. Now powered by Enhanced Energy.
Yeah, it's true. And people are throwing up fences and building their houses, you know, more and more taller and going within their own houses and technology and entertainment within, and they're not coming outdoors and doing those things that I think make you realize that these, and make young people realize that these weapons and guns and things that are military grade assault rifles, it's true, you don't need that stuff to be prepared. You could go out with a hunting rifle, bolt action rifle, and hunt and learn to survive out and be very, very much more prepared than some person who just sits in their house and obsesses about how much gear they have on their assault rifle. That's not a reasonable thing to prepare. That's not being prepared.
I agree with you. What do you think the most likely scenario is for needing the kind of stuff we're talking about here?
Oh, something that, you know, maybe is not as expected as we thought. Like really smart people that I've heard, really smart astronomers, and say that, you know, asteroids can hit the planet and weird stuff like that that seems unfathomable to us could actually happen, you know, and send up dust clouds, or even Mount St. Helens. I live over here in the Northwest, and Mount St. Helens blew up and send out huge dust clouds and just stuff like that, you know. Not a realistic I don't see people living long-term apocalypse style living Mad Max stuff. That I think that's kind of unrealistic. I think if we degrade past the point of like the cowboy days in 1870s, we're pretty much done for at that point. So, you know, but if we could go back to horse, that's why I really like that, like I said, this old-timey preparedness and that prepper where you learn leather work, you learn woodwork, you learn hand tools. And there's nothing wrong with that. In the sense, a large knife in that sense is not scary to me. If someone wearing a large knife, if they told me walking down the street they're a prepper, I wouldn't get worried, you know, even if they're in camouflage and they're kind of scary looking.
Well, if society reverted to a time before radio, then what would I be? I might as well just cease to exist, you know, head to a Walmart restaurant. Hello there on Skype. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I've kind of been recently concerned about the events in society lately, and actually there was an incident that kind of frightened me and kind of wants me to just be aware of what's going on and kind of prepare a little bit.
What is it you think you're preparing for? In other words, what do you see happening?
Well, the general way society is going already is, you know, scary with people with guns and knives. And I had a friend a guy with a knife just walked right into her house one night. And that has me scared. So,
yeah, I think that's maybe the scariest thing of all. We can all imagine carjackings or something, but somebody just breaking down your door or breaking a window and getting in your house, my God, that's scary.
Yeah, and she only lives like an hour and a half from me. So, since then I've gotten a dog for for alarm purposes, and well, more than about that, but he's a very good alarm. And I want to have a weapon on hand just in case I need to use one.
Well, a dog alarms about everything. They alarm about, well, you know, like when the mail gets there. They alarm when the trash truck gets there. They send you alarms about everything. Sometimes all the time.
Well, this one is kind of discriminatory about what he barks at. If he's not sure if he should be barking, he doesn't bark as loud.
So there's a sort of like a, if it's really loud, oh.
And if there's somebody at the door, he goes absolutely freaking nuts.
Okay.
Sorry about the language.
Well, it's all right.
Yeah, he goes absolutely nuts if somebody's at the door. So, anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with this.
What's in your kit to survive?
I'm just trying to build one now. Waiting for
other than food, water, and maybe a radio, what else would seem essential to you? Something that you use, well, let's say every day and wouldn't feel comfortable without.
I always have candles nearby in case of a power failure.
Candles are good. Sure.
If I ever get to move to my new home, I also want to install solar electric. I'm one of those people that would not survive without electricity.
What would be the, I'm with you. What would be the most frivolous item you would include?
Most frivolous?
That's right. Some guilty pleasure, no doubt.
Well, I'm trying to give up tobacco, so I think that a lot of people would want to include tobacco in their kit.
Well,
it's a pretty strong addiction.
Yeah, it's an incredibly strong addiction, and you know, even if you didn't smoke, you'd want to have several cartons of cigarettes because, man, you could bargain away. You know, you wait until they're like in the second stage of withdrawal, then you pull them out and demand a house and trade and get it.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see the proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane, a boat, and a car. It was wild. So today, How Ridiculous have 50 million followers. We're in the billions, tens of billions. That's pretty good. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Make your website on Wix.
I suppose something frivolous would be a deck of cards. When the power goes out here, my daughter and I pull out a deck of cards.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call, and take care. What? People have a lot to say about this, don't they? You're listening to Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. A new study has revealed that pigeons can detect breast cancer in images almost as well as human radiologists. The pigeons, which look at and categorize digitized slides and mammograms of benign and malignant human breast tissue, were trained through traditional operant conditioning, a technique of positive reinforcement in which a bird is rewarded only when a correct selection is made. The pigeons were able to generalize what they had learned so that when the researchers showed them a completely new set of normal and cancerous digitized slides, they correctly identified them Their accuracy was said to be affected by presence or absence of color in the images, as well as by degrees of image compression. The pigeons also learned to correctly identify cancer-relevant microcalcifications on the mammograms. They still had a tougher time classifying suspicious masses on mammograms, a task considered difficult even for skilled human observers. These results go a long way toward establishing a profound link between humans and our animal kin, said Edward Wasserman, professor of psychological and brain sciences at the University of Iowa. While the data suggests that the birds were just memorizing and applying what they had seen during their training, one researcher notes, as this task reflects the difficulty even humans have, it indicates how pigeons may be faithful mimics of the strengths and weaknesses of humans in viewing medical images. A red panda has escaped a zoo in Northern California. The 18-month Masala disappeared from Sequoia Park Zoo in Eureka around noon on Thursday. The zoo's manager, Gretchen Ziegler, told the Times Standard newspaper that if spotted, Masala should not be approached, but should be kept in sight while the zoo or police are alerted. A red panda is about the size of a house cat, and Masala's biggest threats outside of the zoo are traffic and larger predators. Still, it is a mystery as to how she left. Zookeepers are unsure how she might have left her enclosure, describing it as secure. A man in Perth believes he may have captured the image of a specter in his front yard. The camera, mounted in what appears to be a garage, depicts a cloudy form pass in front of the man's driveway. At one point, it appears to be darting between the cars as if it were dancing. What do you think it is? Check out this dancing specter for yourself over on yahoo.com. Have a strange story or a news tip? Email amy@artbell.com. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
You can be on the, what a world we live in now, right? You can be on the other side of the world, load your phone up with just whatever I told you, and sound great on a worldwide talk show and do it for free. That is what a world's on. All right, we have 2 additional lines open tonight for your dialing pleasure. One is the prepper line. And it's not so much I want to know what you're doing as why you're doing it, what you expect. But I'll take a little of both. Area code 575-208-7787. That's the prepper line at area code 575-208-7787. And the first time caller line, this one's really good for those who have never called the show. Area code 775-285-5800. 775-285-5800. We don't normally give those out during the week, but what the heck, right? Barbara, hello, Barbara.
Hi.
Hi.
I didn't think I was ever going to get on.
Oh, but yet it occurred.
Well, thank you.
Where are you, Barbara?
I'm in Phoenix.
Phoenix, okay.
And I'm not prepping for nothing.
Not at all, huh?
No.
Yeah.
I have enough to do with cleaning the house and everything else.
So, in other words, if it all came apart and the tide hit the fan,
Yep.
because you do a lot of cleaning, I thought I'd throw that in. You'd be out of luck, huh?
I'd be out of luck. Well, I mean, what would I do? Run away to the mountains and I'd have to bring my cats, my cat food.
Yeah.
And in about a day and a half later, my kids would run off and I'd be like wondering what to do out there.
They don't travel well anyway.
Yeah, they don't. Well, anyway, this is about residual hauntings, for which I've heard, for years about residual hauntings, and they've always been kind of disappointing to me because they basically mean that there's nothing happening. It's just a loop, right?
Yes, a continuing vibration, maybe. Actually, to me, I think, well, good. I mean, if it's not really a soul trapped in a repetitive thing forever, then yay, because that sounds a little...
Is your phone bill eating your hard-earned dollars? Then stop whatever you're doing and hear this out.
Mobile comes with the most affordable phone plans from day one and beyond. Go for the unlimited plan for just $25 a month. That's the most expensive one. Embrace the savings era and go for wireless that really suits your needs with Mobile. Check Tello.com and get your next phone plan.
Horrific to me.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe you won't like this, actually.
Oh?
Yeah, because I have a friend, and she has a house that's built near a graveyard in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So every night, she, about 10 o'clock, which I didn't even know was so regular, but she sees a smoky black mass.
Ooh.
Yes, in the hall across from her bedroom.
Yes.
And it goes down the hall a few steps and then into the closet. So it's very much like a residual haunting. This has been going on for like a year or something, a couple of years. So the other night, for whatever reason, she thought, her husband had passed away a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So for some reason or other, I guess she got into her head, maybe it's my husband. So she went out there. She's terrified of this thing. But she called out her husband's name, Dan. And the smoky mass, where the head would be, turned to her.
Yes.
And she described it as it suddenly, how did she describe it? It fractured and broke up. She said it was like a newspaper consumed by the wind in a fire, and that it just suddenly blew away, crinkled away, is what she said.
Only at the calling of the name?
Only at the calling of the name.
Yikes.
Which means that possibly residual hauntings are not just somebody repeating something over and over again, a visual loop, that there could be someone there.
That's really creepy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Really creepy. I mean, yeah, what if, you did a certain level of bad in your life and you've got to keep repeating that forever? I mean, that's true hell.
Isn't that awful?
Sure. It's awful.
So I always wanted to say that to you, and I'm so glad I got in to talk to you because I love your show.
Well, I'm glad you got in too, but now that's going to be on my mind,
I know.
forever.
Well, I don't know. I just thought that would be an interesting insight into ghosts because people are kind of, that's just a residual haunting.
Appreciate your call. Thank you. And that will be on my mind for a while now. That's kind of like the don't go to the light, it's a trick. I would like to interview John Lear if for no other reason than to ask him about that quote. I wonder if John still thinks that. I'm sure that he's been on talk shows and people have asked him, right? I wonder if he still believes that's true. All right, let's go all the way out of the country. Tom, wherever you are, you're on the air. Hello, Tom. Going once, Tom. We have no audio from you. Going twice, Tom, and gone. My guess is that was probably somebody from North America jumping in on the wrong line. First time caller line, you are on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
My name's Mike. I'm in Las Vegas.
Hey, Mike.
How you doing? I'm making a point to listen to you every night. I love your show.
Thank you.
August 25th last year, we threw a big pool party / birthday party for a friend of mine. There were like 20, 30 guests there. And at about 5 minutes after midnight, the party started breaking up, and there was about maybe a dozen people left around the pool. And I just happened to look up in the sky, and I started screaming, "Everybody look." And I was looking right over the light of the Luxor Hotel. And I stopped counting after 12.
12 what?
There were 12 lights in the sky in two formations. There were in circles. There were 6 in the front and 6 in the back. 2 circle formations of what we saw as UFOs.
Well, I've thought about the Luxor for a long time, and that's such a bright light, sir, that you know if anything's out there, including our own space station, the Luxor light is one thing you're not going to miss.
Yeah, exactly. And what I thought it was being used for was a buoy marker. But because when the first pod of 6 got over the light, they started doing what an airplane would be called an aileron roll. They just started flipping over and over like the kids were out with the parents and they were dancing in the sandbox.
Did you think to whip out your camera? And
I was in the pool laying back, and I just happened to be looking up at the sky. Now we live up the house we got is up on the hill on Hollywood, just
well, don't tell me exactly where you are, right?
So we've got a beautiful view of the city.
Right.
There's no moon out. It's a beautiful clear sky, and these things came out of the southeast, going over toward the northwest.
Well, maybe your report, sir, will generate some other witnesses in Vegas.
Well, we tried to call, Action 13 in the news, go outside, take a look up, and by the time we were, we actually got somebody to listen to us, they were gone.
Well, of course. That's always the way it is. I mean, literally, always the way it is. Or something happened in the pictures, or they're fuzzy. But there's always the possibility that somebody else saw what you saw. So that's what makes me take those calls. And, I always hope that, well, actually a whole lot of people saw it and they just didn't report it to anybody. You do see strange things in Vegas, after all. Let's go to, I don't know, the phone. Somebody. Hello.
Hey, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing well, sir.
Okay, I'm a prepper. I keep only 6 months of food on hand, so it's just a prudent thing to have. And,
But you didn't call my prepper line.
Oh, I didn't know I had to.
You don't.
Yeah. So, what I was going to say, it's nice to have a hunter rifle with 5 rounds in it. It's good for, getting food. But if you've got a horde of zombies after you,
zombies?
What would you zombies, people, killers, starving, hungry people.
After the show I did the other night, you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A guy named Philip sent me the zombie survival guide. So I have that now.
Well, there you go. I mean, what would you rather have, an AR or a 30-06?
Depends on the vintage, but I frankly would rather have an AK.
There you go.
Those things shoot when nothing else will.
Yeah, they get heavy though. A lot of them, they're almost twice the weight.
Well, there is that. But I mean, they can get muddy, they can get dusty, they can get dirty. And for the most part, they still shoot.
That's true. You can get ARs that are piston operated now too, that basically operate the same.
Sure. Do you expect something like a zombie apocalypse or something?
Yeah, we are headed down into a convergence coming up in the next 2 years. I think, a lot of people, say, Planet X, what are you crazy? It's not there. Everything else is smoke and mirrors to keep you occupied so you don't know about what's coming.
So you think, you're a Planet X guy, you think Planet X is going to crash into us?
It's not going to crash into us. It's going to pass by us and everything that's associated with it.
Well, it might strip away our atmosphere, like Mars.
Well, if it got close enough, that's what happened to Mars, as a matter of fact. It's when it ran into Phaeton. It's just a matter of...
No, I mean,
one of its passing, supposedly it or one of its moons smacked into Phaeton.
Could have been a large rock, too, just grazing the atmosphere. Or it could have been the sun with a giant hit that stripped the atmosphere away from Mars. Could have been a lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's a nuclear holocaust, too. But it's coming. If you look, punch up the International Space Station, got some photographs of it, and that was just released.
Wait. The International Space Station has photographs of Planet X?
Uh-huh. Punch it up.
Come on.
Do a Google search.
Oh, come on.
It was a release. I'm telling you. I'll send it to you.
Okay. All right. Send it to me. Absolutely send it to me. If you've got it, I swear I'll share it. Taken from the International Space Station. Planet X on its way. All right. Fire away, sir. Send it to Art Bell at knye.com. Art Bell at knye.com. Now I'm going to try again here with Tom. Tom has been calling here again and again, trying, and then hanging up. Are you actually there now, Tom?
Can you hear me?
I do.
Oh, great. I'm sorry before first time I called on Skype to you, and so, Anyway,
All right,
I'm not calling from the States. Actually, I'm calling from way across the other side of the world, and let's be honest with God's truth. I'm calling from Beijing, China, baby.
Are you really?
I am. In fact, I became a time traveler before I left because I needed to have a lifeline back to the States.
Yeah, okay, well, here's something that I've got to challenge you with, Beijing Tom. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Our show is not allowed in communist China.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I have a VPN for most of my stuff, like for Facebook and all the other stuff, my Gmail.
Good answer, actually. All right, maybe you are in Beijing. All right, what time?
I'm not using a VPN now, so
okay, sir.
For some reason,
Sir. What time was it in Beijing?
It's approximately 2:54.
Well, it'd be 2:51.
Okay. My clock is fast.
But yeah, that's close enough. Okay, I believe you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm teaching English at a nice school here. So I took a 1-year contract for the adventure and the excitement.
Well, I know about a lot of people that go to Hong Kong and they teach English, but you're the first one way up in China. That's pretty cool.
And there's quite a few expatriates in Beijing, but Beijing is so huge. It's 20+ million people.
Yeah, I hear it's ever so slightly air polluted as well.
Oh my gosh, and it's going to be getting worse because in the winter, they fire up they increase the coal factory plants because they got to heat all the apartments.
Wow.
So it's been pretty bad the past few weeks. But everybody's telling me at the school it's within the next month or two it's going to get pretty hazy. So anyway, I sometimes I wear my little face mask.
Well, you are totally my first call from mainland China. So very cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm a little long in the tooth. Most people taking these jobs.
With Squarespace, you can do more than just build a website. You can build a business. Event planners and interior designers draft and send proposals to potential clients. Consultants and photographers create invoices to collect your well-earned payments. And make sure it looks just how you want with a design that's all your own. Done. Squarespace makes offering your services simple. Get started with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your website or domain.
Or in their late 20s, 30s. I'm close to 52, so
that's okay.
I to have a little adventure. My last 30 years of productivity or something.
What's it like living in China? Can you tell me and everybody?
It is constant, and let me tell you, it's constant people. There's so many people wherever you go. I mean, of course, it's just so crowded. The buses and the subways, if you hit it at a bad time, you've probably seen the YouTube videos. They're packed like sardines.
Mm-hmm.
The food is very good. I mean, if you like Chinese, of course. So I get my chow mein and chow fan, whatever, when I can. But what it's like, it's I'm sort of an oddity because I'm a Westerner, and the section that I live in is far west of like Tiananmen Square downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So even though where I live, it still looks like a big giant megapolis, but it's actually considered sort of like the suburbs of Beijing. And so where I live is I'm one of probably about 4 or 5 Westerners living in this area. So when I walk out, you get the stairs and you get You know, people are constantly looking at you. But I mean, for the most part, what it's like, it's been a bit of a culture shock. I got to tell you, I kind of miss the blue skies of Pennsylvania, where I'm from, and I miss the pretty gardens and the slow traffic.
Sure.
The traffic is horrible.
Oh, I know about traffic.
Oh my God.
So I hope you will call us again. I mean, really, you're revealing all kinds of interesting things because I did not know. I was under the impression that our show was blacklisted and didn't make it into China, but I mean, quite obviously, it does.
I get you without my VPN, so I go into my time traveler, I download.
Wow.
I don't use a VPN, so dark matter. Let's get your address. Dark matter is free to go. So
all right, and you also, please, you also get the live show.
Yeah, in fact, I was listening to it live on the bus. I was using my data on my cell phone, and I just got home because I did some grocery shopping, and I thought I'd call in. I had one query for you. I've been thinking about time traveling,
yes,
and I just want to pose this question: if I could, I just wonder if I could time travel back to myself somehow mentally, and give myself advice back when I was 20, or
if you could do that, what would you tell your 20-year-old self?
I would say, study harder. I would say quit goofing around with this stuff and that stuff. But there's also I don't know. It's just like I just constantly wonder about it. If I could sort of give myself the advice, and what would I give it? And then when I think of that art, I think, well, if I do that, and then I do alter myself in the past,
right,
will I be in Beijing now? Would I have done all the stuff I've done? Would I have had the family I've had? It's a quandary to think about.
All right. Well, listen, brother, I've got to go. We've got a break, and I've got to go. But Tom, call me again.
I'd love to. Thank you, Art. Thank you for everything.
Take care. If you can hear us on a bus in Beijing, on a bus in Beijing, China. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. And of course, if you're on a bus in Beijing, whew, that was so cool. That really was cool. Imagine it these days. You can do a radio program and you've got a listener on a bus in Beijing. That really tops them all so far. I love getting calls from outside the area, but that one really took the cake. So if you're out in the world somewhere, the wide, wide world, reach us, please, for free using Skype and simply put us in as MITD55. Anywhere in the rest of the world, MITD55. That's cool, really cool. Okay, let's go. First time caller, Houston, you're on the air.
Hi, yes, sir. My name's Jose, and I'm from Houston, Texas.
Welcome, Jose.
Yes, sir. I called for the first time caller line, but I'm also a prepper.
Oh, that is a problem. I can't have you on both at once. That's all right. Why are you prepped?
I am prepping because I have a lot of trust in the government and the current situation that things are going in the world.
I'm sorry, did you say you don't have a lot of trust in the government, or you do?
No, I do not, sir.
Good move. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm a veteran from the United States Marine Corps.
Right.
And after being in there for some time, I kind of came to realize that things just weren't where they needed to be. So I came home, did a lot of research, and just really prepping for the day that the government turns back on the citizens. And,
when they turn their back on us, that's an interesting way to put it. And by that, I guess you mean, I have a pretty bad connection, but I guess you mean when they no longer protect us. A lot of people feel as though the government turned its back on them. What about the Katrina victims? And a lot of others. If you're going to be in a disaster, you've got to be in a big one. Or you're better off being in a big one. Because then the government does help you. And of course, Katrina was big. But boy, it sure did feel like the government turned their back on those people, didn't it? I guess this man, feels in a bigger way. And it could be coming, who knows, Vancouver, outside the country, but well within your rights to call this line. You're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Howard. I'm listening to you on KXL 101 FM out of Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon. Yeah, what a signal, huh?
Yes. Yeah, I talked to you the other night. I'm still nursing the bite marks I got from Kevin Randall in that conversation, but that's not what I wanted to talk to you about.
Kevin, wait a minute. Kevin gave you bite marks?
Yes, he sure did.
In what way?
You didn't pick up on that?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not. What did he say that?
Well, all I had to do was mention Maury Island, and I might as well have insulted his mother or something.
Yeah, I remember now.
He really went after me.
He did.
But at any rate, that is. I wondered if you'd mind if I suggested a guest for your program.
Not at all. Although I do have a producer.
Yes, you do.
Who actually, does that. But sure, go ahead.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Lionel Santor?
No.
He's been an occasional guest on the other program that you started.
Oh.
And he is an Anglican priest. He's an octogenarian. But to give you an idea of his background, he's rides a Harley Davidson motorcycle, and he used to teach martial arts to the SAS.
Wow.
And so he's quite a character, and he's a master storyteller.
Okay.
And he has a staggering knowledge of history and everything paranormal. And he's I would just love to hear a conversation between you and him.
Okay. Sure. So you need to send that off to my producer, and it's really easy. You just send it to producer@artbell.com.
Producer@artbell.com. Okay.
Yeah, it's that easy. All right. Thank you very much. Anybody, it's true of anybody out there. If you have somebody that you want to get on the air, send off an email with the pertinent information, hopefully with the person's number. That'd be great. But if you don't have it, we'll do our own research. Producer@artbell.com. And speaking of which, I have a message from my producer, and she says, Lionel no longer does interviews. So there you have it. He no longer does interviews. I can only imagine she knows that because she has already made that attempt. He no longer does interviews. And I guess he's getting on up there and just doesn't want to do any more. And I get it. Let's go to, Mark, I think in Switzerland.
Yeah, hi, Art. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Mark. I know that Switzerland is not yet affected, but man, oh man, that part of the world is really in trouble right now, Mark.
Well, let me tell you, there are armed policemen now in the railway stations.
Wow. Here
in Switzerland. And there's big discussion now about Switzerland leaving the Schengen Agreement and reinstating full border controls.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Gosh, there are unprecedented things happening in the world right now. A little bit of fear goes a long, long way, doesn't it?
Yes, and many Swiss believe, Art, and I don't think this is conspiratorial, that this, all the events happening now and the influx of the refugees is actually to bring each of the individual nation states of Europe to their knees for the creation of a United States of Europe.
I guess anything could happen. It's I've never quite seen a time like this in the modern world. Brussels, I guess you know what kind of condition they're in right now, right?
Yes, absolutely. But I tell you, speaking to the Swiss, I work with a lot of Swiss, and all of them think that this is a manufactured situation.
Oh, you mean like false flag?
No, that this is a purposeful thing to restructure Europe. That Europe, to get rid of the individual nation states and create a pan-European government.
Do you think it will have that effect, or do you think, Mark, that countries are just going to begin closing their borders? I'm not sure which way it's going to go.
I don't know, but I just tell you, Art, that this is going to put a tremendous economic strain. It already is on the individual nation states.
Sure it will. And that's a good point. I guess that could force the result you're talking about.
Yes, and the Swiss are taking it very seriously. We had elections here just about a month ago, and it went to the right. There was a shift to the right, and they're talking about leaving Schengen already by the end of the year.
Yeah, it's a whole part of the world now, and you're going to have to excuse me, but the Middle East, and now increasingly Europe, Italy, most of Europe, is getting to be a scary place for people to contemplate going to visit. That's not good economically either.
No, not at all. And one has to say, who's funding all of this? Who's funding all of this? Follow the money trail and find out who is benefiting from this.
Okay, why don't you do that for me and tell me where it leads you?
I think it leads to the Saudis and the U.S. I think the U.S. has been funding these groups all along. The U.S. always needs an enemy, Art.
Well, we always have one. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We are
manufactured. I think a lot of this is manufactured, Art.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with you. I think what we're facing right now is real. ISIS is real. Al Qaeda is real.
Oh, it's real, but who put them in this position?
We did.
They didn't just create themselves.
Look. When you're looking at the caliphate and you say who is responsible for that, the U.S. clearly. What we did in Iraq set the stage for everything going on right now. I agree. You know, that's not to say that it might not have happened anyway, but Mark, I've got to agree. It's our karma.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted, Art, on all the decisions being made here.
All right.
This is quite interesting.
Please do. Thanks a million. Take care. That's Mark in Switzerland. Yeah, the world is in a state that I haven't seen it in my lifetime. Have you? The rest of you? And thank you, by the way, for the call all the way from Switzerland. That and a guy in a bus in Beijing. And again, for the rest of the world, MITD55 will get you here, free of charge. Skype. Let's go to Anchorage, Alaska on the phone. Hi.
Art.
Yes.
I can't believe it, Art. It's been 245 minutes.
I'm very sorry. It's busy. Very busy tonight.
No, I was busy downstairs. We got all packed. I was still in the shot there.
Anyway, are you talking directly into a phone or something?
You want me to take it off the speakerphone?
Oh, please.
All right, how's that?
Oh, it is so much better.
All right, so look, I made my list. Are you ready? First, I wanted to thank you for coming back on the air. I'm the guy who called earlier and called you timeless, Art. I am just, I'm excited to be able to talk to you for all these years, but
thank you.
Your popularity, I think, will probably overwhelm that opportunity pretty soon here. Are there rules to calling into your show, like once a week or a month or something? Or?
Well, right now it's no more than one call a day. And then, of course, no bad language. And on days like Friday night, Saturday morning, there is a 2-drink maximum.
And marijuana, I hope, being legalized here, so just bring that into conversation.
So it depends upon the state you're calling from.
It does. Let's see. Well, let me go through my list real quick and I'll make a comment if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, first of all, I always pronounce dead at birth, and I say that not for self-indulgence, but in reference.
I was going to guess that anyway.
Sure. Me too. That's the reason for some things. Anyway, just for reference, I've had a wide array of experiences. And one of them was that I had a picture painted by emotions. And I know that sounds nuts, but just for those people out there, in case they're wondering. Look through my list real quick here of what I'd like to see. I'd like to see us review the top 20 UFO videos. I'm seeing amazing, just an astounding array of videos now coming in around the world. It's just unbelievable what I'm seeing. And, I've met Linda Howe, and Travis, and all of them, and so many years ago. And then let's see, for those of you smoking, I did quit smoking in the intervention. And right now you don't have a clue, so don't be too heavy on yourselves. You blame yourself, but you really don't know why you do. I think we're going to have to deal with overpopulation very quickly. That's going to have to be something we have to start dealing with right away. And then I want to drop back to NASA. You had Kevin Randall on the other night. And I proposed that NASA could do something about this whole thing. And I think you and him kind of backed that off. And I kind of wanted to push the case again. I don't see how NASA escapes being our eyes in the space. It's unacceptable, and I don't see how they can get outside of our influence. All we need to do is put up a 360 camera with telescoping and zooming capability.
All right, well, we're going to have to hold your list there, sir, but we can say what we want from NASA, but we better come up with a few bucks. I mean, really. NASA's budget gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and our expectations for NASA get bigger and bigger and bigger. I think we need to back it up with money. I really mean that, money. And people say, oh, no. If we don't get busy and set a goal for ourselves, something that, is going to be really hard to do, whether it's going to Mars or whatever, we're going to atrophy. As a nation. That's what I believe. As a nation, it's already begun. We're going to atrophy. What is that? Well, if you are...
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned.
My victory is getting my life back.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Lazy and don't use something, after a while it will atrophy, right? Your arm, your leg, your muscles, you've got to use them or you atrophy. And that's kind of mentally what's happening to America. We don't have a clear goal. We have clear fears, but not a clear goal. Anyway, off the soapbox. Skype, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Quite well, thank you.
It's an amazing show you have tonight.
It is.
A lot of crazy things going on, eh?
Mm-hmm.
The guy runs through a car into another person and, kind of throws back to your other show you had the other night with Matrix whole thing.
Well, I'm not sure that's Matrix, but it might be.
No, you never know, eh?
You never know.
If it's all a digital world, it could be just a glitch.
Yeah. When I saw this picture on my own website of people who spontaneously ceased to exist, I looked at that picture. Did you see it?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Art, I would like to ask if you were all right and everyone was worried from DM Talk, if you're okay and what.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I put a message on my Facebook. I just was not feeling. I was just not feeling well. It's as simple as that. So I took a day off.
Enough said.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, move on. Anyways, what they really wanted me to tell you about was a story I have. Goes back to Milton, Ontario. It was Halloween, actually, close to Halloween, about 2 years ago. And I was coming back from a friend's house. It was about 4 a.m. in the morning. And wow. Anyway, I'm going over this bridge, and it's like it's a town where a lot of water runs through it. So there's a culvert with running water and cement edges.
Okay, gotta hurry this up a little
anyways, bit. Okay, an animal jumped right up over top of that bridge, landed in front of me, and it looked like a rabbit. It looked like it was covered in some kind of oil, like it came out of a tar sled. But the damn thing must have jumped about 15 feet to get over top of that bridge.
How does a rabbit covered with oil jump 15 feet?
Well, anyway, it bolted and it ran like a rabbit, about 4 feet tall, and it had the ears and everything.
Oh, 4 feet tall.
Well, I saw it, and I sure as hell wasn't hallucinating. The rest of the street and everything didn't disappear, so I don't believe I was hallucinating. Everything else I saw around me was perfectly the same.
What a world, eh? Okay, that's a Canadian thing. I think sometimes that's how it begins with them. They're born. The first thing they ever hear is, he's alive, eh? They are quite a breed up there. Let's go to, it looks like North Carolina. Hello on the phone.
From the high mountains of Madison County, North Carolina, I bid you greeting, Mr. Artbell. I've been listening to you since 1995.
Oh, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, my wife is a big Walking Dead fan, and your show, you're talking about the preppers earlier, got me thinking about some stuff that, or one thing that I thought about watching the show, which I liked, but I didn't want to press her. But, you know, all the nuclear reactors left in the country, it didn't happen.
Hopefully not. So, anyway, are you a prepper?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not a prepper. That's why I didn't go on the prepper line.
Good.
But I did do some looking around the internet, and I got thinking about, you know, if something happened and, you know, the reactors didn't go, you know, online you can look and you can find simple ways of making like hand crank generators, you know, with really cheap parts. And I really think, I mean, I'm still trying to learn it, but I mean, I really think that would be a good thing for people to maybe look up on and study.
Well, you know, it's not too much. I mean, really, generators are just motors operating in reverse. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they are. You can take a regular old electric motor operated, if you can make it run in reverse, you can generate electricity.
I have one other question I've wondered for 20 years.
What's that?
What do ham radio people talk about when they actually get into the
well, you know, it's not something that I can generally speak of. It's, you know, the main talk occurs at the secret handshake.
I'm not sure what that is, sir.
It's well, it's secret. No, I'm just. You mean what do hams talk about when they're on the air?
Yeah, they're like a CB. Like, you know, when I was growing up, I used to play with my granddaddy CB, and you know, it was, you know, I mean,
there was a day, my friend, when I would have bristled, double tapped you, and thrown you off my phone for saying something like that. But increasingly, I'm sad to say, ham radio doesn't exactly sound like CB, but it's more like CB than it used to be, and I'm hating it. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I've actually never heard of that. I've got a cheap shortwave radio, but it's kind of it's not ham for sure.
Have you listened to us on 5085?
Will those cheap shortwave radios pick that up?
Of course they will. Of course they will. And let me mention it to everybody else while I'm at it. We are on shortwave. Did you know that? 5.085. And you will hear us. And I am actually, let me tell you something. I'm quite shocked at how many people are listening on shortwave. It is astounding. I thought most of the shortwave listeners out there sort of gave up because, frankly, there wasn't much interesting on shortwave. I'm talking about commercial broadcasting now. So many of them have quit. It's very expensive. but we are on shortwave, and so many people have found us. And so you can be one of those. If you happen to have a hand crank radio, a shortwave radio, 5.085, every night live. Hello there in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I'm not exactly a prepper, but I am an amateur radio operator.
All right.
And I think if you've been a ham forever and ever like I have, back in the 70s, I first got licensed, a lot of your attention goes to, well, how would I be ready to do this if, we had something that, if there's a disaster, and
yes,
I've helped out after a disaster, and we have the tornadoes here in the Oklahoma City area, and after the May 3rd, 1999 tornadoes, I spent a couple of weeks helping the Red Cross do radio communication.
Uh-huh.
But we think about, what would I do to get up an antenna? What band would I need an antenna up for?
Oh, you would. You would.
Yes. What do I do to keep my battery charged? Not just have a battery, but how am I going to keep it charged for a while? What about if gasoline runs out? How do we keep it charged? You think about a lot of things like that have a bearing on how we would continue to do these things if we had something that, a disaster, but
it's actually pretty scary, sir, contemplating how thin the line of civilization really is. In other words, how little disruption it really would take to make people go completely berserk. They're halfway there now.
Yes, and if we're not producing electricity, then we can't pump gasoline out of the ground to fuel our generators.
That's right.
So, it begins to get complicated very fast, and we don't have the transportation to distribute the things that we need. And there are a lot of things that could go wrong. These
are reasons why you have to watch educational shows like The Walking Dead.
Yes. Yes, because we've got all these scenarios to play out there. Yeah, I've been doing this since I was a little kid. I was 10 years old when I first started getting really interested in radio, and I got my parents to buy me a couple of walkie-talkies for Christmas one year. And
you want to hear something really wild? Kids weren't getting into this sort of thing for a long, long time. Heathkit. Remember Heathkit? It just came back. There are actually Heathkits for sale again. So mommy and daddy can get their child a Heathkit, and they can build a radio, receiver, or transmitter. Is that cool or what? Jerry on Skype, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm not a prepper, but I am a time traveler.
You are?
Yes, I am. I love it. I listen to you every day in the morning.
Oh, you mean that kind of time traveler, not the real travel like to 2048 type time traveler. Or is that what you're saying?
No, I am a Art Bell time traveler.
Okay, so you get to hear our show when you want to. Isn't it nice?
It's even better than the real thing.
Yeah.
As far as time traveling, not better than you, but now I'm not a prepper, but I was a hospital corpsman with the Marines.
Yes.
In Iraq, in the front lines. And it's funny that you mentioned the zombie show. What's the name of that show?
Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Because when I was over there, and we're talking when there's no government, no police officers, the civilization is completely gone, the infrastructure, then everybody becomes like a zombie. What I mean is you have your neighbors, they want what you have.
Yeah.
Everybody around wants what you have, and they're everybody stealing in herds.
I totally get it.
Worse than anything that would ever happen on The Walking Dead.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I miss out. I mean, for example, on The Walking Dead, you don't see people scrounging for gas. They find cars that are already filled with gas, and it's now been presumably years since the whole thing happened. But they, just find cars with gas.
You'd see about 20 people in the back of one truck. But Art, I had another story I wanted to tell you.
Sure.
you don't mind real quick? This one is kind of a scary story.
Okay, well, we're coming up on a break here. So
it's a good one.
It is?
It is.
I wouldn't be sorry if I held you over during the break.
You would not.
You would scare everybody?
It is a good one, and it is true.
A good one, and it's true. Oh, you can't beat that. All right, then. You are certified as a holdover. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back. I expect big things from you, sir. Jerry, your name is. We'll get back to you after the break. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert.
Dark Matter Network News. This is Amy Martin. What are the odds? A Massachusetts woman has reportedly won $1 million on a scratch-off lottery ticket, but that's not all. The woman is said to have won $1 million previously on a scratch-off ticket at the very same store in 1996. If that wasn't enough, in the past she said she once won $20,000 from the same supermarket. Her secret? The three-time lottery winner says she spends $20 a week on tickets. A Utah man is facing jail time for phoning in a fake bomb threat to a hospital because he was mad that he wasn't able to attend his child's birth. According to the Huffington Post, Michael Morlong was indicted Wednesday and faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted. Morlong was out of state while his child was born in September. Enraged, he decided to phone in the fake bomb threat to a hospital in Richfield, Utah, causing evacuation and lockdown of the building. A nurse told police that Morlong was extremely upset that the mother was giving birth while he was in Idaho. Morlong is currently in custody in Idaho for an unrelated crime. After a thorough cleaning, Seattle's Pikes Place Market chewing gum wall has reportedly returned. Visitors continue to participate in the sticky tradition by spelling out colorful messages, leaving notes, and other mementos of their presence. The old gum wall, featuring millions of pieces, was steam cleaned for the first time in 20 years early November. The operation removed over 2,300 pounds of gum and took 130 hours to complete. Strange lights are being reported over skies in Dover in the UK. The objects, including a circular disc-shaped one floating in Dover skies, have appeared for 2 nights in a row this week. The lights have also been linked to other unidentified objects reported over Dover in early November, including one in which lights were said to have appeared in illuminated triangular and egg-like shapes. According to one local eyewitness, I was astonished by the lights that I saw. It was not fireworks nor planes. This has changed my mind completely about the universe. Another eyewitness noted, when I looked up, I couldn't believe it. I kept looking at it. It would go away and come back. I was scared to look at it directly on the camera. What do you think? Take a look at these lights for yourself over on dover-express.co.uk. Have a strange story or a news tip? Email amy@artbell.com. This has been Amy Martin for Dark Matter Network News.
I'm going to do something called Fast Blast. Maybe the last 10 minutes of the show, something like that. And what I'm going to do is it will involve all the phone numbers that I've got. Only. I'm not going to do it on Skype. We're going to do it only on the phone lines. And I'm going to allow people to say like 10 or 15 seconds of something really cool or whatever they feel like saying. And I'm just going to go boom, 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 boom through the line. So this would be your chance to get through and get something on. So here are the numbers. I'm going to be using public line area code 952-225-5278. You will get through if I do it this way. Area code 952-225-5278. The Trevor line can be used as well. That's area code 575-208-7787. Write one of these down. Area code 575-208-7787. And finally, the first-time caller line, you can even use that when we're in Fast Blast. That's area code 775-285-5800. 775-285-5800. So what I'll do is I'll just take as many calls as I can possibly take in, say, I don't know, 5 or 10 minute period. We'll just blast away and let you get at least a thought out on the air. Now, back to Jerry. Jerry has told us he is going to scare us. So, Jerry, live up to the brag.
Yes, sir. It was a dark night just like this. It was the same time of year. I lived in a small town called Childress, Texas. I worked at a gas station called Citgo. And it was about midnight. And I was stocking the cigarettes. I heard the ding ding and I looked up and I saw the door open and it was, I don't know, about a late 40s looking Italian man. He had really dark hair, but it was starting to salt on the sides.
Okay.
And he had a really nice suit on. And I just barely saw him. I saw that he walked in. I saw he was walking over there towards the coffee. I was putting up more cigarettes and I looked up and he had the coffee pot and it was scalding hot. I just made fresh coffee, and he had it turned up to his lips and he was drinking it like it was ice cold water. And I was frozen when I saw that. And he looked at me dead in the eyes and his eyes were completely black. And I was froze as soon as I could. I looked away.
Yeah, I'm giving it to you already. This is scary stuff. So you're sure it was scalding hot coffee just made?
I had just made it before I walked right over to the counter and put the cigarettes up.
Oh, man.
Just made it.
All right. So what did he do? Just turn around and walk out? Or did he come over and say, listen, I really needed that coffee hot, and then paid you? Or how did this resolve?
I was froze. I looked at him. He looked at me right in the eyes, and he had nothing but blackness, just black eyes, no whites.
Mm-hmm.
Then he walked right out that door, got in his car, and drove away.
Did he down the whole pot?
He downed the whole big pot, just like it was cold water.
Yeah, oh man, what a story.
I ran out there. I was going to ask him if he's going to pay for that coffee. Then I realized, what am I doing?
That's right.
I went back inside. I was scared. And Art, I called my mom.
You called your mom?
I called my mom. She came down there. We started reading the Bible and praying all night long till the sun came up.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I guess most people do that. They call mom. Why not?
Scared.
Yeah, I understand. And I understand calling mom, too. Thank you very much for the call. It's hard to envision somebody, can you imagine that? Somebody grabbing a scalding hot cup, or, what would you call it? I guess a 10 cups, 12 cups would hold, and just downing it right in front of you? A pot that big? All right, let's go to Summerfield, I think, on the phones. Hello? Summerfield? Hello? Illinois, I think. Going once. Going twice. Oh, waiting all that time, you're not going to talk, really? I can hear you breathing. Oh, well. Waynesville, I think, North Carolina.
Art, this is David in North Carolina.
I'm sorry, who?
This is David in North Carolina. Art.
David, okay.
In the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina, I called on the prepper line. How are you tonight?
I'm just fine. Are you a prepper?
I am on prepper round 2. Used to be a Florida resident. Quit my job of 26 years and moved on to my sailboat. And after a year of that, I very quickly decided that sailboat living is not the way to be a prepper. Sailboats are very, very much tied to the land. And so now I'm on round 2. I've moved to the mountains of North Carolina.
So you went from the water to the mountains?
I went from the water to the mountains.
I think the most important question is, what are you prepping for? What do you expect will cause this need?
Well, It's not so much a need, Art, as that as a society, we're losing our ability to function without technology. Most people, if they were put in a situation where they had to get their own food and fend for themselves, dead in a week, easily dead in a week.
Dead in a week.
That's my assumption.
I really hate to agree with you, but I honestly think I do. I read a thing from a university professor, I believe he was, the other night, in which he said that people don't see UFOs essentially. He said this much better than I'm about to, because we don't ever look up from the device we're staring at in front of us.
That is the worst thing that I see around me. And you know, I got to say, I was one of those people. I was an early adopter of the smartphone.
Right.
And it wasn't very long before you looked around and you're sitting at a bar with your friends or having dinner with your friends.
Yep, I know.
And you weren't. You're having dinner with everyone's smartphone.
I know, sir, I know, and I'm guilty of it myself. If I, for example, I can go up the street to a casino we have, where they serve great dinner, and you know, if they're filled up, you've got to wait by a little fireplace. And so there's, you know, I don't know, 8 or 10 people sitting around the fireplace, all waiting for their name to be called, all staring right into their phones and not looking at each other. So you're dead right. And by the way, sir, I'm one of those people.
Oh, Art, I hope you overcome it.
It's got me, sir. I'm serious about that. Actually, it does. I mean, I am hooked on my iPhone. I hate to admit it, but I'm as hooked on it as any drug that you'd get hooked on.
It can be overcome, Art. Let me tell you, it can be overcome. It's hard.
And life can go on.
You just got to disconnect from it and find something else that catches your interest. And might I suggest, you know, I heard you say that ham radio has become more and more like CB radio has.
Well, that guy said it. I sort of agreed with him. Not in every case. It's still way above, but boy, I'll tell you.
I also heard you say CW is dead. Give it another try, Art.
Well, I didn't say dead. It's not dead, and I still do CW to myself, sir. So it's not dead. I love CW, but it's not required any longer to become a ham operator, which is really a shame.
It is a shame, and I'm a new ham, only since last March, and I spent my first 3 months on CW, and all the time since getting much better at it.
All right, thank you so very much for the call. I'm going to take one more quick Skype call here, then I'm going to do a fast blast. Hello?
Hi there, Art.
Hi.
Yeah, just wanted to make a quick comment before you go on the blast there on the phones. I've been hearing for months and months now, at least once a week, somebody calls in and says something about we're having a population problem. There's too many people in the world, et cetera, et cetera. But just like you said, you don't believe that there's a gun problem in America. There's a mental health problem.
I do.
I don't think there's a population problem. I think there's a management problem, because I'm calling from Canada. I'm one of the rare breeds up there, and we got a little island called Prince Edward Island. It's 6 billion square meters in size.
Right.
Which means 10 years ago, everybody in the world could have stood comfortably on that island. Now, sure, that's not taking in resources and stuff, but it kind of gives you a bit of an eye visual of just how big this world really is. And I think people that are saying that there's a population problem are probably the first ones to be up against the wall if there really was a population issue and the culling started.
The culling. What a word, culling. Yes, well, you could be correct, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling. And
all right, have a good night, Art.
Yeah, you call again. For sure. All right, let's do it. I'm just going to take some very quick calls. So here's the deal. Once again, you've got the numbers, right? So if I answer the phone, give me about 10 seconds of the most important thing on your mind. And we'll just go through it. Okay, here we go. You're on the air.
God bless Ted Gunderson.
Okay, thank you very much. You're on the air. Hello. Hello, sir. Yes, you're on the air. When I say you're on the air, that's what it means. Go ahead.
Good enough. I'm just thinking, my concern is right now, this whole thing with Syria, I think we're getting overheated with the idea of refugees. I want to make it one simple point. The refugees that we're taking in have already been pretty much been encapsulated or held in the encampments in Jordan.
All right, I've got to run. Thank you. It's fast stuff we're doing here. You're on the air. Going once. Yes, hello.
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 World. Rock on, and peace out.
Okay, thanks. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Pepper D here. Just want to tell you, Faraday cage, solar power, wind power, charge them batteries up when the grid goes down. And I want to tell you what else, the culling has already started. Peace out, brother. I love you, man.
Thanks. Bye. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello, Art Roswell's.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. My call sign's AJ6.
No. Don't give your call on the air.
Okay, sorry. Okay, just real quick. Reloading is a great hobby. I'm looking at like 3 reloaders right now. Dylan RL550B and a SL900. So
Okay.
people are doing the reloading.
All right, thank you. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, this is Josh. God bless your world and Art. I love you. I'm so glad you're back on the air.
Good to have you, sir. Thank you. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes. Hello, Art.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
Just fine. Real quick now, something.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little sluggish because I had to take my medication due to my recent time travel mission.
Oh, well, you're going to have to call me back under the show and tell me all about it. Hello, you're on the air in Ketchikan, Alaska.
Forced immunization. Senate bill just passed a bill making veterans mandatory for forced immunizations. Have you heard of that one?
Forced immunizations. No, I haven't. Not for vets. Vancouver, you're on the air. Hi. Going once, going twice, gone.
Yeah, no.
Oh, sorry. You got to be there when I come to the phone. Hello.
I'm trying to be.
Go, talk.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hi. I just want to say that you should listen to the music of Stan Ridgway and consider putting some of it on for bumper music. It would be absolutely perfect.
All right, thank you. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Art Bell, I just want to say this to the world.
Yes.
Let's start listening from our heart and stop listening directly from our ears. Our heart knows. Listen from your heart to everybody, Thank you, Art Bell.
Thank you. Take care. You're on the air. Hello.
Art Beal, as I sit here in Dallas, Texas, the nation state will rise again.
I love that accent. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, I just wanted to say that Bernie Sanders needs to be taken really seriously in this election. I think that he could hedge fund revolutions.
Oh, we'll find out. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, I just want people to remember there's lots of homeless people out right now in Vancouver. It's below freezing. It doesn't hurt to go down and bring a sweater and a sleeping bag or something and give them a hug or just make sure that they're noticed.
Good message. Thank you. On the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Art.
Yes.
Hey, this is Les. I just want to say to encourage everybody to go to #DMTalk and meet all your hardcore listeners there.
All right. Thank you. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, it's the evil Keith. I just want to warn you what I put in your closet last night.
Yeah. You keep. Las Vegas, you're on the air.
Yes, I love the fact that you're back on the air. I've been listening to you since the Ross Perot days on KDON Radio, and I'm actually a first-time caller.
That's a long time ago, brother.
Just wanted to say I talked to Art Bell on the radio.
You did indeed. Thank you. Hi, you're on the air.
Oh, hi. I think people are just overly stressed, and I think we should go to a 4-day work week. And I also want to just wish my American cousins, a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'm good with the 4-day work week thing. Hello there. You're on the air. Going once.
Art.
Yes.
Hey, Art.
Yes.
Just wanted to call and say that I got to talk to Art Bell, and I'm so glad you came back on the air.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely great. 15-year listener.
Thank you for calling. And you're on the air. Hello.
Let's make America great again.
That's it. Boom.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Thank you. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, whatever happened to the 3840 group?
They still exist, but it just ain't the same old crowd, sir. Thank you. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, I just want to say that if people are prepped for zombies, they're prepped for anything.
That's a fact. Boy, that's a fact. Hi, you're on the air. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, you're on the air.
Hi, my name is George, the truck driver, and I want to win the lottery.
Are you in a truck right now? George? I guess you're not. Okay, that was fast. You're on the air. Hello?
Red Martian is coming. Red Martian is coming. Red Martian is coming.
Yeah, you're on the air. Hello.
That was Ogie.
Hi, you're on the air.
Yeah, everybody pray for next week. Art is going to be linked to terrorist attack next week.
Oh, God. You're on the air. Hello.
There's a chupacabra around you. Look at your head.
There probably is. Enjoy it. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
No. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any more about preppers. I think we've heard enough about them. Honestly.
Be smart. Don't prep. No problem. Hello, you're on the air.
Nobody was standing in the corner.
Hello, you're on the air. Hello. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, I wanted to let everybody know about lemonparty.org. It's a creative solution to the refugee problem.
All right. All right, listen. Oh, wait. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
All right. I'm out of time. We're really out of time. So say, for all the time zones out there, good night, world.
For all the time zones out there, good night, world.
That's the way to do it.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones. Each and every single one of them covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert, worldwide. Great to be here with you. 2 rules on our program. That's all we have, 2 rules. No bad language, and only 1 call per show. That said, let's look at a little news. We're going to talk about time travel tonight with Professor Ronald Mallett. It is my favorite topic, as you know. I love time travel. I really love time travel. The whole concept of it, I would love to travel in time myself. Love that. I've followed it. I think I've read everything and seen every movie that one could see about time travel. And it is intense. Let me first give you something you can go and see at artbell.com because it's just breaking news from Peru. A Peru teen has been rushed to the hospital screaming for the devil after becoming possessed. A Peruvian teenager has claimed that she became possessed by the devil after playing with a Ouija board using a mobile phone app. Patricia Quispe from Chosica, that's in the Lima province of Peru, ended up possessed by the devil's spirits after using a mobile phone version of the board game. Now, I'm inviting you to artbell.com not just to read this with me, but to see the video of this young lady possessed. Shocking footage filmed at the local hospital shows this young lady thrashing and convulsing while screaming for her mother and shouting out at the devil, "Let her go." Friends of the teenagers say they have downloaded the app over the weekend for, a bit of fun and had joked around about trying to communicate with the spirit world. Upon returning home, her parents noticed that she seemed unwell and eventually called an ambulance when she began convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Thinking that their daughter may have eaten something or taken a drug that would cause an allergic reaction, they, of course, contacted her friends who told them about the Ouija board. In the video from the hospital that you can see at artbell.com, medical staff can be seen trying to restrain the young lady, who is convulsing violently and struggling as she shouts 666, followed by "Let me go, let me go." In another segment, she can be heard shouting, "Please give me my phone." And Mom, these doctors don't know what they're doing. Take me home. Ouija boards. Told you about Ouija boards, didn't I? All right, looking at the news briefly, the mother of a gunman who killed 9 people and then himself at an Oregon community college allowed her troubled son to have guns. Acknowledged in online posts that he struggled with autism, but she didn't know he was potentially violent. Well, you don't always know that somebody is potentially violent, right? The top U.S. commander in Afghanistan is saying that he's recommending that President Obama change his mind and keep more than 1,000 U.S. troops in the country beyond 2016, just now days after a deadly U.S. airstrike mistakenly struck a hospital, Doctors Without Borders hospital, in fact, during fierce fighting in the north. The Doctors Without Borders people are calling it a war crime. I think the Pentagon is choosing other wording. And this from the Anomalous.com that has got to be listening to the show. Hello, guys. Nick Redfern discusses Dr. Jacobs' new book, Walking Among Us, The Alien Plan to Control Humanity. A tale not of abductions, but about how abductees are allegedly being used to assist alien human hybrids whose role it is to infiltrate human society. So, we read stories about abductees assisting the hybrids in the real world, driving them about, feeding them, teaching them how to dress and blend in, at baseball games, Kmart, and the pizza parlor. It's a scenario that Jacobs himself admits leads to a ridiculous conclusion. But in part 2 of his overview of the book, Redfern points out the similarities between these hybrids and Men in Black, which Redfern has studied extensively. Both, says Redfern, have a fascination for pens, are awkward around food, and often look sickly. Redfern has a good point. So obviously, other people are putting together the very interesting coincidences between Dr. Jacobs and what he's saying and Nick Redfern. I sure did. Ding, 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 all the way, right? One more thing. The Russians are helping us to death in Syria. What the Russians are actually hitting with their airstrikes are our CIA-trained anti-Assad rebels. So the fireworks fall all over Syria. And as I mentioned, they're helping us to death. They were supposed to go in there and kill some ISIS characters for us. And they didn't do that. Well, as I mentioned, it is my favorite topic of all time. So coming up, Professor Ronald L. Mallett received his BS, MS, and PhD in physics from Penn State University. He worked for United Technologies from 1973 to 5, and in 75 joined the physics faculty at the University of Connecticut in Stores, where he is currently a research professor of physics. Professor Mallett has published numerous papers on black holes and cosmology in professional journals. His breakthrough research on time travel has been featured extensively in media around the world, and his published memoir, Time Traveler, has been translated into several languages. Award-winning filmmaker Spike Lee has written a script for a feature film of the memoir. So coming up in a moment, Professor Ronald Mallett and time travel. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Don't bother asking for explanation to the value that you can. The year of the car.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
You know, everybody in their lifetime should take a moment out from the United States, if that's where you are, or Canada, and actually go to a country where they turn back time. Now, you know, they don't really turn back time, but when you get there, you feel as though it has been turned back. And so if you get the opportunity to go to a third world country, you know, somewhere friendly, for me it was the Philippines. When you get there, it clearly feels like time has been turned back. Now, of course, that is beginning to change, and Asia, the entire Asian continent, is beginning to catch up with the rest of the world. So it's not quite as it was, but you still get that feeling that you're back in time. And time is what we're going to talk about tonight with Professor Ronald Mallett. Welcome to Midnight in the Desert, Professor.
Well, thank you very much, Art.
Great to have you, and I understand you're back in Connecticut.
That's correct.
And 3 hours ahead in time.
That's exactly right. It's 12:15 for me right now.
Actually, 12:13 and 13 seconds, Professor. You said you had a lot of clocks around you.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So it has been so long. When did we talk last?
It was quite a while ago.
You were still like a teenager, right?
Not quite, but I had done my research, but it was quite a while ago. I mean, my breakthrough happened at the turn of the century, and I think that it was just not long after that you had interviewed me.
Right. All right. So let us begin at the beginning, because so many who are listening now will not have heard you. It's obviously important to ask you why you decided to get even involved with, I mean, here you are, a theoretical physicist, beginning to actually toy with the mechanics of time travel. Why did you decide to become involved in time travel research?
Well, it has to do with my father. He was the center of my life, and he was bigger than life. He was a television repairman in the Bronx. I was the oldest of 4 children, and my father had served in the Second World War. He was a battlefield medic, and he used the GI Bill to go to a 2-year technical school after he got out of the service. And he was very good, I mean, at his job. In fact, he was so good that he actually repaired television sets for people who were celebrities in New York at the time, like Walter Matthau. I actually have an autographed picture of Walter Matthau thanking my father for fixing his television set. And the thing is that even though he worked very hard, I mean, sometimes 2 jobs, he had a lot of time for his family, and that was something that made him endearing to all of us. And he paid a lot of attention to me. He gave me scientific toys like gyroscopes and crystal radio sets, and he loved to read. So, of course, that I love to read. And the thing is that he looked like he was very robust and healthy, and we didn't really know, at least the children, my mother might have known, but he had a weak heart, and he died of a massive heart attack, and he was only 33 years old.
Oh my, 33. And
yeah.
And at that point, how old were you?
I was 10 years old.
Oh God.
Yeah, and the thing is that prior to that, I had been a rather happy kid and pretty, gregarious. After that, it was like the world was destroyed for me. I mean, for me, it was like the death of Superman. And I went from being a happy kid to actually a very upset, depressed, and lonely kid. And I was just going to like fall. I mean, I really didn't care whether I lived or died. And this went on for about a year. I buried myself in my books and science fiction books in particular. And then I came across, when I was 11, I came across the book that changed my life. It was actually a Classics Illustrated version of H.G. Wells' classic, The Time Machine. And when something about just the cover of the Classics Illustrated spoke to me. And when I read the first page of it, it said, scientific people know very well that time is just a kind of space, and we can move forward and backward in time just as we can in space. When I said that, I thought, oh, this is unbelievable. This means that it might be possible to have a machine, a time machine that could go back into the past. And my imagination immediately took flight. I said, this means that if I had this kind of a machine, I could go back and see my father again.
Yes.
and tell them what was going to happen, maybe change things. And then that was the beginning of an obsession for me. I mean, I even went to the point of my mother had kept the old radio and television parts that my father had, and I looked at there was a picture on this Plastics Illustrated of their idea of what a time machine might look like, and it had hoops and everything like that. So I put old bicycle tires and everything together with this stuff, and when I plugged it in, nothing happened, of course. But the thing is that I was disappointed, but I wasn't discouraged because I remembered that it said that scientific people know very well. So I thought maybe that meant that I had to know something about science, although at that point I didn't know exactly what I would need to know. But that would come just a little bit later on because...
All right. Let me ask you a quick question, particularly with your reference to your father. As I mentioned, I have read just about everything on time travel, as I guess you have, and I've seen all the movies. And the movie that had to have affected you would have been Frequency. I'm sure you saw Frequency, right?
Yeah, as an adult, yes, I of course, and it's one of my favorite movies.
Mine too.
Because it actually speaks to the theme that's the core of my life, and so yeah, that is one of my favorite movies. You're right.
You know, I knew it had to be, and even for me, you know, the ham radio part of it was a big connection, but that brought my wife to tears. That was a very, very, very touching movie.
Oh, it was. It really was. And the thing is that in that case, he didn't have really control of it. I mean, except for the fact that it was communication through, you know, the ham radio set. But the phenomenon that was causing it was, you know, sun distortion. I mean, that was.
That was the premise, yeah. In fact, the opening scene, the Northern Lights were blazing.
Right. And the thing is that for me, one of the things is that, and I think that this is what differentiates a lot of science fiction movies and also science fiction books that made H.G. Wells's work so different, was the fact that he posited a device, a machine. You know, there actually is other early time travel books. One of them is, in fact, part of it was a Connecticut person. It's called Connecticut Yankee and King of This Court, Mark Twain. But there, once again, it was an accidental thing that caused it. And for me, it was the notion of control. And for me, I think that had two different levels involved with it, because death is something that seems like it's out of your control. And the fact that there might be some sort of a technical way of controlling nature, and in this particular case of controlling time, that spoke to me. And I knew that was going to have to be, I was going to try to find a way of actually finding a mechanism that might allow me to manipulate time.
Boy, it sure speaks to me too. And I wonder why so many people are so intrigued by the entire concept of time travel. If I were to answer that, I would say we are locked in this linear, nonstop progression of time, and there seems no release from it, no escape from it. It marches forward, we march with it, and that's that. But people keep imagining being able to go forward, or especially go back in time. So what's all the intrigue? Exactly that we're locked up?
No, I think all the intrigue has to do with the fact that we long to be able to go back to, and I mean, who of us has not had something that has happened in our lives, either personally or, you know, otherwise, that we would say as a regret. If I could have done this, how would this have turned out for me in my life? If I could have prevented this.
Yes.
And let me give you an example of something that when I had my breakthrough, I started getting letters and communiques from people literally all over the world. And one of them that was one of the most moving to me, which I'll share with you, it came from Germany. And this person, I mean, I learned German when I was in college, but I forgot most of it. So the thing
thing is that when I got the package and the letter in it, there were graduate students in the department who were from Germany, and I asked one of them if they would translate it for me. But in the meantime, there were 4 pictures that had accompanied the letter. And the thing is that the pictures told a story. In the first picture, it showed a middle-aged couple with a very attractive young woman in the picture. And then in the second picture, the young woman is in sort of a cute modeling type of poses.
Right.
And then in the third picture, there's a mangled car. And in the fourth picture, she's in a coffin.
Mm-hmm.
And I brought tears to my eyes immediately. I mean, I had never seen anything like that. And the thing is that, so even before I got the letter, I knew what the story was going on here. And then when I got the letter back from the student, sure enough, the letter was from the father of this young woman. And he was asking me if he had heard about my work and as if it was possible to send a message back to his daughter to warn her, or to warn them, to warn her about what was going to happen, to try to save her life.
Of course.
And I was heartbreaking, and I had to tell them that my research is just ongoing, and that wasn't possible. But nevertheless, it shows the core of one of the things. I mean, this is a very graphic way. I mean, I've gotten emails from people who have had a loved one murdered, and they would like to go back and prevent that.
Sure.
Or they themselves have been in prison, and they would like to go back and warn themselves about that. So I think it has to do with this very, very primal thing of wanting to try to adjust our life, and we do speculate that. What if I had met this person rather than that person? Just idle things like that. Or on a more global level, people would have liked to actually see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. Or that's one thing that I would like to. Or I love classical music. I would love to hear and see Chopin actually performing. So I think that it's that. I think it's not, I mean, you might say that the longing is there first, and then we realize we're imprisoned, rather than the other way around. So I think that's the thing. And also then even when it comes to the future, I mean, who of us hasn't wondered, we think of all the marvels that we have now, wondering about the future when we might even have things like a cure for cancer, a cure for, AIDS, a cure, what's going to happen? And to see also the possibility of changing things if we can know the future and sending information back to us. Sometimes people have asked me, well, what would you have a time machine for? I mean, obviously, one of the things is my father, but I said just in a more general sense. Suppose we had an early warning device. A time machine is an early warning device. Imagine if we could send information back to us to warn ourselves of catastrophes,
sure,
hurricanes and tsunamis and earthquakes, thousands of lives that we could save. So I think that's the intriguing thing about time.
All right, let's discuss a couple of other aspects of it, and those are all really positive. And by the way, if I had my druthers, I've always said this, I would go back and observe the life of Christ. I would observe the miracles that are said to have been done by Christ, so I could really know, because as you pointed out, death is not under our control. What comes after might well be determined about the truth of what happened then.
Absolutely. No, seeing Christ is one of the things that I would have loved to do. And we'll come to that later about this notion of what the things that would be so exciting to see and whether it's going to be possible. But yes, seeing Christ in that time would be absolutely a wonderful thing to be able to do.
Have you contemplated this, Professor? And that is, you mentioned going to the future. It would be wonderful. Yes, you might bring back a cure for cancer, and you might bring back information about what stocks are going to be hot. And in that regard, you would disrupt the entire economic everything.
That's potential. I mean, the thing is that time travel is a much more complex thing than we think about. I mean, in other words, the thing that you're talking about actually has a parallel in what's called the so-called grandfather paradox, which is that we travel back in time and do something that could dramatically alter the future and alter our own lives.
You've thought about this, right?
Oh, I've thought about this a lot. You know.
Right. What I gave you was sort of an opposite paradox, but it would still be disruptive incredibly to society and to economics. But maybe there'd be rules. Maybe there'd be time travel rules, Professor.
Well, I don't know about rules, but the thing is that the reason why I said potentially is because travel to the past leads to possible paradoxes, and it may not be so simple as just simply bringing back information. There might be all sorts of things that happen to the time stream that, in fact, even though you bring it back, you're not bringing it back into this dimension. I mean, that's a whole different thing. I mean, I don't know whether you want to get into that. You know?
Well, I mean, let's take an example. Let's say you did have the ability to travel in time, and you went back and you had your dad go and see a heart specialist, and the heart attack he was going to have would be prevented. Then you would be changing something in this time stream, without a doubt. Your dad would be living on. It would be a very, very different situation indeed. Professor, we're at a break point, so relax. We'll come back. We've got so much territory to cover. Professor Ronald Mallett, a professor of theoretical physics. Professor of theoretical physics, how about that, is my guest. And God, I love this topic. I really do. We'll be back.
You don't lie, 'cause you know me. I'm in you, you're in me. And then you get hurt by the little things I say. I can put that smile back on your face.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't scream calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, you know, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-HEART.
Professor Ronald Mallett is my guest. He is indeed a professor, and that's an interesting question in itself. I mean, here he is teaching physics to college students and talking about time travel. And I wonder, Professor, how that works out for you from a, I don't know, a professional point of view. In other words, I take it you're tenured, so probably that part's okay, but I would think there would be some critical comments that come your way every now and then from colleagues.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that when I had decided way back when I was 11 that I wanted to build a time machine, even at that early age, I knew people were already concerned about me. And so I already was astute enough to realize that I probably shouldn't share the fact that I wanted to build a time machine, because that might not lead to consequences that I wanted to have. And so I kept it to myself. And I pretty much did that throughout my whole career because it was my secret project. The thing is that what I realized is that even in college, that I was going to have to do something that was going to relate to it, but not be obvious. And that's where Einstein's work in the theory of black holes came in. And if you look at all of my publications, after I started as a faculty member at the University of Connecticut, they're on cosmology and black holes and topics like that. None of them has to do with time travel. And however, Einstein's work, which we'll go into more detail later, but the thing is that it was key to understanding time. So I could understand things like black holes, write papers about it, and that would still allow me to study time. So that's what I built my career on. If I had come to during my interview at UConn, if I said, well, I'm interested in building a time machine, we wouldn't be having this conversation here. So that's something that I just didn't do. And it wasn't until actually at the turn of the century that I had my breakthrough. And by that time, I was a tenured full professor. And I like to use a really terrible analogy, but being a tenured full professor is very roughly equivalent to being like a made man in the mafia.
Well, they're probably not going to be wild about you using that analogy, but yes, okay.
You're practically bulletproof. And the thing is that by that time, when I made my breakthrough, I didn't have to fear anymore. So I was able to come out of the time travel closet without fear. But once again, since my work was rooted in Einstein's theories of relativity, that provided a sound foundation. So when I published my papers, and I should mention that the papers for physicists, when people don't realize sometimes how the publication process goes in the sciences, but when you submit a paper for publication, it doesn't just automatically get published. It goes to an anonymous referee. And they're anonymous for a reason, that because they can be critical without any comeback.
Sure.
And the thing is that the referee judges whether or not it's scientifically sound, mathematically sound, and it can be accepted or rejected. And the thing is that I've had, fortunately for me, many more papers accepted than rejected, but I have had, both things, and that keeps the science at a high level, as a matter of fact. So I knew that when I was writing these papers, the later papers, that they were going to have to be scientifically and mathematically sound. So the critics that I have within the community they're not critical of the physics and mathematics of my work. What they're critical about, and I actually agree with them on many of those points, is the technological feasibility of achieving what I want, which is a different statement from whether or not it's mathematically and sound as far as the physics.
All right. May I, for 1 second, divert your attention? We'll come right back here. But since you're a theoretical physicist and we haven't talked in all this time, we now have this spooky action at a distance, I believe Einstein called it, quantum entanglement, which is fascinating, impossible stuff. And presumably throughout any distance you would care to name, these things flip and flop together once they've become entangled. Now, there's kind of a new twist in the entanglement world. If you've done reading, and I'm certain you have, it's called a quantum twisting, in which they find that instead of a full flip or a flop, there can be a kind of a partial one with a twist. And the twist in this is that they think that it might be the key to communication at faster than light, in fact, instantaneous communication. So I wonder if you have any comment on all of that, or maybe you can help me understand quantum entanglement's abilities in the first place. I ask everybody, so if you can't, you can't.
Oh, no. I mean, the thing is that it was actually known at the beginning of quantum mechanics. I mean, it's just within the public imagination fairly recently, but it was actually known way back. I mean, when one of the founders of quantum mechanics was a man named Erwin Schrödinger, who came up with a formulation of it back in 1926.
Yes.
And he realized that was an aspect of it. And it's really not so strange as it sounds. I mean, the thing is that in quantum mechanics, systems, if they are created together, they're a unit. And as far as the mathematics of quantum mechanics is concerned, even when you separate them at a spatial distance, they're still entangled because they were a unit. Okay, that's the important point. It's just not arbitrary, but they had to have been a single unit to begin with. So that's actually, and that's used in some small ways in a lot of electronic devices. But the thing is that it's become much more well known because of the fact that it seems to imply, and one has to be careful, we haven't had communication with it yet.
I know.
Implication, but it is not the same thing. And when it comes to relativity, relativity never said that things can't be faster than the speed of light. What it said is that you can't send information, okay, faster than the speed of light, which is a different thing. And because the universe itself actually can expand faster than the speed of light. That's something that people aren't aware. So, but once again, that hasn't been done in a controlled way. It'll be fascinating if it is, but that's, as I said, it's part of quantum mechanics.
Well, entanglement up until now, and what we knew about it, wouldn't allow communication. But with this new quantum twisting they're talking about, they have hopes that that might allow communication, which would be really, really, really intriguing. I don't know if any of this has and or bears on your work in any way, and perhaps not. I just wanted to ask you about it, that's all, and get your comments.
Sure. No, not directly. It doesn't have. It doesn't affect my work. My work is actually based on manipulating space and time in a different way. And in fact, the thing that you're talking about actually is not a part of Einstein's general theory,
right?
It's just part of what is the basis of my work.
It seemed to just sort of annoy Einstein, and so that he called it spooky action distance. Anyway, back to...
Well, I should mention the reason why is because the very foundation of the special theory of relativity was to, in a sense, deal with signals that could seem to be going faster than the speed of light. I mean, you have to realize that the foundation of Einstein's general theory of relativity, it was to solve a problem that was in Newton's theory of gravity. In Newton's theory of gravity, it had predicted, and this was, over 300 years ago, that gravity could travel faster than the speed of light. And Einstein developed a general theory of relativity in order to take care of that particular problem. In other words, to make sure that gravity was consistent with the theory of relativity. So this notion of instantaneous action at a distance was actually in physics many, many, many years ago. It's just that quantum mechanics brings it up in a different form, but it actually has been part of the root of other aspects of physics for a very long time.
Okay, let's go back to what you're doing, and you're working with light, and I think you're working with lasers, and I believe that you are building a time machine. Now that's getting way ahead, but I want to let people know that you're not just toying around with ideas, you're building hardware, right?
Well, I should say that we would like to build hardware. I mean, as you pointed out, I'm a theoretical physicist. I mean, it's really important to distinguish between theoretical and experimental. Because of all the various sciences, there is a precise division of labor in physics. Chemists and biologists pretty much go back and forth, but in physics, it really is, there is that precise division. And Einstein, for example, was a theoretical physicist, and he came up with the notion of E equals mc squared.
Mm-hmm.
What people don't realize is that when Einstein developed that equation, neither he nor anyone else knew. It implied that if you have a small bit of matter, you could create an enormous amount of energy. The question was, technologically, is this possible? And even Einstein wasn't sure whether it would be, technologically possible to do that, even though the equation says that this is a possibility.
Once he figured that out, Professor, do you think that he's sorry that he didn't bury it?
No, not really. I mean, it's much more complex than that. It wasn't that. You have to remember that when he wrote the famous letter to Roosevelt, he very much felt that the German scientists were on the verge of developing an atomic weapon. And for him, he would have had no problem whatsoever with it having been dropped on, the Nazis, in Germany at the time. He just wouldn't have. That's important to keep in mind. When he found out that their project wasn't working, and that when the bomb was dropped on Japan, that's when he felt that he felt a bitterness about it.
Yes.
It wasn't about the use of the bomb per se. It was just the target of it. And that is something that caused him a considerable amount of angst.
Right. Professor, just straight out question. Do you believe that time travel is truly possible? Not at this instant, perhaps, but ultimately?
Well, not only do I believe it, but time travel to the future has already been done. I mean, you have to realize that Einstein developed two theories. One was the special theory of relativity, which he developed in 1905. And that theory says that time for a moving clock slows down. The faster you have a clock move, the more time slows down. Now, when I'm talking about a clock, I'm not just talking about a mechanical mechanism. Your heart is a clock.
Yes.
And that would mean that if you were traveling fast enough, your heart rate would slow down. Now, it's important to realize that this doesn't mean that you would feel it. You would not notice it, no matter how fast you were traveling. It's just like when you're in your car. No matter how fast you're going, you don't feel like you're traveling at high speed. But someone who's watching you sees you zip by. And it's the same thing here. If you're traveling close to the speed of light, they would actually see your heart rate slow down so noticeably that you would not be aging as much as others. And that would mean that if you were traveling fast enough, that you could arrive in the future maybe only being a few hours older, whereas decades could have been passed for everyone else. Now, that actually is a precise prediction of Einstein's theory. The technical name for it is time dilation. Now, what is important to realize is that this has been verified not only on the subatomic level, but even on the large-scale level. But there's this device in Switzerland. It's called the Large Hadron Collider.
I think it's at work right now, isn't it?
Well, right now they're staging, they're renovating it to go to turning it back on. But they actually found the particle that they had built the machine for in the first place. And a couple of physicists won a Nobel Prize with. It's the so-called God particle, which its real name is the Higgs particle. That's what the device was built for.
I think now they're actually theorizing something smaller than Higgs, right?
Well, there has been a long time that people have been talking about other particles. Well, actually, there's been this notion of there's two different types of theories. One of them is called supersymmetric theories, in which they say that there are other groups of subatomic particles that are sort of counterparts of the particles that we already know. And then there's superstring theories, which say that they're trying to explore and say that all of our particles are actually vibrations of these strings in many, many dimensions.
Yes, indeed. Professor, may I ask you something? And it concerns CERN. So just to put everybody's mind at rest, or perhaps not, there are people who theorize that at CERN they may create a black hole. Now, I've heard it said that that black hole would be very minor and would blink out very quickly. Would you say that you're 100% certain that if that black hole is created, there would be no adverse worldwide possible effect?
Yeah. One of the things that's important to realize is that when that sort of thing came out, it was part of the hype to get people interested in the Large Hadron Collider.
Yes.
Seriously. Because the thing is that people were wondering, what is this thing for and how long it's taking, 10 years to build this thing. And it's costing, billions of dollars to do it. And to try to keep people's interest in it, they were talking about the finite probability, I should say, of black holes being created. Now, you have to realize that this is another aspect of quantum mechanics. And the probability of that was so low that, and let me give you an example of a probability that it's similar to. When the atomic scientists of the Manhattan Project were getting ready to set the bomb off, they actually did some calculations, and there was a finite probability, that our atmosphere has hydrogen in it, that the fission bomb would cause a fusion of the hydrogen in the atmosphere and turn our entire planet into one gigantic hydrogen bomb.
Yes.
That was actually a serious calculation, but the probability, when people talk about probabilities, that is a really, really tricky thing. Because it's like the probability, and there is a probability that the room that you're in right now, all of the molecules in the air will end up on the other side of that room, and you will find yourself in a vacuum. And it is a finite probability, but it's so low that it's greater than the age of the universe. So when people talk about probabilities, one has to be careful, and that's so in the case of these black holes that might have formed. The probability of them was just, it's there.
All right, let me rephrase it. Is there a bigger chance that CERN will do something that could affect the whole world, then a bigger chance of that than there is of the air leaving half my room?
Pretty much the same.
Really? Well, okay.
Yeah, really. The thing is that there's a probability. When you calculate, and it depends on what it is that you're talking about the probability of. Something strange could happen, but the probability of it is so low that they're not even thinking about it, really. What they're hoping is that when they get the experiments, seriously going again, that they might see evidence for these strings or these, counterpart particles, these supersymmetric particles. That's what they're really, interested in, and they're hoping that they'll be able to get the money and continue to have the money. It costs about $1 billion a year to keep running that thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, when scientists have a choice to either push a button or not push a button.
Right.
I tell you what, we've got a real quick break to do, so hold on, Professor. I'm getting so wrapped up in what I'm doing. We'll be right back.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's Bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Interrupting my own announcement. I'm not saying my music is loud, but I just recently noticed that the water in the bathroom adjacent to me is sending out rings from the center in the sink that are perfectly timed to the bass of the music that I'm running in this room. That tells you how I handle my music here. Now, the other thing is I just about blew a break, and I get so wrapped up in this topic that, it's another effect of time. So totally wrapped up that everything else goes away. I'm listening to the professor and didn't even think about a break coming up. Fortunately, a little whisper in my ear corrected that. Yet another effect of time. What I was saying, Professor, was scientists create, they think about things, they suppose things, which is what a theoretical physicist does, and then other people build things. And then once built, even though there is a possibility of perhaps something going wrong, I don't know, the atmosphere igniting, whatever, they do end up pushing the button. And while that generally works out well, there may come a day when it may not work out as well. You would concede that?
Well, yes, but that's what can happen when you get in your car.
Oh, sure.
The thing that you have to realize is that, anytime we're dealing with, the mechanics of nature, something can potentially go wrong. We've seen that with space flight at NASA.
Oh, yes.
So it's the question is that what is the likelihood? And, when you get in your car, you think that it's pretty much going to go, but it's actually, it's much more likely that something's going to go wrong with your car that something's going to go wrong in the Large Hadron Collider. That's the real science of it, because the precautions that they take as far as safety precautions are concerned. But now you're talking about, phenomena that, unexpected phenomena that can occur.
That's right.
That's something else again, because we're being bombarded by cosmic rays. And these cosmic rays, some of them have energies that are absolutely incredible. And they could be raining down things that we don't even see in particle accelerators yet. So they could be causing strange phenomena that we don't even quite understand yet because of that. So it's these machines allow us to have so much more control of what it is that we're dealing with. And but what's happening out in nature is something else again. And that's one of the things that makes science the exciting thing that it is.
Listen, I'm on your side. I'm a button pusher. I'm just sort of thinking ahead here that one day, as we push limits, we could get an unintended consequence. That's all.
Oh, that's very, very possible, but that's always so. I mean, you have to remember there was a time before radio and television.
No, not before radio. I said, no, not before radio.
Oh, right, right. And the thing is that it's already has unintended consequences. I mean, this is part of the way in which when we try to control nature, that this is part of what happens. But it doesn't mean that we stop exploring.
That's right. I consider many things on television to be unintended consequences. Reality TV. There's.
Yeah, I have to agree with you about that.
All right. Look, I would like to get to your breakthrough. You had a breakthrough. What exactly was it?
Well, the thing is that in order to talk about the breakthrough, I have to back up.
Okay.
And go into, what is the foundation of the breakthrough. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, the breakthrough itself won't make a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. And once again, I'll go back to, because you asked me earlier about the possibility of time travel itself, and I was mentioning the special theory of relativity.
Yes.
It says time slows down for a moving clock, and I was mentioning the Large Hadron Collider, and the fact that what we know is that this effect really does happen because subatomic particles, there are some of them that disintegrate after just a fraction of a second, millionths of a second. And you might say that they have an internal clock that says, well, after so much time, boom, they're going to just simply disappear. And what happens is that when we accelerate them in something like the Large Hadron Collider, we can make these particles go close to the speed of light. And what we've been able to find is that we can make them live 20, 30, 40 times longer than they normally would. In effect, what we've done is send these particles into the future. And we've actually been able to do this on a human scale, but at a much smaller rate. There was an experiment that was done in 1971 at the Naval Observatory, U.S. Naval Observatory, which they took two atomic clocks. One was kept at rest at the Naval Observatory. The other was on an ordinary passenger jet and flown around the world. When they brought it back, they found that the atomic clock on the passenger jet had actually slowed down. Mm-hmm. It had lost time in exactly the way Einstein predicted in the special theory of relativity. This means that this plane actually flew into the future, but by just fractions of a second, because even though it was traveling at the speed of sound, that's very, very slow compared to the speed of light. Mm-hmm. And when we have planes and rockets, or when we have rockets rather, that can go close to the speed of light, and NASA does work on some of these rockets. They have exotic names like ion engines. Then we will eventually have the effect that when astronauts go out in space, if they're traveling close to the speed of light and come back, only a few years may have passed for those astronauts, but they could have arrived, decades into the far future, that travel. And in fact, there was a movie, one of the science fiction movies that's one of my favorites that got it right. It was the original Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston. They thought they had light that that they had actually landed back on the Earth in the distant future. But they didn't realize that because things, they thought they were in this weird planet. So that effect is travel to the future. We actually have already been able to do that. As I said, on a human scale, it's going to be a while till we can do it, but we can do it. It's time travel to the past that I was interested in, and you can't do that from the special theory of relativity. So once again, the special theory of relativity says that time for a moving clock slows down, and that allows for time travel into the future, which we already have achieved, just not on a dramatic scale. Now, time travel into the past, how does that happen? Well, Einstein's general theory of relativity does not have to do with speed. What Einstein's general theory of relativity says is that time is affected by gravity. And that's part of the key of my work, because what Einstein meant by that was that the stronger gravity is, the more time slows down. That means a clock here at the surface of the Earth, where gravity is stronger, is actually ticking slower than a clock at high altitude. And that's important to realize that. And we actually know that effect is real. As a matter of fact, our GPS system works because of Einstein's theory of
All right,
gravity.
if I'm following what you're saying, would that suggest that with enough gravity, you could slow time dramatically and essentially go into the past?
No, into the future. Because you're still just slowing, right? You're just slowing time down, okay? The effect of slowing time down is what allows you to go into the future.
Okay, well that then does not get you in the past.
No, but the point is that what it says is that you can actually, and this, I don't have enough time to go into it, but what this is associated with is the fact that in Einstein's theory, gravity, the force that we call gravity, is actually not a force at all. It's actually a bending of empty space. The sun, for example, bends the empty space around it. The analogy I like to use is that if you think of space as being like a rubber sheet, like a small trampoline, and if you put a bowling ball on it, you can get the rubber sheet to bend.
Okay.
If you take a marble, and you can actually put the marble in, and it will go towards the bowling ball. But if you make the rubber sheet transparent, it would appear to you as though somehow the bowling ball is pulling directly on the marble, but it's not. That's actually rubber sheet. And that's what Einstein said that gravity is. The sun is actually bending the empty space around it, and the Earth is just moving in that. In fact, you can actually do that with the rubber sheet, with the marble. If you take a marble and sort of give it a sideways motion, it'll actually orbit around the bowling ball like a skater on the roller derby ring. And what the Earth, fortunately for us, when the solar system was formed, the Earth had this sort of a sideways motion. And so it's moving around and around the warp space. Now, Einstein's theory, space and time are connected to each other. Whatever you do to space happens to time. So this bending of space actually leads to a bending of time. You might say, well, what does that mean? The bending of time shows up to us as clocks ticking slower. So gravity is a bending of space and time. But if you can bend space, then you can actually maybe finally twist it. In fact, if you have a rotating star will not just simply bend space, it will actually twist space. And it turns out that if you have an object like a rotating black hole, not only will it bend space and twist space, but it will also twist time. And it's that twisting of time that gives you the possibility of going back into the past, because if you think of time normally as a straight line going from the past, present to the future, which we all are moving along that line, that invisible dragging of us into the future that we were talking about, that if you could twist time into a loop, then you could go from the past, present to the future.
Are you referring to something like a pulsar?
Well, pulsar is not a rotating black hole. Pulsar would cause some twisting of space and time, but not dramatic enough. A rotating black hole is a much, much more dense object, and it would actually cause a twisting twisting of space and time. Pulsar is actually a neutron star, which is a state that's a little bit before you get to a black hole state. So, but we do know that there are rotating black holes out there in space. We just haven't got, even though we can get to them. But the thing is that if we could, since you have this twisting of time into a loop, as I said, along this loop, you could go from the past, present to the future, but you've made time into a loop, so you could go from the future back into the past. So Einstein's general theory of relativity allows for the possibility of bending time and twisting time. And it's this twisting of time that's part of the core of my work. And so once again, what I realized in Einstein's theory, Newton's theory, the only thing that can create gravity is matter, okay? And that's it. In Einstein's theory, not only can matter create gravity, but light can create gravity as well. Even though light does not have mass or matter, but light has energy, and the energy of light can actually create gravity. And that was the core of my breakthrough, because I realized that in Einstein's theory, since gravity can affect time and light can create gravity, then light can affect time. That was the core of my breakthrough. And what I realized was that I could do something similar to what one has with a rotating black hole by using a device called a ring laser. A ring laser is just simply a device that creates a circulating beam of light. One way of thinking about it is that if you have a series of mirrors that form like a square, and you bounce light off of one mirror and hits the other mirror and the other, and it creates a circulating beam of light. That circulating beam of light can cause a twisting of space. And the analogy that I like to give people to think about that is the fact that think of if you had a cup of coffee in front of you right now.
I do.
Think of the coffee as being like empty space. And think of the spoon as being like the circulating light beam. So what happens when you take the spoon and stir the coffee starts swirling around, sort of creates a vortex in the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
That, what will happen in empty space is the circulating light beam will actually cause empty space to get swirled around. You'll actually be able to create sort of a vortex in empty space. Now, you might say, well, if it's empty space, how do I see it? Well, let's come back to the coffee. If I throw a coffee bean in there, then what will happen is that as I'm stirring the coffee will drag the coffee bean around. So I could see the effect of the spoon stirring the coffee by seeing the coffee dragging the coffee bean around. The thing that plays the role of the coffee bean in the experiment that we're talking about would be a particle called the neutron, which is part of every atom. If you put a neutron into the empty space and then turn on the circulating light beam, as the circulating light beam is twisting the space will drag the neutron around, just like the coffee dragged the coffee bean around. So even though you can't see the space itself being dragged around, what you'll be able to see all of a sudden is the neutron will start getting twisted around when you turn on the circulating light beam. So that would tell you that space is actually being twisted. And now we go to the next step, because remember I said that space and time are connected in Einstein's theory.
Yes.
So if you cause this twisting in space to become strong enough, then the straight line of time going from the past, present to the future will actually get twisted into a loop, so that you'll be able to travel from the past, present to the future. But once again, you've twisted time into a loop, so you can go from the future back into the past. Mm-hmm. And that's why that's my work. Now, of course, everything that I described to you has been in words. I should mention that for physicists, that is not even remotely enough. What you have to do whenever you have these things, when physicists say that they have a theoretical model, people sometimes think that means, something that they're talking about verbally. It's not that at all. What I had to do was to solve Einstein's gravitational field equations and for a circulating beam of light. And then what I found was mathematical result that showed that space and time could be twisted. So that is what I actually had to submit as far as a paper, was a mathematical model. I have to emphasize that because once again, I have people saying, oh, gee, that's something that, you could have thought of after once it's out there, then yeah, it seems clear. But you have to actually develop a mathematical model to actually show this in order for it to mean something to physicists.
I understand. Have you worked on any practical application that would demonstrate the theory?
Well, the practical application would be showing that you could twist space. That's a possibility. That could be a new type of space propulsion, for example. Imagine if you could use light to manipulate space, then you can manipulate objects in space, and that might lead to a whole new type of space travel. So that's one of the things that we've been thinking about. But the main thing is to actually do the experiments itself. And once again, this is where the public gets a lot of their ideas about these things from science fiction movies. One of my favorite movies is Back to the Future. In real science, and once again, we were talking about the Large Hadron Collider, the prediction of that, the Higgs particle, was over 40 years ago, and it took 10 years to build this Large Hadron Collider at a cost of $10 billion, and all of that was just to smash particles together to see if they would give you this Higgs particle. I mean, it sounds simple, that you smash particles together, they get enough energy that it might create this Higgs particle.
Actually, Professor, I'd heard that even though they claim to have found the Higgs particle, they haven't actually seen it. In other words, it had to be identified by its absence in a littered group of particles. I mean, that's not a good explanation, but that's what I read.
Oh, no. The thing is that many experiments, you're not seeing the particle directly. What you're seeing is the decay products.
Where it was.
Right. I mean, you're seeing things. What's done is the prediction is that this particle will actually disintegrate and give you other things. And so you don't have to see the particle directly.
Right.
What you have to see is those other things, and that's just the same thing as seeing it. So that's just part of the normal process of it. But in any case, this thing costs $10 billion, and just for the funding that we're looking at for just the feasibility study, and the feasibility study wouldn't be to show time travel. What it would be is the first show that you could use circulating light to twist space, which is a whole new effect in itself, which, as I said, could lead to a possibility of a new type of space propulsion. But just the feasibility study for that, and by that means computer modeling, looking at laser arrays. And I should mention that I have an experimental partner. He's a laser physicist. He's not a specialist in physics, but he's a laser physicist. His name is Chandra Chowdhury.
Yes.
And he's a research professor at UConn. And he became interested in my work and in experimentally verifying my work. But just to do the feasibility study is going to cost $250,000. And that may sound like a lot, but it's actually, minor when it comes to scientific experiments. And what we're looking at is trying to get the funding just to do that. And what happens is that people are dismayed because they think that, well, this is going to lead immediately to a time machine. It's not. That's not the way real science happens.
Well, that would not dismay me. I would be very excited about that. I would love to see that happen. And I should add that since we're talking dollars here, yes, $1 billion is a lot of money. But I just read an article indicating the United States plans to spend $1 trillion on updating our nuclear arms. So it's all relative, if you'll excuse.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, so the thing is that, but that's the stage that we're in right now, is trying to get the funding for showing that the feasibility study for showing that circulating light will cause a twisting of space. If we see that, then this will allow us to go and do the experiment itself. And that experiment will probably cost many millions of dollars more, but we won't know how much more until we do the feasibility study. Then, if the experiments show that we can twist space by using light, then the input from that we would use to see what would be necessary to cause the twisting of time. And that is going to be cost even more millions of dollars, and that's down the line. So we're talking about something that's going to happen over a long period of time, and this is the way in which science progresses. And that's okay. I mean, the thing is that even with planes, with flight, one of the things I've always been surprised about is that most of the documentaries that I've seen about the Wright brothers, they do a good job of talking about their, their background and everything as bicycle mechanics, and then they talk about, flying the plane at Kitty Hawk. I've only seen one documentary that mentions in detail the fact that these two brothers actually did science and engineering things prior to that. What they did was build a small wind tunnel to look at wing configurations. That's very practical engineering. That's what they did in order to get the correct, flight characteristics necessary. And what I'm doing is to sort of like the wind tunnel stage. What I'm trying to get the funding for is to show the twisting of space is like doing that. And then from that will allow us to see what it is that we need for the twisting of time. So the theory is there, and with and as I said, I actually have a partner, experimental partner, that's interested in it. And I'm trying to get people who are experts in neutrons to become interested in that part of it, because that, as I said, has applications that are independent of time travel, just simply a new prediction about how circulating light can cause a twisting of space.
Yes, Professor, if you were able to do that, would it be easier to attempt to send information through before anything else?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the only thing we're interested in. I mean, I'm not interested at all in sending people through time. And,
why not?
Well, number one, it doesn't serve any purpose, and it's actually, we call ourselves the information age. Sending a person back is like, that sounds romantic, but sending information back is vastly more important than sending a person back. I mean, sending a person back as I said, that's fun for us. But being able to send information back, and we were talking about that earlier, is about warning or sending information back about cures and things like that. I mean, this is actually much more important. Eventually, it would be nice to send people back, but the amount of energy that would be required for that would require the total capability and collaboration. I mean, CERN is an international collaboration.
Yes.
It would require something like a super CERN type of thing. I mean, it would require the output of the financial cooperation of all the major world governments. And once again, that answers that's because of the fact of the energies that we're talking about. Yes. If you're sending information, that's not much energy. If you're talking
I was just contemplating the cooperation of all the world's governments.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the chuckle.
But still, all you have to do is think about the CERN. CERN is the cooperation between the United States, Switzerland, Germany, France, in the United States. So it is possible if they feel like they want to do it.
Okay, Professor, just for fun, let us imagine that you get the twisting you want, that you can pass information into the past, and that you decide to pass, just as an example, information on how to cure a disease that we now know how to cure, thereby saving the lives of millions of people in the past. Right. Now, not one act could have paradox implications that are staggering to even think about.
Well, that's the reason why I said that time travel to the past is a much more complicated and subtle thing than time travel to the future. There are no paradoxes with time travel to the future. But when you're talking about time travel to the past, it brings up the specter of what we call the grandfather paradox, which has very, very many forms. But the most basic of it is if you go back to prevent your grandparents from meeting each other, then they don't have your parents. And if they don't have your parents, then your parents don't have you. So how do you go back and change the past? I mean, that's what all of these other things you're talking about have that aspect to it. And you have to realize that, once again, quantum mechanics has led to a possible resolution of this notion of the paradox. What we've been talking about mainly, except when we were talking about entanglement, has been relativity. Quantum mechanics, there's two pillars of modern physics. One is relativity, the other is quantum mechanics. And when you bring quantum mechanics into the mix, you actually have a whole different thing happening. And let me clarify that. Back in 1957, there was a physicist at Princeton named Everett III, and he was looking at what happens if you apply quantum mechanics to the universe as a whole rather than just to simple systems. And when he developed the mathematical theory behind that, he found that it led to a rather startling conclusion, and that is to say that whatever outcome can happen, that outcome and its opposite or adjacent would happen. For example, if I'm talking about, and I'll use a simple scale, a large scale analogy.
I'm sorry, Professor, before you get into that, we're right up against a break, so hold that thought. We'll come back to it following the break. Grab some coffee. I know in Connecticut it's getting really late. Professor Ronald Mallett is my guest. Time travel is the subject. Midnight in the Desert is the show. I'm Art Bell.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am, and Professor Ronald Mallett is my guest. And I'm going to make a leap here and give it a try. Let us assume for a moment that what this theoretical physicist that we have on the line says is going to come to pass. In other words, you're correct, Professor Mallett. And is it irrational to then sit here and think, well, okay, if what the man is saying is correct, and he did agree that sending information back might be the first and most logical practical application of something like that, that we, as you pointed out, live very much in a information age now, Professor, so shouldn't we be on the lookout? Because, I mean, if time travel becomes possible in reverse, and we're inundated with so much information now, that isn't it possible that on somebody's, I don't know, iPhone, there could suddenly pop what would seem to be a indecipherable message, perhaps indecipherable if it comes from far enough in the future. In other words, what I'm saying is, if this is going to be eventually made into a practical application, shouldn't we be looking for messages from the future?
Well, yes, but not quite the way in which you think, and not possibly, we have to be concerned. Because
I'm not concerned, I'm just wondering.
Oh, no, but the reason why I'm saying concerned is, and you'll see what I mean by that. Remember what I was saying about the grandfather paradox?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what I was mentioning was this physicist, Everett III, who was applying quantum mechanics to the universe as a whole. And what he found was that essentially different decisions, possible outcomes, are all played out. And I was giving a specific example that I actually like to use, which is to say that suppose that today you were trying to make a decision between having a fish sandwich or a cheeseburger. At the instant that you decided to, let's say, have the cheeseburger, there would be an Art Bell in a parallel universe that has chosen the fish sandwich. They're both real and they're in separate universes, and they both don't know anything about the other. And this notion doesn't have to do with just human beings. In other words, if an electron has a possibility of going to path A or path B, at the moment that it has that, it can actually go to both. It goes into path A in one universe and path B in the other universe. So this notion of, it was originally called many world theory, but now it's more popularly called parallel universe theory. But it's a very important and possible process that quantum mechanics opens up. Now, when Everett was looking at this, he was just looking at this as a possibility that was consistent with quantum mechanics. It turned out that many years later, there was a physicist in Oxford, his name was David Deutsch. And David Deutsch decided to apply this to and mathematically to see what would happen when it was applied to time travel. And what he found was is that what it predicted is that suppose you went back into time, and the moment that you arrived in the past, there would be a split of the universe into separate universes. There would be a universe that you would arrive in, and that universe that you arrive in, that parallel universe, you could do something like preventing your grandparents from meeting each other, and they don't have your parents and so on. You would just find yourself in a strange universe that you were never born into. However, remember I said there was a split. The other universe you don't arrive in, and that universe leads to the outcome that we know has happened. So the upshot of this is the fact that you can travel back to the past, but the past that you travel back to is not the past that you came from.
So if you change it, it will have no effect on the current one.
Right. So that means that if you went back into the past to send information, or you went back there with information about the stock market, for example, yes, in that parallel universe, you could become a millionaire. But in the original universe that you came from, they wouldn't even know. They would just simply say, oh, hey, Art disappeared one day and we've never seen him again.
So in this way, you avoid the paradox problem.
That's exactly right. And that's one of the things that physicists believe is a real possibility, is this notion of parallel universe, and that quantum mechanics has to be taken into account. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect that Stephen Hawking has considered is what he calls the chronology protection hypothesis. And I emphasize that word hypothesis because it's not a proof, it's not a theorem, it's just his conjecture. And what he feels is that when you try to travel back into the past, nature itself will conspire in ways to prevent you from changing the past. In fact, he is this conjecture of his. He's actually said it makes the world safe for historians, and that's actually another possibility.
Yes.
So, but once again, that's just a conjecture. So you have that out there. So that's why I said it's not as simple as it sounds. Now, and then getting back to this notion of information, getting that information, number one, you have to realize that when you're sending information back to the past, you have to send it back in a certain form in which you have a device that will translate that. To give you a simple example, people have asked me, well, how would you send information back?
Right.
Well, one of the ways that I have, and this is based on solid physics, is the neutron spins like a little top, like the Earth. It spins about an axis, okay? But in the world of quantum mechanics, the neutron can only have two directions of spin. In our world, you can have any orientation of the spin axis, but in the neutron can only spin up or it can spin down. It only has those two possibilities. Now, the thing is that suppose that I assign a 1 to the neutron spin up and I assign a 0 to the neutron spin down. Suppose I did a stream of neutrons in which I have spin up, spin up, spin down, spin up. That's a binary code number. And the thing is that so by using the spins of neutrons, one can actually send information. However, that means you have to have a device associated with your machine that can actually translate these things. So the neutrons coming back won't be able to be picked up by an iPhone or anything else unless you have something that decodes the neutron spins.
Okay. And then, okay. All right. So then, if that's so, then if the scientists, professor at CERN, one day while looking for Higgs or something smaller, find some of these rapidly vanishing particles, actually spell out, "Hey, you better quit this now." They should pay close attention to that message.
Well, they won't, because they won't know that that's happening. They would actually have to have a neutron receiver.
Yeah.
It just can't be random subatomic particles.
I was just trying to have fun.
Oh, I see. Okay. I can be very literal.
So can I. So they would not likely receive a message in that manner.
They wouldn't know what they were getting. Yeah. I mean, you actually have to have a controlled experiment. I mean, all you have to do is think about a telephone. I mean, Alexander Graham Bell had to have a telephone receiver in order to send his telephone message. And we have to have a radio radio signal. You actually have to, you can't just get it with anything. In other words, you have to know, you have to have a device, excuse me.
No, that's quite all right. Let me try a question very quickly. Just throw it in. Is it possible that parallel universes may be detected by gravity waves?
Not necessarily, because the thing is, you have to remember that parallel universes, by their nature, means that they split off. So you wouldn't know that that there was a parallel universe out there. And in fact, that creates a problem.
Well, you wouldn't know except for the possibility of some gravity waves that would seem to make it when nothing else would.
Well, I mean, I think that it might explain things. It might explain things that we were wondering about. Why would this happen? In fact, that's what we think that parallel universes do. I think that's the theory. When it was originally developed, as I said, it wasn't developed for time travel. It was developed to try to see what happens whenever you apply quantum mechanics to the universe. And what it implies then is that things that we see right now that are strange could be the result of a parallel universe. But the problem is that it's hard to control that as an experiment. One of the things that and that's why I said one has to be careful with the messages one does get. So let's just suppose for the moment that we now have things set up that we can receive information from the future.
Okay.
Okay. Here is the paradox and the problem. Now, it's not a paradox, but it's a problem. We get a message, okay, from the future. How do we know that that message is from our universe or a parallel universe? Because if we don't necessarily know, because the information that we could be getting, since it's from the future, it could be coming from a parallel universe. That means that we may or may not, we might have a new level of uncertainty about whether or not to act on that information. Because if we act on it and it's from our universe, that's fine. But if we act on it and it's from a parallel universe, that might not be fine.
Why not?
Well, because it could actually be counterproductive. It might actually say, it might be from a parallel universe saying, giving us information that, this is going to happen. And it's happening in their universe, but it's not happening in our universe. And so we're taking precautions or we're making decisions based on information coming from another universe that isn't going to be helpful. In fact, could be catastrophic if we act on it in our universe.
Well, it'd probably be something like, do something about global warming now.
Well, it might be something a little bit more subtle, I'd say, and more dangerous, that we're going to be attacked by such and such a country, and that may be so in their universe, but not in our universe. And so we prepare to counterattack that country in this universe because we think that they're going to attack us in this universe, but they're not.
Well, all right, here's a question for you. Assuming that time travel or time travel for information would become possible, then you would have to imagine it might even be weaponized.
Oh, I mean, that's one of the things that governments would have to deal with. That's why this notion of control of this, every new technology has to have control. And when we talk about technology, sometimes people don't even think about how that simple that is. For example, let's suppose that I have a butter knife. I mean, I have a butter knife and I use it to spread butter, but that butter knife can also be used to stab someone. The knife itself is technology, and it's technology, it's neutral. It has to do with the intent of the person that has the technology that one has to worry about, and that has to be controlled. That's why we have laws and everything else. And in this particular case, in fact, one of my favorite movies, and it should get much more press, and I recommend it to people, it's called Time Cops with Claude Van Damme.
Oh, yes.
And the thing is that it's a good representation of what will have to happen when time travel comes online, because you actually have this international organization. It was to protect, the time stream, essentially, and you had time enforcement officers and and all of that sort of thing. And that's going to be the sort of thing that has to happen. Now, the other aspect is that the technology is going to be so expensive and so, it's going to be, let's think of nuclear power. None of us have our own individual nuclear reactors, and we never will.
I know, I've always wanted one.
Right. And the thing is that when time travel comes online, there's going to be technology of that level. So people aren't going to have their own individual time machines. I mean, that they're going to be able to scoot around in. And it's going to be something that has to be controlled on a government level. So it's going to be a much more dramatic and much more controlled issue when it does happen. And it will happen. I mean, it's potentially going to happen. Whether I'll see it in my lifetime, I'm not sure. But I know that it is possible within the framework of Einstein's theories of relativity.
I've always wanted to actually have what looks like an ICBM in my front yard. It would, sort of keep everything in order. Every now and then I could have a little smoke venting from it. All right, so it's certainly possible, is it not, that either ourselves in the future or extraterrestrials have long since invented some form of time travel or information transfer.
That's very possible. The thing is that, and this is actually an important aspect of time travel. In the movies, you can go back to any time that you want, but with a real time machine, you actually have a limitation. The limitation is that you can only go back to the point where the machine was turned on. For example, if I turn the device on today and I leave it on for 10 years, I could travel back 7 years, 5 years, all the way back up to the point the machine was turned on. But I can't travel earlier than that because you have to realize that it's the machine that's creating working of space and time. So that's an inherent limitation.
With respect to humanity, but when you begin to consider...
Correct, time machine.
Yes.
Right, and you're absolutely right, Art. I mean, with respect to an extraterrestrial civilization, it's highly likely. In fact, one of the things that we know now scientifically is that since the 90s, scientists have found what are called extrasolar planets. These are planets that are orbiting other stars. Now, as strange as it might seem, we didn't know that until the 90s. I mean, it was conjectured, but we saw observationally that there were other solar systems out there. Before, we weren't sure that other stars had their own set of solar systems. And what this means is that, in fact, scientists like to use, catchy phrases, and recently they've actually found a class. So what happened is that when they were looking at these extrasolar planets, most of them seemed like they were too close to their sun, so they were too hot. Some of them seemed like they were too far away, so they were too cold. What they have found now is a class of planets, extrasolar planets, that they call Goldilocks planets. So as you might guess from the name, it means that these planets are just right, and they're just at the possibility of that light, they could support life. Now, we haven't been able to see that yet, and with the current research that's going on in astrophysics is to determine how one determines the type of atmospheres that are possible on these planets. But the general feeling now is among the scientific community is that they're very, and this is just in the neighborhood of our galaxy that we have found, hundreds of these various planets. And so, there are billions of galaxies. So the notion, it's highly likely that the universe is teeming with life. And now that's part of the serious scientific thinking. And so that means that if we encounter, there's probably some of these civilizations that are much more primitive than us, but it's highly likely that there are civilizations out there that are more advanced than us. And they could have developed time travel technology, let's say 10,000 years ago. If we encounter them or they encounter us, they could visit our distant past. Or once we encounter them, we could use their time travel technology to visit our distant past. So,
No, how about this argument? They have done it, and they have tampered with us.
Well, the thing is that that's a conjecture.
Yes, it is.
But it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
No, it's not.
You know, so yeah, it's a possibility. The thing is that once again, as a scientist, I have to see, you know, verifiable proof. But it is not beyond the realm of possibility.
All right. Hold tight, Professor. When we come back, I'll give you the open lines instructions. And if you have a question for the professor, you're welcome to ask it. If you've been listening carefully to all this and you don't have a question, then you have not been listening carefully. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Oh, what a night.
No call screening. No waiting on hold. No requirement to kiss Art's ring. Just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, all right. As we talk about time travel with Professor Ronald Mallett, a very serious man involved in a very serious topic, if you would like to join in the conversation, or if you formed a question as a result of all this, here's the way you get to us. Our national number, which, you know, these modern days, we used to have 800 numbers. Not really necessary. Most people have plans that cover U.S. Canada calling free. So our national number is area code 952-225-5278. 952-225-5278. Beyond that, if you would like to call us from North America on Skype, that's doable. It is doable. Just put us in your phone or tablet or whatever, computer, as in Skype as MITD51. That's MITD51. If you're calling from outside North America, we are MITD55. Once again, MITD55. And once again, here is the professor. So, Professor, you've got a book, right, called Time Traveler.
That's right. It's Time Traveler, and its subtitle is The Scientist's Personal Mission to Make Time Travel a Reality. And the book is both a memoir and a popular science book. I mean, it talks about black holes, wormholes, cosmic strings, lasers, quantum mechanics, and relativity, as well as the personal story, my motivation, which I just talked a little bit about. But I also, in the book, I go into much more detail about the ups and downs, because after my father died, I mean, we plunged into poverty, and it was very, very difficult. And I talk about that and how I finally, was able to, to get the money that I needed to go to college, which was not immediate. I mean, when I got out of high school, we were just too poor for me to go to college, and I went to the Air Force, and I used the GI Bill eventually. This was during the Vietnam War period. And sometimes I like to give people an example in my book, not just that they learn something about the physics, but also learn about the possibility of achieving their own dreams.
Okay.
I really try to do that when I'm giving speeches as a motivational thing, which is to say that, you can achieve your dream if you do three different things. Number one, you have to have a dream first, a goal. And it should be something that really excites you, something that turns your life. It shouldn't be something that other people think is exciting for you, but something that really you want to do, whatever it is. And then you have to develop a strategy for achieving that. In my case, as I said, it wasn't that I was going to go to college right away, but I developed a strategy of going into the service as an enlisted man and then getting the money from the GI Bill, and since following my father's footsteps, that allowed me to go to college. And then the third thing is what I call the self-sweat equity. That is to say, the investment of the effort in yourself to achieve that. In other words, the hard work that's necessary to do that. And if you do those three things, then there's really nothing that you can't achieve for yourself.
All right, Professor, here's a question for you. If we received a message from the future, whether it would be our future directly or another dimension's future or an extraterrestrial message, in what way would you imagine that message would manifest?
Well, once again, we would have to know what we're trying to receive. You know, to give you a simple example in another domain is SETI, for example.
Yes.
So they actually are monitoring and they're using, radio telescopes and things. In other words,
yes.
they are assuming that this extraterrestrial intelligence has the same sort of type of way of communicating that we have. And that's a reasonable thing because electromagnetic radiation is the same here on the other side of the galaxy. So you have to, so the way in which it would manifest itself would depend on what we think we would be receiving.
All right, well, I'm just asking for a guess. I mean, would it be a note that would flutter to somebody's desk?
No, it would have to be in a way like SETI. I mean, you're not going to get extraterrestrial information in that form. It's going to have to be in a form that they can receive the communication. So if we really have to set up a way in which we would think that it's going to be received. Here terrestrially, we will be controlling that. In other words, when this device goes online to try to receive information, we will have detectors that detect neutron spin orientations that would allow us to digitalize or to translate that into binary code. And we know how to read binary code. So we're anticipating that that's the way we're going to be sending the information because we have, in fact, will be doing that. In other words, once we have this process, that's how we're going to set it up. So we're going to have to, with extraterrestrials, it's going to be a lot harder because the only other way that we could get the information would be, like from SETI, and they might send us information in terms of a binary code or something else. The problem is that we have to know, we have to be able to determine that we're getting information from them. In fact, it's funny because originally pulsars were thought to be information.
Yes. All right, let's try a couple of calls here and see what kind of questions we get. You're on the air with Professor Ronald Mallett. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Hi. I got a question that maybe the professor might be or may not be associated with or know.
Yeah, well, the only way you'll know is to ask.
That would be Stephen Gibbs in the HDR from times past. You remember him?
No.
Oh, okay. He had something that was given to him. HDR is a hyperdimensional resonator. Art, maybe you can fill me in a little bit more better than I can.
Not really.
No?
No.
You don't remember Stephen Gibbs?
I remember Stephen Gibbs vaguely, yes.
Yeah.
But there's been so much. So I'm a hyperdimensional resonator. What's that?
It was some kind of invention that he had that had some kind of bar magnet, and a set of controllers, and I think it had to do with some high frequency stuff to make you either out of body, or if it was on a correct play line, go back in time.
All right, well, that's getting pretty far out there. I'm sorry I don't remember it well enough to describe it to the professor. There have been a lot of people, Professor, that have come up with various sort of time travel schemes or claimed time travel. You're aware of that, right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I once again, as a scientist, it has to be something that's verifiable. I mean, remember the experiment that I was talking about with the Naval Observatory?
I do, yes.
Right, that's been repeated again and again and again, and not just here in the U.S., but in other places.
Right, well, that's science, so yes, we know it's true.
Right. The thing is that when people tell me that, that a person says that they've traveled back from the future, I tell my students, number one, first, be very polite to the person, number one. Two, say, well, okay, show me the machine that you materialized into, because once again, they cannot have materialized into nothing. there has to be a receiver that they were in, because that was the thing that caused the time distortion in the first place.
Well, now, Ed, are we so sure, since it hasn't happened yet, how it would have to manifest?
Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the process is. For example, when we were talking about the limitation of time travel, let's talk about wormholes. You can't go back in time earlier than when the wormhole was formed. You just can't. I mean, that's physics. You can't go back in time earlier than when the rotating black hole was formed. So no matter what the process is, and it doesn't matter what it is, you can't go back in time earlier than the process itself. So when they materialize, they have to materialize in a device of some sort, and it can't just simply be that they materialize into nothing. I mean,
All right, here's another one. You're on the air with Professor Mallet. Hello.
Hi, Art. Hi, Professor Mallet. Thanks for taking my call. I hope you're all having a great night.
Thank you. We are.
Great. It's been a pleasure listening. I have a couple of brief questions.
Go ahead.
First, Professor, have you seen the movie Primer about time travel?
Yeah. In fact, I'm glad you bring that movie up, because it's one of the few movies that actually talks about the limitation of going back into the past in a rational way. It's a very little known movie and very low tech, but they do point out that you can't go back in time earlier than the device that caused.
Yeah, I thought the notion of the fail-safe was pretty novel and unique.
Yeah, and it's actually based on the way in which physics, operates. So yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Great. And my other question would be, if you're familiar at all with simulation theory. I know you mentioned, this idea that either pulsars or quasars were originally seen as, possibly information. And I'm curious to know if you're familiar at all with, this theory that posits that, we might be living in a simulation, or that there's this alignment of quasars cased along the different filaments in the galaxy that could suggest, different ways of the ordering of physics.
Yeah, no, actually, I have heard about this notion that we might be living in a simulation, or we might be actually living in a matrix. Incidentally, one of my other favorite science fiction movies is The Matrix.
The Matrix, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is that, once again, it has to be, how does one verify that? That's the limitation. In other words, yeah, maybe it's a possibility, but how do you actually verify it? So it's one of these things that it's an interesting conjecture, but it's hard to know how one actually can, in an operational way, verify it.
Sure. And my last question is, maybe I just wasn't following earlier, but if you're able to talk about the realistic and I guess the large-scale implications of being able to send information back to the past. Maybe I wasn't following, but it sounds like you were saying that information sent back might go to a different timeline, so it just essentially just be carried into different universes? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, that's one possibility based on quantum mechanics, is the fact that the information that we send back could end up in a parallel universe rather than ending up in our universe. And on the converse side of that, that means that the information that we might be getting in our universe might or might not be coming from our universe. It might be coming from a parallel universe. Mm-hmm. So we have to have some sort of controls to know, what's happening.
Would it still be valuable to us, or could it, could some of the information that we get back, say from a different universe, could it carry, different implications? Say that basic rules of physics are different in a separate universe, and we receive that information that, has that as the foundation of its analysis. Is that a real possibility?
But no, but not on the physics level, but on a technological level. In other words, we could be. Let's suppose that someone sent information back, and we were thinking that it was a cure. Here, okay. It could actually be a disease in our.
Yes. So it could be either immensely harmful or helpful. Who would know?
That would be a real problem. But as far as the basic laws of physics, they have to be the same, or we won't be able to get the information from them at all. In other words, the basic laws have to be the same in both.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. Al on Skype, you're on the air.
Hi there. Hi. I have two questions.
Right.
Okay, one is if assuming that if you go back in time, but it ends up being not your timeline. What I don't understand is, do we then would that time traveler be creating their own universe? Would they actually be creating this universe, or are they just slipping into
something that was already there?
Right.
Right. That's right. The thing is that you have to remember that, once again, when you take into account the fact that they have to materialize into it, it has to be that they are coming into, it could be that they're creating a new universe, but that new universe has to have a device in it. That's like the device that they left, or they can't just get to that universe. So the question is that, is it a universe that was already there, is what you're saying, and that they come into that universe? If we're talking about the parallel universe in the notion and the way in which I was talking about it, you actually would be creating an alternate universe.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing.
It is, yes.
My other quick question was, if, let's say we know that now that there could be Earth-like planets, even super Earths, that could be even millions of years more ahead than us in terms of advanced life. And if that's possible, this is really out there, but it's fun. It's a fun idea. If that's possible, and this super advanced civilization created a time machine, and they turned on that time machine at the time, say, when Earth had dinosaurs roaming on it, would it be possible for those aliens to say they had this time machine aboard a spaceship that just lasts a long time? Could they visit Earth and visit Earth back when it was the time of the dinosaurs?
Okay.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. That's a possibility. But yeah, no, that's a possibility. I mean, the question is of them trying to find us. You know, I mean, it's a big universe out there. But let's say that they have, you know, they're able to find us. Yeah, they could actually have visited the time of the dinosaurs if they had created their machine that long ago. Yes.
Well, if they came down with the dinosaurs, they probably left quickly.
Right. I would say that would be very much so.
On the phone, you're on the air with Professor Mellon. Hello.
Good evening, Art. Professor Ron, the given would have to be, let's assume that the physics, and I have two questions, but that the physics here on Earth, as we experience it, is the same anywhere in the universe. So put that aside, that's a given. Could this technology that you have discovered be used for two ways? Could it be used to transport an object, and if so, how big, back through time into the future? As big as a city, as small as a person? That's the first part of the question.
Okay, hold on. Let's get an answer.
Right. No, I mean, at least what I'm doing, it's with the information you couldn't send, you know, because these things depend on energy. You know, you're sending, the larger the thing is, the more energy you're going to need. So no, it would actually be, you know, something as small as a neutron, nothing larger than that in the technology that I'm developing.
Well, you could imagine, though, an extraterrestrial race capable of, let us say, controlling the energy of the sun.
Well, if they're able to control that kind of energy, then they might be able to, you know, to do it.
There you have it. Okay. Caller, next question.
Okay, well, this may or may not be related to what we just stated. The transporting device that has been leaked out in the last couple of years, I think, in Sweden, where they said they did a transporter, Star Trek type transporter thing, but only, I believe, with a molecule across a room. So we know that's possible. Would your technology be able, within the current time that we experience, be able to transport physical objects or even living things from point A to point B on Earth?
No, well, number one, what you're talking about is teleportation.
Yes.
From time travel. And my work is not teleportation. In a sense, you might say it's the opposite. In teleportation, you're sending things from one point to another in space. Okay. okay, over arbitrarily short period of time. In my case, you're sending things through time over, a short period in space. In other words, you want the object to appear in the location now that you have sent it from. In other words, your laboratory is somewhere in the future, on the Earth in the future, but you want it to arrive in the past where your laboratory is in the past.
All right, let's go outside the country to Michelle, and I bet she's in Japan, right?
She is.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, this actually deals with what you were just talking about. The earlier guest asked about if the civilization, say millions and millions of years ago, had this time machine. And then could we use it to go back to our millions and millions of years ago? The question that I had was, let's say this time machine was moved. You just said that you'd want it in a static place like a laboratory. But let's say someone built it on a ship, and then it started at point A, and then 2 million years later, it was, way on the other side of the galaxy somewhere. If you walked into it, or send information into it or whatever, in the future, where's it going to end up in the past? Is it going to end up in that spot in the past, or is it going to end up in the machine's original spot in the past?
Right. That's a very excellent question. The thing is that the way you have to think about it, and I'm going to talk about this in terms of the work that I'm doing, is that when I was talking about these loops in time, the loops really don't close back on each other so that it's like you're going around and around. What's happening is that, think of two different things happen. Imagine that when these loops are being created in time, that it's like a slinky. So the base of the slinky is here where the Earth is now, okay? As these loops are being created, they're like the helix of the slinky. So as the Earth moves, imagine that you take the top part of the slinky, you're holding the base of the slinky, where the Earth is now, okay? Right. And what you do is the top of this, remember the laboratory is moving in space, as you pointed out. The thing is that the top of the slinky is going to adjust itself and be with the laboratory wherever it is in the universe, so that at some later time, the top of the slinky is way over here, and what you have to do is in other words, to get back to the past, you are actually going to have to spiral back along the loops of the slinky, and you can go back to any point, and you'll be where the Earth was at that point, all the way back up to when you turn the device on.
Right. But what if you were to actually physically move the device to another place? I guess is the question. Would it have to be stationary in one place?
Wherever the device is, it's going to be where the in other words, the loops are going to be adjusted to wherever you move the device. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right.
So if it started out in, let's say, planet X, and later on it ended up on Earth, if you got into it and went all the way back to its beginning, you would end up on planet X, in theory, correct?
I wish you would say planet X. Wherever you move, you have to remember that what you're doing is you have to leave the device on continuously. That's important. So these loops will adjust to wherever you are, and you're going back in time to wherever that particular link on the slinky was to where you were.
So if the machine was able to move while turning on, you would end up wherever the machine was at the point that you jump off, basically.
You got it.
Right. In the future, Michelle, if you wouldn't mind, planet Y. Anything but
planet X is in just X, Y, Z.
I know. The latest date for extinction, by the way, is October 7th. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Jeff. Hello, Jeff. You're on with Professor Mellon.
Hey there. It's good to hear from you. I just wanted to give you a quick shout out.
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up a little there.
Oh, dang it. I always seem to break out. I just want to tell you, my dad passed away, and he and I used to always talk about all the good things that you've always done. He passed away this week.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jeff. It's just not going to make it. That was totally broken. Try for better internet and give us a shot. Let's go to the phone, I guess, and Hello, you're on the air with Professor Mallet.
Hello, Art and Professor Mallet. This is Josh in Utah. I have a few questions. My first question is, if time travel ever becomes possible, is it possible to completely miss the Earth and going back and forth because the universe is expanding and you're always
I don't know if you heard the
previous call.
Previous caller.
That kind of ties into the previous call.
Right. But that's the answer. These loops would adjust to wherever you are, as long as you leave the device on continuously. So you're not going to end up in space. You're going to end up where the device was. Because the loops, as I said, it's like, as I said, this thing with the analogy of the slinky really is an accurate analogy.
So without going over it again, the answer is no problem.
Right, right.
Okay, and the second question, a lot of these books that we read, like the future worlds and these dystopias, it really seems like the authors are, really experiencing this. Is it possible that some of these people writing these books are the people that are having those slips between alternate realities?
Can't say absolutely no.
Well, no, but the thing is that what you have to remember is that the human imagination is incredible. I mean, H.G. Wells, when he was writing this book, The Time Machine, he wrote it 10 years before relativity came on. And what he said in it almost sounds like, how did he get this information? He actually calls time the fourth dimension. That was the first time it was stated like that. And it was something that's always caused me to ponder, how did he come up with this information? So the thing is that I think that it just has to do with the human imagination rather than, the fact that they're getting some sort of outside information. One of my favorite quotes by Einstein is that imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited, but imagination encircles the world. And what he meant by that was not that knowledge isn't important, but what he meant is that the driving force for us to acquire knowledge is our imagination. So I just think that these people are just extremely imaginative, and they could lead to the real possibilities. After all, H.G. Wells was the inspiration for me to try to understand scientifically how time travel was possible.
Okay. And the final question is, there's a popular British sci-fi show that you may have heard of. In that show, the main character talks about
Doctor Who.
Yes, Doctor Who. I'm a huge fan. The doctor talks about these fixed points in time, where you can go through time, but there are certain things you cannot change or influence. And I'm wondering, is that probably going to be true when we get time travel?
See, that's one of those things that we don't know until we do it. Because, as I mentioned, this notion of parallel universes is actually just one possible conjecture. I mentioned that, Stephen Hawking had another, and there's also the possibility, which I didn't mention, of the fact that what we think of as being part of our life, if time travel had been invented earlier, is something that that we don't even realize is different. What you were talking about as far as fixed things, that would play into Hawking's chronology protection hypothesis, that there would be things that you could alter. But once again, we don't know. And then there's that scary other possibility, which is the fact that when we do go back in time, we really do alter our real universe and change it, and that the only person who realizes that is the person who altered it.
Yes.
Everyone else outside of the time stream doesn't realize that.
All right, you two, I'm sorry, we've got to call a halt to it there. We'll take a break and then more questions for Professor Mallet. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert, stumbling through the night.
Flame, burning within, now and then, firelight will catch us, stumbling.
I stopped to know that along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words
Arrange melody.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. And for that poor fellow who called earlier and said, gee, I'm broken up every time I call, it's your internet. So what you need to do is upgrade your internet. And it's not so much a matter of speed. It's actually something called jitter in the internet. You could have a pretty good speed, but if you had enough jitter, the audio would always be broken up like that. So you're going to want to look into that and have a discussion with your provider. And with that in mind, Professor, once again, here we are, and lots of people want to talk to you. So let's go to Marion in all the way over in Romania in the European Union. Hi, Marion.
Apologize for my voice again.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Well, one that goes back in time, for example, can send information from today 1 day ago to get the lottery winnings, or I don't know what financial gains. I mean, for say.
Oh, yes.
So what's going to stop them from doing that, or why it have been done by now?
Okay. Well, if you were listening, Professor, I think you feel that the information would not come from this specific timeline. Is that right?
That's right. I mean, according to quantum mechanics, I mean, the person might make a winning in another universe, but they won't make it in this universe. That's one, possible scenario. And so it's the other thing is that it can't have happened yet because time travel hasn't been invented yet. Okay, not terrestrial time travel.
Any minute, though.
With the right amount of money and a great enough technology, a lot of money, perhaps. But the thing is that, as I said, according to what we understand from quantum mechanics, you might be able to alter information in another parallel world, but maybe not this. That's just one possibility. As I said, there's the other option of Stephen Hawking's chronology protection hypothesis, which simply says that when you try to send the information back, you won't be able to do it. But once again, we don't know what's going to really happen when it happens. And once again, the technology, when it does go online, is not going to be accessible to individuals any more than nuclear reactors are accessible to individuals.
All right. On to Dale. Hello, Dale on Skype. You're on.
Hey, Art Bell. How you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Great show today.
Thank you.
Professor, I got a couple geometry questions for you. This is a really interesting theory. Are you, with the light that you're using to create the changes in the fabric, are you moving the light like in a cylinder, like you were just this, so that the light beam stays parallel and moves around, or is it moving in a cone, like, you use the analogy of stirring ice, or are you actually using like a coherent source and rotating it along the axis of the light beam?
Okay, well, answer all of your questions in one. Number one, it is a coherent light source. It's lasers. In other words, when I say light, it has to be specifically laser light, okay? The other is that it's actually, you can create a cylinder of light that actually is light going like along the surface of a cylinder. So that's what we're doing, okay? So it's coherent laser light, and it's in a cylinder pattern.
Okay, so you're spinning it. Okay,
but you're not
interesting. There's so many tie-ins with a lot of the other machines we've been hearing about lately.
Mm-hmm.
The other question was, with E equals mc squared, you get a whole lot of energy out of matter, and I'm wondering if this machine, this idea, is deforming the fabric of space-time in the same way that matter does. It would take a lot of light to do that. So how much light do you need?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. With as far as twisting space is concerned, it's not that much. But when it comes to twisting time, it could be gigantic. That's why we have to try to understand first how much we need, and we do actually know how much we need to twist space. But what we're hoping to learn from that is novel ways of overcoming how much we would need to twist time. It's very much the analogy that I was mentioning earlier with equals mc squared. That sounds like a simple equation, but the question is how do you get that energy out of that mass? And it wasn't even clear at all until the 30s that it was even possible, even though theoretically it was so. It wasn't until we discovered the notion of chain reaction that we actually was able to see how we could get the energy out of the nucleus, okay, to create that enormous amount of energy that we have, which results in the atomic bomb, but also in nuclear reactors. So what we're hoping is that with these feasibility studies and when we do the experiments with the twisting of space, that this will allow us to understand how we can overcome the energy barrier to cause the twisting of time. But once again, we haven't gotten to that stage yet.
All right. Very quickly, I think to Vancouver, Washington on the phone. Hello.
Hello, Art and Professor Mellon.
Yes.
I am by no means a scientist, but I have a personal theory about time dilation that I'd like to run by you and see what you might think about it. I picture a simple atom like a hydrogen atom with the electron orbiting around the nucleus, describing a perfect circle. Now, let's say you accelerate that in a linear direction. It's no longer describing that circle, it's describing a spiral now. It's trading off some of its orbital velocity for the linear velocity. And the faster you accelerate it, the more elongated that spiral becomes until finally it becomes more or less a straight line. And perhaps that could explain why time slows down for theoretically, for something that is traveling, at speeds close to light. I just wonder what you might think about that.
Well, the thing is that you're partially right, but you have to remember that the system has time in it. It's not something that's creating time. It has time in it. So you're actually having a time dilation effect that's happening for the electron that's moving around the proton. And then when you're moving the system, it's the time dilation effect that's happening is happening to the system. It's not that the system is creating the time dilation. So that's as I said, you have to remember that the time is independent of the system. And what you're doing by accelerating it is you're actually causing the time of the system to become altered, not the time of the system. The system is creating the time dilation. Does that make sense?
I think it does to me. Let's go to Skype. Hello, you're on the air with Professor Mellon.
Is this me?
That is you.
I had a quick question for the professor.
Yes.
Take my answer off the air. Once time travel becomes possible, would it be possible to go back in time and record an event with a camcorder or an audio recorder? And if so, would the information on that recorder still exist when you came back to the future?
Ooh, good one.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that suppose you go back, and if the problem is that it may or may not, because once you've gone back, you've altered the past. So if you come back, then you might find that you have a different system because you disturbed the past. And so what you now have on your camcorder is not what you would have if you went back again. Because you've altered the past by being there.
Boy, that's disappointing. All right. Let's go here. I'm not sure where here is, but on the phone, you're on the air with Professor Mellon.
Excellent, excellent. I'm calling from San Diego, California. I did not catch the beginning of the program, but I've heard Dr. Mallet in the past, so I'm sort of familiar with his theories. And the basic premise, I think, Professor, is that the energy density of the circulating ring laser is such that you are warping space-time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to pose some physics challenges to that. Now, the first question is, have you measured the warping of space-time with your current setup?
No, because we haven't been able to do the experiment yet. But if you mean as far as the equation is concerned, yes, definitely. We know what sort of energy densities are going to cause the twisting of space.
All right, practical application, not yet. Go ahead.
Theoretically, right. So I pose that you are going to struggle immensely with this simply because of the energy density requirement. So as you know, we cannot do high energy density particle physics with a laser yet. We can do nuclear physics with a laser, but not particle physics. The highest energy density that we have on the planet would be found in a particle accelerator in something like CERN, Hadron Collider. Even there, the energy densities are not sufficient enough to warp space-time. So
that may be true, but what we're talking about is actually you can distort space with the equation actually has, if you look at the equation, it has independent factors. It's not just simply the energy density, but it's actually, this is a ring laser type of thing.
Well, what?
That's inversely proportional to the size of the ring laser. So
that's what it boils down to, sir, is just energy density. So, for instance, if you think of anything,
Hold on.
Go ahead.
The equation actually has two separate factors. You're saying that it only has one, and that's not true. The equation has the energy density divided by the size of the ring laser. So you have two independent parameters. What you have to do is maximize the energy density and minimize the size of the ring laser.
That's sure. But that's just energy density. That's energy per volume. So that's just energy per volume. If you think of Eddington's measurement of Einstein's theory, where the starlight was passing near the sun, and Einstein believed in his theory that he would bend that light.
All right, hold on.
You're wrong.
So the energy density.
All right, let's go caller. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, it's the equation says two separate things. It's not just simply the energy density of the ring laser. The energy density is a separate factor from the size of the ring laser. The size of the ring laser is a separate parameter. And what you're doing is you're actually increasing the energy and decreasing the ring laser size.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the same thing as changing the energy density. So in what you're measuring in both cases, is the thing that you're measuring is the precession of the neutron, and the precession of the neutron for reasonable energies, for instance, 1,000 joules, you can actually show that you get a precession rate that is, probably measurable. So that's not quite true. What we're trying to do is to show that you can cause a precession of the neutron due to the circulating ring laser. And that is actually something that is within present technology. Now, as far as twisting time, that requires not only different equations, but that requires much more energy. But as far as twisting space is concerned, that is definitely within the present technology and within laser powers. As a matter of fact, I have a colleague who is a laser specialist and is an expert in diode lasers. And the NSF proposal we have actually shows that you can, cause this twisting.
And he's going to need how much money to begin to approve application?
As I said, we have to have at least $250,000 for the feasibility study, and then that will determine exactly how much we need for the actual experiments.
Well, that seems within reason. Hi there, you're on the air with Professor Mallet.
Hi, guys. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, this is Chandler calling from Bloomington, Normal, Illinois. And my question to the guest is about a month or two ago, you interviewed a guy who had claimed to have traveled back in time as part of a Project Pegasus by DARPA.
That's right.
And even viewed dinosaurs and said he attended the Gettysburg Address.
He did.
And I was wondering.
My guess is the professor is probably familiar with Andrew.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, he is.
So I would wonder, have you, in that case, or have you ever run across any other specific cases that have given you pause and made you wonder whether we've had visitors from the future?
Well, I don't think Andrew gave him pause, but he can answer for himself.
Yes, pause. No, remember what I said about verifiability. And this is important, you know, physics and science in general has two critical things: reproducibility and verifiability. You have to be able to verify this. When I say verify it, I mean by independent laboratories anywhere in the world. And you have to be able to reproduce it anytime, you know, again and again and again under the same conditions. One of the things that I'm very, very proud of is my book has been translated in a number of different languages. Those languages are ones that I can't read. For example, it's been translated to Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. The thing that looks exactly the same in all of those languages is the basic equation that I have for the precession of the neutron due to the gravitational field of circulating light. The equation looks exactly the same. What that says is the universality. Someone in any of these countries can verify my work independently of me. And the thing is that whenever, for scientists, if you can't show in a verified way that what you have done can be done and reproduced, then it's, let's just simply say the community is skeptical.
So Andrew's got to go back again.
Well, thanks for your answer. It's slightly disappointing if it's very direct.
All right, thank you very much. And
thank you guys. Good.
Right, thank you. Professor, we are out of time, literally.
Well, one thing is I'd just like to mention, if people are interested in the book, it is available on Amazon.com.
Of course. And the name of the book?
Is Time Traveler.
Time Traveler. All right, well, it has been my pleasure, as always, to interview you on one of my favorite topics. So, Professor, thanks a million.
Thank you very much, Art, for having me on your program.
I wish it could be thanks, $250,000, and you could move. Anyway, have a great night, Professor, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night. From all the time zones involved, which is all of them, we're here on the high desert. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever in the world's time zones you may be, each and every one covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. By the way, it's been suggested that we use for Halloween Mid-Fright in the Desert. So that was kind of cute. Mid-Fright in the Desert. All right, anyway, rules for the show, simple and sweet, no bad language, and only one call per show, and I have breaking news. And I do not frequently ever say I have breaking news, but I do. On other networks, breaking news is used to indicate an anchor who stubbed his toe these days. This is breaking news. What I'm going to read you first is from The Independent. And we're going to talk a little bit about what it may mean. A very large cluster of objects in space look like something that you would expect from an alien civilization. That is according to astronomers. Jason Wright is an astronomer from Penn State University, and he is set to publish a report on the bizarre star system, suggesting that the objects he's seeing could be, prepare yourself, could be a swarm of megastructures, according to the report. I was fascinated by how crazy it looked, Wright told The Atlantic. Aliens should always be the very last hypothesis you even consider, but this looked like something you would expect an alien civilization to build. The snappily named KIC 8462852 star lies just above the Milky Way between the constellation Cygnus and Lyra. It first attracted the attention of astronomers way back in 2009 when the Kepler Space Telescope identified it as a candidate for having orbiting Earth-like planets. But this star was emitting a stranger light pattern than any of the other stars in Kepler's search for habitable planets. Tabitha Boyajian, a postdoc at Yale, told The Atlantic, "We've never seen anything like this star. It was really weird. We thought it might be at first bad data or movement on the spacecraft, but everything checked out, and that includes dust." Well, all right. So I read this, and I picked up the phone and called Seth Shostak right away. And he is at home ill, lying in bed with a fever. He got back from the Far East. And you cannot take a trip like that without coming down with a fever. But he said, trust me, the Allen Array telescopes will be on this in the morning. Now, let me go forward and tell you this is beginning to break everywhere. The anomalists, bless their heart, they caught it too. Here's what they said. We here at the Anomalist all agree that this may just be the biggest anomalous story of the year. And this quote nearly explains why. Aliens should always be the last hypothesis you consider, but this looked like something you'd expect an alien civilization to build. A Penn State University astronomer Jason Wright said that after reviewing evidence of a very strange light pattern originating from an even stranger mess of objects swirling around a distant star, it's caught the attention of SETI and several notable researchers from Yale and Berkeley. We're going to take a very much closer look and listen to what might be there. So, this is not a UFO landing on the White House lawn, but I want you to consider the implications of what they're saying. What they're saying is they think that what they're seeing and the light interruption that they're detecting means megastructures, alien megastructures. So if this is not in the genre that I dispense on a nightly basis, breaking news, I have no idea what would be. This thing is 1,500 light years away from us, folks. If you want to know about it, go check it out yourself. In fact, how did the Anomalists finish up their story? They said, this may be our first glance at evidence of intelligent life beyond our own planet, and quoting here, is quietly sneaking past, buried under celebrity news and presidential debate coverage in mainstream media. And they're right. You know, Don Lemon on CNN had some kind of panel on. To me, this is first class, come to attention, get your brain working, big time breaking news. Now, what would be the kind of civilization that could build what they're observing? Structures that could blink out the light of a star. We're talking type 3 here, I would think, type 3 civilization. To build those kind of mega structures, blink out the light of a star, they're sure it's not something else. So it begs all kinds of questions. For example, do we want to be in contact with a type 3 civilization? Maybe not. Maybe that would be really, really, really dangerous. Right? So we have a lot to think about. Certainly, you can look this story up yourself. It is now appearing all over the place. It will slowly, I'm sure, make its way to the mainstream media. You know, at first, I expect it will come as probably a crawl at the bottom of the CNN screen, maybe by tomorrow morning. And then, who knows, it could escalate into an actual story by afternoon. Or it could be another month or two. But the way this is building tells me, look out, here it comes. This is the one. I'm glad I've been on the air long enough to bring that kind of news to you. Whether it turns out one way or the other, it is a legitimate story suggesting we have found what appears to be alien structure. Light years away? Really? Okay. In other far less interesting news, Hillary Rodham Clinton's polished performance in the first Democrat debate did more than send a message to her primary rivals. It was a warning to the chaotic Republican field about, look out, here comes Hillary. Hundreds of Iranian troops are being deployed in northern and central Syria. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Iranian troops, hundreds of them, in Syria now, dramatically escalating Tehran's involvement in the civil war as they join allied Hezbollah fighters in the ambitious offensive to wrest key areas from rebels amid Russian airstrikes. What a mess. Maybe we do need these guys from 1,500 light years out, huh? Every other day, another Republican lawmaker seems to wake up and decide that he or she may run to be leader. They still don't have a leader. They're still all hoping, kind of, that Ryan will take it, but he's hiding away, deciding, having his arm twisted again and again. So, in my career, rarely have I had the opportunity to break such news to an audience, but imagine it 1,500 light years away. Structure is big enough to obscure the light of a star in an irregular pattern, so that people who have studied this at universities are prepared to say they think this may be alien life. Now, 1,500 light years away, assuming that the speed of light thing holds, they can't get here very quickly. But if they're a type 3 civilization, they could be here tomorrow. Or, looked at another way, they could have been here hundreds or thousands or millions of years ago and left. There's a lot of ways to think about this. And I have only just begun, and I'm sure you as well have only just begun. So if you want to look this up, if you want to verify the story or see what's breaking, continuing to break, here's another one on my screen. Has Kepler discovered an alien megastructure? I guess you could put in, let me read you the star information again. It is KIC 8462852. And again, we're talking about possible alien megastructures. Never thought I'd get to read something like that on here. Okay, so we're going to gear up here with that story and see what we can figure out. And certainly our guest coming up, I'm sure will have comments. Dr. Stephen M. Greer, MD, is founder and director of the Disclosure Project and Sirius Technology Advanced Research, LLC. He presided over the groundbreaking of the UN National Press Club Disclosure event in 2001. I remember that. Over 20 military, government, intelligence, corporate witnesses presented compelling testimony regarding the existence of extraterrestrial life forms visiting Earth and the development of the energy and propulsion systems of these craft. He is the author of 4 insightful books and multiple DVDs on the UFO ET subject. He continues to pursue Disclosure, Contact, and New Energy. The film Sirius, which documents his work, premiered in April of 2013 and was the largest crowd-funded documentary at that time. So in a moment, coming up, Dr. Stephen Greer. Pretty cool night for Dr. Greer to be on. I wonder what he'll have to say about this. Well, Art, to me it's no surprise, because they're already here. And, he could be right. You're listening to Midnight in the Desert.
Wanna take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And if you want a little more of a freak out, I should have said this, and Rossi reminds me, Art, from other stories that I've been reading about this discovery of possible megastructures surrounding an older star, most seem to point to it fitting the model of a Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere. Now, a Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that, brace yourselves, folks, completely encompasses a star and hence captures most or all of its power output. Let me read that again for you. A Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that completely encompasses a star and hence captures most or all of its power output. What does that sound like to you? I'll tell you what it sounds like to me. When Michio Kaku, Professor Kaku was here and described a Type 3 civilization, he said they would be to us as gods. He said they would have the power to control or capture the power of a sun. Kind of like a Dyson sphere. This is a big story. And I wonder if somebody's going to call up CNN and say, hey, CNN, this is a big story. Anyway, here comes my guest. Welcome back, Dr. Stephen Greer. It's been a long time.
Yeah, Rich, I'm glad to be with you.
Okay, well, obviously, I'd like first to get your reaction to this news.
Well, I mean, my reaction to it is, first of all, it doesn't surprise me. Secondly, you know, the Kepler Space Telescope is estimating now there are 11 billion Earth-like planets just in our own galaxy, and our galaxy is one of billions of galaxies. And then you consider and you factor in that, you know, the universe is some 14 billion years old, and we've only had anything resembling civilization on this planet for, well, I'm sure we haven't yet, but, you know, resembling advanced civilization for 100 years. It's a statistical certainty that there are civilizations out there that are on the order of hundreds of thousands to millions of years technologically more developed than we are. Therefore, it would follow. Now, what's interesting about this is that
I know you don't think you're a funny man, but I almost swallowed my tongue. I'm serious. You just said you were so deadpan about that. Oh, God.
Well, you know, I'm an emergency doctor, so, you know, the stuff I see, you know, you begin to wonder how civilized we are.
Yes.
So the point I'm making is that, you know, this conforms with information I've gotten from sources inside the Naval Research Labs, inside the Pentagon at the Defense Intelligence Agency, where their technologies that are much more advanced than the Kepler Space Telescope have imaged massive megastructures before. And I have talked about this openly. You know, my military advisor for years was at a facility where they tracked deep space objects. And in our own solar system, there was an object moving under its own control that was over 26 miles in diameter. And recently, a very senior official at the Naval Research Labs, Richard Foch, told me he was at a meeting with a general at the Defense Intelligence Agency who was absolutely white with shock because he had been briefed on an object in our solar system that was even larger than that, intimating it was in the hundreds of miles to thousands of miles in diameter, moving under its own steam within our own solar system. So when you start looking at going out 1,500 light years, it's not surprising that there could be an object out there that's in the order of hundreds of miles, perhaps thousands of miles in diameter of artificial construction. And I think that there's probably a lot more data in the classified projects world on these sorts of objects than are being acknowledged. And here you are now getting to where we have imaging capabilities in the non-classified world up in space that are beginning to pick up on perhaps one of these objects. That's kind of the perspective I would bring to it.
But there's no way to not look at this as just gigantic news when it's actually breaking across the world right now. A Dyson sphere would be a touch-free civilization that controls the power of a star. They would be so far ahead of us, Dr. Greer, that, as I said at the beginning of the show, they could be here if they wanted to in the blink of an eye, I'm sure. They could have been here long, long ago and left, perhaps in disgust. I mean, who knows? They will be so far.
Yeah, sure. I think there are multiple civilizations that are still observing and waiting to see how humans, play out this phase of our development. And because, we're exactly at that point that, you've mentioned that the levels of civilizations, we're a type 0 civilization. We haven't even achieved, a stable civilization that's peaceful, that isn't destroying its own biosphere.
Right.
So when you look at it, that this is the big, question. It's sort of an evolutionary question of whether humans will be able to make this leap to a level 1, 2, 3, 4 civilization. And I would wager that there are multiple civilizations out there that are way past the level 5 or 10 that are so developed and their technologies are so advanced that it just would completely seem magical to us.
I wonder then if such a civilization would become aware somehow that we have become aware of them.
Well, I'm sure they would know that in real time. I mean, why not? When you start looking at when I started the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which then evolved into the Disclosure Project, because we started having contact experiences and we witnessed by masses of people, including Air Force colonels. What I found very quickly is that these civilizations have technologies that are beyond the speed of light, and their communication systems interface with coherent, directed thought, whatever thought is. Now, we think of a thought and the field of consciousness as some metaphysical thing, but what if it's quantifiable? What if you can technologically interface with consciousness and thought? Well, that means that they would be aware pretty quickly when they were being a beam of awareness and thought was coming in their direction. They would have sensors that would pick that up. And in fact, if you look at Dr. Richard Haynes and I put together a bunch of these close encounters of the fifth kind type contact events, and many of them were actuated and caused by interactivity with some type of ET communication systems and coherent thought, just like light can be made into coherent light into a laser. And even though for many people, I mean, they're going, whoa, you're way out here in left field quickly. But I mean, if you're talking about something that's ET, why does it have to look like a late 19th century or 20th century radio, for crying out loud?
Oh, I'm with you all the way. Look, let me answer your question. You said...
that's the whole problem with the whole UFO stuff.
You said why... Yes, Doctor, you said why not?
Everyone's living in the 19th,
right.
19th century. Yeah.
You said why not, Doctor? You said, in other words, that they could be aware of the fact that we are now aware of them in real time. And the answer to that question might be because, number one, they're a type 3 or better civilization. Number two, they might not like the fact that we know they're there. And if they don't, well, I'll let that hang in the air.
If the civilization's that advanced, I know Stephen Hawking and other people have loved to have their sort of eschatological space war fantasies, but the reality of it is, if you've existed and made it through the challenges we're facing, and haven't destroyed yourself when you cross the nuclear threshold, and you've reached into what I call the trans-dimensional level of physics, things that go beyond the speed of light, pulling energy out of the so-called zero-point energy field, where a cubic centimeter of space has more energy than the entire United States needs to run on for a month. I think when you begin to look at those kinds of developments, if you were still of the mindset of marauding space aliens a la Hollywood's movies, that would be made clear very, very quickly. And only that, but in all likelihood, you would have destroyed yourself as someone of a similar mind bent. So I think that, there's a lot of kind of conjecture, and I think one of the questions I always have when there's sort of a drip of this sort of news is this some kind of an acculturation process that's beginning to break into the news so that there can be sort of a xenophobic, fear-based spin on it to continue to throw, more fuel into what Eisenhower famously called the military-industrial complex. I'm always looking at things in two ways. It's a step forward, or is it actually something where they're trying to hoist up another false flag operation?
We need bigger bombs.
Yeah, of course. I mean, because, oh my God, now we have to face to fight the aliens. Well, first of all, if you're at that level of a civilization, a hydrogen bomb, a thermonuclear bomb would look like a tinker toy. I mean, let's face it, because you're dealing with much more powerful technological systems. And therefore, the idea that there would be any kind of violent engagement lasting more than a nanosecond is foolish. Just like mutual assured destruction with the Soviet Union was a foolish thing. I mean, it was just, we had enough, we still have enough of these nuclear weapons to make the rubble bounce and glow.
I know. I did a whole entire show recently, Doctor, on what a nuclear war with Russia would be like, and he described it in 3 hours in gory detail, and it's nothing anybody wants to have anything to do with. And I must tell you, Doctor, we're closer to that moment now, in my opinion, than we have been since Cuba.
Right, the Bay of Pigs, right.
Yeah. Because of the Bay of Pigs, I'm talking about the missiles.
There's a lot of foolishness going on, and but you throw into this mix the sort of the sort of stock and trade, this xenophobia, fear-based stuff with aliens. I actually think that if this holds up, if this discovery is confirmed, it's going to have to be looked at in the context of a lot of other evidence that's in the UFO field that's long been dismissed or ignored by the mainstream media. So in that sense, it could be an entree to more evidence being revisited by the public if indeed this discovery holds out to be not some sort of artifact or anomaly.
Do you really think they'd look at it in that larger context?
I think eventually they might. Because it was like I was asked recently, because when I put this briefing together that was provided to John Podesta for Obama, people said, well, now Podesta is the chairman of Hillary Clinton's committee. I said, yeah, but that doesn't mean that anyone at that level is going to take any action or that they even have access.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. We've got to break. We're at the bottom of the hour. We have to break here, so hold tight. Dr. Stephen Greer is my guest, and again, we are dealing with breaking news this night. You think we found them? Some of them. We would have to locate a type 3, right? I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL. Art.
My favorite Ross by any measure. Hi, everybody. My guest is Dr. Stephen Greer. I got a wormhole message from Wesley who says Dyson spheres, Art, were dreamt up in a fictional bit of sci-fi writing. That way he gets fictional in twice. They're not a real thing and actually can't be built. Well, Wesley, not by us. Yes, you're right. A Dyson sphere would be, well, out of our construction realm, definitely, Wesley, but a Type 3 civilization controlling or capturing the power of fusion, presently an operating system, fusion operating system in space. For them, why not? Doctor, welcome back.
Good to be back. Glad you're back too, by the way. I'm really glad to see you back on the air.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, I had to sit out 2 years of, like in jail. I can monopoly. Pretty good at jail. Anyway, it's good to be here, and especially on a night like this. I mean, it's so cool to think about what it might mean. Maybe not in our lifetimes, Doctor, or maybe you're right, and they're already here. Oh, that brings up another topic. Since I spoke to Seth Shostak earlier tonight, and I want to play something for you. You may have been warned that this was coming, but I want to play something. What I'm about to play for you came from YouTube, and I think it has, it's the reason I'm going to ask you a question. So here it is. It's your voice.
No, I'm going to say something here because this is enough years after it happened. A few years ago, there was a show called Coast to Coast with Art Bell. And it was on the cover of Time magazine, and I was one of his favorite guests. And when I'd be on that show, it really lit things up at certain agencies. And one time I was on his show a few years back, towards the end of his career there, and this issue came up, and I said, well, I have a source high up in SETI that confirms to me that they, in fact, have received interplanetary signals, but in a kind of phased, not normal array. It was kind of a pulsed array, and that it was kept secret and covered up. And the SETI people were furious. Subsequently, Seth Shostak got on the show and just said, well, Dr. was talking about, he probably talked to some volunteer computer operator, because we have all this network of volunteers. What Art Bell didn't know, and Seth Shostak didn't know, which I'm going to say now because it's enough is that the guy who told me that was the founder. Moreover, a man who had been one of Carl Sagan's best friends, the best man at his wedding, confirmed it. And he had been present when the WOW signal came in at Harvard.
Okay. Oh, all right. So I played that for Seth when he was on. That was on, I don't know, a month and a half ago. And he said, no way.
Yeah,
no way.
Yeah, and there's no way that he can be, he would be allowed to even confirm it. Dr. Drake, when he and I had the phone call, said, if it was even known I was having this conversation with you, it would be the end of my career and maybe my life. Subsequently, the man I was referring to, who, along with Carl Sagan and others, had co-founded the Extrasolar Planetary Society, which is the early attempt to find other Earth-like star systems out there. And another man who was one of the founders of the Allegheny Observatory up in near Pittsburgh, George Fennell. And the other man I'm referring to, who is good friends with Carl Sagan, Jim Mullaney, used to be one of the editors of Sky and Telescope magazine, Astronomy magazine. Both of them had front row seats. These were not volunteers. These were the top people. And they confirmed independently, they didn't know each other. They confirmed that, in fact, signals had come in and they had been kept quiet. Now, Seth and I had a debate on Voice of America the day of or after the National Press Club event in Washington for the launch of the Global Disclosure Movement. And I had a number of top secret military people with me on that broadcast on Voice of America. He kept making these assertions that there was no evidence, even though we were presenting massive amounts of evidence. I mean, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, testimony, transcripts, eyewitnesses, people who had top secret clearances. And it was clear that, he did not win, by the way, the debate on Voice of America. But what was interesting is that it was clear that no matter what you present in the way of evidence, he would say it's not true when we're still looking for a signal.
Right.
So my only question is, you're either incredibly poorly informed or you're carrying water to maintain the secrecy on this for somebody.
Would you care to speculate on which of those you rather imagine to be?
It's the latter.
Well,
he's really an intelligent person.
Yes, he is.
These names I just gave you, George Fennell, Jim Mullaney, Dr. Drake himself, the Drake equation. These are all people that I've spoken with. And in the case of Mullaney and Fennell, I've spent enormous amounts of time with them. And these were key figures in the early days of this search. And they, in fact, what was interesting about Jim Mullaney is that he was at the congressional briefings that we did in 1997. You may remember this. before we did the public National Press Club event.
I do recall.
And he presented at that. And it was closed door. There were members of Congress, there were chairmen of committees there. There were people from the vice president and president's office. At that time it was Bill Clinton and Al Gore. There were all these people. It was at the Georgetown Westin Hotel. We had a dozen or so top secret folks there presenting. One of them was Jim Mullaney. He got so much heat after that. He wrote me a note and said, he says, you are absolutely on the right track. All of this is true. But if I continue to do anything to help disclose this information, even in these closed briefings, I have been informed that it will be the end of my career. So this is serious stuff.
Oh, yeah, serious stuff.
I have worked with people of the highest integrity who have been threatened, who have had their careers put at jeopardy, and who have had to back off from stepping forward publicly because of the henchmen by this fascistic cabal of secrecy.
Dr. Greer, Dr. Greer, why?
And so I'm going to call them out. This is the first time I've shared those names on a radio show, and I'm doing it tonight.
All right. My next question is...
But I just told you a much bigger story than these objects 1,500 light years.
Well, they're both big stories, but you're right. It's a big story.
I got news for you. This is a bigger story, because this is what's going on planet Earth with the chicanery of these goose-stepping fools.
Goose-stepping fools?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous, the kind of lies. I mean, I think people need to say enough of this. I mean, whose water are they carrying?
Okay. Well, my other question, we'll come back to it, Doctor. My question is why? Why are people's lives on the line? Why are people lying? Why is it that big a deal that people would get killed or lose careers over it? Why?
Oh, it's a huge deal. Look, I mean, first of all, it's a complete change in the paradigm of how we view ourselves in the cosmos.
Okay.
Everything from organized religion to philosophy to history and to the origins of the human race.
Right.
Secondly, the technological implications. If you acknowledge, not that it's something floating out there 1,500 light years away, but you acknowledge that there are objects and civilizations that have gone beyond the speed of light and have gotten here, and that we have studied these technologies, and moreover, we have them in classified projects. And then you put that up against the trillions of dollars being spent to try to put Band-Aids on global warming or fossil fuels or pollution. This would be, the public would demand that this issue be dealt with properly, because we're running our planet into the ground.
I agree.
Environmentally, socially, politically.
Yeah, but doctor, that's part of the why. You just said it. We're running our planet into the ground. If we're running our planet into the ground, doctor, then for God's sakes, these technologies should be brought forward to save ourselves.
Well, I know. I've spent 25 years working trying to make that happen. And so, but you have the biggest special interest in the world not wanting that to happen. It's not just oil and gas and coal. It's the petrodollar system. It's the macro. This is something that, the Minister of Defense, Paul Hillier, and I talked a lot about before we did our first press conference together up there in Canada, when he was sort of coming out on this subject. And the Honorable Paul Hillier said, look, it's a macroeconomic problem. You're absolutely right. Because if you have a source of energy that will run your home and your car, and every village and house is independent from the need to be in this centralized system, this is the biggest revolution economically in the history of the human race, bar none. And that's really, we're really talking about macroeconomic power, geopolitical power.
Yeah, but it is the one thing that would save us that they are keeping secret from us. While the planet goes to hell in a handbasket, we've got oceans ready to come up by not inches but feet. We've got cities that are going to be disappearing under the water, Doctor.
Right.
So if ever there was a time, it's now.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I was hitting my head against the wall back in the 90s, and I remember the guy who set up my briefing meeting with the Clinton CIA director said to me, look, this guy had been on Ronald Reagan's National Security Council staff. He said long-term planning at the National Security Council was 6 months. I mean, a lot of these folks just, no. I inherited the secrecy, and they don't know how to get themselves out of the box.
Yeah.
Okay, and so in a sense, it becomes the inertia, or if you want to look at the momentum of that secrecy, becomes very difficult for a subsequent generation to change because they have inherited a big sticky wicket. And, back some years ago when I was getting so fed up with all the problems that we were facing with the threats and what have you with what we were doing with disclosure, there's a guy at the CIA who is very high up in this management entity that keeps all this secret. And he basically said to me, he says, we've got to have some people trying to bring this information out because the system is so dysfunctional and the threats are so real to people who try to defect. I mean, don't forget, no less a figure than Bill Colby, the former CIA director, was in the process of meeting with a member of my board of directors to hand over one of these operational so-called free energy devices and some seed funding to get out to the public when he was killed and they found him floating down the Potomac River. People say that's a conspiracy theory. It is not. I met his best friend, who was a colonel, who said to me point blank that he gave his life trying to bring this out. So, everyone sitting in their armchairs thinks that this is just some kind of a game. But, when you're dealing with people who've lost their lives, like I have on this, it's a very serious issue. And what they're trying to maintain is that they're, ironic, death grip on the control over the planet. But of course, they're killing it by squeezing it to death. And this is the argument that we've been making for years. And so I think that if it was just about intelligent life out there, it wouldn't be an issue. It's because the intelligent life is very much involved and has been observing Earth for a long time, and the technologies that explain their presence would completely terminate the macroeconomic and oil and gas systems that we have today. And this is something that has been forestalled for 60 years. I mean, I'm convinced that Eisenhower would have really wanted to move this forward, but they circled the wagons and shut him out of the loop.
All right, let me make a statement, and you can react to it, all right? You and I have known each other probably 15 years or more. And
longer,
yeah, maybe longer. So during that time, Doctor, you've been on my show many times, and many times you have said, Art, this is it. We've really got it. I can't tell you anymore right now, but so-and-so has developed such and such, and this is really it. And of course, something has always happened, and it hasn't been it.
Yeah, it's been a disaster, particularly with the technologies. Yeah.
Yep. So, what do you have to say about all that?
Example. This it actually happened pretty recently. This was about 4 or 5 years ago, and there was a man who, with a top secret clearance, working at the under contract down near the Redstone Arsenal there in Alabama, near the Huntsville Space Flight Center. And he had 5 shepherds, they're called, in the intelligence community who were holding his clearances and who had cleared him to work with us to develop a basic prototype of one of these devices that would put out more energy than you have to put in. So we provided a grant to him, about $65,000, not a lot, so that he could work on that. And he was cleared to do it. About the time he was assembling that, a bunch of these goose-stepping goons came down to his command, threatened him, threatened his family, did all kinds of things to stop him. Now, this is a well-documented case. This is not ancient history, and it's not a conspiracy theory. He backed out of it so quickly. So we were within a couple of months of having one of these prototypes again, and they came in and scared the hell out of this engineer, who was, by the way, absolutely brilliant, and who had worked on things that were transdimensional physics for classified projects for almost 40 years, from 1974 until now, well over 40 years.
So what did he do? Did he shut it down?
He absolutely shut it down. He was scared to death. So So this is something where people go, how could he do that and betray you that way? I said, well, I understood it because he was doing this as a lone wolf, even though he had the clearance and I met with a colonel who had retired and had become a civilian intelligence employee, who was one of his shepherds holding his security clearances, who told me, we really think it's time that this level of the technology, not the things that fly around that they developed, man had worked on, the so-called anti-grav stuff, but the just basic energy technologies, and we're going to let him do that. So this was a very prolonged negotiation. I first met the man in 2004, I believe it was. By 2010, they were willing to cut him loose and work on this. And then in came some of these thugs who basically from another compartmented project who threatened him. So this is the life I've lived.
Do you know any of the specifics of the threat that was made? Was it, is it like, keep going and your family's dead, you're dead, what?
Absolutely. Yes, exactly that. And in fact, the man who set up the meeting with me, he was privy to so much stuff that he was told point blank that, and this was a senior fellow at the Naval Research Labs, that if he disclosed what he knew about some of this, that they would kill him, his family, his children, and his grandchildren. I am quoting, and I have witnesses to this senior, third highest ranking person at the largest defense lab in the United States telling me this. So people who live on conspiracy sites who think this is just all, whatever. No, this is really how this thuggish world works. And so it's a very difficult thing to get out there. It's been doing the disclosure, the informational part of disclosure, top secret witnesses, documents, that sort of thing, was difficult. Trying to bring out the technologies that could fix our planet and bring us to a level 1 civilization, that is the heaviest lift I've ever had to do in my life. And I mean, much more traumatic than, taking care of a child that dies in my arms in the emergency department. It has been absolutely traumatic.
Well, you have a family, Doctor. Aren't you afraid for them?
No.
Well, perhaps you should be.
I won't even say, I'll just tell you, when that was brought up once, some folks who work in the intelligence community wouldn't even let me answer and says, we don't have.
Will you partake of that last offered cup or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around?
Want to take a ride? Exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. To call Art, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
My guest is previous emergency room doctor, Dr. Stephen Greer. And we're having a very, very serious conversation tonight, actually. Bruce has a question. I have this thing called the wormhole, which he can fire a question through, and he fired one. Art, please ask Dr. Greer about the message he's talking about that was received. What was the nature of the message, and where was it coming from? I have never heard any of this from him before. Doctor?
Well, this wasn't told to me where they thought it was coming from or if there was any content to it, except it was confirmed to be extraterrestrial and from an intelligent civilization. And there have been more than one. There was a very old one, and then a more recent one that apparently came in by some technologies that were not just normal speed of light sort of technologies. And, the senior scientists at Naval Research Labs confirmed to me that in their lab, they had done a type of modulated transdimensional electromagnetic signal that was proven to be multiples of the speed of light. So the idea that the light barrier is inviolate is a myth. But of course, any civilization that is going from one star system to another and has that capability is going to be using communication as well as transportation systems that drop out of linear space-time and go beyond the speed of light. Apparently, that something along those lines happened in addition to one that was more of a linear signal. By linear, I mean speed of light.
Right.
So this gets into the whole question of why wouldn't that be disclosed, and then what were the origins? Now, there's a man, this is another name I've never shared in context with this story, Dr. Richard Haynes, who is at NASA Ames Research Center. He'd been looked into the UFO subject for years, was a NASA scientist. He was on my early board of directors. And in the early days, SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, had been centered there at the NASA Ames Research Center. So Dr. Haynes went over, and his name was Dick Haynes, and talked to one of the senior folks there at the research center. And And he bluntly said, because he was convinced we were already being visited. He said to the city official, he says, "What would you say if I told you that the SETI project is a smokescreen, and that by having it, it conveys to the scientific community and the public that they might be out there, but we haven't found anything because we're serious scientists, and that in reality, you know that they've already landed on terra firma, on the Earth." And this official with SETI turned to Dick Haynes and said, "Well, Dick, I'd say that you're a very smart man." I'm quoting. There you have it.
All right, so I have interviewed Seth many, many times, and I know I've given him just a terrible time because, I've said these very same things, and his response is uniform when you ask him about whether, we would be informed if contact was received. And he said, "Oh, yes, you couldn't possibly keep it away from the American people. New York Times would be on it in 1 second." And I have doubted that answer for years and years. Seth is a great guy, but boy, I'll tell you.
It's past his pay grade. That decision is not in it. I'm sorry. It just is. I mean, look, let's call a spade a spade.
I actually brought that up to him. I said, above your pay grade.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, if it's above the pay grade of the President of the United States, you think it's not above the pay grade of Seth? I mean, come on.
Well, you're right. I mean, the stories we're discussing tonight are astronomically large.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's
gigantic.
It's a story in the history of the human race. I agree with you.
All right, well, you've been batting your head against it for years and years and years, and do you have any hope at all that you can come away with anything other than a headache anytime soon?
Sure. Well, it's a process. Look, I mean, this is an ultra marathon, not a sprint. And I knew that when I got involved with it. So, when we started this project, about 25, 30% of the population thought that UFOs were real. Now it's more than half. 2/3 of the public think that there's intelligent life out there, and a majority of the public believe we've been visited in the past, if not currently. 43% of the public think that we're currently being visited. So we've made a huge amount of progress. And, and look, since we've done the Disclosure Project launch, there are 14 countries that have opened up their UFO files. There have been Chilean generals come forward with video and other evidence. This continues to happen. But the big holdup is the mega superpower known as the United States of America and its transnational allies. I want to keep the lid on this for geopolitical, macroeconomic, and technological reasons. And also, I have to say, reasons that are related to sort of a worldview. This gets into this whole question of Buzz Aldrin said, "Hey, we need to go back to the moons around Mars to look into the obelisks and other structures that were there." Buzz Aldrin has said that. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting is that some years ago, a man who was involved with the jet, who worked at Jet Propulsion Labs, came up to me. I was given a praise. He said, "Look, I work at JPL, and you're absolutely right. There are structures both on the moon and on Mars, but that are ancient. And on Mars, we're talking really ancient, probably millions of years, not thousands." And I said, "Well, why at least can't that be released? Because that's sort of in the past. It's archaeological." He says, "No, you don't understand." He said, "If that was released, it would collapse the foundations of every orthodox religious belief system on Earth." I said, "Well, good, if it's based on information that's not correct." He says, "No, you don't seem to understand how powerful those interests are."
So, essentially Brookings, right?
Scientist saying this to me.
Essentially.
This is a scientist, not a theologian.
I've got
This
you.
is a scientist.
I've got you. Essentially Brookings, right? Right. It's essentially Brookings, what they said.
Right.
Brookings did a study, you may recall, Doctor.
Yeah, I do know it. Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they said, look, everything will collapse. Religious institutions and on the economy, everything would go.
Well, I don't think it would collapse. It would have to get transformed. And so this is, a couple of years ago, I was at a gathering with 120 world leaders on an island off the coast of Australia, up in the Great Barrier Reef. And it was one of these confabs where the Chatham House rules are in effect. I don't know if you know what those are. It means that you can share what's stated there, but you can't attribute it to anybody. So I I was sort of a guest speaker. The organizers of it are people who are very good friends with the Clintons.
So, in other words, it's kind of like Las Vegas.
Yes, exactly. You can't say who said what. So it was interesting because I had people at this meeting who absolutely were, they were very upfront about the fact that this information is something that can either be viewed as disruptive or transformational. And so the whole title of this entire 3-day weekend with these literally 120 world leaders that were at this, from all walks of life. Some were corporate, some were academic, some were political. The Minister of Defense was there. And basically the title of it was From Disruption Opportunity. So the whole point I was trying to make is, it's like if somebody had wanted to suppress the internet or computers coming around because you own stock in Royal typewriters or something. Yes, it's disruptive on one level. On another level, it would be incredibly transformational. I mean, imagine having a civilization where there was no longer the need for poverty or pollution, and energy would be zero at its cost. I mean, this would be amazing. Now, there are stakeholders. I mean, some of the top people in the Australian coal mining industry were there, which is the only bright spot in the Australian economy for exports to China is coal to run the polluting power plants in China. That's why all the pollution is landing on the west coast from China. But, obviously those coal mines would be shut down within 10 or 15 years. And same thing with the oil wells. I mean, you'd have oil for plastic and that's it. But we're now talking trillions of dollars of an economic change, but we're also talking about an economy that would be lifted, that would be growing by tens of trillions of dollars. So it depends on where the stakeholders are and how much power they have. The problem with our political system, and by extension our macroeconomic and military-industrial complex, is that the stakeholders who have the power are the people who are really calling the shots.
All right. Let me stop you for a second. I want to ask a question. Yeah. You touched on political, so I'm going to ask you about this.
Yeah.
In years past, Doctor, we have had candidate after candidate after candidate who is an insider. And we've had to choose from Insider 1 or Insider 2, and once in a while, maybe an Insider 3. This year, things are a little bit different. We've got Trump, for one thing. Trump is, I don't know what Trump is. He's a wild man, an absolute wild man. But if he became president, do you think there's a chance that he would say, to hell with all of you, I'm going to tell you?
Well, I will tell you what. You're making it's a fact, not in evidence, okay? Here's the fact that's not in evidence. You're making an assumption that the President of the United States, by virtue of that, has an all-access pass. They do not. I mean, remember what Jimmy Carter said. Jimmy Carter ran on ending UFO secrecy, had a sighting. He got into the White House, and he started pushing on this and started the whole White House study of UFOs. And the two of these goons showed up with an all-access pass in the Oval Office and said to the president, "Sir, if you would like to complete your first term as president, you will keep your damn mouth shut about this." Now, this I know for a fact.
Right. I know this.
So this is the question: is you could put anyone in the Oval Office. The question is, do they have the courage to stand up to these sort of interests? And that's what we haven't seen. And I'm not holding my breath that anyone from left, right, center, libertarian, A, would have access, and B, would have the courage to stand up to these folks. Now, could they? Technically, yes. There's enough actionable intelligence, let me just use that word, that we can provide that if they wanted to get into that system and demand, they could.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is our potential political near future could be very different. I'm not saying that they would have the pass that they need or that they would have the knowledge they would need, but some of what's offered looks a little different this time around.
Yeah, you're right, it does. And whether or not that plays out into, I tell people when you boil it all down, the currency that matters, courage. I think if you don't have the courage to do it, you're not going to do it. I mean, and so far, what I've seen with the political class and the money class is that when the going gets tough, they run the other way with their tail between their legs. Now, that's a very jaundiced view, but that's what I've observed over 25 years of dealing with. And I have a home in Washington. I meet with folks all the time, and obviously many of them, everyone is interested in the subject. Let me put it that way. Whether or not anyone wants to stick their neck out on it, that's a very big question.
Well, I think there are going to be more willing to stick their necks out when they begin to observe the water at their ankles.
Well, yes, that could be, and how much pain does there have to be for these folks begin to realize we just can't continue driving the ship of state over a cliff here. But
everybody in the world wants what we have, and they're beginning to get it. Plus, and I don't know how long the world can last at this rate and be sustainable and livable. And at some point, one thing is going to get bigger than the other, and that's when you'll observe radical change. I hope.
Right. Well, it's a shame that it would have to get that bad, though, because we're talking about things that could be really severe. And the problem with it's a little bit like ignoring your house roof is leaking, and you just keep ignoring it, and then the structure and the foundation starts rotting, and then the whole damn thing falls in.
That's right.
So there's a lot of deferred maintenance, and everyone knows. I've met with folks who are generals and admirals who said, "Oh yeah, it's a mistake that this was ever kept secret." But that's the way it is, and it's just too complicated to try to change it now. So some of the attitude is let the system collapse. I mean, it's sort of an eschatological view of things.
It seems a hard way to go.
Well, it is. It's very unwise, but that's, a lot of people just kind of have that view that there was an admiral who was the head of CONUS, of Continental United States Security, and he was meeting with it, and he said, look, you're absolutely right. It's ridiculous. This is secret. But he says, my main job is maintaining the sort of the status quo of the world energy supply. He says, and this is such a complicated problem, and the change is so huge, I just want to retire from this command and go fishing at my ranch out in Montana. I mean, that's literally what he said. So, everyone puts their pants on one leg at a time. There's no one leaping tall buildings here. So when you talk to a lot of these folks, they basically just don't want to take it on. It's too big of an issue. And in fact, Paul Hellyer was meeting with a senator up in who was on the Armed Services for Canada, and the Minister of Defense, Paul Hellyer, told me that this guy used to be kind of an understudy for him, and now was the chairman of the Armed Services Equivalent Committee in the Senate of Canada, Canadian Parliament. And when Hellyer brought this up, he said, look, I have a 5-pound line, and you're wanting me to reel in a 2,000-pound fish.
Yeah.
And that's literally how he put it. And so I think that, a lot of the public has to understand that a lot of times it's inertia and fear, and the lack of courageous leadership is really a big problem. I mean, it sounds very mushy, but when you get right down to it, it is about courageous leadership that we need.
All right, well, here's a statement for you and a question, and it is, look, I know, yes, I have a young wife in her 30s. I have an 8-year-old daughter. If somebody came to me, doctor, and said, look, buddy, you stay on the air, and your wife and your daughter and you ultimately are going to be very dead, I would be off the air. Now, shift to Dr. Greer. Dr. Greer is talking about things and goose steppers and no doubt upsetting a lot of people with what you're saying. Now, what gets you the pass that allows you not to get a threat of that nature, Doctor?
Well, I've had threats of that nature, although not involving my family, and it's something that I've always known as a possibility, and it doesn't stop me from doing what I'm doing. Part of it is that there are some folks in the so-called MAGIC group, MAJIC group, who very much want to see this problem resolved. And I call them the white hats or the friendlies in this group. One of the problems that people have, and this is a problem with these sweeping conspiracy theories, is that they think it's homogenous and everyone's the same. No, it's very fractured, actually. And when I first was, way back when I was doing this briefing for the CIA director, I was told that only a third of the policy group controlling the subject was at all in favor of it coming out. Not long ago, I was told 70% of them would like to see this issue resolved now. So it's gone from 30-some% to 70. Now, people say, if it's 70%, why isn't it resolved? I say, because the other 30% are murderous sociopaths. So, but it means that there are some folks who very much are protective of what we're trying to do. They know we're on the side of the angels and trying to bring out the information and create a peaceful and better world with this information, and also a more peaceful approach to the problem with these visitors from outer space. You know, instead of militarizing it, let's do something that's more peaceful and diplomatic. That was the core of why I launched the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence 25 years ago this month, in fact.
Well, I'd gamble with my life, but not that of my family. I've got to tell you, if they said they were going to kill my daughter and wife, that'd be it for me. And I think most people, including the man who was developing the energy system that you didn't get, right?
Right.
I mean,
right.
My life is one thing, your life is one thing. Maybe, Doctor, they consider you and me useful idiots.
Well, or expendable. You know, I mean, it was like, you know, useful idiots or expendable, but there are people who want to see a lot of this information continue to go forward. And I think that you really can't overthink it, but I've never had a direct threat to family, and I have had direct threats to myself. The worst, though, come from the public. You know, I mean, you know, all kinds of wacko people. But
True.
Well, no, seriously. I mean,
no, you don't have to convince me.
Oh, believe me. So, but I think that the bigger problem is with, you know, I think that if the public got together and resolved to change this themselves, I'm not saying that these covert interests are impotent, but they don't have nearly the power the public thinks they do. If the public were to actually move together, and I think that there's two sides of this equation. There are people trying to keep it secret, and then there's the apathy of the public. It's sort of like what happened in World War II, when in Germany people said, "Oh, well, this can't happen," or someone else will take care of it. Next thing you know, they're bootstrapping, you know, millions of people into ovens. I think that's one of the problems with humans, is that they really always expect someone else will fix it. And I think we have got to stop that. We have to come together. It's very much a we the people kind of concept. We the people have to get together, bring out these technologies. We the people have to come together and go and find people who have been working in these classified projects and say, why don't you come forward with more and more information and evidence? We have got to come together and do that. We launched about a year and a half ago an app so that anyone in the world who wants to connect to another Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind group and go out under the stars together can do so.
Okay, we'll get into that, but I want to point out to you, Doctor, I don't want to.
So that's actually happening.
I don't want to discourage you, but while people dressed in black have been lopping off heads, right and left, the American people have cheerfully watched their constitutional rights to privacy disappear in front of their very eyes without so much as lifting a finger.
I agree. I think the Patriot Act was ultimately a test to see if anyone would give a damn. And no one really did, very few people. And it was, I think, a way of testing the waters to see how far down the road of totalitarian, super state, you know, fascistic policies the public would go along with passively.
Well, fear is a strong motivator.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And in the aftermath of 9/11, there was a lot of fear, obviously.
Well, just watching what's going on in the Middle East right now is lots of fear. So, you know, I mean, our rights have just gone away and gone away and gone away. I'm 70 now. I'm old enough to remember what it was a time when we actually had those rights. And so I've seen them disappear. A lot of people, I think, haven't been paying attention. You know, they're too much into their video game.
Right, exactly. Well, I think also there's sort of an erosion that happens. It's like the frog being boiled in the water, doesn't even notice it. It's just little by little by little being chipped away at.
Right.
And that's where, between that and the sort of the media kind of making everyone kind of passive and not engaged. But I think that's why we have to awaken. There has to be this sort of awakening in the body politic and see a change, or things may get to the point where there's enough pain that people go, we got to wake up and change this. You know, it may be at the 12th hour, but ultimately that one of those two things are going to have to play out.
I'm curious, Doctor, how you view the Ed Snowden affair.
Well, it's interesting. I was up in New York this past last year, and I was talking to a man who works with Ed Snowden's lawyer, and I said the big problem with that was that Snowden was very young. He didn't know the difference between a top secret, or TSSCI, top secret special compartmented intelligence, and an unacknowledged special access project. And that cost him everything. In other words, if he had disclosed illegally run, unacknowledged special access projects that the Congress and the president didn't know about because they were so black, he would have been absolutely on safe territory. But if you disclose something that is being properly managed, even if it's a ridiculously wrong-headed project, but the Senate Intelligence Select Committee and the president and other people are informed of it, it's being legally handled. So he needed to have someone, other than the people who are around him, to say, look, if you're going to disclose something, be sure it's something that is an unacknowledged special access project that is, by definition, being run illegally and off the books. And that would have been something that no one could have come after him for. But in a sense, he risked everything for disclosing projects that were just a later incarnation of what the New York Times exposed back a decade earlier in the Carnivore program and the Echelon programs with the NSA. They were just more beefed up versions of what the NSA had in the late 1990s and early 2000s that was in the mainstream media already. So the tragedy of the Snowden affair was that he didn't really understand, the legalities of disclosing something that was illegal versus legal. Now, the argument can be made, he still disclosed information that the public needed to know about, but almost everything he disclosed were of a genre of surveillance projects with emails and phone records and electronic intelligence that was exposed a decade earlier if anyone did their homework. So I think that it was sort of a tragic situation all around, and I think it was because he didn't appreciate the distinction between top secret and compartmented intelligence and unacknowledged special access projects, which is where, by the way, the whole UFO, ET, zero-point energy area is residing.
All right, very quickly, Doctor, I've seen a few references in media to Snowden having said something about either UFOs or alien technology or alien contact or alien something or another. I don't recall the exact reference. Are you aware whether he's actually made a statement in that area?
I've heard the same rumors, but I haven't been able to attribute it. And I've seen no evidence in the way of documents or anything else that he's released that point in that direction. By the way, the Gary McKinnon case, you remember that case where they were trying to extradite? Well, Gary McKinnon did the hacking where he found all that ET information because he saw the disclosure event that I organized in 2001. So I felt a little bit guilty about that, and I reached out to his legal team and said, look, you're making the wrong argument. The argument you need to make has nothing to do with the legality of the hack. It has to do with the illegality of the information he was accessing, that the information he was accessing has been managed in an illegal fashion. And if that's the argument you make, a constitutional argument, not a technical one, I will give you the names of people that you can subpoena on his behalf. I mean, admirals, generals, etc., who have been locked out of these projects and where it can be absolutely proven in a court of law that these projects are being managed illegally. Now, I actually shared that with them, and what they did with it, I don't know. Ultimately, he was able to beat it and not get extradited. But, I think that, again, anyone listening who's in the intelligence community or a contractor, just if contact me if you're listening. And, I've dealt with some of the best constitutional attorneys and some of the best people in the world who know the system. I didn't know it. I had to be taught about this. I was a doctor, for God's sake. And you can avoid these really catastrophic mistakes if you stick to exposing and disclosing the projects that are illegally being managed.
right, doctor. Hold tight, please. We're at a break. This is Midnight in the Desert. Dr. Stephen Greer is my guest. And yes, by the way, he is a doctor. Good question, huh? How come you gave that up? How come you're doing this? Can't be making a lot doing this, right? We'll be back.
A new religion and I'll bring out to your knees. Like velvet.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is counting packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
Breaking news night, more than one way. My guest was Dr. Stephen Greer. The breaking news, just one more time, is pretty amazing stuff. It appears that astronomers have located what they feel may be megastructures near a star about 1,500 light years away, mainly KIC 846-2852. It lies just above the Milky Way between the constellations of Cygnus and Lyra. They actually used the word megastructures. So this story, watch for it, is going to get real big, real quick, or something is real wrong. Doctor, in the last segment, you were saying, look, I'm a doctor, and you are a doctor, and so I'm wondering, doctor, most doctors, well, you know, they're doing pretty well. They've got a nice house, they've got a nice family in private school, the kids are, and on and on and on. Things are going well for them because they make a lot of money. You, on the other hand, have turned to everything we're talking about tonight years ago, and it just can't be that profitable compared to what you could be doing.
Oh, well, of course it isn't, and that's not why one would ever do it. You know, as an emergency doctor, you know, at this stage, you could be making, you know, around $500,000 a year or so. I mean,
sure.
My view of it is that, well, a couple of things. One is you have to put all this in perspective. I didn't go into medicine for the money either. I would have gone into investment banking or something. And secondly, you know, it's what are we leaving to the next? I now have, you know, I have 4 children, and we just had our 8th grandchild was born about 3 weeks ago. So, you know, in my view, what are you doing? What are you leaving that generation? And what kind of a world are we leaving if we don't try to do something? So those are the bigger question. And so it's not a monetary thing at all. But yes, you're absolutely right. I remember, you know, a couple of years ago, my wife and I were looking at, you know, our W-2, and we had a grand total of I think it was $35,000 in income instead of, you know, $450,000. But, well, I mean, you know, the question is luckily, I had done well enough as a doctor and done some things in investments, and so I was able to own a home and get the kids through college. So, you know, our needs are at this point fairly simple. But I think that's, you know, ultimately it's a choice that people make. Are you going to, you know, take this seriously or not? And I decided to take it very seriously. You know, and you can't do everything. And then for a long time, I did everything. I was working full time as an emergency doctor, raising 4 kids, trying to do all this stuff in the disclosure project. It was killing me. You know, I mean, you know, because you only have so many hours in a day. But that's when you get onto this sort of really a personal choice. Are you going to give it your all or not? And we decided to give it our all. And luckily, I have a very, very supportive wife.
I was going to ask, you've had, I'm sure, the talk a few times, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. And the wonderful thing about her is that, you know, she was in the Peace Corps when I met her. Her whole worldview is, you know, the same as mine in terms of how we leave the world as we a better place than we found it if we can. And I don't, you know, for her it was sure, let's do it and we'll manage. And she knew that, you know, I was good enough at balancing things that I'd still take care of everyone.
All right, I'm going to bounce another question off you, and then we're going to turn to some, you know, I know you've got a lot of stuff. So I want to ask you, I recently interviewed Dr. David Jacobs.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Then I interviewed another guest, but mainly I'm going to bore in on what Dr. Jacob said, that another guest backed up. Pretty wild stuff. He said, look, Art, it's already happening. They have been experimenting with us, toying with us, if you will, genetically for a long time. There are human alien hybrids on the planet now, and there are more and more of them. Anybody run that one by you?
Well, I've certainly heard it. I've never seen any evidence for it. What I will say is that, not everything that goes bump in the night is what people think it is. And this gets into the deep end of what's called stagecraft in the intelligence community. Now, what am I talking about? The way that you stage things to create a deception and to basically for the purpose of psychological warfare purposes. And, we put up on our website not long ago, the man, I had recorded his interview, maybe 14, 15 years ago, videotape, and he didn't want it released until he had passed away because of the risk of doing so. And his name's Pawlac. It's spelled Pawelac, and his testimony is at our website, SiriusDisclosure.com, SIRIUS Disclosure.com, all one word. So when I got the permission to release it, I put it up there on our YouTube channel, and it's one of dozens and dozens of these kind of whistleblowers and deep insiders. And he was talking about how in the 1970s and 80s, he had developed, working with people who developed an RS chip, a radio frequency chip, and that the CIA got very involved with it. And then Siemens made 2 billion of them, and they were being used to put in people. And this sounds like something science fiction and very spooky. But he didn't want to have that attributed to him until after he passed away. So after he did, I got the death certificate from his wife, and it's up on our website. Now, what's interesting is how few people have actually studied this issue of how many things that are going on. What part of it is ET? What part of it is human masquerading as ET? And this is something no one's ever asked. No one's asking this question. It's like the Benowitz affair, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. And Richard Doty with Air Force Office of Special Investigation. But the thing that precipitated that was a woman who, near Kirkland Air Force Base in Sandia, driving late at night, saw one of our man-made flying saucers. It looks like an ET craft. It's made by Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, and a consortium of companies, SAIC, and a whole bunch of them. And they sent a squad over to, quote, simulate an abduction. And they abducted her. But it wasn't aliens abducting her.
Right.
It was humans masquerading as aliens. And then it made its way over to Benowitz, and the rest is history. But this goes on a great deal, because if they're trying to hide something, there's two things. One, it creates a great cover story to blame it on the aliens. Secondly, it also creates the specter of a fearsome thing going on out there that we need to be fighting. So there's the psychological warfare value of it, the so-called, what Werner von Braun said, look, they're going to try to hoax a threat from outer space after they're done with the Cold War and terrorism. And by the way, we released that information before 9/11, right? So there's that part of it that's sort of more of a strategic psychological effort. And then there's the tactical, and that is, we have an event happen here. It's actually one of our prototypes that's an anti-grav. Let's concoct a cover story that it was alien, when it's not alien at all. So there has to be, it's not as simple as people think. When you can't just take a sort of a strictly phenomenological approach to it. In other words, here's a phenomenon, it's got to be alien. That's way too simplistic. You have to say, okay, here's something that's happened. Is it us? Is it them? Is it neither? Is it something else? And that's the whole question of how you have to approach it. So when you look at some of these stories, I go, well, maybe. But then I know guys who have been on human abduction squads masquerading as aliens on purpose. I mean, I personally have met guys on those special operations teams. And, the Stan Romanek story, when he had this weird robotic thing that looked like an ET that came into his house, and he was on the TV circuit with this alien called Boo that popped up in his window. You know this story?
I don't.
Well, he was on Good Morning America and Larry King and everything else. Anyway,
Well, I was overseas for a lot of years.
Yeah, so I went up to his house. And this is a great story. This is a fascinating story. So a member of my team in Denver and I went over to Stan Romanek's house. And there was footage that Disney had bought up that was of one of these abduction things that happened in his house there outside Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And he videotaped it. And I saw the videotape, even though I couldn't get it to release because Disney bought the rights to it and they black shelved it. They hid it. But I looked at it, and he had a tape recording of someone calling in from the intelligence community after this happened and said, Stan, it's one of the fake ones. Fake ones. Well, Stan Romanek didn't know what that meant, and there was a investigator there also from MUFON who didn't know what it meant. I said, well, yeah, this is one of the fake ones. And they said, what the hell are you talking about? I said, these are robotic sort of android things that are biologicals made by humans to look like aliens that are doing some of these abductions for their psychological warfare value. And none of these people had heard of this. I said, oh, come on, how can you not know about this? So we're looking at the videotape, and I swear this what looks like a gray alien comes robotically across his kitchen, and then he falls over. Well, the intelligence official who contacted him, because his father had been in the Air Force, said, look, they threw a chemical cancer that was a knockout gas. You fell over with the camera. And then they proceeded to do this whole classic abduction sequence. Well, I'm sitting there in his kitchen looking at this videotape, and it's so obvious to me that this is nothing ET, that it's something that's man-made being done for its psychological warfare value. And why this isn't common knowledge in the UFO research community, I don't know. Because the information about there it's been out there for 20, 30 years.
Well, while we're on the subject of abductions, Doctor, your take on them, are they real? Are some of them real?
I think people have had real contact, and I think so much of what's called the abduction syndrome, not all of them, a lot of them appear to be these sort of simulated events. It's interesting. I have a document. We're going to release it next month. I'm doing an expose on a lot of this in Washington, D.C. on November 21st. People who want to come, the information's on our website, SeriousDisclosure.com. And in this document from the Strategic Studies Institute, it talks about setting up a global UFO abduction cult and using stagecraft to use advanced aircraft, meaning these electromagnetic man-made UFOs, and stagecraft to engage in abductions to make people think that they're aliens for their psychological warfare value. Now, this document is from the 1990s, I think 96, 95. I'd have to pull it out. And this is the only bit of, sort of data point you can connect these dots to. So all I say to people is not everything that goes bump in the night is what you think it is. And there's a compelling interest in the deep black transnational security state, this super secret security state, to try to create the specter of something we should be afraid of, because that's how they're going to grow the military-industrial complex. How do you grow it? I mean, Panetta, the CIA director for Obama for a while, said, look, we're spending $110 billion a year chasing 70 al-Qaeda members in Afghanistan, 70, literally. And that's quote. And so how do you grow this global arms and military sort of enterprise from $1 trillion or two to more than that? Well, you've got to create a bigger enemy. All right, and the biggest enemy, the trump card that Werner von Braun said that would be played, is this false flag threat from outer space.
All right.
So every bit of information I get, whether it's on an abduction or this, I'm going, is it real or is it Memorex, like the old commercials? Is it real or is it stagecrafted? Because I've met with too many people who've been involved in the stagecraft and have seen too much evidence for it. So I'm always going, people say, oh, Dr. Greer says no one's had contact with the real aliens and blah, blah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you have to bring into this some kind of discernment and a bigger database of information, because otherwise you're going to get deceived.
Well, you think there's been plenty of contact. We're going to get to that in a minute. Ray in East Tennessee asked me by computer, please ask Dr. Greer why he doesn't fear for his family's life. He never finished the story. You did mention yourself, but Doctor, you do have a family, and would you really hold on to that kind of threat?
No, it won't. It wouldn't happen. In other words, I'm trying to be very delicate about this. The people who have our backs, who want to see some of this resolved, are incredibly powerful people who've said, "Look, you never have to worry about that." And
well, why?
Because there are some folks who really don't want to see us continue on the path we're on, which is going to be a disaster. And there are some very good people. I mean, I know this is hard for people to hear, but believe it or not, there's some really, really good and supportive people in the military and intelligence community who support disclosure, who support peaceful contact, who support. And this brings us to this whole French initiative where the whole Ministry of Defense got behind doing a CE5 peaceful contact.
I want to talk about that.
In France, which is one of the most important things. In fact, it is probably the most important government document in the history of the UFO subject. And so I think that this is, people want to paint everyone with the same brush. And I think we have to be a little more nuanced than that. There are some really good people. Those people really do support what we're trying to do and have extended protection.
Okay, exactly what did you get from the French?
Oh, well, I mean, it was a series of things that happened. A man whose family had been involved in the founding of the French Republic and were very, involved with the French government on a diplomatic basis and reached out to me some years ago. And it was a series of conversations and meetings that happened both in the United States and Washington and out here at my farm in Virginia and in France. And the document is from Pierre Morin, Morin, with the Ministry of Defense in France. And it's basically sent to me, and it's dated in January of 2007. Basically making the commitment to go on a long-term effort to make peaceful contact with these interstellar civilizations. And the attachment is a document of all the techniques and approaches that would be used in a close encounters of the fifth kind diplomatic meeting. And so this went on back and forth for a number of years until we finally went over to France, I believe it was in 2010, and did a demonstration close encounters of the fifth kind with the admiral and the officials there from the Ministry of Defense. And this went on, they were wanting to learn how they might do this. Now, in the course of this, I know that the ambassador to the United States from France got a call from someone in our government telling them not to pursue it and to stop it. And they said, we're going to do this on French soil and you cannot stop it. So there's a huge story. I did an entire presentation in London last month about this that we hope to have up on the public as soon as we can get a copy of it from the people who hosted the event. But
well, that's the French for you.
Well, and what's beautiful is that the French actually committed and have made this commitment to go forward making peaceful contact with these civilizations. And this is it's on the official letterhead and signatures and stamps of the Ministry of Defense. So this is such an important document just because of what it's committing to do, including making contact and identifying the source, the biological. All of this is an entire set of protocols that came with this letter from the Ministry of Defense, and it was followed up with this meeting on a 2,200 acre estate in Brittany back in 2010. So these sort of initiatives, I mean, it's a baby step, let's call it, by a major G7 country.
Well, maybe the French are scared. I mean, they don't have a great record of standing up to things, and maybe that document will end up in the French Museum of Surrender. Anyway, my guest is Dr. Stephen Greer, and we are talking of many things, very, very important things. We'll inquire about taking some calls. Stay right where you are.
See, we don't feel the reaper. Not through the wind, the sun, or the rain. We can be like they are. Come on, baby.
Proudly part of the Dark Matter Digital Network, this is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Well, all right. It's not usual to take calls for Dr. Greer, but we're going to do it. So, here's the way it works. If you want to call us, we have a national number, which is, pen in hand, are you ready? Area code 952-225-5278. Once again, you would dial 1, then 952-225-5278. If you want to reach us by Skype in North America, you call MITD 51. Just go to add in Skype, get Skype on your phone and add a contact. It's us, MITD 51. In the rest of the world, outside North America, Canada and America, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. So in a few moments, we'll begin taking calls for Dr. Greer. I would appreciate your keeping them, on this kind of night, this kind of breaking news, if you would keep them short, succinct, and ones that are able to be answered on the air, that would be really spiffy. Dr. Greer, welcome back. A couple things I want to touch on. Finish up with the friends, if you can. Were there any really serious revelations given other than sort of consideration of what would happen if?
Oh, sure, because when we did this demonstration of the contact protocols for them, they tracked objects going 200,000 kilometers an hour over the site. And there was all kinds of phenomena that happened, and this was incredibly important. And the idea that a major government's Ministry of Defense would say, look, we're going to break with the secrecy on this and actually try to openly make peaceful contact. That is an enormous step. It's hard to overstate how significant that is, and then what happened during that event. By the way, the event was open to the public. They just didn't know that these Ministry of Defense people were there. And so there were about 60 people for this event over several days in Brittany. And, it's a very historic event. I predict that it will eventually go down as one of the turning points for a major Western government to actually put their toes in to this subject, and in an open way. This correspondence between me and my team and the Ministry of Defense, none of it was classified, because I'm a total civilian. I will not accept a classified briefing. So that's a very, very big step. And I think that we're actually have an initiative with another major government in the world outside the United States to carry it even to the next level. And so this is, I always tell people, there's the past, and then there's the now, but there's what are we going to create in the future? So creating an initiative like this in the future is, I think, where the action is.
Okay. You mentioned, look, I know that you're pretty well known for actually leading groups, into a situation where you sort of get together and attempt to initiate contact, correct?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It was the founding project of our entire effort.
All right. Have you actually released an app that has anything to do with that, or what's the story?
Yeah, so if you go to our website, SiriusDisclosure.com, SIRIUS Disclosure.com, there's an app that's a whole training app that has all the protocols on it. It actually takes your smartphone and turns it into a magnetic field detector.
Really?
Yes. It's a very sophisticated app. It's a very big file, though.
That's all right. And it's for what? Typically Apple?
No, it's for, you can do it for, there's one version for Android and one for iPhones.
Okay.
And then there's, it actually takes you through a whole training program and of what the protocols are, the remote viewing techniques, the technologies you need on site. All this is all in this app. It's really amazing, the people who develop it. And then
what is the name? I'm sorry. What is the name of the app you search for?
It's the ET Contact Tool.
ET Contact Tool.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's and then there's another one that's the ET Contact Network that will show you who's in your area wanting to do this. So we're just launching a series of events where we'll have these sort of contact global mass consciousness events on the same night every month all around the world, because now there are thousands of people doing this. And, it is interesting. I got a report from a Croatian truck driver who was using this app and was doing the remote viewing and doing the contact protocols. And this ET craft materializes and floats right over his truck when he has it pulled over by the side of the road during a rest stop. So, yeah, some amazing stuff is going on. And to me, that's where the act is proactive, and it's now. And that's what's really, really exciting about it. And this other app, you can download. It'll show you where people are near you. And if people actually put an email address in there or just create a new email address at some server like Yahoo or Google, people can contact each other. Then they can get together and go out and do this as a team of people, 3, 4, 5 people at a time. Now, we have actually these contact teams all over the world now. Once we launch that app, I could actually monitor, and within hours, almost every country in the world had CE5 contact teams that were formed.
All right.
It's really amazing.
Give me the bigger picture about this, Doctor. In other words, it seems almost... But, all right, let me ask about the goal. When you have people either shining flashlights into the sky, getting together as a club or a group, and trying to initiate contact, it seems... I don't know. I want to hear about your goal, because it seems a trivial way to approach contact, or maybe it is the way. I mean, why is it the way? Tell me.
Because it's the people doing it, not some big government. It's fine to have the government, like this government in France, work on this, but I really think what these civilizations are looking for is that they're measuring the human response to their presence. And are they doing anything proactive and intelligent, or are they running around like a bunch of monkeys in the jungle? I think that if you get together in a group that is coherent, and then you have thousands of groups doing this in coherence, it sends a different message to them than sending up a weapon system to shoot at them.
There is that.
So all right. So I think that the purpose of it is to create interplanetary contact that's peaceful. That is the ultimate goal. Instead of interplanetary conflict that's been mismanaged for 60 years by the military-industrial deep national security.
All right. When these craft do show up to one of these and respond to one of these groups or individuals doing this, what do you think is the motive or the thinking on their part, or is that asking too much?
No, it's not asking too much. We've done this for 25 years, and it seems to be that if the group is doing this with the right purpose and not centered in some kind of paranoia fear, they're very interested in humans getting together in sort of a group consciousness to make contact. People like, if you look at the work at the Peer Lab at Princeton.
Oh, yes, I look at it all the time.
Okay, there is an effect within the field of consciousness when people come together. So there's a certain effect from one person doing it. There's an exponential effect that's much larger if multiple people get together in this state of awareness to do anything, but particularly in this case. And I think what we're getting, the feedback we're getting from the behavior of the ETs when they show up, is that they're very interested in humans going into this process together for creating a peaceful future together in space instead of a violent future. And I think that is really the core of the purpose of the CE5 initiative, the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind initiative, when humans, and by the way, we don't shine flashlights, we use all kinds of other electronic.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever.
And what's exciting about it is that it doesn't require a lot of equipment, and it doesn't require a whole lot of expertise, but you do have to learn the very first thing you have to understand is the concept of trans-dimensional physics and non-locality of mind. What is it that is phasing beyond the speed of light? Not just thought, but electromagnetically, all kinds of other dimensions. So you have to begin to understand that to do this kind of work, because otherwise something's going to show up and you're going to be completely, WTF? What in the world is this?
All right. Well, I definitely believe in the power of consciousness. I have experimented with it myself, and but what I don't know is what it is that we're talking to. I mean, you seem convinced that it's ETs. You can mess with a Ouija board and also connect with something you might not be comfortable connecting with. So, when you do connect with something, Doctor, are you sure that we're connecting with ETs?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, part of the training is to discern when it's something from, let's call it the spirit world, versus something that's transdimensional and ET versus, your great-grandmother. I think, there is a learning curve and a discernment, but there are very distinct attributes and qualities to these different kinds of experiences. And that gets into the depth of the training and experience that comes along with it. It is also important to realize that anything that is interstellar, if it's interstellar, by definition, it's transdimensional. And therefore, the way it may manifest around you can overlap with other types of phenomena like you're referring to. So you absolutely have to study that and understand the distinction. But, that's something that can't be done in a 5-minute question and answer.
All right.
But it's learnable. This is not, it's not like it's some secret mystery. It's something that's absolutely can be understood by almost anyone.
All right. Let's take a few calls. Stephen, hello. You're on the air with Dr. Greer.
Hi, Art. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I just want to say hi, Dr. Greer. I want to say I'm a huge fan. That it's an honor to speak with you. I've listened to and watched about everything of yours that I possibly could, because you really present a uniquely comprehensive and palatable view on a UFO subject. It's unlike anyone else I've ever heard. I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are about last year's announcement by Lockheed that their Skunk Works division is developing a fusion reactor.
Yes, I've been following that, and I think they're just testing the waters to see, what would be the response to releasing a tabletop fusion type reactor. Certainly, they have much more than that in the Skunk Works. I know people who have worked in what's called the Cube. I don't know if you know what that is. Up in the high desert of California, there's an underground facility called the Cube. I'm probably saying more than I should have, but and they certainly have fully operational transdimensional systems that, as Ben Rich said to Jan Harzan, who's now the head of MUFON, have the ability to take, quote, ET home. In other words, way beyond the speed of light. But I think when they announced that, it was a way of just testing the waters of the public, the scientific community, and others. Because remember what I said earlier, not everyone involved in these covert programs are lockstep together wanting to keep this secret forever. A lot of people want to see this change. And I think that's where there's sort of a behind-the-scenes progress being made that some people aren't really appreciating. But there's actually a lot of change happening in those projects. And I think the fact that they would announce that is something that where they were putting up a trial balloon, let's call it. They certainly have more advanced technologies than a fusion system.
All right, Doctor, you said I'm probably saying more than I should. Are you in possession of a lot of classified information you're unable to talk about?
Yes. Only because, for example, this French document, I wanted to wait till the president of France, who at the time was there, Sarkozy, was out of office, and some of these other people were not in harm's way. It's the same thing when I didn't talk about my briefing with the CIA director for years until he was well out of office, because I was keeping the confidence. And there's a lot of other information. For example, this Powlick interview about developing the radio frequency chips that they've been putting in people. I had that for 15 years, and I wanted to release it. And when I finally got this letter, I mean, it was sad that he passed away, but and I had a death certificate, and so now I can release that. So yes, I have a lot of information like that, and I always honor the confidence of when someone has told me or provided me with something, not to release it or not to attribute it to them for a certain period of time.
understand that. Outside the country, to Peter, hello.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, where are you?
I'm in Australia.
Okay. All right, Peter, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Greer. Nice to speak to you.
Nice to speak to you.
It's a bit of a tough question for you. I've followed you for quite a few years, and a few years ago you mentioned that the crowdfunding was going to happen for a project where you were going to have all sort of webcams set up and everything so we could bust a free energy device out. And I just wondered what happened with that. When is this coming?
No, we had a crowdfunding for the film Sirius, which we hoped could create enough funding so we could create a lab so that would happen. But you can't open a lab with $100,000. You can't even buy the equipment. So what happened is that 99% of the people who saw the film Sirius, which, by the way, is on Netflix, and we went to the #1 documentary on Netflix a couple months ago.
I thought it was excellent. I saw it.
But it didn't generate any real revenue. So what it generated enough that we have a $100,000 award or challenge to anyone who has one of these technologies that they can bring to us to be released open source. But to create a research lab and hire the people to run it and to do it. Now, I think, if we had the resources of, $6 to $10 million to open a facility, hire those people, we'd probably have something in a year and a half or 2 years. I'm pretty confident of that. But, that's something we've never had the funding. We've never had anywhere near, not even 10% of that level of funding. So the problem is, if we were to get the funding to do that, everything happening in that lab, except the bathrooms, would be live streamed so that at the moment that we had an aha moment, it would be streamed on the internet and the data would be dumped on the internet so it couldn't be confiscated. In other words, it would be 100% open source. But we don't have the funds to do that. So what we've done instead is to create this award and challenge. If someone has something like this they develop, they can bring it to us. The criteria is very clear. And I would encourage people to read what's on the website, seriousdisclosure.com, because it's very clear that that's what we're trying to do. In the meanwhile, if there's a benefactor out there that wants to fund a research and development project to that amount, that'd be great. The public so far has not. And the film Sirius, while it reached a lot of people, most of the people who saw it for free or for very little. It didn't generate any real revenue, certainly not, in the upwards of $6 to $10 million.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it that way myself. On the phone, you're on the air with Dr. Greer. Hi.
Hi, how you doing, Dr. Greer? How you doing? Thank you for all you guys are doing. I got a question for you. Have you heard anything about an armada of motherships that pulled up behind the moon about 3 years ago and have been sitting there dormant for the last 3 years?
Doctor?
Yes, I have heard about that.
Wow.
I know. In fact, I've had a couple of reports about it, but I have not seen any evidence for it. So I saw the same reports probably you did. Now, what I have that's more interesting, I don't know if you remember the Cassini probe that went out to Saturn.
Sure.
Well, the Lockheed Martin executive, Lockheed Martin is headquartered outside D.C. there. Everything's there. And this guy called me up. He said, look, he says, he saw the data that was scrubbed before the NASA people saw it of them imaging out by the rings of Saturn, a massive mothership, if you want to call it that, ET, out by the rings of Saturn. And this executive at Lockheed Martin was way up there. And he said to me, but the public is never going to see it, and nor is the rank and file of NASA going to see it. He said, but he absolutely knows that has been imaged, and somewhere in the vault, run by these corporate and intelligence programs, are some pretty spectacular images of a massive. Now, my impression is that this was the same object that this Naval Research Lab scientist, Richard Foch, was informed about by a general at the Defense Intelligence Agency that was on the order of hundreds of miles, or it's massive. We're not talking about a few thousand feet across, but massive objects out by Saturn.
It's interesting, Doctor. All these things you're saying tonight seem so much more digestible, if you will, in view of the breaking news we've got tonight. I mean, normally when a lot of people hear these things, they go, "Oh, come on, that big, really?" Well, here we are looking at real news of something that big or bigger, and so it makes hearing what you're saying not so hard to hear.
Yeah, I mean, imagine an object that's bigger than the entire LA basin moving around out in space. So I think the other thing is that the people have to understand what you're talking about in terms of technologies and say called manufacturing. These things aren't made by digging up iron ore and smelting it and riveting it together. Right. All right, we're talking about a type of technological manufacturing where you create a standing wave, what I call it infra-ultrasound, that's transdimensional, and you actually accumulate the atomic and molecular structures from a template, an energetic template, and it materializes into 3D. So you're not, and I understand this very well. I know guys who worked in labs in the very classified projects in the U.S. that have done this in human projects that are experimental. So when you're dealing with interstellar technologies that are transdimensional, you really have to completely, it's not like building a full...
And go to whoever's next. Hello, you're on air with Dr. Greer.
Hi, Dr. Greer. I have a question. I'll take the answer off the air. If there's so much of this, the government trying to cover this up for the purpose of, keeping control over the world's economy and whatnot, what are the odds that this scientist from Penn State University who thinks that he found this megastructure is just going to be shut down and silenced anyway? Thank you.
It's a very good question, and I think Art Bell's referred to this before, is that we'll see if this story gets traction in the mainstream media, because I've seen so many stories that, well, wait a minute, let's just back this up. We did the National Press Club event. It was the biggest event in the history of the National Press Club. We had dozens of top secret military people with their documents. And it got into the national media because they couldn't ignore it. There were 22 network cameras there, and then it was quickly taken down. And you have to ask the question, is the media really that free? Do we really have a free press? And I would say, no. I think, Art Bell's show seems to be quite free. I haven't talked about anything yet tonight that they shut the satellite down. But if you look at CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, I'm very skeptical that they're free agents. And I've had direct experiences with senior producers at these networks who wanted to cover some of these stories and were absolutely ordered not to do it. So the idea that we have a completely free press is just a myth.
Agreed. All right. I cannot pronounce the name of the person who's calling me, Paul. Maybe.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Where are you, please?
I'm in California.
California. Okay. Well, you're on my international line, so you lose. I'm sorry. That is for international callers only. William on Skype. You're on the air. Hi. Hello, William.
Hi. Hello?
Yes. Well, get close to your mic and turn off your device so we don't hear that coming back at us.
Oh, it's turned off.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Art, for taking my call. And Dr. Greer, you're a hero to a lot of people. I just wanted to ask you, I contribute to the lab each month, and I just want to put out there that I think that if people really want something, they should also contribute to the lab,
Right.
I don't know what your thought is on that.
Well, it's absolutely true, because if you look at just our mailing list and network of a couple 100,000 people, but in my personal network, if each of those people did $10 a month in 3 to 4 to 5 months, we'd have enough to open this lab and put some of these geniuses that we've recruited out of the intelligence community to work. And I think, but it gets back to this question of everyone's, and I thank you very much for your support. Everyone kind of wants someone else to do this. And it's sort of an area of interest and entertainment. But, I've met with a number of people who are multi-billionaires, and they're very interested in this. But when I say, hey, why don't you just take a flyer instead of putting $5 million on the craps table in Las Vegas and just take a flyer on this technology? They go, no, I love that. It's too risky. I'll let someone else do it. So I think that the public, however, doing smaller amounts could do it if we could talking about setting up a serious research and development scientific lab. You're not going to do that for a couple $100,000. If you look at our budget, the electronic equipment alone is around $500,000 just to get the correct, very high voltage systems at the correct frequency, so you can begin to experiment with these transdimensional zero-point technologies. So, now I will give it to you that there may be people out there who could possibly have one of these systems that they've been sitting on. If they do, they need to contact us, and we have an award for them, and that money is sitting there. It's $100,000. It's not much.
Doctor, I'm hearing more and more and more people talking about development of exactly what you're talking about. People actually working on models that they claim are either about to work or working.
Well, we just had this report out of India, Tawari, who actually took over sort of Bruce De Palma's in-machine concept and now has it under contract. The problem is, if you look at that, if you go to our website, you'll see there's a whole news article that was in the Economic Times of India, mainstream article, and it's claiming that this thing is almost 300% efficient, meaning three or four times more energy out than it's going in, because it's pulling energy from the vacuum of space-time. Well, the problem is they're pursuing a patenting route and an intellectual property route, which is always caused seizures to happen, the technology to be seized. And they also have it under contract with a large corporation in India, which never in the history of this technology no large corporation has ever brought it out to the public. Now, I'm hoping India is different. I'm hoping they don't follow the pattern of the last 50 to 100 years of suppression of this technology. But I'm convinced that the way to do this is open source it. Absolutely open source it, get it out to the public, and also get the technology and the plans without any trickery or anything out on the internet to the public as soon as you get the results that are working.
Okay, I agree. I agree. That's the only way. Get it out there so widely that nobody can do a damn thing about it.
Right, you squeeze the toothpaste out of the tube so fast and hard you can't put it back in.
There you have it. All right, very quickly, Twin Cities, I think. Hello.
Hi. I was wondering, as a former emergency room.
No, I don't think you need any treatment.
Well, he did drop a lot of names, but I guess when you're talking about this sort of thing and you're talking about something at this level, the names involved are going to be pretty big and are going to go clunk when they get dropped.
Hey, if I don't name who the people are we dealing with, people are pissed off.
That's right. You're right.
Well, screw you.
You're right.
I mean, that's my. You can't win with a jackass like that who just called me.
I know.
Is there another question?
I know. No. He's more than done. And you're absolutely right. And that was absolutely unfair. So to heck with him, we're going to take a break. And you've got to imagine some people are just that way. But that's all right. Because everybody listening knows some people are just that way. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Got to keep that chain together.
Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise, run in the shadow.
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
And I forgot, we've got a first-time caller line. Keep forgetting to give that out. Area code 775-285-5800. Get that? Area code 775-285-5800. Dr. Stephen Greer is here on a pretty interesting night, I would say, all the way around. Do you get a lot of people like that, Dr. Greer? Obviously, just like coming after you.
Oh yeah, you're used to it if you're in the public eye at all. So I sort of joke about it. You just figure it's going to happen. It's fine.
Of course, it's going to happen.
I have a pretty thick skin at this point.
Gotta have. Alexander on Skype. You're on the air. Hi.
How you doing, Art?
Fine.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, sorry.
speakerphone. I have a question for Dr. Greer.
Good. Go ahead.
So basically that application you were talking about on the iPhone.
Yes.
Yeah, that.
I'm understanding that it basically you talk to ETs with it, or
no?
It's a training program. But just go on the website. It has the whole description of it. There's a huge description at seriousdisclosure.com. If you have a computer, just log onto the site, and you'll see. Search the front page. You'll see where the apps are, and go to it. And there's a big description. But it's a training program, actually.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, if you're used to getting apps and you already know, you can read about them down below. So that's not okay. Well, let's try the first time caller line. You are on the air with Dr. Greer. Hi.
Hi. This question to the doctor.
Yes.
I was wondering. I'm curious more.
All right, turn off the program you've got running in the background, please.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
All right. Now.
Yeah, I was wondering more about the cube. Sorry about that.
The cube, all right?
Yeah.
Well,
that sounds really interesting.
The Lockheed Skunk Works are sort of a state-of-the-art facility up in the high desert of California near Palmdale, Edwards Air Force Base, and in that area.
Really?
And there's an underground facility. The more modern state-of-the-art facility is called the Cube, C-U-B-E, like a cube, and it's a massive cubic structure underground. It's connected through underground connectors to the Nellis Range, what the pop culture calls Area 51. Nobody really calls it that. And also state-of-the-art.
I do. I call it Area 51. It's just over the hill.
Yeah. And that's an older facility at Pahoot Mesa, Groom Lake, S4, S9. And then you have the facility outside Provo, Utah, the Dugway Proving Grounds, and that is also a really state-of-the-art facility, a much more important one than what's at Nellis. And there are underground connectors that connect these facilities. I always tell people nothing really critical is above the surface of the earth.
And the cube itself.
So the Cube is a research facility. A lot of top scientists work in there for the Lockheed Skunk Works projects. Many of the projects are connected to advanced transdimensional technologies, ET technologies, researching and developing new systems. And it's very highly classified. I personally know an engineer who, at least as of a couple years ago, is working in that facility. And that's, of course, everyone knows the U-2 spy plane came out with Skunk Works, but what they don't realize is that there's been a parallel project with Lockheed Martin and the Lockheed Skunk Works dealing more specifically with electromagnetic gravitics, so-called anti-gravity technologies, transdimensional technology, all of those sort of programs. And so the more modern facility is called the Cube.
All right. That do it for you, caller?
Yeah, that was very interesting. My grandfather actually claimed that he once spoke to a science. He worked out in New Mexico. He studied the effects of space radiation on, I believe, chimpanzees. They launched them, really took them high into the atmosphere planes. So this is just some old stories, but he picked up a scientist out of it, and he claimed that he didn't. About an alien.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. Many people hate that thing.
Well, the New Mexico, that's another whole concept. Is a lot of people don't realize the Los Alamos facility is connected underground to the the big underground facility that's at the Four Corners area. And when back in the 80s, early 90s, everyone heard the Taos hum. They heard this humming sound.
That's right.
That was Bechtel Corporation. Using these nuclear-powered tunneling devices to build the connector between the underground facility at Los Alamos to the Dulce Four Corners facility.
We were affected by that here, Doctor.
Yep. It was hitting bedrock, and it was just vibrating all through that whole area. Of course, a lot of people thought it was some mystery Earth noise, and of course, the people I know in the contracting world were laughing up their sleeve, going, "Yeah, that's our nuclear-powered tunnel." And it makes this massive, huge tunnel, and it moves at a fairly decent speed and turns the bedrock into glass, so like a classified liquefied rock. these connectors are built between these underground facilities.
All right, I'm button on left in West Virginia a little while ago. He's been nice and quiet. Hello. Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hi. I'd like to say that I really appreciate everything Dr. Reed's done. I think the commitment and personal his courage to go ahead and do everything he's done. But my biggest fear, if I was in his shoes, would be, what if he is part of the misinformation?
Oh, yeah.
Really,
Interesting, actually, question. All right, caller. Let's take it from there.
Yeah,
Doctor,
sure. I mean,
others have accused you of that in past, and you never know, right? I mean, people listen to this kind of thing and they go, what if this is disinformation?
Well, of course, I mean, and you can't prove a negative, can you? So
No.
all I can say is it's axiomatic. All I can say is that I try to get the best information I have from the best sources and provide that perspective to whoever I'm talking to.
Not the best disinformation.
You know, and now there certainly have been some attempts at disinformation moving into my orbit, and usually we're able to uncover that. But we're pretty astute about this, and luckily the folks that have helped me with this have been some people who have been in these unacknowledged special access projects for many years and are pretty good at sniffing out a fraud or a disinformation packet versus something legitimate. But look, no one bats 1,000, and I have no doubt that, but to the best of our ability, we try to only provide information that has very solid attribution and sources.
Fair enough.
And, that's the best, we do the best we can with a very limited resources, and really all volunteer staff. Everyone who works with me, from IT people on down, and for our sites, it's all volunteer.
Right. Dr. James, you're on the air with Dr. Greer.
Roswell, Art, and
Thank you.
Dr. Greer. Hey, Dr. Greer, I do respect your work. I just have to take issue with a small thing that you said earlier. I worked for SAIC after I left federal service.
Right.
To ascribe a lot of competency to them when they couldn't even get Trailblazer under their grasp after spending $500 to $800 million on it is sort of nonsensical, because what you're talking about with them and other agencies kidnapping this lady and making her assume that she's been abducted sort of strains credulity. And I'll tell you why I believe this is because, first off, they have to use contractors to do that. SAIC doesn't have that talent, and that's why during the outbreak of the global war on terror...
No. Caller, hold on.
You're mixing up a million different things because you weren't listening carefully. I didn't say SAIC was involved in that particular event. I'm saying that SAIC has had projects connected to the technology end of the UFO subject, and this I know to be a fact. I mean, Senator Barry Goldwater, who was friends with Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, who had been head of the National Security Agency, personally called Bobby Ray Inman when he was on the board of SAIC because of his involvement with this. So I don't know what your clearance was and what you worked on, but I will also say that when you look at hundreds of millions of dollars that go into projects that don't result in anything, a lot of times those projects are a storefront. If you look at the Disclosure Project witnesses, one of them worked for SAIC. She manned an office that had all kinds of money going into it. The money passed from her office to a black project, and they just ginned up fake reports and kept saying we had delays working on this and that and the other that they reported back to Congress. So there's all kinds of creative ways that corporations like SAIC, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, E-Systems, Raytheon do it. And having met with folks who worked in those systems and in those kind of corporations, this is not speculation on my part.
No, I'm not. I didn't say it was speculation, and I understand the storefront thing. What I'm saying is, and I was listening carefully, it sounded to me that you were saying that they would have had to bring in contractors to have that kind of talent. That's what I'm saying.
I guess they did.
Sure, well, that's what they do. There's contractors to contractors to contractors. I mean, that's the whole game in Washington, which is why it's so damn wasteful. I mean, when Rumsfeld said there's $2.3 trillion missing out of the Department of Defense budget, I recently saw a report in the Financial Times and that it's now estimated $8.5 trillion. So where is that money going? It's going into this kind of multiple layers of bureaucracy to really find someone who is doing something. And there's so much waste, graft, and corruption. By the way, and this is one of the things no one ever talks about, they'll cut this program and this program and that program. They're not talking about the hundreds of billions of dollars being wasted and ripped off out of the contracting sector.
All right, to the next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Doctor. I'm a very avid fan of you. I'm a former UFO abductee, and I watched the William Pawelek interview and several others. I believe you're still on to the right path. I was going to see if you found a correlation between what they call Morgellons disease, which is actually nanofibers or nanoparticles, which are using the same technology that Pawelek used from the 2 billion transistors from Siemens. These actually have been modernized by DARPA and being released to the general public. I was wondering what your thoughts are on that program.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of nanobiotechnology, and that's what this is really called, nanobiotechnology that's been developed in these classified projects. And remember that Pawelek was involved in projects in the 70s and 80s, so we're talking 30, 40 years ago. And technology doesn't stand still. So there have been multiple generations of development of these capabilities, and this is why a lot of people in the UFO world will come across a bit of evidence, and they're convinced it has to be, quote, alien. I go, well, wait a minute, unless you really drill down on what the capabilities are within these high-tech covert programs, you really can't make that assessment, and that's why you have to kind of expose one with the other for it to make any sense. And these technologies that you're referring to have been developed on a nanotechnological level where they're very effective at energy transmission, biological systems, all of this. And that's a lot of what they're using in these sort of artificial life forms that look like they're ETs, but they're not. And that's gone through many generations of development since the 60s.
All right, Kelsey on Skype. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going fine. What's up?
Honored to speak with you. I just have a question and a comment, and then I'll take myself off the air. Just the question was, I was curious to know if either of you have ever heard of Billy Meyer and what you think about him and his findings.
Billy Meyer?
Yeah, and my comment was that I think that maybe the reason that you as a host have a problem with things like shadow people and the Ouija board or whatever is because it takes a person who is extremely spiritual and morally sound to be able to, and of courage, to have a lot of courage to be able to deal with having a positive experience with these entities, because if not, you're vulnerable to those negative entities. Sorry, I'm super nervous talking about it, but I think that's why certain people have the experience that they do, and they are more afraid of it because they don't.
All right, well, this is a subject, sir, for open lines or something between you and I. No problem. We can talk about it, but we've got Dr. Greer here, so.
Okay.
What do you have for him?
Well, yeah, the first question, yeah, I've certainly heard of the Billy Meyer case and looked at the evidence. I don't know. There are some people who ascribe to
Having
that,
another top ramen.
evidence, and others who
SOS
don't.
is still in effect.
What I've tried to do.
Seven 10 a.m. PST, Monday, June 16th, 2025.
Previously on Sister Wives, one-on-one.
You cannot ever blame the fact that Robin and I had.
Got safety protocols? Granger has the Safety Pros 2 call. Shop our
Had a deep love on the way that these other relationships went.
Do you think he's going to take the best and you're just going to settle for whatever's left over?
I think this is all very trite. I think they're having fun doing this. And what's crazy about
I put myself first sometimes. But I also put other people first sometimes too.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet Janelle and Christine do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I don't think that saying that is like, I don't feel like, well, okay, let's just say this about Cody and therefore Cody's a bad guy. Everybody has different personalities and different things are important to different people. I know that Janelle absolutely loves camping. She wants to be out there around a campfire. She doesn't care how she looks. She's like, oh, I rarely do my makeup, but doing makeup and hair is important to Robin.
Yeah, I do appreciate beauty. And so, and Robin, as trite as everybody else might think that is, Robin doesn't talk about doing her makeup or about what's going on. They do. I'm sorry for Christine and David that they have to sit and make their lives about me and Robin. So move on. I'm okay. I'm going to move on.
I think they've really moved on.
I'm not convinced yet. I just watched it. I'm not convinced.
Do you agree with Christine? Was it about looks that were important for Cody?
Cody was always very focused on that you were cleaned up and put together. And I just think he's one of those guys. Like, it's not bad. It's just who some people are. They're very interested in like that, the recognition and the how you look. And Christine said, like, I had taken the boys fishing. We were doing the camping. And I think when you're trying to wrangle a bunch of kids, especially camping, that one I remember that because I was like, oh.
So we'd go camping, and Janelle and I would be sitting there busting our butts, getting breakfast made, cleaning up the mess. And honestly, Robin would be doing her makeup forever and doing our kids' hair. And then Cody would sit there and praise how they looked when we've been sweating and slaving over the freaking food and cleaning up the campsite.
Because he was like, oh, Robin took the time to put her makeup on. I'm like, dude, man, I've been out here over the fire and I went fishing with the boys. And like, I'm sorry that I'm not put together.
How about the whole camping thing?
Oh, that's not true. I remember pitching in too, taking my turns with cooking. And I don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. I think it's just the same old, just trying to poke.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to poke at me.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever.
Do you think Cody has this standard of wanting everybody to look a certain way and present themselves to the world a certain way? Is that important to him?
I don't think so. I feel like that he's just like, I don't know. I don't feel like it's not a big deal. It's just, I think everybody's got their things. And I don't know this is so weird because I feel like there's just like, they're bringing up things and I'm like, huh? What? I'm not even tracking it, I guess.
Okay.
So it's like, it feels like it's coming out of
left field
a little bit. Yeah. Like, I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I was not respected by Cody. We talked about that a lot.
In what ways? In what ways were you not? You are with David.
So I wasn't respected as a mom with Cody. I was not respected as a wife. I wasn't respected as a sister wife. Not that I was, what does he call it? Wife. Sorry. He said, like I was, sorry, it's the funniest word. And he didn't respect me as a sister wife. He didn't respect me as a mom. He didn't respect me as a person, as an individual, as a woman.
And do you feel like you respect yourself now?
Yes. But when I started to respect myself was when I kicked Cody out of my bed and out of my room.
Do you think in the end she had respect for you?
In the end, oh no, she was done. She told me that she had no respect for me. And I was like, well, make it about me all you want, but we're the same thing to each other. I get defensive and I really counterpunch a lot. But I wouldn't have started out being mean to any of them. But when they left, they got mean. I was counterpunching, I felt like. I mean, in the end, it's like, move on and be happy. I just, in time, maybe it all comes back together as friendship.
Maybe in time you'll all sit on the couch together and talk to each other.
I doubt it. I
Why
really
not?
doubt it. I don't think David would be wise to ever advocate that Christine and I sit down and say, look, maybe Robin and David can arrange this. I don't think they will. I think there's a different level of animosity for some reason. I don't see the point of ever having a relationship. Robin keeps reminding me, you have kids together, you are going to be connected forever.
Yes.
And I'm like, God help us.
Coming up,
Robin and Cody had a very long courtship compared to the rest of us. It is not really appropriate for a married man to have a long courtship. Which, hey, if I had a year with Cody, I'm not sure I would have married him, honestly.
Polygamy doesn't work if you're going to actually fall in love.
And you fell in love.
I fell in love hard.
How Texas families can eat whatever they want.
So is that your mom?
No, that's my grandma.
Wait, what? How old is she?
She's like 60.
She's 60? She looks insane.
All right, Cody, we're going to start with how you and Robin first meet, right? And we're going to go way back.
Way back?
Way back in time, my friend.
Memory.
Over the years, we've heard that Mary was the one that introduced you, but then we get a little bit more information, this year that, you and Robin first met and there was a lightning bolt kind of situation. Was it love at first sight? Was it fate? Let's take a peek and then let's talk about it.
All right. No, you don't want to go too long without me because I don't want some guy thinking you're a single mom. Because the first time I saw you in our church,
okay,
we made that gaze, that connection.
No, I made that.
Oh, no. I looked longer. By the time you looked away, I actually said, that was probably inappropriate. She is most likely married. First time I saw Robin, the first time I ever laid eyes on her, we locked eyes. And I couldn't break away. And what happened to you at that time? I just want to know.
You want to hear it. You like hearing this, don't you?
I want to know that God has been my wingman with you and that nobody can take you away.
You looked at me and a bolt of lightning shot through my body.
I don't want some guy doing that, looking at you going, holding your gaze.
I
The
just
pride.
have to say I'm married.
Anyway, it was a great memory.
Yeah, you're getting very emotional.
Yeah, it's just, it's just like this become this discussion that Rob and I've had, and I was like, God, you can't lose when God is your wingman. It's absolutely precious to me, the memory of it all. I mean, even for Robin and I, it was in a sense a better time.
And this is the first time we've ever heard the story of you and Robin in church. So tell us about that.
So I'm talking to a friend. I'm in the first 3 rows. And I see her sitting there, and I figure, okay, she's got to be about 28 or 30, and she's by herself. And I made eye contact with her, and I couldn't look away.
Wow. So now this was the first time you guys met?
No, we didn't meet.
Okay.
We just looked, and I just held her gaze, just held it. And I held it. And I just couldn't look away. And finally she looks away, and I'm like, oh. I kind of woke up from a trance, and I went, ooh, that's pretty inappropriate. She's probably married.
But was this before Mary introduced you to?
Yeah.
Oh. Do you ever have any regrets about introducing Robin to Cody?
I didn't introduce Robin to Cody.
You didn't?
No, there's this whole big thing out there on the Twitter sphere right now that I introduce them. I did not introduce them. Cody and I were together when we met her for the first time.
Take me back to that.
Okay, so we're driving down the road, and our neighbors, our friends, they were all outside talking. So we stopped to say hi to our friends. He was talking to her cousin's husband, and she and I kind of started talking, and we just kind of felt this connection. I don't know. Like she felt like, I mean, it felt like we could like be friends. Like it was this cool thing.
It was a cool vibe between the two of you.
Yeah.
Mary made a connection with Robin, and Robin and I were kind of avoiding contact with each other. And I asked her a couple questions, but we're a group of about.
Did you look at her like that again?
No, I didn't. I was, hey, so where's your husband? I was like, kind of like I was fishing, but I was being real. I wasn't making eye contact with her. Like, I mean, Mary's right there. I mean, and besides, I was a little embarrassed because I just like didn't let go the first time.
Okay.
And so as we drive away, Mary's like, hey, Cody, you should look into her. She's cute.
Then how did it go from that to the courtship?
Mary and Christine and I all went to dance together, and Christine had gone home early. And it was nearly the last dance. And Mary's like, you should go ask Robin to dance. She's here. We had seen her. And so I went and asked her to dance. And we just stepped on the dance floor. And gosh, it's like serendipitously beautiful. It's like all of a sudden, there's nobody but us on the dance floor. And I'm talking to her like we've known each other our whole lives.
When you shop in the Safeway app, you can count on prices that are the same online as they are in store. Even when you can't count on teenage appetites staying in the budget.
The kind of safety combined with just the depth of connection, she's very vulnerable. And I was at the time. And there was a depth of connection that I do not believe I have ever had.
Did you have an experience like that with Cody? When he locked eyes with you yeah?
Like bolt of lightning? Yeah, straight up. That's what I think is so funny. Yeah, straight up in church. I am not kidding. In church, that's exactly what happened. Yes.
Can you tell
me? I saw Cody from across the hall. And my sister had been telling me about this guy who was really cool. And then we were at church, and she's like, that's him right there. And I looked at him, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that I didn't see him that far. I just knew there was a real connection there. Like a bolt of lightning. I am not kidding. Definitely use that. And then we met in person that time too. And instantly there was a great connection there. And I'm like, this guy's super cool. Maybe there's something more here kind of a thing.
Did you have that feeling with other wives?
No.
Like that gut feeling that you're vibrational pull towards somebody?
No.
So Mary, no. Janelle, no. And Christine, no.
No, I don't. Not that I recall. It was more of like a pragmatic thought process.
Well, you and Mary were like first loves, right? Sweet loves.
We kind of got. It was a romantic experience, Mary, because we were both single, and so it was a kind of romantic. It was cute, sweet, that kind of thing. It was kind of like we would buy the same shirt and wear it on a date. The same day, together, we feel like we're twins or something. It was just, it was
cute and fun.
It was cute.
I was very quiet and I was very shy, and I loved to listen. I remember, like I would love to sit in a room and listen to him talk with other people, and also he used to wink at me. I remember the first time he winked at me. It was just so cute. I think he probably winks at everybody, but it was 18-year-old me was like, oh my gosh, he's so cute. He's never going to like me. And then he did. And it was just really sweet, and he made me feel like I was special, like I mattered.
When's the last time he made you feel that way?
It's been a while. I can't remember. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember a moment.
Robin and Cody had a very long courtship compared to the rest of us. It is not really appropriate for a married man to have a long courtship. So they actually courted, I think, for almost like a year. Which, hey, if I'd had a year with Cody, I'm not sure I would have married him, honestly.
Ooh.
So I might have seen him for a little bit more who he was, you know what I mean? Gotten sort of off the charm ride, you know, like the big charm, the big energy comes in with the charisma. But hey, you know what? Regardless, I don't need to go back and trash everything that was or happened. I already say, oh, I'm really sorry I did all that. Would I be in this great place? No.
No.
I'm here for it.
Everybody knew that Cody and I had that first moment together, but they never talked about with everybody
this moment.
No.
So it almost feels like
everything.
there's a lot more to their love story than we really know.
I think that it was a love story from the very, very, very beginning. It just was. And they had to just hide it. But we all knew, and they didn't admit it to us. It's another level of lying. It's another level of betrayal. It's another level of, sorrow for them. All of it. Another, it's like, gosh.
Polygamy doesn't work if you're going to actually fall in love.
And you fell in love.
I fell in love hard. And I noticed a marked difference from the beginning. I had no intentions of shifting away from it. There wasn't a thought process. And Rob and I are accused all the time that all we ever wanted was each other. It's just BS. It's internet BS. It's just crappy commentary on our family.
Well, maybe the viewer saw something early on that the Brown family wasn't able to recognize
We were
within
just in
themselves.
denial of. I mean, really, honestly, I'm sitting there in with my journal going, God, what's going on? I'm already in love. I already have 3 wives.
Coming up, would that have changed her coming into the family now that you've seen all of these pieces sort of unravel?
I would have just been more hurt. I don't know if it would have, who knows that. But that's heartbreaking to hear now. I'm not even married to him anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, what a slap in the face. Really?
You know, out of respect for my wife, I'm going to quit discussing this with you. You guys can act like it's the world's business.
We're just having some fun.
No, we just crossed the line.
If your neck looks like this, you need to watch this video. When you sit at your desk or use your phone, your head protrudes forward. And for every inch your head protrudes forward,
the next conversation that I want to talk about is just Christine is gone, Mary has left, you're gone, Robin and Cody are now in this monogamous relationship. I want you to watch this clip and then we'll talk about, is monogamy enough for Robin and Cody to sustain their relationship?
Will you accept me as monogamous?
Yes, I'll always stick with him and I love him. This is not what I wanted for my life.
I'm done. I'm not going to fix it with Mary. I'm not going to try and fix it with Janelle anymore. She's done with me. I need you to let that go and not hold it against me. You want to know the craziest thing? I had a sexual experience in college that was against my religious values and my own personal values. I told Mary about it after we were married. Janelle and Christine never knew about it. Robin learned of it the first month we knew each other. I felt safe. And she felt safe with me. She's just an open book to me. Janelle and Christine and Mary, I'm not safe with them and they're not safe with me.
Were you surprised about his sexual experience, Jordan? Because
I'm like, well, okay, well, so what? We all have our history in our past. I don't know why it's such a big deal that he had to tell her. I'm like, okay, well.
But the fact that he said that he didn't feel safe, he used that word safety, that he didn't feel safe with you and Christine. And
I think he's just making stuff up now. I really do. If he had been in the mind that he was when we all were together, that would have been something he wouldn't have been proud of. He wouldn't have been bragging about. He wouldn't have been talking about. Because that was not, it was really sort of a transgression really against our moral code, right? It's so weird. I think he really just needs to somehow justify all the reasons that Robin's so perfect for him. Why is that so I had sex before we got married. Or I had sex in college. If he would have told me if I had felt safe enough, the safe word came with Robin, I would have been like, oh, okay, cool, interesting, so what? So it's weird to me that he chose to talk about this in such a public forum too. I'm like, what are you hoping to gain here? Bringing up all of this, it's further justification that Robin is his soulmate.
First, the sexual experience.
Yeah, no
So
idea.
Mary knew, and he told Robin,
But never, no.
never you and Janelle. Why?
It's sad. I thought we were friends. It's like it gets rid of any kind of good memories that we had or could have had or maybe had. He's just deciding to just get rid of all of those and say that we were safe. But I mean, if you can't share things with us like that, I don't know what I did to make it so I wasn't safe. I was open. I was everything that he needed me to be. Why would he feel he has to hide that from me? Because we weren't that close? I guess we weren't that close. Because he told Robin a month into their relationship? Makes me wonder how close they actually were before they got married.
The other thing was Cody said he felt so safe in your relationship.
Yeah.
That he was able to share things with you, like his first sexual relationship, that he hadn't with Janelle and Christine.
Yeah, that was a shock to me.
Yeah. How did it come up? Like,
I had my own experiences, and that's a big deal for our religion. I think I was talking about that with him or something, and he made a reference. He made some sort of comment that I went, you know what I'm talking about. And so I asked him straight out, is this something that was, part of your past? And he was like, yeah. And so we talked about it, and since then he's told me everything about his whole entire past. And then I found out later that, that not everybody knew, and I was like, why?
Help me understand how Mary and Robin were both safe spaces, but the two others weren't.
Just Mary and I, in our beginnings, we were much safer with each other. And then Robin's just from the very beginning, Robin laid me down in a rose garden of trust immediately.
What compelled you to share that information with Robin? Because you didn't have to.
Her intuition.
Oh, she knew something was up?
Yeah, she knew. Her intuition was just, Mary had intuition too.
So Mary asked you point blank?
Yeah, Mary and Robin both. I mean, wow. It's been a long time since I've realized that I was actually vulnerable with Mary. Just kind of grew out of it, I guess.
Is it because they asked and you answered? And if Janelle and Christine asked?
Yeah, Janelle and Christine could have asked, but it was one of those things that we just didn't have the depth of intimacy, even in our good spot, but it never came up.
But what does that mean for Mary?
It means that Mary and I had a good start. It means that I have been a fool and angry was my explanations of I was never in love with her. And I have to be fair now and say, yes, I did love her. We were in love and we were lovers. And the love dies from a million paper cuts. I guess I wasn't, I don't know what kind of state of mind I was other than just super angry, but I loved all three of them. I loved them all. And I, God, when a woman's trashing you on television, she just go, oh, I never loved her. I mean, it's more of like a knee-jerk reaction. I'm like, I was deep in the throes of reactionary vitriol for the past 3 years.
It's kind of strange because he felt that closeness to you, and he actually sat here on the couch and goes, I forgot that intimacy that I shared with Mary back then. You had his back in a different capacity.
Yeah. That's interesting. I don't know how to even respond to that. It's nice that he remembers that one time he trusted me and he knew that I had his back. I don't know.
Well, did you feel safe with Cody? Did you feel safe in sharing everything with Cody?
Yeah, I felt very safe with Cody for a lot of years.
Yeah. Did you have any other sexual experiences before Mary, other than this one that we're talking about?
I was a high school athlete, and there was only, let's not go into details.
There were other options?
There were other options that got close. So I just...
You didn't take those options?
No. I was a little bit wild, but I wasn't, I was being Mormon naughty.
What does Mormon naughty mean?
It means I would kiss and hug, but no actual intercourse.
So that's like first base, second base, third base,
Yeah.
and no home run.
Yeah, no home run.
I mean, we're talking about you being an athlete. Did you play baseball?
No.
Were you a football player?
Yes.
So it's like,
I was a wrestler.
So you never got the touchdown, but you got some picks.
You know, out of respect for my wife, I'm going to quit discussing this with you. You guys can act like it's the worst business on.
We're just having some fun.
No, we just crossed the line. So it's done.
If he's going to hide the college experience, we've all seen their engagement photos, and I just automatically think, I wonder how close they got before they were married.
What are you getting at? Do you think they had sex prior?
A high-quality Japanese-style kitchen knife as a gift for less than $20. Holy shit, it's amazing. Seriously, this is a one-time.
Sexual experience, whatever that means. And he was super comfortable in their house, even walking into a bedroom. That's a lot of speculation. I'm a little bit of betrayed right now.
Do you think Robin would have gone there?
I don't know. That's just automatically what I'm thinking.
Does that change anything for you?
Just yet another lie. They lied about everything. So, you know how close they were, the fact that he was always over there. Come on. All they did was lie. Just makes me, you know what? Just not to be trusted.
Would that have changed her coming into the family now that you've seen all of these pieces sort of unravel?
Right? If I had known that he had told her things that he never told me, I would have just been more hurt. I don't know if it would have changed. Who knows that? But that's heartbreaking to hear now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even married to him anymore.
Yeah.
I was like, what a slap in the face. Really?
Yeah.
Come on. So he's bringing that up just to, she's better than you. Compare.
He didn't kiss me until he asked me to marry him. And it wasn't a kiss, it was a stamp. You know, his face smashed mine. That was it. You know, it wasn't anything super sexy.
No.
No, you know, so
Can you take me back to that moment?
Yeah, like he asked me to marry him. We're sitting in his, you know, little fun sports cart because, you know, he can't live without him. And I said yes, and then he grabbed my face, went bam, you know, like kiss me, bam.
Oh wow. It wasn't sexy and it wasn't romantic and it wasn't.
It was like this is now a done deal. We are engaged.
So there wasn't any naughtiness afterwards, or was there more kissing after the bumping of faces?
There was some chase kissing, little church kisses. But yeah, that's it.
What's a church kiss?
Just a, you know, little chase.
Christine wondered if there was more than just a kiss.
Oh no.
No.
No. Little church kisses.
Okay.
Something you can do in front of your pastor, you know, your bishop or something.
Okay. Well, I loved our conversation about Mormon naughtiness.
No, we're not talking about my sexuality. No. Come on, that was crossing the line.
No, it was not about your sexuality. It's about you and Robin.
That was not a cool discussion.
Yeah.
I give a little bit here, so you don't have me in a good mood now. We're gonna have to talk some more. I give a little bit here. It's like I give an inch. I'm generous. And it's like, well, let's dig into his life. I didn't think that was cool.
Coming up, do you still believe in polygamy?
I thought I had some sort of guarantee and Cody was up for it. Yeah.
Would you ever see the possibility of staying in polygamy, taking another wife?
No, hell no. And I'll tell you why. Because we already failed.
Everybody good? We are rolling. And
so is monogamy going to be enough for you?
You know, Cody's going to be enough for me. I had a different plan for my life. My life was, I was going to live plural marriage. I was going to be a part of a big picture, a big family. That's been taken away from me. So I will never unchoose Cody. Like, I always choose Cody. So it's like, however it is, it's with Cody.
Are you afraid at some point Robin could leave if the anger continues to persist?
Yes. Yeah, she's going to be loyal. The difference with me and Robin is if we ever broke up, we would never say anything bad about each other. because I think we definitely love each other. And we still would even if we broke up.
If Cody stays angry, that feels like almost like, okay,
I don't.
how much
he's
more
not.
can I tolerate?
he's coming out of it.
Yeah.
He's coming out of it. Yeah, I feel bad because I feel like people who've only known him for the last 3 or 4 years, they've only known a certain one version of him. It's probably the hardest version I've ever known of him, and I see the guy that he was before that.
I just wanted to know, last time we were in Sedona, we talked about you guys all being in a therapy session. This was like 11 years ago, the last time the whole family was together in Sedona.
We were actually going to go to a marriage retreat in Sedona, Arizona.
We are here with 2 counselors. One is Pat, who we've known for a long time, and the other is Nancy, and she's never counseled polygamists before.
And the big question is, were you happier then or are you happier now?
Way happier now. Way happier now. Yeah, no, I love my life now. Absolutely love it. Coming back to Sedona, I was a mess. I was like, I can't believe I have to go back to that town, because Sedona was where I understood how little I mattered. I don't know if I'm even making sense.
No, it makes sense because I remember that therapy session in Sedona where you guys had to figure out where your position was in the family.
Oh my gosh, that one too. That was crazy.
And then you had to figure out also where you want to be.
What we're going to do is going to position yourselves where you think you are in relationship to each other now. This is how close I feel to Cody. Cody, this is how far apart I feel, or whatever.
I don't know. This is very awkward. No, I don't want to talk about it. It was the worst part of the trip for me. The absolute worst.
What would be some adjustments that would make it even more comfortable for each one of you?
In the future or
In the
now?
future, in the future.
At Grainger, we have over 1 million products, including the ones that help keep your workplace safe and sound. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, this is where I really want to be.
This is so up close and personal. I don't even know where to look.
So you wouldn't feel comfortable in the middle, like standing here in the middle?
If I'm in the middle, then I become your sole focus.
And what I took away from that was you saying to him, I need you to see
right
me.
here, right here.
I need you
Yeah.
right here. And that was that's what you were asking.
Yes, and maybe that's what the best way of thought. So let me just, so it wasn't like you could say that. It wasn't like you could say, hey, it's my time now. It is my time to have a relationship with you. I feel like marriage, Janelle and I, we were just team players. And none of us maybe had our needs met as much as we should. Then Robin came along and I felt like, oh my gosh, she like stands up for herself. And one of the things she said, she goes, I just taught Cody to death. I make sure he stays there and he listens to me and I don't let him leave until we're done with the conversation. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, I would never do that.
What I found is that men will fight with a woman like she's a man if she's fighting like a man. He does that, and I'm always like, whoa, 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 you put your sword away. I'm your wife, and this isn't a place to pull your sword out, emotional sword. And then, I'm going to be a woman. I'm going to say, I'm going to talk as a woman. I'm not going to talk like a man.
At this point, I don't know the point of the exercise because it's.
I don't know. Are you happier then or are you happier now? I mean, it's kind of like that was 11 years ago. You guys were setting.
Still have goals. See, we were all still focused on working together. No, Christine wasn't happy there at all. Right. My goals weren't like my ultimate happiness. My goals were to have the family working well together.
Then.
Yeah, well, my goals were still clear through moving to Flagstaff. I just lost faith. I literally was like, this desire for where all my wives are connecting with each other shattered in Flagstaff.
Are you happy now?
I'm happy in my home and my experience with Robin, sans my ex-wives. I mean, as long as I'm not listening to them trash me, I mean, it's just constantly blame.
Okay, so let me ask you the bigger question. Would you do it all over again? marrying these women and living a plural life. Would you do it all again?
No.
And all of the stages, Lehigh, Las Vegas.
It was the
Flagstaff.
experience that I had, and now that I've had the experience, I was like, oh, and do it again. So I did it. I had the experience, and we're still in the throes of the breakup, so to speak. Would I do it again? No. I wouldn't. Moving forward, I wouldn't do this again. And if I was starting over, like if I went back in time and was starting over, it's such a double-edged sword. I mean, and like, that's a question that I can't fairly answer for another 10 years, I think.
Okay. A simple question. Do you still believe in polygamy?
I think it can work. I think it's very important for all parties involved to be committed to it. And when all parties are not, as you see in our family, it doesn't work.
Would you do it again?
At this point in my life, no.
So,
I'm not gonna live polygamy again.
so Mary is going to be a monogamist.
Mhm.
Okay. Would you ever see the possibility of staying in polygamy, taking another wife?
If the other 4 wives were still in?
No.
Oh, just me and Rob?
Yeah.
No, hell no. And I'll tell you why. Because we already failed. I would never try plural marriage again, because at this point, it's off the table because it was taken off the table. And just, Robin might say, hey, you know, listen, I think Robin's broken on it the same way I have.
Do you still believe in polygamy?
It's a tough one right now for me. If I had some sort of guarantee and Cody was up for it, yeah. But I have no guarantee and Cody's not up for it, and I'm scared to death of it now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But if you met somebody that would kind of fill the parameters and
it would have to be some sort of crazy guarantee. I'd have to have God talk to me and
yeah,
burning bush is kind of the thing.
need a real sign.
Oh, I would.
Coming up, just trust that I am not. I'm a very sexual being. I'm a very earth mama.
Ooh.
Everything earthy.
Ooh.
If food, wine, sex, all of it.
We can put her on Farmers Only.
You was put on Farmers Only.
Are you guys gonna get her on Farmers Only?
Dude, let's put Janelle on.
Yes.
We should. We'll talk to Maddie.
More is right within your reach. At Northeastern, you'll find more ways to transform ambition into action, experience into expertise. Connect with Seattle leaders and learn from tech, data, and engineering experts so you can create more opportunities for your career. Are you ready for more? Let's go.
The last time we spoke, you said you'd be open to polygamy.
Yeah, I mean, I would. Like, I'm not going to say no, but I just don't foresee that I'm going to meet very many people who live plural marriage these days.
Mm-hmm.
I live in the South now. I mean,
So would you be open to a monogamous relationship?
maybe, but I'm not definitely not going to be dating on those weird apps that you swipe.
Like Tinder?
Yeah, no.
Describe what you're looking for.
Someone who's very solid, who knows who they are, not super flashy. I'm kind of done with flashy. Someone who's not so high maintenance, you know. I definitely don't want someone who's such a prima donna.
You said not high maintenance and not a prima donna.
Well, yeah, you know, I guess take that how you want.
I don't know how to take it.
I guess I just want, you know, it's interesting. I watch our children with their husbands, and I'm like, wow, that's a really different experience.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they're very engaged with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I don't know, I guess I'm just like, maybe I want something a little bit more like that.
Right.
Matching my energy is a big thing. Like, it's very important for me to have anybody in my life, like my best friend, she does it, you know, has somebody in my life needs to cheer me on.
I think your best friend is trying to get you to get out of your box. Like,
Oh, she
get in on
totally
the
wants
action.
me to.
Yeah. So,
She totally wants me to.
so have you seen any action?
It's been a very, 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 very long time. Very, very, very long time.
You know what they say,
since
get back
I
on the saddle.
You know what? She tells me she's going to buy me boxes of, I'm not going to say.
Of fun toys?
No, just, protection.
Okay.
Because she's like, I will buy you. I'm like, I don't need a bot for me. Nothing's happening. Nothing needs to happen.
No, things need to happen.
Okay, when it's appropriate.
I'm just wanting to know, is sex important to you in this next
And
relationship?
that's so interesting. Like everybody has this idea just because I didn't want to have assembly line kisses with Cody or whatever, that I was asexual. I promise you I'm not asexual. I promise you. And the hormones are hell when you're single. But it's like you just deal with it or whatever. But yeah, no, I suspect that someday down the road, if there's somebody else, then that will be part of it.
Okay. I love hearing that you're far from that.
No,
because I think a lot of people are curious.
No, and I really want to make sure because it's so wild to me that everybody has assumed. So just trust that I am not. I'm a very sexual being. I'm a very earth mama.
Ooh.
I'm a Taurus and I'm a very earth mama. And I'll just say that. Everything earthy.
Ooh.
If food, wine, sex, all of it.
Yeah. That's why I said eat, pray, love is your movie.
Damn, I need to go. I need to sell all my things and go there. I just started that farm. That'll be my version of eat, pray, love.
And you deserve all that and all the goodness. And I thank you so much for being so honest on this couch.
Yeah.
We've had these conversations, and my hope is that we can get everybody on a couch together and we could do this one time.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd really like that.
That could happen. That would be very interesting.
David, do you have any friends?
Do I have friends?
To introduce ladies to?
No.
A little bit
no,
like,
No. I know a lot of people, but I don't have close friends that are like that.
Yeah.
We could put her on Farmers Only.
You was put on Farmers Only.
Are you guys going to get her on Farmers Only?
Dude, let's put on
Yes.
We should. We'll talk about it.
Christina, David, I wish you guys so much happiness. It has just been wonderful. It's been a beautiful thing to watch. It really has. And to see you so happy. It's been really so beautiful, and you're a big part of it. Do you feel like everybody could come and sit on this couch and have a conversation?
Here's the thing. I think that if we're each really, really secure and happy in our own lives, and we had gotten rid of all the angst and the anger and the sadness and everything from the past, then we could.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're still holding on to all of that, then that's never going to happen.
Okay. Well, I hope you guys all let it go. We're all cheering you on. We want you to be happy. We want you to be the best version of yourself.
Yeah.
And we'd really like you to go on a couple of dates and be single, ready to mingle, and hopefully get some action.
I mean, I am very single and ready to mingle, and you will never know if I get action.
Oh, I'm going to find out. I'm calling your best friend. I'm going to get her to spill some tea.
It's just like I wouldn't try this again.
Mm-hmm. Too much collateral damage?
I would have missed the pain, but I also would have missed the dance. I'm glad we had the experience. I'm glad I've got all those children. I'm glad I've got this relationship. 5 years from now, gosh, Christine and me and Mary all probably getting along just great. But we're going through a divorce experience. It's all over, and we're all old. And it's like, holy cow, look at all that wasted time. I don't know. Maybe they're looking at it like this is a good experience. And sometimes,
or maybe they look at it as it's only just begun.
Or their life only just begun. Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Like that was one shared experience.
Yeah.
And now they're moving on to another experience.
Yeah. And more happiness to everybody.
Well, thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your accountability. And thank you for sitting down and talking to me and having the hard conversation.
Thank you. You're welcome.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Cut cameras, please.
Tình yêu và tính dục khi được phối hợp. Khi bạn xây dựng cảm xúc tích cực, bạn đang tạo ra một điểm tựa vững chắc cho mọi suy nghĩ, đặc biệt là điểm tựa cho những niềm tin của bạn. Khi ấy, nhận thức tích cực sẽ chỉ đường cho tiềm thức. Tiềm thức có thể tiếp nhận và xử lý những mong muốn. Sẽ thế nào nếu chúng ta không có niềm tin? Hàng ngàn thế kỷ đã trôi qua với những trang sử dày đặc. Các nhà tôn giáo đã khuyên nhân loại hãy đấu tranh để tìm thấy tín ngưỡng của mình. Hãy nỗ lực để bảo vệ tín ngưỡng mình đã có. Thế nhưng họ không nói với nhân loại rằng phải làm như thế nào. Họ đã tuyên bố rằng đức tin là một trạng thái của tâm trí và nó hoàn toàn có thể được tạo ra bởi sự tự kỷ ám thị bằng ngôn ngữ mà tất cả mọi người đều có thể hiểu. Chúng tôi tổng hợp lại những nguyên tắc quan trọng để hình thành và phát triển niềm tin, đó là hãy luôn tin vào bản thân mình và vào sự bất tận mà mình chưa khám phá ra hết. Niềm tin, thứ dược phẩm trường sinh để nuôi dưỡng sự sống, sức mạnh của suy nghĩ và thôi thúc hành động theo suy nghĩ ấy. Niềm tin, phẩm chất tuyệt vời đầu tiên để có được sự giàu có. Niềm tin, gia vị dẫn truyền của muôn vàn phép lạ và những bí ẩn siêu nhiên khoa học chưa thể lý giải. Niềm tin, điểm tựa để không bao giờ gục ngã trong thất bại, hồi sinh với một tinh thần mới. Niềm tin, một nguyên tố khi được kết hợp với những lời cầu nguyện, sẽ giúp con người giao tiếp với trí tuệ vô hạn. Niềm tin, yếu tố biến đổi những rung động thông thường của suy nghĩ.
As I said, life is not a straight line. Sometimes there are curves and things happening you don't even know. So I'm going to share a little history of mine with my first guest, our first guest, Mary Brown from TLC's Sister Wives. Here's the deal. Sister Wives launched in 2010. America, gripped by the polygamous lifestyle of Cody Brown, his 3 wives, Mary, Janelle, Christine, and their then 12 children. Fans of the show know that I used to host their reunion tell-all for 4 seasons. I, like millions of viewers, watched the family grow and change over time. Cody took a 4th wife, Robin. Children were adopted and born. Then came the 18th child. And as we watched, they fought to try to overturn even Utah's plural marriage law. So they were in legal battles, all these things. And we also witnessed the family fall apart. Cody's wife, Christine, left the family in 2021 after being married to him for 26 years. Janelle followed in 2022. The premiere for the season when the family matriarch, Mary, Cody's first wife, decided to leave him after 32 years, brought their highest rating in a decade. Some fans thought it was years in the making. Others were surprised. I have not seen Mary since I hosted the last tell-all. I will be honest with you, I was told not to.
Did you know that you can have permanent teeth in just 24 hours? That's right. Only 24 hours and your new smile is ready. Forget waiting months with temporary teeth or those insanely uncomfortable dentures. Not only does Nuvia give you permanent teeth in only 24 hours, but they have a dental implant success rate that's even higher than industry standards. with a dental implant success rate of 99.13%, backed by over 27,000 five-star Google reviews and winners of the 2024 Dental Implant Restoration Company of the Year. Nuvia is helping people regain their smiles and change their lives. And the best part, it all happens in only 24 hours. Take the 60-second quiz now to find out if Nuvia dental implants are right for you.
Hi, I'm Kristen Bell. Carvana makes car buying easy. Isn't that right, hon?
I was a wrong man in a wrong time. I am Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Sometimes I am 53 and sometimes I'm 65. Like a foreign person in a world that I didn't understand. Nobody can understand me. And I felt for a long time alone.
Pierre Dante, Pierre Piccioni, is an unwilling time traveller. He woke up in the future. His loved ones different, the world changed, his own face unrecognisable. A Dr. Jekyll who discovered he also had a darker side. From the BBC World Service, this is Lives Less Ordinary, the home of extraordinary true life stories. Hello, I'm Jo Fidgen. This story ends on the 25th of October 2001 and begins again on the 31st of May 2013 in a hospital bed in northern Italy. Pierre was actually in charge of the emergency wards, but on that day he woke up as a patient some hours after a serious car crash.
The first thing I saw was a white light, and it was the light of the emergency room where my colleagues put me after the accident. I remained in coma about 6 hours, and when I woke up, I saw only the eyes of the people, of my colleagues.
Well, because they had masks on?
Yeah, so I tried to ask them to put down their mask, because for me it was a problem to understand. They asked, "What's your name?" I tried to answer. I cannot speak very well. And when they asked, "Which date is today?" I thought 5-6 seconds, and I answered, "Today is the 25th of October, 2001. And I looked in their eyes, the incredibility in their eyes was, "What?" And they asked me, "But exactly which day of the week was the 25th of October 2001? In a few seconds, 1 second, I answered, "Oh, of course, is a Thursday." And they opened the iPad, but I didn't know that it was the iPad. And one of the physician looked to the other, and "But do you know that the 25th of October 2001 was really Thursday?" And it was incredible for them that I remember exactly the day of the week of 12 years before. But it was before for them, not for me.
For Pierre, that Thursday, 12 years in the past, was now. His doctors, his colleagues, stared at him and each other, perplexed. Did they say, "Wait a minute, there's a 12-year gap here"?
No, not in that moment. They told me, "But do you want to see your wife?" Of course, I want to see my wife. And in my mind, I expected to enter my wife, but 12 years younger. But entered someone like my wife. But for example, she had a lot of wrinkles under
the chin.
Yeah, the chin, the signs of the time, because different hairs, different, yet glasses, totally different.
So she'd aged.
Yeah.
So what did you make of that when this person who is your wife arrives, but looking much older?
Well, my thought was, what happened? And the first thought. The second thought, where is the camera? Because I am on a fiction. This is not real life.
Oh, you thought this was some kind of joke?
This is a joke. This is a really big joke. why they are joking with me, because then after my wife, they asked me, do you want to see your guys?
Your sons?
My sons. In my mind are entering two children, 8 years old and 11 years old. In fact, enter two adults, 20 years old and 23 years old. Totally different from the idea of my children. So when I realized that I had an accident, a car accident, and I didn't saw my two children, the first thought was my children was in the car with me and I killed them.
And who were these people in front of you saying they were your sons?
No, and in fact, I asked them, who are you? Where are my children? Because I didn't believe that those was my son, because I was 12 years before.
So instead of an 8 and 11-year-old walking into your hospital room, you had a 20-year-old and a 23-year-old.
20 and 23.
Wow. And you just didn't think they were your sons?
Yeah. I think those are two actors, two liars sent to me to try to don't understand exactly what happened, the importance of the accidents.
Apart from your wife and your sons, was there anyone else you wanted to see in that moment?
One of the two physicians, they have a cap. They take off the surgery cap, and this was one of my old friends, but I remember him with hairs. And I recognized him, Claudio. Where did you put your hairs? Because I saw you 2 weeks ago. What happened to you? And that was, now I can laugh about that. But at that time, it was terrible for me because I didn't realize exactly what happened, why the world is so changed. But the reality was that I was changed. In few hours, I lost 12 years of my life.
When did you realize that this was not some kind of cruel joke, that this was how things were now?
The day after, on the local newspaper, there was my photograph in the first page and a big article which started, "A great accident happened to the chief of the emergency department," my name and my surname, Pier Dante Piccioni, and the date was 1st of June 2013. In that time, I realized that it wasn't a joke, because I thought it was impossible to alterate a newspaper. So something happened. This is not a joke, but I had a brain trauma, and these are the consequences of my trauma.
Something you said earlier makes sense now. You said the doctor took out his iPad. Of course, I didn't know what that was.
No.
Because there weren't iPads in 2001.
After they showed to me what, in those 12 years, what was the discovery, the technical discovery, internet, for example, WhatsApp, Gmail, because I got to bed with the fax and I woke up with the mail.
With email?
In the 2001, I didn't have mail. And my phone allowed it to phone, and there was the SMS. But all the social, Instagram, X, Messenger, the smartphone came during my black hole, during those 12 years.
I mean, the world had been utterly transformed.
Completely transformed. And I asked why my mama didn't come yet to visit me. And my wife stopped for 2 or 3 seconds and told me, "Your mama has died 3 years ago." What? My mama is a young mama. My mama is the chief of the home. My mama is alive. And the first thing I wanted to do was to go to the cemetery when I came out from the hospital. And only when I saw the photograph in the cemetery, I realized that it was true, that I lost what happened when my mama died. And I was the physician, not only the son, the doctor of my mama. And it was terrible for me, the worst experience that a person can have. You don't remember what your mama told you before dying.
What a lot to deal with.
A big deal.
How did you cope
Angela,
with this information that you lost 12 years with all the life you'd lived in that 12 years?
Yeah. I start with the anger because I was very, very angry with the God, with the world, with me, or better, with what I saw in the mirror. Because it wasn't exactly me, but it was another person. Because in my mind, I was 12 years younger, not me. Gray hairs, the wrinkles, and so I hated that person.
Pierre hadn't just lost his youthful looks seemingly overnight. He'd lost his job. I mean, how could he work as a doctor when something so dramatic had happened to his brain? His bosses told him so, but Pierre couldn't accept losing that part of his identity too, and was determined to prove that he could bring himself up to speed, though there were more immediate issues to deal with first.
6 months later, with the magnetic resonances, we saw the consequences inside my brain. They saw the holes in my brain. And where I have the holes, probably this is the store of longer-term memory.
Right.
And they continue to study me because I am a very, very interested patient for neuroscientists.
Yeah, I can imagine. So how did your wife feel about what had happened to you?
It was very, very difficult at the beginnings because she tried to explain me a lot of things that happened, but there was her memories, not mine. Also, she asked me, please go downstairs to take the bottle of water. And I answered, where downstairs? Because we have changed home. For her was the home. For me was the new home. And I didn't know exactly where was everything. And this is very problematic. After few minutes, we argued.
You argued?
I argued because she expected that I understood, but I didn't. It was impossible to understand. And this is very, very sad. Remember that, but I don't remember. Oh, do you remember here? No, I don't remember. Stop. When you have a discussion, half of the discussion, it's about memories. But if you don't have memories, you cannot discuss. And you only feel yourself like the most stupid man in the world.
How was it with your sons?
They try to relive what we've done using the common passions. Soccer, for example. They showed me in television, for example, when Italy became champion of the world.
Which you'd forgotten.
2006. I forgot that. So I saw for the first time, but it wasn't important, the result. The important was that we have done something together. And that was a new memory.
Because you'd missed them growing up, hadn't you? You presumably don't remember them as teenagers at all.
Yeah. some friends of mine tell me you are a very lucky father that you have missed. So shut up, Pierre, and stop with I have no memories. I have no memories. You are a lucky man. So shut up. But if you think that is the most important part of the life for a father, the feeling that you create with your son is during adolescence.
Adolescence.
When you say a lot of no, you can't, or yes, you can. And when you miss them, it's a very big problem to go on.
Because you've gone from being the father of young children to the father of adults. It's a very different thing, huh?
Of course. And that was a very problem because in my mind, I continued to tell to myself, they are adults. Don't think they are to children. No. And if you don't ever performed yourself like a father of an adolescent, it's very, very difficult to be a father of adults.
Can you give me an example?
Oh, of course. When I saw my guy with their girlfriends, in my mind there was the questions of which tales I will tell this evening to my children.
Which story you will tell them?
The stories. The real life was, but there is the possibility that my children make their girlfriends pregnant, from story tales to condom. That was the difference, and it was very, very difficult for me to try to understand that my children, my little children, have the two girlfriends.
So this was the difference in the kind of father you now had to be.
Yeah.
It's not nursery rhymes. It's, are you practicing safe sex?
Yeah, of course. Now I can joke, I can laugh about those questions. But at that time, I went in crisis with myself and with the world.
Pierre took all the tests and underwent all the procedures to try to get his memories back. He tried pills and therapy, shock treatment even. Nothing worked. Without a past, he found he was dreading the future.
And then a psychologist helped me to handle with care, with a lot of care. I took 3 years of my life after the accident to understand how to transform the anger in opportunity. It wasn't so easy to do that, but I tried coming back to study my profession and to listen to family and friends.
What were your burning questions? What did you want to know from your family and your friends and your colleagues?
I asked to my friends, to my colleagues, to my wife, which kind of man I was. Was I a good man or bad? My colleagues told me that when I became the chief of my emergency department, and I had about 230 persons below me, colleagues and nurses, physicians, of course. My nickname was the Prince of Bastards.
Oh no.
I'm not so proud of that nickname. And when I discovered that nickname, I really asked to them, but are you sure? Why? Because in my mind, I wasn't the Prince of Bastards, but I wasn't the chief in my memories. I became the chief after.
Right. So you've been promoted at some point in the last 12 years and become a not very nice person.
No, not very nice person. This is very, very impossible to believe for me, because I never before, I've never been a bad person, but I've never been a chief before. and they told me, you are very, very dark. You was like a diamond, hard, very, very strong, very, very correct, but too hard with other people. And this is very, very difficult to believe for me.
So Pierre went looking for himself in all the emails he'd written in the missing years.
I read all the mails, it was more than 76,000, to try to understand who I was. And in those mails, in some mails, I have the confirm that I was a bad man, a bad chief, severe person. And I was very, very sad when I read those mails, because I believe that there was true what my colleagues told me. After 2 years, they told me, Doc, if we knew that a hit on your brain had those consequences, we will give to you many, many years before. After the hit, you became another person.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your colleague said to you, if we'd known that a hit on the head would make you a better person, we would have hit you on the head sooner.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Exactly.
Well, we better talk about how you became a nicer person then. We might all have something to learn from that. So, having discovered that you had earned this nickname, how did you go about becoming a better person?
For example, to learn to listen, to speak very, very little, and I started to write a diary. Every day I wrote on the diary what I felt, important or stupid things of my day or of my life.
Tell me, how were you feeling at that point about what you were facing?
And what I'm feeling. I was a wrong man in a wrong time. That was not my time. I was like a foreign person in a world that I didn't understand. I felt myself alone. Nobody understands me. Nobody can understand me. And I felt for a long time alone, because my mama died, my children died, and I had 2 adults. So why continue to live? I thought to the suicide in that moment, because this is not my world.
So when did you come to accept that you were not going to get your memories back?
Oh, not yet.
Oh, not yet. He's still not accepting.
I hope that they come back. But I think after 12 years from the accident, I don't really know if they will come back. I hope. Hope is always the last. But now I have learned one thing, Joe, one important thing. If you want to live, you don't have to continue to think to the past. From now to the future. Every day, from now to the future.
Oh, that's interesting. So having forgotten some of your past with, for example, your wife, how did you go about rebuilding a present and a future?
I must start to rebuild my life, not with my memories, but with her memories. And they gave me back a lot of memories. But my wife, my friends, my child cannot give me back the emotions connected with the memories, because what's important are not memories themselves, are the emotions of the memories.
What did your wife tell you about what kind of husband you've been?
So, my wife is a psychologist.
Oh, that's handy.
I don't know if she's better or not, but she is a psychologist, a child psychologist. She's a university professor of gifted children and bullies.
Bullies.
The bad apple.
So she studies bad apples and gifted children.
And she told me that when I became the chief, I stayed little at home. So she told me, I really don't know if you had a girlfriend or more than one girlfriend because you was workaholic. The work was the most important thing in that part of your life.
So was your wife saying, "Oh, I wasn't that pleased that you were at work the whole time," or?
No, please, no, of course. In the years that I became the chief, I worked about 15, 16 hours in a day. So I really was a workaholic.
So having learned that about yourself, what kind of husband did you decide you wanted to be in future?
A husband present with the aim to do something together, to have new good memories.
To make new memories.
To make new memories, but together, doing things, doing trips, to live together. This is what I continue to make experiences together.
Did you know how you felt about your wife? Was that a memory that stayed with you?
Oh, I don't know if you can use what now I'm going to say to you. But when my wife turned to go out the first time after the accident, she turned and I looked at her back. I felt in love. It is wow, nice. And but for me, it wasn't my wife. I think that I am the only man that can say I have betrayed my wife with my wife because she was another person, and I felt in love again, and I felt in love again with the bottom of my wife.
Your wife's bottom. Well, it's a start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Falling back in love with his wife was easier, it turns out, than falling back in love with his sons.
My children started to love me. They started, and because for them was easier to start, because they had all their memories. The problem is without memories, you don't really know the line from where you can start. You learned after years from the accident.
So it took you years to really feel love for them again.
Yeah. Oh, 3 years. Yeah. A long time.
Indeed. Just go back to your wife for a moment. You said that you did a similar thing with her. You created new memories. So which of those new memories mean the most to you?
Oh, I'm still able to kiss. This was my question. I told to my wife, do you want to answer to this question? She kisses me. She kisses me. It's very, very strange that a husband asked, but for me it was a new experience. I was not too sure that she was to restart it with me. Fortunately, she was.
She still loves you.
Yeah, me too. This is very nice, of course. But this is very, very lucky because that experience. Now I met a lot of people with my problem, and the most couples break. Yeah, because it's very difficult to restart.
Why do you think the two of you were able to make it work?
She.
Your wife is the key.
Yeah, my wife is the key, of course. Female is always the key.
The female is always the key. Do you think you would have said that in 2001?
I'm not. I'm not so sure. 2001, we was brother and sisters, more brother and sisters.
And now?
Now, a couple.
So things are better.
Yeah, better.
Was your wife happy?
Yeah, I think yes. I think that she preferred the new Pierre than the old Pierre. My experience is that the world prefers the new Pierre. So why not my wife?
Been able to recover your relationship with your wife and with your sons, but of course one relationship you haven't been able to recreate is with your mother, who passed away while when you lost your memories.
She died. But the big problem is to create relationships with me, because as I told you, I am Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Sometimes I am 53 and sometimes I'm 65. And I cannot manage that part of my life. And sometimes in those moments I cry, because I was very, very happy before in my mind. It's very difficult to realize that I have to tell to myself, you must be happy. In the past, I was happy. In the present, and in the future, I must be happy.
Your friends outside work, how did they treat you?
Oh, at the beginnings with a Pierre more stupid than usual. It was very, very, very difficult for them too to understand what happened in my brain. When they realized that I had a big problem, they started to be more empathetic with me. They understood what happened to me. And so they be more kind, more patient.
I was told they teased you quite a lot about the things that you've missed.
Oh, for example, that the friends of mine joked with me, and they saw me a photograph of a tall black man, and they asked me, "What's his job? But where he come from? From the United States of America." And when they told me that he was the president of the United States of America, and it's impossible, a black man, impossible. It's not impossible.
So this was Barack Obama.
Yeah, Barack Obama.
Whose election you'd missed. What did you think about that?
The new my world is better than old.
The new world is better than the old world.
Yeah, surely. I had a lot of prejudices. Now I am proud to live in another kind of world. In a world where for example, females in my profession are becoming at the high levels much more than before. And this is very, very important. I'm proud, not only for my personal experiences, but in the world, to make new, beautiful memories all over the world. This is my mantra, from this line to the future.
How has it gone with your working life? Because having suffered an injury like that, how could you go back to being a doctor?
I take 2 years out of work, and during those 2 years and a half, I restudied what was sufficient to pass the tests, a lot of tests. My chief gave me more than 63 tests, technical, psychological, environmental tests, to show that I was able to come back to do the physician. And I restudied not from the beginning, but I had to restudy those 12 years of medicine. But the problem wasn't the technical part to study. The problem for me was when I received the new permission to come back to do the physician. The problem was the relationships with my colleagues, but especially with the patients. because I had in my second work life the same patient that I had in my first, and they look at me with this question, but the Prince of Bastards is come back, or is another doctor, is another physician? And the most part of them, after my visit, they told me, you are really changed.
A nicer doctor to have.
Yeah, and another doctor and a nice doctor. To become a patient changed me in a better doctor.
Ah, so you think you became a better doctor because you had now been a patient?
Yeah, this is very, very important. To be first a patient and then the doctor. To change the point of view.
You've switched focus, I think, from being the head of an emergency department to working with elderly patients, many of whom have dementia and memory loss. Do you think you have more empathy with them because of what you've been through?
Oh, of course. The most cited word during the visit, you are more empathetic.
Everybody said that about you.
Yeah, they say that. But colleagues, patients, they say you are more empathetic. You listen to me before you talk to me. Now you shut up. And when you listen, patients, you have made half of your work. Because the patients tell you everything. If you are able to hear him or her.
So do you have a new nickname at work?
No, Doc.
Just Doc.
Just Doc. Only Doc. But because when you say Doc, you say empathetic doctor.
Okay. So, given the changes in you, would you agree with your colleagues that it was worth the knock on the head or not?
No, I agree. Yes. I'm quite happy. They every day ask me, please don't retire yourself, because now when I'm 65, in this year I will be 66, and in Italy you retire at 67. So they continue to ask to me, no, remain, please stay with us. I think now I have a lot of problem, of course, with the world, but I'm more normal, if normality exists, but I'm more, I don't know, quiet.
So do you feel 65 or do you feel 53?
Sometimes I feel 53, but when I woke up, I feel myself 53. During the day, I discover and I realize that I'm 65.
So you aged 12 years a day. That's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Have there been changes in that 12 years that you regret?
The cost of the espresso macchiato.
The price of coffee has gone up. That's definitely
The price
true.
of coffee. I really think that my new world is better than other. Joe, I'm sure that the real advantage, the real good thing of what happened to me is to continue to meet beautiful person. Today it's happened again.
Oh, you're a charmer.
Yeah.
Well, I like the new you, Pierre.
Oh, okay. You belong to the rest of the world, Joe.
Dr. Fiordante Piccioni, or simply Doc, speaking to Lives Less Ordinary from his home near Milan. My thanks to him and to you for listening. If you feel like leaving a review or sending us your thoughts, please do. Our contact details are in the show notes. The producer of today's episode was Edgar Madicott. The editor was Manasa Khan. I'm Joe Fidgen. Until next time.
I was trained in a variety of firearms. I was taught how to use the weapon of choice by liberation movements throughout the world, which is the AK-47. And I was also instructed in things like hand grenades.
Hold a pen and run on that one.
Fired an AK-47. It was in a snowy field in Soviet Russia, 1986.
How did it feel to you handling weapons? It's the strangest feeling. They have a peculiar beauty. That's understandable. You can admire the intricacies of them. They have a peculiar sort of beauty and power. I suppose that's a mixture of fear and awe, really, when you look at them. And also the sense of horror. These are weapons of destruction. These are things that take people's lives. The huge responsibility of handling a weapon. These are huge questions that you have to think about.
The Moscow firing range was a long way from home. Sue was South African, and she'd grown up in a suburban, white, middle-class family. And at this time, the mid-80s, her country was divided under the brutal apartheid state, with the white minority doggedly holding on to power. Sue had turned her back on this system, risking it all to join a black-led liberation movement who had taken up arms. And this group had sent her to Russia for training. But she wasn't there to learn military tactics. She was learning to be a spy. Sue was born in Pretoria, one of South Africa's capital cities, in 1962. And at that time, the country was already bitterly divided.
My very first memory of South Africa, which I think is a very South African memory, is standing in a queue in the post office with my mother. And we were standing in a separate queue to most of the people. And it dawned on me then, and I must have been about 4.5 or so, that we were a different colour to the other queue. And the people in the queue next to us were brown and we were pink. I noticed that the queue next to us didn't seem to be moving, whereas ours did. And that was my first memory of living in South Africa. And I think South Africa does that to you. It makes you aware of some of those subtleties at a very early age.
So, do you think from when you were very little, you had an understanding of what apartheid meant?
I think I did, because it was around me all the time. It was constantly spoken about. We lived it. I went to a whites-only school, and I travelled on whites-only public transport. We had buses for white people, trains for white people. There were signs in public buildings that said "Slegs Blankes," which means whites only. And it seemed very normal to a child because we knew nothing else.
And of course, you were growing up in South Africa at the time, but you were also just growing up in your home as a little girl. What was life like at home?
Dysfunctional, I think, would probably be the best way to put it. My parents, they didn't socialise much, and my mother suffered from quite severe mental health problems. And that was difficult for a child to deal with on their own.
Tell me a bit about what she was going through, what she was experiencing.
She was very sad. My memories of her were her sitting in a window chair, a chair by the big window in the front room, looking out onto the garden. And she would cry for hours. And as an adult, I realised how depressed and how sad she must have been. But as a child, I found that very confusing. And she also had conversations with people that weren't there, which was very frightening. I had to learn to look after myself quite quickly.
What about friends in school? Did you enjoy your time with friends?
At that point in my life, it was quite difficult to bring people back to the house because of the state my mum was in. I grew up in quite a political household as well, and I was always very conscious of the discussion that went on. My father was quite a political person in some ways, and he didn't agree with apartheid. Yet he was one of the people who wouldn't agree with it, but wouldn't take action against it. That's where he sat with his politics.
And if you look back at the sort of images of your childhood or what it looked like for you, what stands out to you about South Africa, what it looked like, what it felt like to be in, apart from the politics?
It's the strangest contradiction. It's a place of beauty and it's a place of brutality. And I have wonderful memories of the natural environment of South Africa. For instance, the garden that I grew up in as a child, which gave me great comfort. It was my escape. It was a place of safety, a place of fantasy, beautiful birds, beautiful plants, fruit trees. I loved the seasons, things about Africa that I'll never forget. The sound of rain on the roof, the smell of rain on the dust. And those are things that I'll always carry with me. It's an almost unbearable beauty. It is coupled with such sadness and such cruelty. It's a strange place of contradiction.
You are tuned to the English service of Radio RSA.
You had a growing interest in the country when you were little, and a lot of that came from the radio, didn't it?
It did. That was very much a symptom of my loneliness, really, where I constantly had radio on. That was my companion. That was the background noise. That was my source of education and entertainment. And I suppose it was also the source of my political awareness. And that started at quite an early age, 9 or 10. I remember being interested in what was happening in the rest of the world and being fascinated by what seemed to be areas far away, Africa and Europe, Soviet Union. All those places were fascinating to me.
Did you feel a pull to leave South Africa?
Only after what I witnessed with the Soweto riots. When I was about 14, I saw the Soweto riots depicted on the TV news.
And it really did rock the country, didn't it?
It certainly did.
These protests were started by black school children who didn't want to be taught in Afrikaans, a language that very few of them spoke. Their protest was met with extreme violence by the police. 176 people died. All but 2 were black.
And a lot of those scenes were recorded on the news bulletins in the evenings. And people who were not allowed to go into the black townships actually saw what was happening in those areas. And the horror of it, where children were shot with live ammunition. And I saw that, and I think that was a turning point for me.
That moment then really cemented some anger in you.
I still remember the images on that screen to this day. They were children just like me, and I think that was what I found upsetting, so awakening almost.
The Soweto uprising was an awakening for many people.
Our people, the African majority, have become convinced and have realized out of their own bitter experience that they will have to reply the gun by the gun.
In the aftermath, thousands of black South Africans headed over the border to join anti-apartheid guerrilla groups who were already operating in exile.
These young guerrillas here are outside of the borders of South Africa. Many of these young people left Soweto 5 years ago in the aftermath of the riots of June 1976.
Many joined the banned liberation organisation, the ANC, the African National Congress, and its armed wing, the Umkhonto Sizwe.
This is Radio Freedom, the voice of the African National Congress, South Africa's time-tested revolutionary movement, born of the people into the front line.
In 1977, there were 11 reported attacks, mostly the bombing of railway lines. The first of the exiles were returning to South Africa, now fully trained guerrillas.
The armed struggle against apartheid was well underway. Bombs were planted, and sometimes civilians were killed. But for most South Africans, the ANC were the great hope for ending the racist regime. And for Sue, they were heroes. As she grew up, and certainly after the horror of the Soweto uprising, she became desperate to join them one day. But she had no idea how she would do that. 3 years later, you head to university, you go to the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. Can you just describe what that university was like for me?
It was what we call a whites-only university. But some black students were allowed to go there. Again, not a very integrated environment in any shape or form.
But it was seen as a pretty liberal place, wasn't it?
Yes, comparatively speaking, it was, because even at that time, there were universities that were only for white students. And this was considered one of the echelons of liberalism, of free thought.
There were quite a few protests, weren't there, at Witwatersrand?
There were. Well, in terms of uprisings, I suppose you could say they were relatively tame. But these were heavily infiltrated by the security police. There were security police on campus who were masquerading as students. The student organizations, yes, were heavily infiltrated by the security police. There were many informers, and there would be the odd demonstration, for instance. There would be a protest at lunchtime, and it would be over various issues that were going on in the news at the time.
And how did the police respond to these protests?
Violently, with great brutality. And I witnessed that on more than one occasion. They would be informed that there would be a demonstration, and they would be prepared to come onto campus. And they treated the students with brutality. People were arrested. Photographs were taken of people. It was something that was supposed to put people off from doing that, and that was the desired effect.
Did you feel like when you arrived at the university and you started to settle in and see the kind of the way of life, the perhaps more liberal political position of many of the students at the university, did you start to feel like this was a place for you?
Absolutely. I really wanted to be part of that.
And what did you know about the African National Congress when you started university?
Bearing in mind that everything was heavily censored and we were not able to read much about the ANC. And what we did read was material that was passed around, if you like, between people. Things that were banned, for instance. We were educated that way, if you like. But there was a very sparse understanding of the ANC and an even greater confusion about how one even came close to the movement. One didn't know how to do that. It wasn't clear how you made contact. All those questions were unanswered.
It was difficult to know very much about the ANC because the organisation had to be careful. Government spies were everywhere, and ANC members could expect to be imprisoned and perhaps tortured if they were caught. But Sue started moving in radical circles, and it didn't take too long before she found herself in the right circles. And she was able to make contact with this almost legendary organisation. To this day, some of the story that you're about to hear remains secretive and is still sensitive. So we can't mention everyone involved in Sue's recruitment. But what we can say is that she got to know a couple called Joan and Jeremy Brickhill, two white pro-liberation activists who were living in exile in Zambia. Joan was a member of the ANC, and she helped Sue make contact. This wasn't going to be simple. It would involve a long flight to the UK, where much of the organisation was already based in exile. But Sue was on board. She told everyone she was going on holiday and headed for London. Were you excited about the meeting?
I was. I thought at last, and I must have been about 18, possibly 19, and I was in my naivety and my childishness, my innocence. I thought, this is it.
And did you come all the way to London just to meet with the ANC?
I did.
It's quite a trip to make, isn't it? When you're 18?
Well, it was part of a sort of sightseeing trip, and there were the usual attractions, but everything else paled into insignificance. What I wanted to do was meet someone in the ANC.
And so, in between the obligatory trips to Big Ben and Buckingham Palace, Sue slipped into a pub for her first meeting with an ANC member. It was with a recruiter called Aziz Pahad. When you went to meet Pahad in London, that must be quite a risky thing to do. Surely you had to keep that very quiet. And were you aware of what the risks of that were?
I was, and at that time, I had very little knowledge of surveillance, of somebody, the possibility of somebody following me. I didn't know how to check on that. And I was quite jumpy. I was quite nervous about meeting him. Not that I would be followed, but that he would be followed. And that people in that pub, you had no way of knowing. If anyone had followed him, you had no way of knowing if there was a South African agent in that pub. It was busy. It was possible that somebody could easily have slipped in there and could be watching us.
Tell me about that meeting.
Part of his responsibility was to screen people to see if they were suitable to work for the ANC. And my meeting with him was in a pub in London, and it was very underwhelming, probably is the best word to use. And he seemed quite bored, and he didn't make much eye contact. And I was thinking, what more can I say? What more can I do? And he said to me, the best thing you could do is to go back and to create a legend for yourself, to create an identity, a persona that is non-political, that gives people the impression that you are not interested in politics, that you are not interested in the ANC, that you couldn't care less, that you're an ordinary, middle-class, white South African woman who has lots of other things that are more interesting in her life than politics. And I was so disappointed. I thought, I have to go back. I have to go and be part of this again. I had somehow thought that this was my way out. And I had to go back. And he said, after that, after you've done that for a while, come back to us and we'll see what we can do.
And so on the flight home, Sue began to reinvent herself.
I tried to imagine myself as the most boring person I could be. And I thought, that's how I have to be. Everything about me had to blend in.
While you're cultivating and you have a sort of a burning desire to change things, when you're full of rage against something and somebody says, no, you have to go away and you have to be very quiet, but you have to immerse yourself in the world that you want to take a stand against. That must be quite difficult.
It was a very bitter pill to swallow.
Did you have to cut off friendships and contacts?
I did. And I had to also be very disciplined about that persona. I could not let my guard slip.
She kept her head down at university and avoided politics, even though she still bore witness every day to the brutal and dysfunctional society that she lived in. And sometimes the reality of the violence came very close to her. On one occasion, she was staying with some friends, and two of her female friends went off for a walk.
A group of young men drove up out of the blue along the dirt road, and they grabbed both the girls and pulled them into the car. And apparently there was discussion amongst themselves because Jamie was mixed race and her friend wasn't. Her friend was white. And they threw the friend out into the dust, and they kept Jamie in the car and drove off with her and attacked her. So they chose her because they felt that they could get away with it. They felt that they couldn't get away with it if they attacked a white girl. So they threw her out of the car. So even then, race mattered.
And what is also very shocking about this story is the way that Jamie was treated by the police.
She was treated with absolute disdain and disrespect. And I can only assume that was because of her colour. There was no sympathy. There was no tenderness, there was no compassion, there was no empathy. There was just nothing. Nothing at all.
You were with Janie when she got back home, and the extent of the attack and just the physical wounds was horrifying, isn't it?
It was horrific. It was something I don't think any of us would ever forget.
How did this event feel to you at the time? You're trying to live this creative persona. You're trying to assimilate deeply into a white conservative South Africa. And yet something beyond horrifying has happened to a friend of yours.
The horrible thing about it was a kaleidoscope of colour. It was all about who was what colour. And that rage was very difficult to deal with.
Did it play a role in spurring on your work, the work that you were doing for the ANC?
I think it did. I think it made me more determined than anything, that I would succeed, that I would do what I intended to do.
When Sue left university, she had to decide how best to embed herself in the white South African establishment. She needed to think how she could make herself useful to the ANC, and she decided to infiltrate the South African media, a world which was heavily censored and entirely pro-regime. Then under this cultivated, boring, conservative personality, you got a job at a pro-apartheid tabloid called The Citizen. That must have been quite challenging, working on a paper that just doesn't at all align with your politics.
It was very incongruous and very uncomfortable, and it was an incredibly conservative and chauvinistic environment, and it was probably the worst of what I could have experienced. Went in at the deep end, really.
You must have had to spin a lot of lies to get that foot in that door.
It was surprisingly easy.
Did you surprise yourself?
I did, and I didn't think it would be as easy as it was. That sounds very arrogant. It's not meant to sound arrogant.
I don't think it sounds arrogant, but you're a great liar.
Well, it must have come naturally, but I was not suspected. I was very controlled. I made sure that I didn't get into a situation where I was overtired. I didn't get into a situation where we would go for drinks, for instance, after the deadline had been met. I made sure that I didn't participate in those. I was sure that I had to be vigilant all the time. And in situations like that's when you slip. If you're tired, if you're ill-disciplined, if you're intoxicated.
Where are you learning all of this stuff from? Like, where are you learning these tips, these skills, the sort of what it's going to take to be undercover from? Because you're not having much contact at all with the ANC.
Nobody's teaching me. I'm doing what I'm thinking I'm supposed to do. In fact, I'm winging it. Nobody's telling me how to do this. It's trial and error, really.
Sue progressed from the tabloid and on to work for the state broadcaster, SABC. Back then, it was seen as a mouthpiece for the white minority government.
I felt that it would bring me closer to what was going on. I wanted to know what was going on in the townships because there was a series of emergency laws at that time throughout the 80s where there were restrictions on reporting on what was happening in the black townships that were on fire. There were terrible uprisings, there were shootings, the police and the army were involved and were behaving with impunity. There was war. Most of the society knew nothing about it because it was repressed, it was so concealed. People didn't know what was happening on their doorstep.
And what else did you learn about South Africa, though, about apartheid, about the government that was useful to the ANC at your time at the SABC, the South African Broadcasting
I also learned that there was a flourishing network of informers in journalism, of police informers, and that the security police had managed to infiltrate not only universities, but all sorts of structures throughout South African society. And I'd be sitting next to the crime reporter, who was actually on the payroll of the security police. So that was quite helpful, really, to know who was doing what.
And what were you like? What was this Sue like in that office?
I suppose flirtatious, fluffy, empty-headed. Yeah, shoulder pads, spiral comb, heels, the works.
Kind of an outfit, like a uniform.
That was my uniform. And it worked. It worked. I suppose it was because I was a young white woman. And those were the people that they did not suspect. Young white women didn't seem to do that. They didn't join the ANC. They didn't work in intelligence. They didn't go to the Soviet Union.
By now, it had been about 5 years since she first met with the ANC in London. And Sue said the ANC were really impressed by the legend she created. She placed herself in a very useful position. So they decided it was time to train her in espionage. First step, she went back to London to meet a man called Ronnie Casrose. He was the head of intelligence for Umkhonto Sizwe, the ANC's paramilitary wing. Ronnie was a white Jewish South African Marxist who recruited and trained a lot of spies. She nicknamed him Comrade Chameleon.
He was so interesting to watch. We sat at a table so that Ronnie could see the door, so he could see who was coming in, who was leaving, who was around us. I was very aware of what he was doing. And also he was constantly watchful. His eyes moved all over the place. And he reminded me of a chameleon. And when I was a child in Cape Town, a small town, I remember the chameleons in the garden in Cape Town, how they would watch. They were so still, but they would never stop watching. And Ronnie reminded me of a chameleon.
How did the meeting go? Do you think he trusted you?
I think he was cautious. I think he was prepared to give me a chance because I had listened to Aziz. I'd gone home, I'd created the legend. I had been disciplined about creating the legend. I had been thorough. I had been determined. I hadn't given up.
And he did offer to train you, didn't he?
He did. And I couldn't quite believe what I was hearing. He offered me the opportunity of military training in the Soviet Union. I suppose I wanted to see how far I could go. I wanted to see what I could do.
How do you just go to the Soviet Union from South Africa without anyone noticing?
You have to build yourself that legend. And the most believable one was, I'm going backpacking for a year. I'm going to travel. I'm going to do what a lot of young South Africans are doing at that time. I'm going to go and see the world, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to settle down, and I'm going to be a little suburban housewife somewhere.
But I imagine you didn't tell anyone you were going to go to Russia.
No, not at all.
So Sue set off on quite an unorthodox gap year. Her first flight was to Rome. From there, she slipped away to Moscow. The Soviet Union had been a big backer of the ANC since the 60s, supplying weapons and training. There were ideological ties too. Some prominent ANC members were communists. But for the white South African establishment, the USSR was the enemy, the puppet master behind the guerrilla movement.
Here, no one believes that the goal of Soviet international strategy is anything less than world domination. And in Africa, South Africa is the prime target.
What had you heard of the USSR?
I'd always been fascinated by what I'd heard on the radio broadcasts in South Africa. But the USSR was the enemy. They were supposed to be the people who were seeking out South Africa's sea route, and they were interested in our raw materials, and they wanted to finance the liberation movements who would overthrow the government. They were the big bad wolf, and for that reason they were incredibly fascinating to me, and I was fascinated by Russian history.
So you were drawn to the big bad wolf?
Absolutely intrigued, and I felt that I had won first prize. I couldn't believe that I was actually going to this country that I had idealized for so many years.
You were attracted to it.
Absolutely, like a magnet.
So what was your first impression when you landed?
I remember coming into Sheremetyevo airport and it was autumn, and I remember seeing these beautiful golden trees and thinking this is far more beautiful than I thought it would be. And I was driven across Moscow to an apartment, and that was where I was going to live for the next year.
You're there to embark on a year of training. Tell me what that involved.
What I would be doing is I would be trained by Russian military, and I would be part of military intelligence of Mkontowe Sizwe. And in that role, I would have political instruction. I would have instruction in intelligence techniques. I would have instruction in radio work and tactics. I would have a thorough grounding in military combat work. And that is exactly what I had.
Where did all of this take place?
Most of it inside the apartment in Gorky Street in Moscow. And the instructors would come to the flat every single day, and there would be classes that started promptly at 9 a.m.
But you were being trained in intelligence and information gathering.
Specifically in intelligence. And I also had exercises where I would go out into Moscow and I would do surveillance exercises.
Sue was taught how to tail people and avoid being tailed herself. These exercises would take place on the streets of Moscow, cat and mouse games, where she tried to evade detection by jumping on and off crowded metro trains. But there was a more lethal side to her training. And you also trained with weapons, didn't you?
I did.
Tell us about that.
I was trained in a variety of firearms. I was taught how to use the weapon of choice by liberation movements throughout the world, which is the AK-47, which is a very reliable weapon, easy to use, easy to clean, easy to maintain. And I was taught to fire a variety of things, and one of them was an RPG, great big heavy things that would knock me off my feet. And what made the training even stranger really was that it was done in about 3 feet of snow. It happened that by the time that part of the course came round, it was winter time. We were looking at very low temperatures in lots of long underwear and military clothing out there at the range using these things. And I was also instructed in things like hand grenades.
How did it feel to you handling weapons?
It's the strangest feeling. They have a peculiar beauty, if that's understandable. They are weapons of destruction, yet you can admire the intricacies of them. They have a peculiar sort of beauty and power. I suppose that's a mixture of fear and awe, really, when you look at them. And also a sense of horror. These are weapons of destruction. These are things that take people's lives. Huge responsibility of handling a weapon and what goes with it. These are huge questions that you have to think about.
Did you speak Russian?
A little conversation.
You started to learn it?
Yeah. A little conversation in Russian, which I still remember.
This is a world away from your uniform in the newspapers back in South Africa of kitten heels and shoulder pads and...
Absolutely.
Isn't it? There's just, I'm listening to you telling me these stories of being knee deep in snow, firing AK-47s or doing surveillance training in Moscow. The contrast is pretty stark, isn't it?
It's a different sort of uniform, really, isn't it? It's a military uniform. And with it, I think, came a feeling of absolute exhilaration that I was finally doing what I wanted to do or what I needed to do. And I was happy with that. I was pleased that I had done that.
If you look back at it now, do you think Russia's motivations were purely ideological?
It's difficult to say. I'm sure that there were vested interests, which were not particularly clear to me at that point. I think that there were probably economic interests. There were ideological components to that as well. Who knows?
Did you enjoy Russia? It sounds like you made some good friends and you enjoyed it.
I was quite homesick. I missed sun. I missed Africa, to be honest. But I met wonderful people and I saw a very different way of life. a country that had suffered greatly, that had suffered throughout history. There was a sorrow about Russia, a sorrow and a beauty that I loved. I could almost identify with that suffering in a strange sort of way.
Sue also had downtime and companionship in Soviet Moscow.
They were very conscious of the fact that I was isolated and I might be homesick, and they wanted me to have the benefit of other activities, and I was able to go to the opera, I was able to go to the ballet. Things were organized for me. I had a trip to Leningrad.
Ice cream parlor.
Yeah, the ice cream parlor. After days on the range where we had been using explosives, or I had been firing RPGs and AK-47s and was in the snow and was absolutely frozen to death, their idea of a treat would be to go to the ice cream parlor, of all things. And ice cream was, on the original, was so fashionable. It was the thing to have and to do. And if I remember correctly, I think it was called the Cosmos Ice Cream Parlor. And we would go there, and I would sit there and savouring all these different bizarre flavours and colours of ice cream.
Did you have a flavour at the time? Because I feel like there's I don't know, my ice cream flavour, my favourite ice cream flavour changes depending on what I'm doing or where I am. So particular holidays, I'm like, that's a mint choc chip holiday.
And there was licorice and bubble gum and all sorts of garish colours, and there were posters on the wall of all the planets. And I remember sitting there amongst these men in my military greatcoat, looking at this enormous sort of mural of the planets and eating ice cream out of a silver dish with a long silver spoon, and thinking, this is it, I've arrived.
Of course, a year passed, and then it's time for you to go back to South Africa. What was it like leaving the people that you'd grown to know, that you'd trained with? What was it like leaving them behind?
It was heartbreaking, but I had been equipped with so much knowledge. I had been taught how to do surveillance. I had been taught how to avoid surveillance. I knew how to defend myself. I felt that I was equipped with all the tools of the trade, the things I needed. I was probably afraid, although I don't think I thought of it as that. I was sad of leaving them, and I also realised that I would probably never see them again. That was the last I would ever see of my friends.
When Sue returned to South Africa, it was instantly clear how high the stakes were. She heard news that Joan and Jeremy Brickhill, the two friends who'd introduced her to the ANC, had been injured in an explosion.
And one day they went off to do what they always did, which was go to the local cafe for coffee and to pick up fresh bread and supplies. And when they came out of that coffee shop, they opened the car door, and the car next to them had a car bomb attached to it. And there was a huge explosion, and many people were injured, and amongst them Joan and Jeremy. Luckily they survived, but Jeremy in particular was very badly injured. They had been the target of an apartheid death squad.
Explain what you mean by death squad.
Throughout the history of the ANC, there have been attacks on members of the ANC, high-ranking members of the ANC, or people in the ANC who have made a particular contribution towards ending apartheid and have made themselves inadvertently a target to apartheid forces. And the apartheid government had created a series of elitist groups, elite groups, who were specially trained as assassins, basically. And sometimes people would be shot or people would be blown up. And there was a campaign in the 80s where high-ranking people or people of interest or people of significance were eliminated by the death squads.
So this must have brought home again to you the risks that you were taking.
Absolutely. It was very close to home.
Did you ever just think, especially when that bomb went off, did you ever just think, no, I'm out of this?
No, this is too much. Not at all. That was absolutely not the feeling. The feeling was, I'm going to dig my heels in. I didn't go through the training. I didn't create the legend and live the legend just to turn my back on it. I won't do that.
Her mission was only just starting. Soon she would begin putting her Soviet training to use. Sue was about to infiltrate the South African security state and get in bed with the enemy. That's all coming up in part 2. I'm India Rexon, and this has been Lives Less Ordinary. The producer was Harry Graham, the editor was Daniel Buxton, and the sound design was by Joel Cox. See you next time.
We had flown up on a military plane, and this door sprung open. You walked into this wall of heat and light, this most incredible glare. And out of the dust, this man appeared. And he was this very sort of flamboyant character. He was a strange sort of roguish mixture, really. I knew that he was not someone to be taken lightly, that one had to be careful around him, and I in particular had to be careful around him.
In 1989, on the hot tarmac of an airstrip, Sue Dobson met the Colonel. He was a South African security officer working for the brutal apartheid state. And Sue was supposedly working for the government too, but in reality she was a spy, working for the government's enemies, those who wanted to bring down apartheid. The Colonel was oblivious to this, and he represented a big opportunity. He was well connected, so he knew a lot of secrets, and Sue wanted to know them too.
So he was going to be a valuable source of information, and therefore I was pleased to meet him.
You do enter a form of relationship, don't you?
I think there was a flirtation, and that probably planted the seed. And I thought this could be interesting. Let me see where it goes.
Welcome to Lives Less Ordinary, a podcast from the BBC World Service. I'm India Rexon. This is part 2 of Sue Dobson's story. Do head back to the first episode if you haven't heard it already. Sue was a white South African student when she joined the armed wing of the Black Liberation Movement, the ANC, the African National Congress, and she was recruited as a spy. When we left Sue, she'd just returned to South Africa from espionage training in the USSR, and she was on a mission to infiltrate the South African media establishment. She'd created a convincing legend for herself, a convincing fake persona. No one suspected her as she posed as a journalist at tabloids and then the state broadcaster, all the while feeding information back to her handlers. And then she got a new job at the South African Bureau of Information. Now this was a government job, so it gave her even greater access to the workings of the apartheid state.
The Bureau for Information was basically a propaganda department, and it was there to create a better image of South Africa, because by then South Africa was the pariah in the world, and the Bureau's job was to polish that image, buff it up a bit, and make us look respectable.
By embedding herself in the propaganda machine, Sue hoped to find out pieces of crucial information. So she jumped at a chance to head out on a deployment to neighbouring Namibia. Namibia was a separate territory, but it had been governed by South Africa for many decades. And so in Namibia, there was also an armed struggle against the minority white rule. A UN mission had been established to manage a transition to independence. Free elections were being planned, but many believed that the South African states were planning to subvert that process. Sue's cover was that she was there to write propaganda articles, whitewashing South Africa's involvement in the transition. It placed her perfectly to do some vital intelligence gathering.
We had flown up on a military plane, myself and a photographer from the Bureau of Information, because we thought that we would cover the independence of Namibia and the lead up to independence with a couple of nice sort of glossy stories, and we would promote the DTA, which was the party that South Africa was backing. So we got off this military plane and we had this horrendous flight in where the pilot had obviously had a sense of humor and had done what they call a corkscrew landing, which is it is awful. It's a very sort of violent and turbulent landing. And the heat was absolutely unbelievable. It's like being in a tin can.
And that contact waiting to meet them on the ground, we're calling him Heston de Brain. We're not using his real name. And who was he? What did you know about him, his position?
I knew that he was a senior policeman in Namibia, and I knew that he was largely responsible for liaising with the press about the developments for Resolution 435 for the independence of Namibia in that area at the time.
And you also knew a little bit about his background, didn't you?
I did. I knew that he had had a history of working as an informer at the University of Witwatersrand in the 70s. And he had informed on student leaders and progressive students. And as a result of that, they had been arrested. So I knew that he was not someone to be taken lightly.
You also said that he was charming. Do you think you were attracted to him?
No, I think I'm attracted to what he represented.
Which was?
Which was that I was that close to somebody who had that power, that I had got there, is that I had somehow, by an amazing set of circumstances, landed next to this person who had that history.
How do you think he viewed you in those first few days?
Interest, amusement. Possibly there was a romantic interest. I suspect there was.
Your relationship did develop, didn't it? You guys sort of fell into a sexual relationship. Fell into, or was that carefully orchestrated?
I let it happen, I suppose, is probably the honest answer. I let it happen. And again, I was thinking, well, let's see where it goes. Let's see what can happen.
Explain to me what you mean when you say you let it happen, because it's quite a tricky one to get your head around.
The end justifies the means. The end justifies it. And you have to think about the end justifying it. Nothing is gained without a sacrifice. Nothing is gained without an effort. Nothing is gained without a thought or a plan. And some opportunities are just too good to miss.
And what sort of access did sleeping with the brain give you? What did you learn? How did he start to open up to you?
He was very relaxed with me. He spoke openly to me about what he did and where he went and what he was involved in. And because of that, it was clear to see that he was not supporting what was supposed to be happening in there.
So this was so you're witnessing an example of how the South African government was planning to disrupt any transition towards independence or peace or...
Exactly. And what was happening was that the South African forces were supposed to start withdrawing from the area. that paramilitary groups like Kufut, that was operational in the area, were not supposed to be operating, but still were.
Kofut was South Africa's counterinsurgency force in Namibia. They had fought pro-liberation guerrillas for years, and they were brutal in their methods.
So Kufut would go into the bush, and they would hunt the insurgents until they literally dropped and died. They would continue to hunt them until they were eliminated.
And you found out that De Bruyn, who was supposed to be helping move through a peaceful transition to independence, was also working with Kofut.
That became very clear because De Bruyn introduced me to the leader of Kofut, General Dreyer, and I had an interview with General Dreyer. He had been responsible for developing Kofut into the force that it was, and it was a force to be reckoned with in the area. It was something that was greatly feared by the local population because of its level of brutality and intimidation.
This man that you're sleeping with, how deeply involved do you think he was with killings?
I cannot say to what extent he was directly involved, because I wasn't there and I didn't witness it. But I can safely say that he knew what was going on. And he would disappear on a sometimes nightly basis to be part of some sort of group, as he described it, that would go visit him. And it emerged that was part of one of those groups. And it was Kufut related.
Did you manage to get this information back to the ANC?
Yes.
But Sue says that she didn't get a lot of clarity or any instruction from her handler, Ronnie Casriel, at the ANC. She felt like she was on her own, figuring out what to do with this information and how to navigate the whole situation. What were the options in front of you?
The options were to give up completely and to go home and forget about it. Right? I felt very torn because I felt that I was in too deep now to withdraw. And if I withdrew, I felt that De Bruyn would become suspicious. He was already quite jumpy.
Was he just generally?
Generally jumpy. He was a very unpredictable personality than I could do. I had to be very, very careful. And to withdraw abruptly would make him suspicious. That it would be better to continue doing what I was doing and not arouse his suspicion.
He may have been jumpy and cautious, but Sue says he didn't have his guard up all the time.
There was a loaded gun next to the bed on more than one occasion. He was asleep. I could easily have pulled that trigger. And I could have done so.
Did you feel like you wanted to?
On more than one occasion. But that was not my brief. I was not an assassin. I was not told to do that. I was not told to murder him.
How much time do you spend with him?
I would go up probably every second or third weekend up to Namibia, and I would spend maybe 2 to 3 days there.
That's quite a lot of time to spend with somebody. And also, you've got this persona on, and you're living the legend that you've created. Did you enjoy any of your time with him?
I don't think I enjoyed it. I was constantly on edge because he was constantly watchful. He was never particularly relaxed, and he was very changeable. So I felt that I had to be vigilant all the time. And that was extremely tiring. He did a lot to organize interviews for me. He introduced me to local chiefs in the area. He would take me up to Ruacana, the dam, for instance. We would have various trips to meet people.
So you get a lot of access. You must have felt like you were doing pretty good work in terms of the intelligence gathering.
Certainly I had freedom of movement, and that was very valuable at that time. because being with him secured that freedom. It meant that I could move around that area quite easily, and I had access to a lot of information.
We tracked down the man that we're calling Colonel de Brain for comment, and he said this: I'm bound by the Official Secrets Act in both Namibia and the Republic of South Africa, and I won't put people's lives or reputations at risk, including Sue Dobson's, by making any statement which I may not by law. I have not, in my entire career in the South African police or Namibian police, put any person's life at risk, nor do I support the use of violence in any way. I've never served in or cooperated with any COFOOT unit. In fact, I was one of the police officers in the Namibian police who had a responsibility to demobilise COFOOT. I will not discuss nor apologise for any act I carried out as a member of either the South African police or the Namibian police, as I have acted within the law at all times, and I've left that period of my life behind with a clean conscience. Let's return to Sue's story in Namibia. Aside from her relationship with De Bruyn, she was also getting good insight into the propaganda war.
What was interesting was to see the level of involvement of South Africa in that area, trying to destabilize the election process and trying to undo the terms of Resolution 435 for the independence of Namibia. That there was a consistent effort to do that.
And you weren't just witnessing that, were you? Because again, it comes back to the fact that you were working within the Government Bureau of Information, and during the elections, you were, in your own words, you were peddling out half-cooked stories, lies basically about the transition towards independence, stories that were actively trying to destabilise Namibia, and again, stories which could have cost people their lives.
And I mean, these were stories too. Some of them were quite ridiculous. You know, they would be to discredit people, or it became clear that people's marriages broke up because of stories that we had planted. We caused people suffering. This is insidious work, you know, and this is something that is morally reprehensible.
It must have required quite a lot of, I don't know, what, moral ambiguity or detachment.
Absolutely. And I had to work at that level of detachment, and I had to work at that quite hard. That's the moral dilemma. Yet I felt that I could not turn my back on what I was doing. That was my job. That was my brief.
The situation was stressful, but Sue was sure that the intelligence she was gaining was of great importance. She held her nerve and stayed undercover. And then in 1989, she was offered a new government job, a communications role in the office of the South African president. This was huge. It would obviously be an amazing opportunity for inside information. But as Sue got closer and closer to the hornet's nest, the security checks grew more rigorous. She was always afraid that one day ANC links from her past would be pulled up. But still, she went for the job. It was worth it. Then one evening, she was in her office in Windhoek in Namibia. It was getting dark. The phone rang.
An empty room, there was no furniture in it, and it had one of these Bakelite black telephones in the middle of the room. And we got all our instructions via that telephone. The phone rang, and I answered it, and I felt that my heart would stop. It was a person who didn't identify themselves, clearly an Afrikaans-speaking person, told me to stay at the house, not to move, and that somebody would be arriving to accompany me back to Pretoria. Now, I knew straight away that happens when they don't want you to go anywhere. So I put the phone down and I thought, well, it's time to go.
Time to go. What, time to run?
Yeah, time to run. And I didn't know where to run because there were no papers, there was no fake identity, there was no money, there was no route out, there was no support from Ronnie. There was absolutely no feedback, no direction, nothing.
Was there time to reach out for help? Because I imagine you probably had to move quite fast.
Well, I thought I've probably got hours. You know, they're going to be on the plane tomorrow. I'll be gone tomorrow. So I have to get out tonight.
This was it. And Sue knew it. Her cover had been blown, and it was only a matter of hours before the police would catch up with her. She fled from the office. First, she went to the UN mission and asked for help from the Russian delegation there. The ANC were allied with the Soviet Union, but the officials she met that day were not willing to help. So she went to the airport, but there were no flights. The nearest potentially friendly country was Botswana, but that was an off-road drive through the desert. And she didn't have a four-wheel drive, just a small, beaten-up hire car. So her only option, the only way for her to get to Botswana, was through South Africa. Obviously, this was risky. The security services had a much more serious presence down there.
But I would be taking a route that nobody anticipated. So I would be doing what no one thought I would do. And it was several hours before they realized I was missing, by which time I was well on my way. And it was several hours after that before they decided to try and look for me, by which time I was well on my way. And I was not going the way they thought I would be going.
When did you first realise that you were being followed?
I was aware of surveillance round about one of the little towns in the Northern Cape province in South Africa. I'd stopped for supplies. And I thought, let me just do a couple of checks. And I'd been taught this in the USSR, how to check for surveillance. And I went into a store and I did the usual checks, sort of doubled back, asked people the time, checked who was behind me, and managed to out 2 people in the team. So I knew I was under surveillance, and I was probably under surveillance in a vehicle as well, because there was a suspicious vehicle behind me. And I had no option but to keep going.
Sue crossed into South Africa and took a road across the Kalahari Desert. Sue thinks that the security forces were biding their time because, apparently, in a bid to avoid national or even international embarrassment, they'd contacted her father and were arranging for him to come and try to talk her down quietly. But of course, at the time, Sue didn't know any of this. This is not a small journey, is it? This is hundreds and hundreds of miles. Did it down to South Africa, back up to the capital in Botswana?
We're talking days. You know, this is a 3 to 4 day journey.
And all the time you're being followed and you can sense that they're getting closer.
And sometimes I can pick up surveillance and sometimes I don't. So I don't know consistently what's going on. I can only assume the worst. And I can only assume that they are right behind me and they are hanging back for some reason, that they're waiting for something. And I didn't know at the time what it was. I found out subsequently, the issue about my father being part of the party that was going to intercept me.
At one point in her journey, this constant tailing turned suddenly into a cat and mouse game. They were closing in.
I had got to a town on the border, very close to Botswana, and I had gone in, just for a cup of coffee, just for a break. And before I came to that area, I had picked up the regulation South African white government car behind me. When I accelerated, he accelerated. When I overtook, he overtook. When I slowed down, he slowed down. And I was aware that he was behind me and he was following me. So I found my way into a parking area in the little parade of shops, and I hid myself in another shop, and I watched him park, watched him leave the car, I watched him look for me, and I went and sat in the wimpy bar.
Do you think he knew you'd clocked him?
Oh yes, he realised I knew because I watched him over the top of the menu, and he watched me over the top of his menu, and we both sat.
know what's going on.
Oh, we looked at each other for a while, and I had my coffee, and he had I think it was a mince omelette, if I remember correctly, and I got up to go to the lady, and that was the cue for him to follow me. Now, I knew that I was going to try and get out again. I was going to run down the stairs, back out, back into the car, and make my getaway. But I needed the plan to work. So I went up a few flights of stairs, avoiding the ladies' toilets, and I heard him go in and kick open all the cubicles, shouting, screaming, and waving the gun. And at that point, I managed to get out of the wimpy, back into the car, and managed to get a head start through the traffic. And luckily, I avoided arrest at that point, because I thought that was very, very close.
Were you afraid?
Not at the time. Fear is a funny thing. Fear kicks in afterwards, I find. It doesn't kick in during the act. When you're actually in that process, you're working on adrenaline, and there's nothing else that you're thinking about except your next move.
So you escape into Botswana. You're still getting tailed all the way into the capital, but you get to the Russian embassy. What happened when you got there?
Well, first of all, I called the embassy from a hotel room. I managed to get to a hotel room, still under surveillance, got upstairs, called the embassy, not expecting them to answer, but they did. And I explained who I was, what I was, and he said, wait outside in half an hour and I'll pick you up. And that's exactly what he did. I went down the fire escape, out into the parking area, and he came and picked me up, and he drove me through the streets of Botswana. Apparently, I was still under surveillance. They were looking for me all over town. He took me to the Soviet compound, and that's where I was safe. And during those days, they said I should rest, and they debriefed me thoroughly of the whole story from start to finish, and organised for me to go on a plane to the UK, where I would ask for political asylum.
Sue went public with the intelligence that she'd gathered, and she detailed how her old employer at the Bureau of Information had tried to subvert the move to democracy in Namibia. It was all very embarrassing for the South African government. As Sue's story went international, her old government bosses couldn't do much except try to discredit her. They publicly called her an emotionally fragile child and said her allegations were sheer fantasy, obviously dictated by the ANC. The ANC openly acknowledged that she was a spy and congratulated her on uncovering what they called invaluable information. But by this point, Sue was feeling pretty betrayed by the ANC. Did you have any contact with the African National Congress during your escape? Did they help you at all?
I had absolutely no contact whatsoever.
Do you feel they let you down?
Yes, I do. I had placed my life on the line for what I believed in, and I believed in the ANC, and I believed in what the ANC, let me rephrase it, I believed in the policies of the ANC, of working towards a democratic, free South Africa. I had made that my life's work, and I felt that I had sacrificed so much, and that there was no safety for me, there was no refuge.
But I suppose there's a difference, isn't there, in that the USSR had embassies, was a nation, had its own form of political power, whereas the ANC didn't have, where would it have taken you? What safety would it have given you? I suppose I wondered that perhaps you knew this risk was there and you've witnessed people losing their lives, being attacked for their work with the ANC.
I knew this, but what I also knew was that there was an underground organisation, a network in the ANC, that there were safe houses throughout the country, that there were people in the underground, but they still could have offered me refuge if I had been set in touch with them. And I'm fully aware of the fact that, we were a banned organization. We didn't have the facilities necessarily that we could have had. We didn't have the means or the resources or the money. I'm aware of all of that. But when you put an agent in the field, your responsibility is to protect that agent. You are to protect their physical safety, their emotional safety, their psychological safety, all of those things.
You are quite damning of the ANC, and you have written that they didn't deserve your loyalty or your work. Do you really mean that?
I do. I placed my life on the line for that organization. And I believe that they invested time and effort in me by sending me to the USSR. And I believe that I actually repaid that in the work that I did. Yet when I finally was safe, there was no support, there was no debriefing, there was no counseling, there was nothing. I was given a notebook and a pencil and told to write it down.
We got in contact with Sue's ANC handler, Ronnie Caswells, and he confirmed many elements of her story. But he did say that her decision to sleep with De Bruyn was not sanctioned by them, and that it was regarded as reckless by the ANC. He said Sue was part of a unit operating in South Africa and seriously placed that work at risk by her actions, which resulted in the termination of that project. He also said that all agents were told to prepare an exit route out if their cover was blown, and he says that Sue was offered medical counselling after her escape, which she declined. Ronnie Caswells then went on to compliment Sue's courage and her commitment to bringing down apartheid. He says the ANC were impressed by her ability to infiltrate government departments. After her cover was blown, Sue was granted asylum in the UK. What was it like when you arrived?
Well, it was the 1st of October 1989, if I remember correctly, and it was a freezing cold, rainy day, and I arrived with the clothes that I stood up in. And by then, I think I was probably ravaged by PTSD. I was extremely stressed and so tired because I hadn't slept for days. And in that constant state of hypervigilance, not knowing if I was under surveillance, not knowing if I was being watched, constantly looking over my shoulder.
And of course, your life was pretty much on the line, wasn't it? It wasn't like, there was no chance it was going to be a slap wrist and back to South Africa for you.
I'd lost everything. I had given up on everything. I had lost my family, I had lost my friends, I had lost whatever I had lost. And I had betrayed people. To some extent, I had betrayed the people I loved by not telling them who I was.
What was the backlash for your friends and family back in South Africa?
Well, I pretty much lost contact with my family. I didn't speak to my father for quite a few years. My mother was absolutely devastated. They lost friends themselves. People would avoid them. They were shunned. They were also very frightened because their home had been turned over by the security police. They'd been interviewed by national intelligence, suspicious-looking characters in dark suits who came and bothered them. Their home had been on the national news, on the TV that night. It had really shaken them to the core, and they felt so betrayed. And that betrayal was a very, very difficult thing for them to deal with and for everybody to come back from. That was extremely damaging.
Were you in contact with your family when you got to England?
I phoned my mother to say I was safe, and I was devastated also by the fact that my father was prepared to betray me by, coming to Botswana in an effort to be part of the people who were going to arrest me. Again, betrayal, it sort of runs through my life and runs through my story.
Did it feel worth it? Like at that point, did you have an idea of the impact that the intelligence you'd gathered would have?
Well, it certainly meant that South Africa was exposed for what it was, for what it was doing in the area and in Namibia, and for its role in destabilizing Southern Africa.
And do you think that the information you gathered helped with international pressure on South Africa?
I think it did. I think it came at quite a timely period where there were a lot of revelations about some of the more sinister activities that South Africa was involved in. The death squads, the assassinations, the international assassinations. These were the activities that came out at the time, that South Africa had a far more sinister identity than we gave it credit for.
And a lot of the names you just mentioned were attacks on ANC activists. People lost their lives, many were seriously injured in attacks or bombings. You were in the UK, but did you feel safe?
I felt anything but safe when I arrived in the UK. My post was intercepted. I was told I was on a list of people to be terminated. I was persona non grata, especially after what I had done in Namibia.
So the stress and the fear just continued?
It did. It never goes away.
How did you start to try and deal with that level of psychological damage?
It took a long time to unravel that. My life sort of did an about turn, really. I put all of it in a box, almost, and stored it away. And quite fortuitously, I ended up having a family. And I found that motherhood was a huge distraction and a very healing distraction as well. And I never thought about what I'd done for many years. I never spoke about it. I put it in a box and I tried to heal. And I went for acupuncture and I went for counseling. And I put my life back together again, piece by piece.
You were in the UK when the 1994 South African elections took place, the first elections where people of all race and colour were able to take part. What was it like watching those elections play out, watching them take part?
I couldn't watch it. I could not participate in it either. I felt such a mixture of emotion. I felt the joy that went with it, that we got there, that we're doing this. Finally, we're there. And also I had a sense of not wanting to be part of it, as it was very much a part of my past and not my present at that time.
So you moved up, it sounds like you'd moved on from South Africa's politics.
I think I distanced myself. I found it very painful. And it took me a long, long time to actually take an interest again in South Africa. I felt like being scorched by it almost, burned by it again.
Do you, when you look back over your time undercover for the ANC, do you recognise the person at the heart of it, the you that was taking part in everything that you took part in, witnessing what you witnessed?
I'm still the same person. I still have the same qualities. I still have the same idealism. I believe that South Africa is work in progress. I believe that there will be setbacks and disappointments. I believe that that is part of the evolution process. And I absolutely, totally respect and honour every person that has fought that battle for a free and democratic South Africa. And there are people in that struggle whose suffering I cannot comprehend, who have really felt the brunt of it far more than I could ever. And I totally respect their struggle. I could not understand their experience, but I respect it.
I'm curious to know that when people hear about your life, how do they react? Because, I don't know, are you ever met with disbelief? Some of what you did is it's quite hard to believe in a way.
It's absolutely true. I think The reason it is met with disbelief is because it is the way it is. And in order to be successful at that kind of work, you have to be completely unbelievable, if you know what I mean. You have to blend in, you have to be ordinary. The reaction should be complete disbelief because it means that you've been successful. It means that nobody suspected you. It means that your legend was that watertight that you would not be suspected of doing those things.
Your children have found out about your mission, about your work. How did they feel about it when they found out that Mummy was a spy?
My intention was that they should never know. As I say, it was put in a box and put aside, and I focused on them and living a very ordinary life. I went back to my legend. I still live my legend. And my son, inadvertently, during a visit to South Africa, picked up a book on spies. And he must have heard something, in the family, and must have heard rumblings that I didn't know that he knew. And he picked up this book, and my name was in it. And he shouted across the bookstore, he said, "Ma, it says you're a spy, is that true?" And that's when it all came out, and I had no option but to explain it all. And at that point, they knew who I was and what I did. And when I wrote the book, I made sure that every chapter was sent to my children, that there were no more secrets, that everything has been laid bare, that they know who I am, as much as anybody could know who I am.
That was Sue Dobson speaking to me from a studio in England. Sue's written a book about her life in espionage. It's called Burned, and it will be released in May. That's all from this episode of Lives Less Ordinary. The producer was Harry Graham, the editor was Daniel Buxton, sound design was by Joel Cox, and I'm India Atkinson. Join us next week to find out how a man used his favourite TV programme to escape imprisonment on a Pacific island. We'll see you soon.
Michael, I've heard that you're a little bit of a hoarder. What sorts of things do you like to collect?
Well, I collect a lot of strange things. Some of them are football paraphernalia. So I've collected relics from World Cups. I do collect also and keep a lot of family documents that other people wouldn't. So I have from my father records of my parents' wedding rental car receipts.
Rental car receipts?
The rental car receipt. The inventory of...
Hey, I'm Mossy Books, and on this episode of Lives Less Ordinary, I'm talking to Michael Visante, a writer, journalist, and self-confessed hoarder of family documents and other ephemera.
Where they went for their honeymoon, the diaries of what they did on their cruises. So I like to hold on to things in history.
There is one artifact that Michael will likely never own, but has spent the last 5 years obsessively chasing: the Gutenberg Bible. The book that led to the Reformation in Europe, and one of the most precious books in the world. In his pursuit, Michael has gotten tantalizingly close to some of its pages.
So I've held several in my hands and have many in front of me, pages. Each one of them is exciting in their own right. The antiquity of them, the precision of the printing, the perfection of the page, The ink is razor sharp and black. Some have beautiful, what they call rubricated initials, which are sort of coloured big capital letters, and they look more visually striking than others. It's quite a miracle to actually see it and realise that this was something done 500 years ago and it remains almost perfect, even though it was the first of its kind.
So this is one of the world's rarest, most valuable books. Like, what goes through your mind as you're holding this page?
Well, I have mixed feelings about it. On one hand, it's a revelation, really, that I'm holding a piece of history that's 500 years old and so perfect and first of its kind. But at the same time, I realise that this is something that's joined to me by my great uncle, who also held this same Bible in his hands, looked at it, and then decided that he wanted to break it up and sell it off in individual pages. The idea of taking apart one of the world's rarest books, perhaps the most sought after of all rare books, it seems wrong, it seems an offence, a heresy, it was a desecration. But I now feel that the Gutenberg Bible and my family have sort of been joined genetically. Their DNA is a bit fused.
That's because a century after the Bible was torn apart, Michael would discover that this act of destruction, of heresy, had set in motion a chain of events that would transform his family's destiny.
I feel that this particular copy of the Gutenberg Bible is my Gutenberg. I feel a very strong sense of ownership, as though it is part of my family and my family is part of this Bible.
Today, we're tagging along with Michael on his quest to peel back the layers of his family's story and dig up a few secrets along the way. There's the dusty old Bible, a Hungarian hustler, the redemption of a forgotten grandmother, and the delicatessen at the center of it all. Where do you think that tendency comes from, that tendency to hold on to things?
Well, I think it comes from my father, who was something between a hoarder and an archivist. And so when he passed away about 10 years ago and I started going through his study, he had 60 or 70 photo albums. He must have photographed just about everything in his life, from being a very young boy, through his passage to Australia, through every waking minute that my brother and I lived with them. He had records of mental health checks that were made of him after World War II. He had 10 watches. He had 3 sets of locks for his desk.
Yeah, really keep that secure, yeah?
Yes. He really kept everything. He didn't let anything go. And being a journalist of 30 or 40 years experience, I had periodically sat down and spoken to my father about his past to try and find out what I could. And I thought I got everything out of him. The one thing that I didn't really know anything about was Olga.
Olga is important. In fact, she's key to this entire story. But Michael's never met her.
Olga was my grandfather's second wife. But when I was growing up, she was never mentioned. She was virtually erased from our family history. Only when I was a man over 50 did I hear occasional things about her, but in sort of disparaging tones, and they were hushed away.
And did you know why? Why she'd been shunned by the family?
Not really. My father wouldn't talk about her at all. My mother would occasionally say there was something that happened with the family delicatessen, and she was the cause of misery for my father. But she wouldn't go into it. I'm not sure that she really knew. And so Olga was a very sort of hazy figure in the family. And I was curious about this sort of missing link in the family history, which my father had documented very comprehensively, except for her. And so after my father and my mother died, I was going through old strong boxes that he had locked old documents in. I was keen to find anything, but in particular something that would shed light on her, make her more of a person, because really she was just a name that we weren't supposed to mention. And I saw a strange legal document in there that was making some claim against my grandfather Pully. It was from 70 years ago in the 1950s. It mentioned Olga's name, but the source of the claim came from New York. and the name Gabriel Wells seemed to be at the heart of it.
And so this name, Gabriel Wells, had you ever heard the name before?
The name meant nothing to me. That was the first time I'd heard of him. And as I said, I thought that I knew all of my father's family secrets. And so at the time we were in lockdown from the pandemic. I couldn't really go out much, so the nights were open to me to start digging around and doing lots of searching. And I spent every evening, every morning, every part of my spare time trying to find out who he was, how he was related to Olga, and what the source of this strange legal document was.
So you do a quick Google search for this name, Gabriel Wells. What comes up? What do you find?
Well, the first thing that struck me was that there was an obituary on him in the New York Times, and it sketched him out as a very prominent book dealer in New York and told the story of his great escapades as a book dealer. He wasn't quite a huckster, but he was a self-made man who always liked to improvise, very good at creating things out of nothing. So the early years of the 20th century were the golden age of book collecting, and it was a time of a huge explosion of wealth in the United States. It was the Gatsby era. And so these people, the JP Morgans and the Rockefellers and the DuPonts and the Henry Huntingtons, had massive fortunes, and they wanted to show that they had culture and refinement as well as wealth. And the way to do that was to buy art and also to build a library. And so they would turn to book dealers. And that's the world that Gabriel Wells thrust himself into.
One of the things that made his name is this book that he notoriously never received.
Yes. In his earliest years as a book dealer, Gabriel Wells struggled to get known and get trusted. And he got wind of a book that was in London. It was The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. It had been translated into English, but that was not what was important about it. The publisher of the book had decided to give it a special binding, the world's most exclusive binding ever seen. It had over 1,000 jewels, 9 square meters of gold leaf, rubies, topaz, emerald on the binding cover of the book. So it was an incredible undertaking, and the publisher became ambitious, a little bit greedy, and was asking a huge amount of money for it. And Gabriel Wells said, no, it's too rich for me. And the publisher got a bit nervous that perhaps he wasn't going to be able to sell it. And so after a while, the price came down and down and down until Wells finally secured it for half of the original asking price.
Thrilled by his purchase, Gabriel Wells came up with another money-saving scheme. He wanted to avoid paying the expensive customs duty on rare items posted to the US, so he hired a courier to get on a ship and bring this jeweled book from London. But
this was in 1912, and the ship that was going the next day was the Titanic. And so the courier took this valuable book onto the Titanic, and it sunk without a trace, and all of those jewels and that beautiful binding are still on the floor of the ocean. So Wells lost his investment, but he gained notoriety and a reputation, and it put him on the map as an unlucky dealer, but nevertheless somebody whose name was now being known.
Michael was learning more and more about Mr. Wells, but he still had no idea what this turn-of-the-century huckster had to do with his family and the mysterious Olga. They were all Hungarian Jews, sure, but that was the only immediate connection. There was still so much Michael needed to piece together. To understand the full picture, he had to look into his father's and grandfather's lives before Olga. That meant going way back, before the Second World War. Michael's father and grandfather lived in Hungary in a small town east of Budapest and ran a deli. What did the deli mean to your family, your grandfather?
The delicatessen was everything to my grandfather. It was the only thing that he really knew how to do, and he took great pride in it. He dressed in the traditional East European white coat with the shelf stocked full of foods, salamis, cheeses, pickled herrings, piroshki, smoked salmon. Everybody knew it, Before the war, the shop was very well regarded by both the Jewish and non-Jewish community.
But this all collapsed during the war. In 1944, Hungary was occupied by the Nazis, and Michael's family, like most of the other Jews in Europe, were rounded up.
My father told me they had been separated. My father, Ivan, and his mother, Sarah, had been sent to Auschwitz together, and Polly, his father, had gone off to another camp, Mauthausen. And neither of them knew what had happened to each other. At the end of the war, Polly came back before Ivan, and then Ivan very fortuitously survived Auschwitz. Sarah, his mother, didn't. So after the war, when he came back to the family town and was reunited with his father, it was a very traumatic and emotional reunion. Ivan sent a message through to his father that he was coming back. But when he arrived at the train station, his father, Polly, was nowhere to be seen. And Ivan was 14, he was an only child, and he was astonished that his father wasn't there. What had happened was that he hadn't received the note. The messenger from the post office had taken the note to the wrong family. So the family name at that time was Weizmann, but the post office had taken it to a family called Watzmann. Now, Watzmann knew my family, knew Polly, knew Ivan, and yet didn't go and tell Polly that I've got a note from your son that he's coming home.
Oh, God.
Yes. So when my father and grandfather reconnected, Polly thought he was seeing a ghost because he had no idea that Ivan was coming.
Do we know why the Watsmans didn't get in touch?
It beggars belief why somebody in a small town like that, who would have identified the name, did not think, I've got to go and tell Polly Weitzman that his son's coming home. They were angry, and then they decided that they would never be in a situation where their name could be confused again. And so they took a new name. They called themselves Vichontai, which means from the town of Vichontai.
These memories of the Holocaust, memories of Auschwitz, they must have been very, very difficult stories for your father to share. What do you think it meant to him to share these memories with you?
It was a very important part of our relationship for him to share them, but it was very hard for him to do it, and it took him many years before he could. It was not until I was a grown man and felt that it was the right time, and he sat down and he spoke to me for several hours unbroken, just the two of us. The story that had been passed around in the family up to that point was he had gone one way when he had entered the camp, his mother had gone another, and he'd never seen her again. And it was not until I sat down with him that he told me exactly what had happened. That he saw her dead corpse in a pile of bodies in the camp whilst he was tasked with clearing away jewelry and other valuables from dead bodies. So that was a tremendously shocking experience for him. And in fact, when he met his father again after the war, his father was too scared to ask him what had happened to his wife, my father's mother, and didn't really ask him about it for 2 or 3 days. And my father was not really able to tell him exactly what happened, but more or less, with a shake of his head, made it clear that his mother had died. And there were only the two of them left in the world. And so father and son were together. They had their shop, the delicatessen, which miraculously survived, but they had nowhere to live. Their house had been bombed.
In search of a new home, Polly heard about a woman in town who had a house and was renting out rooms.
And that house was owned by Olga. So Polly and Ivan took a room in the house, and they set about rebuilding their life. Polly went back to his delicatessen that he owned. Ivan went back to school. And then less than a year later, my grandfather, Polly, sat down his son, Ivan, one day and said, I'm lonely and I'm going to be marrying Olga. So this was a tremendous shock to my father, because up to that point, he felt that there was this very powerful bond between father and son. They were only two. They had the absence of Sarah as part of the glue that bound them together. And for his father to then announce within a year that he was going to marry someone they barely knew, who was the landlady, was devastating for him.
But that was how it was going to be, whether Ivan liked it or not. Teenagers didn't get a say in their father's love lives. Everything was different now. All that remained from their pre-war life was the deli. In the years after the war, things are changing again in Europe. The Iron Curtain's going up, and a communist regime is in power in Hungary. And so this deli, this one bit of stability and security and sort of source of happiness for your grandfather and your father, is at risk of being taken over again. You know, the communists, not big fans of free enterprise. And your family, they want to get out. Australia is looking like a suitable option, and so they move to the other side of the world, where they, of course, you know, what do? They reopen a deli. That's what Polly knows how to do. You know, how's business going?
It was a very exciting time for them. People valued the exotic food that my father and grandfather could provide in the delicatessen. So they worked very hard, and it became the sort of the central nervous system of our family. Everything significant that happened in my family stemmed from the delicatessen in Sydney.
For most of his life, Michael thought it was a pretty straightforward story, one he never questioned. The family leaves Hungary, moves to Australia, and opens a popular deli. But he was about to uncover a piece of information erased from the family lore. The move is expensive, especially for a refugee family. How could they have been able to afford it? Well, they had a secret weapon, Olga.
So shortly after the war and after she had married Polly, Olga got news that her uncle, who lived in New York, had died. His very considerable estate was split up between his nieces and nephews. And so Olga got a windfall, 20,000 American dollars, which doesn't sound much today, but it elevated them from coming to Australia as penniless refugees to a family with something in their back pocket, a little bit of security to build a new life on.
And finally, for Michael, things started adding up, fitting into place. Olga's fabulously wealthy uncle, who left her this life-changing inheritance, was, of course,
Gabriel Wells.
Gabriel Wells. Born Gabor Weiss, he left Hungary in the 1890s and started a new life as a book dealer in New York. But not every book dealer gets an obit in the New York Times. We heard earlier that he was known for his escapades. Well, how he made the big bucks was for his most scandalous scheme, getting rich by breaking up the Gutenberg Bible. The Gutenberg Bible, printed in the 1450s, is the first book printed in Europe using movable type printing press. So rather than manually carving an individual block to print a single page, movable type allowed for a book to be assembled quickly. This printing press, created by the German inventor and craftsman Johannes Gutenberg, began the mass production of books. It changed the course of human history.
With the advent of the Gutenberg Bible and mass printing, people could have their own Bibles printed. They could have other books printed. They could discuss, they could debate, they could disagree with the church. It was the beginning of independent thought. And so from that, we had the beginning of mass literacy.
Only 180 copies of the Gutenberg Bible were ever printed, and of those, just 45 were known to survive into the 20th century. And how does Gabriel Wells get a hold of the Gutenberg Bible?
So in 1920, Gabriel Wells heard about a Gutenberg Bible that was going to be auctioned by Sotheby's, but it was going under the radar. And it was going under the radar because it was missing 53 of its leaves, and the leaf is both sides of the page, 53 of its 640 leaves, so it was flawed. Some of those leaves also had been damaged by the children of the British peer who owned it.
Wow, naughty, naughty.
Yes, so she didn't give it any particular protection. She was out partying and having a good life, as the landed gentry did. And so it had not come under public scrutiny, and scholars didn't have the opportunity to actually verify that it was the Bible. And so for that reason, when Sotheby's put it up for auction, They didn't herald it as the jewel of the crown of the catalogue, but put it right down the bottom of the order, and it was just an ordinary book. And so Gabriel Wells was able to get it at a very, very cheap price, a bargain basement price. And having bought it, he then had the cheek to turn around and announce to New York that it was missing so many pages that he couldn't possibly keep it as one book because it didn't have any integrity and was not worth keeping, and he was going to break it up.
What's the response to this? Are people shocked?
Well, the rare book world was scandalized because he was breaking up the holy grail of rare books. You have to remember only 10 years earlier, a Gutenberg Bible had been purchased in America by Henry Huntington for a world record price. And so it was the book of books that people aspired to. So there was outrage by the purists and by the scholars. Yet the wealthy collectors saw an opportunity because there were only 45 of the Bibles. It was not easy to get your hands on one. So there was a feeding frenzy, really, for the Bible. All of these rich collectors who coveted these leaves lined up to get their hands on them.
And in terms of how you actually go about breaking apart this Bible, like how do you do it? Razor blade, just rip the pages off. How does it work?
It is more professional than that. They would take the leaves with meticulous care so that nothing is damaged and rebind them and repackage them. So Gabriel Wells had it bound in a leather casing and got a very prominent rare book collector to write an essay lauding the virtues of the leaves that were inside. And so what Gabriel Wells did was to call each of these leaves, these fragments, a noble fragment.
Quite a poetic turn of phrase, isn't it?
I thought a beautiful turn of phrase, yes.
Gabriel Wells made around $50,000 from selling these noble fragments. In today's money, that's almost $1 million. So he's a very savvy guy, right? He sees this opportunity, he seizes it. How do you view him? Is he just this kind of opportunistic, immoral, kind of money-grubbing guy? Or was there another motivation? Was there another sort of a dimension to him?
There was more to him than just the street merchant. That was certainly a large part of his persona, and he needed to be a tough, streetwise bookseller to get ahead in what was a very competitive jungle in rare book trading in New York. But he was quite a moral person and quite publicly minded at the same time. For example, Gabriel Wells also gave away some of the leaves of his Bible to public institutions who had a Bible of their own but were missing pages. So the New York Public Library had the first Gutenberg Bible brought into America, but it was missing 4 leaves. Gabriel Wells gave the New York Public Library 3 of his leaves to try and complete its Bible. He didn't have the 4th leaf, so the library is still missing one. But he did that with several institutions. He gave a leaf back to the Academy of Arts and Sciences in Budapest, in his homeland. And so he was publicly minded at the same time as he was a tough-minded bookseller.
So this is all such a wild story, right? And you're uncovering it bit by bit during COVID. You're doing all of this research. And as you're finding all this stuff out, what's going through your mind?
It was tremendously exciting. I felt that I was on some sort of detective hunt. I was trying to piece together the life of this man, how he was related to me, and then because of the impact that the breakup of the Bible had made on my own family, I became obsessed with finding out what had happened to the leaves of the Bible that he had dispersed and sold off around the world. And so every morning and every evening, I would be talking to people overseas, doing searches, midnight calls to archivists and collectors, trying to piece together the stories of what had happened to those leaves that had been broken up from the one Bible and sold off around the world. Every morning I would get up, my wife would get up after me, and I would say, "You wouldn't believe what I found." And I would regale her with the stories of how this leaf had traveled to Scandinavia or to Central America or to Asia, and who was involved and what had happened to it. And so there are some stories that have been particularly unusual. One of them involves a leaf that was traded on an American trash and treasure reality TV show called Porn Stars. It's Porn Stars, not what it sounds like.
PAWN, Pawn Stars, yeah.
Yes, because there are no pictures in this Bible. And people bring in their trash and treasure and say, what's it worth to me?
Is that what I think it is?
It's a leaf from the Gutenberg Bible.
Yeah, and I just touched it. The Gutenberg Bible, I just touched it.
And about 8 years ago, a rare book dealer in New York got a hold of a noble fragment and had brought it onto the show. A famous book dealer named Gabriel Wells. And so there is an episode of that show which is dedicated to the transaction between the dealer and the pawnbroker as he tries to verify that it is real, and then shows you the haggling between them about the price and what it gets sold for.
This particular leaf is from the Old Testament, and it talks about the purification of the temple in Jerusalem.
Cool. Okay, so the big question, how much you want for it?
So that's very unusual because most of the transactions that occur with rare books and old manuscripts take place behind closed doors with a handshake, the wink of an eye, or an email. So to see something very public on a television show was quite exciting and very theatrical.
Dealers I know and trust, they're going to place this around $80,000.
What was driving you at this point? Was it just kind of the thrill of this like wild goose chase, or was it something else?
Well, I realized that the breakup of the Bible and the leap to my family had given my father and grandfather a second chance at life, a new lease of life. The sale of the Bible had launched a sequence of events that had given them a chance to start again. And then I realized that by breaking up the Bible, Gabriel Wells had also given the individual pages of that Bible their own new life. So they were originally just pages in the one book. But when he sold them off, they became valuable objects in their own right, sought after artifacts. And so I thought, he's given them their own new life in a sort of parallel to the new lease of life he's given my family.
Michael was getting lost in the adventure, but there was still one mystery that needed solving. If Michael's family owed so much to Gabriel Wells, why was Olga, the niece of this great benefactor, the whole reason they were able to make it in Australia, totally shunned by the family? Your family now has this deli in Sydney in Australia. Business is booming, everything's going great. But then your family comes really close to losing everything once again. What happens to Olga?
Yes, well, sadly, after Polly and Ivan and Olga came to Australia in the early 1950s, Olga had a stroke within 18 months of them arriving and died. And she was only a young woman in her early 50s, and she died so suddenly that she died without a will. Her estate went to her husband, Polly. But then, out of the blue, came this letter of legal demand, the document that I saw in the strongbox that my father had kept.
That kind of kicked all this off, this whole investigation.
Yes, so this document, which set me off on the path of finding out about Gabriel Wells, came from Olga's cousins who lived in New York and had been working with Gabriel Wells. And it was a letter demanding that Olga's inheritance be paid back to them in New York. It was a very mean-spirited gesture by the family from New York. But it caught my grandfather and father by surprise, and they were blindsided. He knew that the nephews there were rich.
So they didn't need the money, these cousins that were asking for it?
They didn't need the money, no. It was petty. And also my grandfather was not great at conflict. It was all too hard. He didn't want to take the risk of hiring a lawyer for a case that he thought he might lose. My grandfather, Polly, had invested the inheritance in the shop, and so reluctantly, he paid back that money to these cousins in New York. So that was a calamity for them. And as a result, Polly and Ivan had to go back to square one, work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day to get back to where they had started from.
And I guess you didn't know any of this growing up. You just thought that, your grandfather and father were workaholics. They just worked all the time. That was just, what they did. You didn't know that they had to keep the deli afloat, to keep the family afloat.
Yes. And this became another reason why Olga's name was tainted in the family history, why my mother spoke disparagingly of her without really specifying what had happened to her. But because she had unfortunately died suddenly, this had led to some bad luck for my grandfather and father, which it was convenient to pin on her. So she really had a really rough deal from history, because shortly after Olga had died, my grandfather Polly met his third wife, Rogie, in the delicatessen. This woman came into the shop one day, and it turned out that she'd been Polly's childhood sweetheart in their hometown in Hungary when they were teenagers. And in a very funny exchange, she said to him, "Well, you look nothing like the handsome young boy that I knew when I was a teenager." And my grandfather Polly said, "Well, you're no beauty yourself."
It's a great start to a romance.
Yes, and she said, "Do you not remember me?" And he slammed his hand onto his forehead and said, "I don't remember you, but I do remember your swimming costume. It was wonderful." And from that, a romance was born, and then within a year they were married. And so Olga's place in the family had been erased at that point. And I grew up with the third grandmother, the third wife, being my grandmother. I thought that she was my grandmother until I was told as a 12-year-old that she wasn't.
When Michael said earlier about significant events happening in the deli, this is what he means. Because even his own parents would meet over the deli counter, start a romance, and get married. And I mean, there's some kind of like irony there that this deli, this like source of happiness and stability and love, like your grandfather's third wife, your mother, your father's wife, they all met in this deli that wouldn't have really existed if not for Olga.
That's absolutely right. So she played a pivotal role in not only the history of the family, but the happiness and the flourishing, the fortunes of the family. But she was erased from it very early on. It had never occurred to me that she'd even died, let alone been buried somewhere, because she was not really conceived of as a full person. And so it was not until I was 60 years old that I saw her grave, because she was not buried with the rest of the family. She was buried in a different cemetery. And her tombstone had none of the usual sadly missed or beloved messages. It was very bare to Olga, my wife, but not even signed by her husband Polly, no mention of my father Ivan. So she became invisible.
Michael, why do you think it was so hard, or I guess, impossible even for your grandfather and your father to kind of see her contribution to the family in any sort of positive light?
Well, I think my father was jaundiced and really affected by the experience of what had happened to him in the camps and having come back and then seen his father remarry so soon, and that he was very close with his father. His father lived on top of him whilst they were in Australia. So they worked together and they saw each other in the morning and in the evening. He loved his father dearly, and he found it impossible to blame his father for what he'd done. And so it was much easier as a boy to blame this woman for intruding into the family and breaking up that intimate bond that he had.
Even all those years later.
Even all those years later. And so he was never really able to get over it. And rather than badmouth her, he just didn't talk about her. And because he was the keeper of the family history and all of the documents, it was his version of the family that prevailed.
And I mean, when you learned all of this information about Olga and her contribution, did it change how you felt about her?
I felt sad for her. I started to see her through what I learned and dug up as a flesh and bone person rather than just a name. So I was concerned to try and bring her life out of the shadows. Olga had also been through the war with her first husband. Her husband had also been taken to Auschwitz, but she had hid in the woods and had managed to escape. And there was only one letter that survived where we could hear her voice, and it was ironically a letter that she had written to her cousin in New York when he had had a child, congratulating him on the birth of his son and speaking in warm tones to her cousin. And it was that cousin who was one of the people who then came after her money after she died. So she had been hard done by, and I wanted to restore her to some rightful place in our family history.
And since you've uncovered all of this, you have been trying to track down these noble fragments around the world. How many have you traced?
Well, there were 580 left in the Bible, and I have tracked down and accounted for about a quarter of them. And I think the one that I saw at Quaritch's Rare Book Dealer in London stands out in my mind because it was laid out for me on a huge table in this lovely grand old building. And I felt the ancientness of the book and of the trade all around me.
And when you hold these leaves in your hand, you see like these parallel tracks, the stories of the noble fragments themselves and of the Gutenberg Bible, and then also your own family story alongside it.
Every time I see a leaf or I hear a story about the leaf, I feel like that this is a part of my family story. And when I'm tracking them down and I'm telling the owners of these leaves why I'm interested in them, they then are getting excited themselves at the connection and the chain of events that has led me to them. So that's been very gratifying. I'm still looking for more, and I've just been off on tangents and wild goose chases, following one lead to another. So I would just keep going.
What does your family think about this quest? You know, when you wake up in the morning and you shake your wife awake and you go, hey, get a load of this. Is she just as excited?
Well, she was. She is probably a little bit tired but now, but she's been on the ride with me and she's very excited for me. And my children have also gone with the program. So for my last birthday, they bought me a bookbinding course so that I would learn how to bind books myself. So the family has really got completely involved in supporting me with the whole project. It's been tremendously rewarding.
My thanks to Michael Visante. He's written a book about this whole adventure. It's called Noble Fragments, the maverick who broke up the world's greatest book. You've been listening to Lives Less Ordinary from the BBC World Service. If you have any thoughts to share or even a personal story of your own, you can always get in touch with us via our email address, liveslessordinary@bbc.co.uk. Or you can send us a WhatsApp message or record a voice note. You'll find the number in our show notes. I'm Aussie Books, the producer was Mariam Maroof, and our editor is Manaza Khan. Thanks for listening.
Hello, it's Jo here. One of the things that made Londoner Alex Wheatle special was his brilliant ability to bring stories to life. He was nicknamed the Brixton Bard. Tributes have been pouring in since his death at the age of 62. To celebrate his life, we wanted to bring you another chance to hear his life story in an episode from December 2023. So here it is. Enjoy.
When I looked into that public gallery, there was no one I could point to who was a relative of mine, and that crushed me. That made me feel so much worse than whatever sentence was handed down to me. And this is why I entered prison, with the feeling that my life has no value.
Alex Wheatle had always felt worthless. He didn't have a family. He'd grown up in a really terrible children's home without anyone to love him. A black boy in a white part of England. It was a lonely existence. And as he stood in the dock of a magistrate's court, just 18, waiting to be sentenced for assaulting a police officer, he had never felt so alone. What he didn't know was that he was about to meet the man who would turn his life around, his cellmate. I'm Jo Fidgen, and this is Lives Less Ordinary from the BBC World Service, connecting you to people all around the globe through personal stories. Today, the rioter turned writer, Alex Wheatle. In 1981, Alex was a very angry young man when he first walked into a prison cell in London and encountered his fate, a book-loving Rastafarian called Simeon. They were to be together for the next several months, and unfortunately for both of them, Simeon permanently had an upset stomach. The cell stank.
First of all, it was a smell that struck me. I remember looking at a small window in the corner, and there was really very little space for the smell to escape. That was the first thing that hit my senses. My first impression of Simeon, I was quite intimidated by him. There he was with his massive dreadlocks. He had this lazy eye, and he had this thick Bible. I thought that reminded me of church. And so, to be honest, I just wanted to cower in a corner with my head turned to the window and not take any notice of any attempts that Simeon might make to speak with me.
I suppose you can't ignore someone living in your small cell for that long, though. He's a big presence in your life.
That's right. It's very difficult to ignore, especially with that overpowering whiff from the bucket. You know, it's very hard to ignore. So eventually I had to interact with Simeon.
But Alex wasn't in the mood for pleasant interaction. He flew at Simeon with his fists.
I guess I wasn't just fighting Simeon. I was just fighting all the injustices that I had experienced in my life. And I felt that life had given me a bad deal. And so that was why the rage built up. So it wasn't just Simeon and the situation I was in that environment, if you like. It was the whole world. I felt that I wanted to smash the whole world.
Simeon might have been forgiven for thinking that it was him you were attacking. What happened in that fight?
In the fight, well, he knew something of karate or some kind of martial arts. So he easily overpowered me. I just found myself on my back in a headlock. And he could have done a lot more damage to me, but he decided not to because I guess he saw me as this young person who had a lot of issues, even though mental health issues wasn't a term back then. But I think he recognized that within me, there was something not quite right. He wanted to know what drove my rage. And so he wanted to listen to my story. And basically, it was a tale of woe. It really was. And he listened to me more attentively than any social worker ever did.
How did it feel to be told that you had a story worth hearing?
It felt, wow, is this really happening? And he would constantly say to me, Alex, it doesn't matter the circumstances of your birth, whether you are a sufferer or not. Your life is still important. And he said to me that my life should not be forgotten. It was not to be dismissed. And so gradually, after days and weeks, I started to listen to him and I started to believe in what he said. And I think that's what gave me the confidence to explore my feelings, explore where I believe where I stood in the world, explore whatever talent I may have had at that point. He was my portal, if you like, into self-belief.
By the time he was released from prison 4 months later, Alex was ready to take on the world. Several awards later, and an honour from the late Queen Elizabeth, Alex is a different man thanks to Simeon. So this is the story he told Simeon in that prison cell, and it explains why Alex was there.
I guess it begins with my parents. My mother was already married before she came to the UK. She arrived in 1961.
From Jamaica?
From Jamaica. She had 5 children with her husband. And what I understand, she wanted to escape a very volatile marriage at that point. My father, also from Jamaica, He had arrived in the UK in 1954. He was a skilled carpenter. And my mother, when she first came over here, she took a job in the Woolworths store, I believe, in Brixton High Street. And one day my father needed some pencils and so on and ruler. And he found himself in the Woolworths store with my mother serving. And there was a mutual attraction. And so they went out on a date. And before you know it, they started an affair. My mother became pregnant with me. But unfortunately for me, when she was about 6 or 7 months pregnant, my mother's husband decided to come over and look for my mother. And he found her in a pregnant condition. So you could imagine that caused a big, big argument. So when I was born, it was decided that my father look after me while my mother sorts out her marriage and life and returning to Jamaica and so on. So in the interim, it was my father who took care of me up to 2 years old, where he couldn't cope anymore. I mean, it wasn't so easy to look after a child back then as a single male parent.
Must have been really unusual, no?
Yes, very unusual. Very unusual. So he tried all sorts of babysitters and carers, but he could never find anything stable for me. And so social services were first notified at the end of 1964 about my particular circumstance. And I was put on the monitor list, and I was finally taken into care in, I believe, spring 1965.
Do you have any memories of your life before you went into care?
None at all, which is sad in a way. And because my father returned to Jamaica, the state became my guardian instead of my father.
So just to be clear then, both your parents had returned to Jamaica?
That's correct, yeah. And so I entered Shirley Oaks in the spring of 1966.
Shirley Oaks Children's Home would become notorious decades later when it came out that many youngsters in its care had suffered terrible abuse of all kinds. For Alex, it was physical and psychological. He was painfully aware that nobody loved him, and he had no one. The other children would get visits every other Sunday from their parents or other relatives, and even though no one was coming to see Alex, he had to go along with it.
I used to hate those Sundays where, because relatives were coming down, I had to put on my best clothes just like everybody else. And I was left there in a corner, just watching other families interact with the children. And, that was the hardest of experiences to go through. And it really, really broke me to see that. And I remember I used to get up very early and watch the first parents walking down the road to our cottage and wondering if my parents would follow on behind them, but that was never the case.
When you asked the staff about your mum and dad, what would they tell you?
I think after a while, because they were so fed up of me asking every other Sunday, I was told by the house mother that my parents had left me on the dock of the bay, which was a popular song, wasn't it, back in the day, I think in the mid 1960s. So yes, I actually believe that. I actually believe that my parents left me on some kind of bay or somewhere, some pier. So I took that with me, and it really hurt, really hurt.
You felt abandoned?
Yes, I felt utterly abandoned, totally abandoned. And so because of that, I guess it was easy for me to be manipulated, because whenever I was abused or given violent treatment, I was told that I should be grateful for the food that I receive every day. I should be grateful for the bed that I was sleeping in. I should be grateful for the roof over my head. And so in a way, in my mind, I accepted how they treated me, even though it was very violent at times, because I used to say to myself, well, at least, I'm eating. At least they're looking after me in their way.
That's a terrible phrase, whenever I was abused. How often were you abused?
Almost every day. I was an easy target because I had nobody coming to visit me. only a social worker every 3 or 4 weeks, and that was it. And so if I was abused violently and there were bruises on my body, they would clear up by the next time a social worker would visit. So I was easy prey. And at the time, I didn't recognize it then, but I recognize it now. It was quite clear to me that I was picked on because whatever frustrations they had was meted out to me and to anybody else who didn't have regular visitors.
What was causing the bruises? What were you beaten with?
Everything. Fire pokers, bits of wood, coal. I remember a lump of coal being thrown at me, wooden hairbrushes, anything that was handy, shoes, all kinds of objects. The abuse I suffered was purely physical. Yes, I know of others who were sexually abused, but I never was.
Was anyone ever held accountable for what happened to you?
No, no one was ever held accountable. When social workers would visit me, they were on very friendly terms with the people in charge, the guardians of the cottage where I resided. And I remember they were always given custard creams and digestive biscuits and endless cups of teas. And so I very rarely had a chance. Well, then again, I did not even dare to think of telling my tale of woe to them because I was fearful of what might happen afterwards. I mean, I said to myself, I still have to sleep in my bed tonight. And there were often times when I was dragged out of bed in the middle of the night and given a beating because I had wet the bed or for any other reason. I might have spoke out of turn during dinner or whatever. So there was always that constant fear. I was very, very scared to explain anything.
Salvation would eventually come thanks to a medical condition. Alex had been struggling with asthma for years. Once he turned 8, it was decided to send him to a different type of institution.
A school named St. Giles School for Delicate Children. And I actually found staff there that were caring, that were delicate with me, careful with me, and that made me come out of my shell a little bit. I could speak more. I'd never speak of the abuses I received, but at least I could interact more with adults because they encouraged me to read.
What would they give you to read?
I remember when I was about 8, I was given a copy of Treasure Island, and I loved it. I must have read it about 3-4 times.
It's a real adventure story.
That's right. I absolutely loved it. And I had an aptitude for reading from very early. Very, very early. I guess it goes back to those times when I wanted to just hide myself in a corner. And so anything that was around that I could read, I would pick up, whether it was a newspaper or a comic or anything. And so that really accelerated my reading skill set.
What would you get out of reading?
An escape route. It transported my mind and my body, if I read in bed, to different places. Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, they transported me to the United States of America. You know, I could close my eyes and imagine I was drifting along the Mississippi River on a raft with Huckleberry Finn. You know, so this is why I believe reading is so important. We have to have some means of hope. And reading definitely offered me that.
If books offered him hope, music offered him something else. Identity. Alex had been raised in a very white environment. He had no family. He was divorced from his culture. But in reggae, he found himself.
I was in the first year of secondary school, and my best friend Valentine, he would always carry around with him one of those old-fashioned tape recorders, the ones with the piano-like keys. And every dinner time, or even sometimes during a lesson, he would play these cassette tapes. And I'll never forget the Rupert Edwards track that was called Skenge. And it just fascinated me. It really captured me. And that was not the only track he had. He had others as well. He had Prince Buster. He had all these old-time rocksteady artists, Alton Ellis, people like that, and some waders as well. This is Bob Marley before they became globally famous. I remember listening to the Wailers track Cornerstone. The stone that the builder refused will always be the head cornerstone. So for me, that began me believing that they're actually singing and addressing my plight. I actually really believed that I was the subject of the lyrics.
You felt like you were the stone that nobody wanted.
Absolutely. I was the stone that nobody wanted. So this is what intrigued me about reggae. And that kind of, in a way, confirmed my sufferer status.
The word sufferer is Jamaican patois.
A sufferer is somebody born into a life where there's absolutely no privilege. That's how I see it.
And that's how Alex began to see himself when he got into reggae. Seriously into reggae. He and his best friend Valentine decided to build themselves a sound system made of boxes and speakers and amplifiers, which they cobbled together, sometimes stealing what they needed, so they could host parties.
We used to advertise quite widely, by printing posters and flyers and giving it to anybody who would listen. And so our first parties, they were very packed affairs. We charged money at the door, £1 per person, and we used to make a profit.
What would you play?
Oh, reggae. Reggae with a touch of soul, a touch of disco. We loved Dennis Brown, we loved Gregory Isaacs, we loved Sugar Minott. Many of the major groups coming out of Jamaica at the time. And it was good because sometimes going to a sound system party or dance is the only way you could listen to reggae. And so we provided that.
It just occurred to me, you've mentioned how influenced you were by Jamaican and Jamaican music and so on. But did you even know that your parents were Jamaican?
No, I did not know that my parents were Jamaican. I assumed they were, but I was hoping, praying sometimes, because that is where my culture love decided that I really hoped they were Jamaican. So
it's such an odd thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, to have no concept of where you would come from, the people, the place, the culture.
That is right. At times I think, oh my gosh, what would happen if people found out that I'm from somewhere else? That used to give me nightmares.
Oh.
And I thought, oh God, please let it be Jamaica, because that is where I felt I belonged, and that is where my cultural pull, it's where I was magneted to.
The music scene that you were living in and the friends you were making within it, did that provide a sense of family for you that had been missing before?
For me, it definitely offered me a sense of belonging and family. Because for so long, I grew up feeling that I didn't belong to anything. And I was always made to feel inferior. But when I, if you like, entered the reggae fraternity, people accepted me on the same level where they were at. So I guess it was only natural for me to feel that I belonged in their company. It really did. So, I could flower because of that and bloom because of that, where I felt a brotherhood or sisterhood and where I felt respected in a way that I never did growing up in a children's home.
Aged 16 and no longer a child who needed to be cared for by the state, Alex moved to Brixton, the Caribbean heart of London, and a place of simmering tension with the police, who've since admitted being institutionally racist.
It was like a whole kind of out-of-body experience, it really was. First of all, it took me a while to get used to so many black people on the street. It just, I don't know why, but it shook me and almost intimidated me. Because I wasn't used to seeing black adults on a regular basis. Maybe the odd one would stroll through Shirley Oaks on a Sunday, a relative of one of the children, but apart from that, I never saw him. So I thought, wow, and I used to wonder if any of these men or women were related to me. Could that be my mother? Could that be my father? That was the first thing. And then the music, and then the market where I I saw fruits and vegetables there that I'd never seen in my life. I thought, what is that? I had no idea what a sweet potato was. I had no idea what all these Caribbean fruits were, and so it was very much a learning experience in it.
What about the politics of Brixton at the time?
The politics in Brixton at the time were very interesting. I saw flyers sometimes posted up on corrugated fences and walls talking about the Black Panthers returning, and there's still talk of Olive Morris even in the late 1970s and what happened to her with a brutal experience at the hands of the police. And at first, I kind of dismissed all of this until we had a bit of a party at my residence, my new residence, and the police raided it. And I saw firsthand how the police could be.
What happened when the police came into that party then?
Well, at first, they asked us to turn down the music, and I think they were told where to go, bit of name calling from them and us, and then it turned violent. They just battered down the front door, smashed windows, tore up floorboards, arrested about 15 of us, and I found myself in a police cell, and I was next to this older black man who actually owned the sound system, who had played music that night at our hostel. And I'll never forget the screaming from this older man. He must have been in his mid-30s, I guess. Policeman walked into that cell and beat the hell out of him. And I heard that. And that was probably the most traumatized I've ever been, because I guess when you're beating up yourself, like I was in care, it's going to stop. But it's a different kind of experience when you listen to an older man experience that. It's probably the most scared I've ever been.
Did you think that you were in line for a beating?
Oh, yes. Yes. And this is how fear can increase by the second and by the minute, because I was a wreck by the time they entered my cell. And basically, I just lay on the ground, curled up in the fetal position, covering my private parts, trying to cover my face. And yes, they give me a few kicks here and there, but I think they were probably tired of what they did next door. And so my beating only lasts about a minute, where in a cell next door to mine, that went on for 20, 25 minutes. It was just terrifying. It really was.
And it changed something in Alex, made him angry like never before. Some months later, in early 1981, there was a tragedy near where he lived. 13 young black partygoers were killed in a fire that locals believed had been started deliberately. There was outrage, and the fury spilled over into what became known as the Brixton riots.
We kind of knew what was going to occur because the anger had risen so dramatically. And so it came as no surprise, really, when a policeman was seen arresting and assaulting a minicab driver. There was a massive reaction, a massive one. So there was no longer any fear, because there's so many of us on the street that we outnumbered the police, even though they must have totaled about 15. They were quickly surrounded. The man who they had assaulted was freed. And before we knew it, a van was turned over full of policemen. The windows and windscreen were kicked in, and all hell broke loose.
Apart from the anger, what were you feeling on the street that day?
To be honest, fear. Because I can never get the sense of what happened to the owner of the sound system in the cell. And I heard the screams. And every so often, every half hour or so, while this riot is raging around me, I was thinking, that is going to be my fate. So there was that fear. There's also adrenaline that surged through me. And this adrenaline told me I've got to stand up to the police and wreak some kind of revenge on them. There was part of me that wanted to run. So I felt I was being pulled in many directions.
What did you do?
I confronted the police, and I must have talked to about 2 or 3 policemen.
Fought how? With your hands? With a weapon? With what?
At first, we started to throw these objects, bricks and masonry at the police ranks. And they were trying to defend themselves with dustbin lids, because in those days, they had no proper riot shields. And so the two groups, the two combatants got closer together, and that's where hand-to-hand combat occurred. And I was involved in that, and I must have fought to about 2 or 3 policemen before I found myself a bit isolated, and I had to run for my life.
Tell me about running for your life.
Well, when you have that image inside your head of a grown man screaming inside a police cell, trust me, that gives you energy to run. And I ended up in one of those big council rubbish bins.
In the bin?
Yes, you know, sometimes they have those big council rubbish bins beside tower blocks. I leaped into one of those. And I had to try and suppress my breathing as they were hunting me and looking around. Where did he go? Where did he go?
Did you actually hurt the police you were fighting with? Did you cause damage?
Yes, I did. I think I connected with a couple of punches, a couple of kicks and so on. Yeah.
Was there any bit of you then or now that thinks that wasn't the right thing to do?
No. I think it was necessary for us to stand up because they had tormented us, they had tortured us, they had trained us, they had overreacted to situations, and they were racially profiling us. And so I believe that if we didn't take a stand, that situation would have got so much worse.
Alex got out of the bin without being spotted, but the police caught up with him a fortnight later. He was convicted of assaulting police officers and other offences and sentenced to 9 months in prison. But that wasn't the worst of it.
The crippling emotion that I felt standing in Camberwell Green Magistrates Court is when I looked into the public gallery where there were five or six other defendants standing with me or sitting with me. And they had their relatives there, mums, dads, uncles, aunts, sisters, brothers. But when I looked and I stared into that public gallery, there was no one I could point to who was a relative of mine, and that crushed me. That made me feel so much worse than whatever sentence was handed down to me. I didn't even care about the sentence. And this is why I entered prison, with the feeling that my life has no value. I've never felt so alone. I cannot describe how much despair that gave me.
And so we're back to where we started, with Alex, despondent and resentful, walking into his prison cell and meeting Simeon, an older Rastafarian with a love of books and a lot of patience. He asked Alex to tell him where he'd come from, and then he helped him find out where he was going.
He used to say to me that, you think you're the only one who has suffered, or is a sufferer, and he would talk at length about his parents and how they struggled, and his grandparents and so forth. And he would say, despite everything, he had more opportunity than his forefathers or foremothers. And he would look at me and say, what about you? You don't know what your parents went through or your grandparents went through. You don't know what injustices they had to endure. So you have an opportunity, once you leave this place, to at least make a better life for yourself than perhaps many of your ancestors. And I owe it to them to make my life the best possible.
How important did Simeon become to you?
Simeon became like the father that I never really had, because he was the one who I needed. And he was the one who made me believe that I could proceed and carry on and explore where my talent lies.
And your talent, it was becoming clear, was in writing. Yes.
And when he gave me this kind of freedom to express myself and not worry so much about how it read, just express yourself, how you feel. I started to keep a diary or a journal. I just put words together. And we used to have debates about what certain reggae songs meant, and we analysed the lyrics, and I would write my essays about that. It was great as a time filler, wasn't it? You'd say time in prison. I occupied my mind, just trying to hone my writing skills.
You came out after 4 months. Sounds like a changed person, maybe.
I believe I was. I had grown. It still drives me today. That driving force I had when I left prison. That this is what I want to do. Trace my mother and father. I want to be a respectable person who looks up to my ancestors, who tries to use the talent that was given to me by God and make them proud of it. That was my driving force.
In the months and years that followed, Alex did what he set out to do. He got respectable, he started writing, and he went looking for his parents in the pages of his social services records. One particular word leapt out: Jamaica.
Obviously, that gave me a lot of comfort to know that my father was raised in a place called Old Harbour, which is about 20 miles west of Kingston. And it even detailed my grandfather on his side, my paternal grandfather. And so I really felt rooted because I actually knew these facts. My mother, she was raised in a place called Richmond. And so that gave me a grounding, if you like. At last, hallelujah, at last, I could point to a place where the Alex Winter story originated with my parents, and I can go beyond that as well.
I should say at this point that you are about to become a father yourself.
Yeah.
You've got married to Bev.
Yeah.
And in 1983, you have your first child. And then in 1984 and 1985, you've got a family, 2 boys, 1 girl. How did you approach fatherhood, having missed your father in your life?
I have to confess that fatherhood scared the life out of me. When my first son was born, I was even afraid to hold my son in my arms because I thought, would I hold him right, correctly? Who am I to think myself as being able to be a father to anyone? So all these crushing doubts came to haunt me. And I thought to my own father, of course I did. And I'm thinking how he rejected that responsibility. And I wanted to break the chain by becoming much more responsible than he ever did for me.
You still wanted to find him, though. So did you want to find him in order to say to him, look at the man I became? Or did you want to find him to say, what did you do to me? What did you want from seeing your father, from finding him again?
Both of those things, Joe, both of those emotions flow through me. And sometimes they were battling with each other. Because in a way, I wanted to be an example for him. I wanted to make him feel guilty. Indeed, I did. But on the other side, I still wanted his love. I still wanted him to love me or admit to me that he made a mistake and that he felt there was no other way he could have dealt with the situation concerning me when I was a child. But he really loved me. I really wanted to hear that from him also. So by the time I went to visit him, I was quite conflicted. I really was.
How did you actually find him?
I sent a letter to Jamaican radio because I learned that they had a program there that helped relatives get in touch with each other. And so I got a response and I couldn't believe it. And in fact, the story goes is that my father was drinking his dragon stout in a bar in Old Harbour, and he followed this program and listened to it. And when he heard my name being announced, he almost choked on his drink. And after a while, after a few months' contemplation, he decided to get in touch with me through the radio station. And that is how we got to be reunited with each other.
Did you get the answers you wanted and the apology you wanted?
No, not on that first visit. Maybe the 4th or 5th visit, I managed to get some kind of compassion or sorrow out of him. You know, he was quite stubborn that way.
What did you build a relationship on?
Our common ground was cricket. He was a massive Gary Sobers fan, the cricketer from Barbados, and the team that he led in the 1960s and early 1970s, where I was a massive fan of Richards, Clive Lloyd, and a team that followed the Gary Sobers side. And so we managed to bond on that, and we would speak and interact until early hours, just discussing cricket.
Alex told his father he wanted to write books.
I'm introducing narratives mainly working class narratives, black young boys, girls, whatever, who happen to experience the care system or any other, be a survivor or a sufferer through life. And I try to make those characters, those narratives, as important as any other story out there, shining light on those narratives that we don't usually hear about.
His debut novel, Brixton Rock, told the story of a volatile child growing up in a children's home and struggling to find his feet. It was published in 1999. The same year, Alex found his mum in the United States, an emotional reunion that brought back difficult memories for both of them.
It was very tearful. She prayed that I will be okay in my father's hands, but obviously that wasn't the case. So up to this day, there's a lot of guilt, and she had a lot of anxiety about that situation. That guilt is slowly being eroded, but she's quite old now. She's 91. But, I still see the guilt in her eyes. I try to make her feel that this is our life and we have to make the best of it, of our relationship, and be there for each other until one of us leaves this world. But every time I see her eyes twinkle, and we had, some great moments.
Alex's career has been glittering. He's written several novels and won many awards, including recognition from the late Queen for his services to literature. But that first book, Brixton Rock, was special because Mum and Dad were back in his life. I suppose this is the moment when you make your parents proud, isn't it? Did you send them copies to read?
Yes, indeed, I did. And I remember my mother complaining about the swear words in the book. That was quite funny. And my father, he went around his town, Old Harbour, telling everyone that his son is an author. So, yes, that was nice.
And what of the man he calls his other father, Simeon?
So we had a very close relationship until he returned to Jamaica. He had enough of the UK since he was in prison, so he decided to go back, and we kept in touch by letter. And I sent him every book that I published, and he would write essays about it, and how I could improve it. He was my main critique.
You have made your mark. You have brought new ideas, particularly to a younger generation. You often write for young adults.
Yes.
What do you pass on to them?
I guess the lesson that I pass on is to believe in yourself, explore whatever talent you may have, because, again, going back to Simeon, he'd always say to me that everyone is blessed with some kind of talent, and I strongly believe that. So I would suggest, yes, go out there and just explore and try many things, and don't be afraid of failing at many things. Finally, you're going to come up with something that you excel at, and to hold on to that and try to use that to the best of your ability. That is what I say to young people all the time when I'm going to schools or young offenders institutions or prisons, that it's never the end. It's never the end when you're in a situation like I was in prison with no future and so on. It's, there's always an opportunity, and you don't necessarily have to feel that you're the lowest of the low, because I'll go back to the sufferer now. I believe, and Simeon believed, that our lives, our abilities, our potential, our aspirations are just as important as anyone else's. What does Simeon say to me? Never let your past be a burden to your future.
Never let your past be a burden to your future. Alex Wheatle on how he's turned his life around. He's recently published a book about his life called Sufferer, the memoir of a Brixton reggae head. I'm Jo Fidgen, and this has been Lives Less Ordinary. The producers of today's episode were Hitalba Podja and Anna Lacey. Our editor is Manazar Khan. Thanks for listening. And you don't have to stop. There's a brilliant archive of past episodes on our website. Just search online for BBC Lives Less Ordinary, or have a scroll via your preferred podcast platform. Till next time.
Hi, I'm Naomi. Just before we begin, this program deals with childhood sexual abuse.
1954, in a suburb of Buenos Aires, Argentina, a girl named Sylvia from a Christian family is coming back home from a night out at the local cinema. She's telling her dad about her evening and a boy she just met.
And she tells him about Klaus. And her dad asks, was like, they were German? Yes, they were German. What was their last name? He asked about the last name. Sylvia tells them, Eichmann.
Eichmann. The name makes the man shiver. That name is so scary because it belongs to an infamous Nazi officer, one responsible for transporting 6 million Jews to their deaths. To his daughter, it means nothing, but that's about to change. Her father is going to tell her an entire secret history. He's Jewish. He's been in Dachau, a concentration camp in his native Germany, where he'd lost his sight. His family had been killed in the Holocaust. And now, if what his daughter is saying is right, that Nazi is living at the end of the street.
And that's exactly when his fight begins. I know who you are, and I want to bring you to justice.
I'm Mubin Azar from the BBC World Service. This is Lives Less Ordinary. Today's episode, a forgotten hero, a worldwide hunt for Nazis in a search for a family's hidden history. This father-daughter conversation and what it meant to the world was almost forgotten. It took their descendant, a woman from the same city, Liliana Herman, 2 decades of searching to put the record right.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello,
Hola,
hello.
hola, hola. Claro. Está perfecto.
This is the story of what Liliana unearthed. As a young girl back in the 80s, she was the inquisitive type. While sitting around the dining table with her family, she noted something just felt wrong.
¿Qué te puedo contar? Crecí en una familia donde siempre me pregunté esa parte de la familia de mi padre.
I grew up in a gorgeous family, surrounded by love, but my dad was a little bit secretive about his life and his history. In Argentina, we have something that after you eat, you stay at the table for hours and hours. And there would always be my mom's family, but never my dad's family. I always had so many questions. Why is nobody talking to me? Why is nobody answering my questions? What is happening? And my dad never wanted to talk. But when I was older and I continued to ask him, like, why are so few of us? Why there are not many of us? And then my dad told me that his father abandoned him when he was 9 months old.
Y que lo había abandonado cuando él tenía 9 meses.
Liliana's dad tried to connect with his father, but that chapter was closed. Liliana had a few details to go on. Her family had German Jewish ancestry. There'd been waves of immigration from Germany to Argentina for years. This included Jews fleeing persecution during the rise of Hitler. Infamously, Argentina had also been a safe haven for Nazis escaping capture after the fall of the Third Reich in 1945. For many Jews who came to Argentina, hiding their Jewishness was a way of keeping safe. Some Nazis, too, established new lives using fake names and passports, and so each passed the other by in the boulevards and cafes of Buenos Aires, survivor and persecutor, breathing the same air. Amongst the Nazi officers that had evaded justice were Joseph Mengele, the notorious camp doctor responsible for experimenting on prisoners, dubbed the Angel of Death, and Adolf Eichmann, who was tasked with the murder of 6 million people in Germany's gas chambers. What Liliana didn't know yet was the stories of these two fugitives were intertwined with her own family. Just in that moment, the first time your father said, well, actually, we're German, can you remember how you felt?
Yo quería conocer respecto a mis raíces. Cuando mi padre nos cuenta a mis hermanos y a mí.
Yes, of course, I felt very curious. I wanted to know more about my history. And when I found out I was German, I always felt there was something there. And my brother, too. He immediately after he found out requested the citizenship, and he received from the embassy an envelope, and inside the envelope there was 2 birth certificates.
2 birth certificates. One that expected, which belonged to their grandfather, but the other was a mystery. It belonged to his brother, Lothar Herman. At the embassy, Clark handed over a folder
with all the information about Lothar Herman, but it was all in German, so he was trying to read, but he couldn't understand. And then 10 minutes later, the same employee comes back and says, I'm sorry, this is all confidential. You shouldn't be reading this. The questions, that's when they really begin for me. I want to know, who is this person that has a big folder in the embassy and is all undercover?
Empiezo a preguntar, ¿quién fue Lothar Herman?
Liliana had found a new branch of her family tree. Who was her great uncle Lothar Herman? By now, in her mid-20s and running a business, Liliana dedicated any spare time to finding out. At that point, what did you know about Lothar Herman?
La realidad que no. No, recién ahí pude.
I knew nothing about him. I didn't know he existed. Questions started to really appear, like, I need to know about this person. And so I found an article from 1961 that was archived.
The article said that authorities in Argentina had arrested Lothar Hermann, suspected of being Joseph Mengele, the Nazi death camp doctor in disguise. How could that be? Lothar was released, but that wasn't the end of the story.
Many people continue to believe that he was in hiding. But then I also found out in this article that it was about gravestones, that they were in poor condition or not respected. And there was a photo of Lothar Hermann. And it said, how come a person that did so much for justice has the afterlife in these conditions? And that's when my lights got on and I was asking questions. I'm like, who is this person? What side of the justice was he on? Was he a good guy? Was he a bad guy? I need to know more.
Ahí se me prendieron las luces.
It would take Liliana 2 whole decades to piece together the real story of her great uncle, Lothar Hermann. There's so many questions there, and it's about your family, but it also taps into a broader history because we're talking about the history of Germany, we're talking about the Holocaust. And I want to know at that point, how much did you know about what had happened in that period? How much did you know about that history?
La realidad que tuve que aprender porque no conocía mucho. La realidad que
the truth is I had to learn. I didn't have the tools, the information, the research. I had to start researching myself, and I had to learn, and I had to go in this new path. And throughout the period of researching and finding and looking for, that's when I started educating myself.
Fui conociendo un poco todo, ¿no? Eran una familia muy numerosa de Kirchbach, en Westerwald. Yo pude conocer.
He was born in a really big family in a very small town that I actually got to see in 2021. He was number 3 of 11 brothers. And they had this big farm, and he studied to become an accountant. But then when the war was getting closer, due to the restrictions and the new laws, they were quite afraid of what was going to happen to them. So he tried to cross the border with his brother. They discovered him in the border, and that's when they put him in jail. What they were afraid of started to happen. They started taking away their properties, their monies. They started putting a lot of restrictions, really persecuted them. And then suddenly this big family surrounded by love, it all became everyone for themselves and trying to save their own lives. And then Lothar he actually goes to a camp. He's a survivor from an extermination camp where he was doing manual labor and he was being tortured daily, and that's where he loses one eye. And then later, after a couple of years, he becomes fully blind because of what he was suffering.
See, that's the kind of story that only Godzilla can come up with.
The day my father was arrested.